The troublemaking son of a high-ranking noble family, ruled over the academy like a king, but at that moment he was being removed from the family registry. He believed the god of fate was mocking him. This was Ed Ruth Taylor, and his life, in short, was over. He had been expelled from his own house. What a hell, bro? He got kicked out of his own house just like Steve Jobs. Meanwhile, at the academy, the students began to murmur, saying that the person there wasn't Ed Ruth Taylor, and asked others to lower their voices for fear he might hear. Some commented that there was no reason to fear him anymore, since he had been disowned. Others said they wouldn't see him next semester, and that in the first place he shouldn't have cheated on the entrance exam. Everyone knew this would happen sooner or later. But Ed thought it was all unfair, because the arrogant Ed Ruth Taylor they were talking about wasn't him. The real Ed had entered a game set at the Sylvania Academy of Magic, his favorite game. It was called The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Normally, when you enter this game, you become the firstborn, a bully, or someone powerful. But of all possibilities, he had turned into a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the dormitory right at the beginning of the game. Ed Ruth Taylor, disowned, was the worst possible character. He thought it was unfair. This couldn't be happening. He had always lived quietly, without greed, without making mistakes. So why this? Bro, he must have kicked a dog like Dio in his past life to end up like this. People started laughing at him, saying he still thought what happened was unfair. He stood there, alone and humiliated. But later, when he looked in the mirror and saw his system, he realized that Ed really was the worst character. His stats were terrible. 3 stamina, 4 intellect, 7 talent, 7 willpower, and 6 luck. He was at a magic academy with only 4 intellect. He only has 4 intelligence. That's literally me. No wonder. In the game, he was just a third-rate villain. He only showed up in the early scenarios, and even in Ed's memory, he was just a blur. He couldn't even remember what happened to him afterward, until he remembered. In the game's end credits, Ed appeared begging, looking like a bum. He thought, well, it wasn't a surprise. A thug with no knowledge of the world, thrown into the streets, was lucky to even be alive. He sighed, calmed himself, and wondered why it had to be that body, why he ended up in that game. He didn't know the reason, but he would find out, and he wouldn't let that be his ending. He would make it, no matter what. The academy wasn't just a school, it was more like an entire city, with the whole Arkan Mountain around it. The place he was now was in the northeast of the academy, in an undeveloped forest. He had walked for half a day trying to avoid other students' eyes. That time helped him better understand the current situation. The moment Ed was rejected was the extreme early part of the game's scenario. Luckily, he was only rejected by the family, not expelled from the school, which was extremely important. Sylvania Academy was a top-tier school. If someone graduated from there, they had a guaranteed future. As long as the game remained set within the academy, he could use all the knowledge of someone who finished the game 5 times to take advantage of it. That meant if he managed to graduate without drawing attention, he could live comfortably and have an amazing life. With a stick, he wrote the word graduation in the sand. But he knew there was a big problem: tuition. This semester was already paid, but he would need a scholarship for the next. And with those terrible stats, how would he do that? He thought he'd deal with that later. First, he had to think about the most urgent matters: shelter, clothes, and food. He opened his large suitcase and wondered how to avoid becoming a beggar with what he had. Inside were fancy clothes with no stats, a ceremonial dagger with no use, and a useless ornamental cup. At least he had clothes, but food and shelter were the problem. Given that body's bad reputation, it would be hard to get a job, and he couldn't go back to the dorm, since he had been expelled from there too. So he decided to stay in the forest for now. At least there was a stream nearby. There were 10 days left until classes began. Until then, Ed told himself he would become fit to attend school. He started practicing magic, beginning with Windblade. Ed knocked down some small logs and thought that, luckily, that body could still use magic, but the magic was very weak. He was already exhausted after cutting 15 tree stumps. At that moment, he remembered something his grandfather once said, that during extreme hunger, he had eaten tree bark. He actually ate the wood. His grandpa was a wise guy. So Ed took his cup, filled it with stream water, and began using fire magic. He thought that anything had to be edible in some way, so he cooked the wood. Looking closely, he thought it looked like a piece of chicken breast, ate it, and vomited soon after. 2 days later, on the 3rd day, he sat down and thought he hated his grandfather. After a day of hunger and 2 vomiting, he understood that wood wasn't food. Wood was for building shelter. First, it was necessary to raise the frame to support the structure. The problem was, he only had 2 hands and needed 4 supports. It wasn't easy work. Even so, he lifted everything with effort, tied it quickly, and told himself the shelter's frame was done. But there was still a lot missing. He threw a bunch of clothes on the ground because he couldn't sleep on dry dirt. He said it was a waste, but he had no choice, so he spent the whole night arranging everything. He barely managed to finish. Suddenly, a system message appeared, informing him that he had learned the skill Basic Wooden Shelter. The difficulty was half a star out of 5, and his current classification was Novice Craftsman with no specialization. His stats were Mana level 4, Design level 1, and Gathering level 1. Ed asked if the crafting system was also active, and it was explained that, having lived as a noble, maybe he didn't know it, but he was more talented with his hands than with magic, and at that moment, practicality was what he needed most. He decided to craft one more thing, a simple harpoon, and said now he would get something useful to eat. He started stabbing the harpoon into the river, trying to catch a fish. It was said that, with his current stats, he shouldn't be able to, but the desperation for meat was stronger. In the end, he managed to catch some fish and fried them using fire magic. While eating, he said there was only 1 week left until classes started. He just needed to endure until then. He knew that once inside the school, problems could increase, but for now, that's what he had to do. However, just as he was about to eat another fish, someone approached. It was a girl who asked if he was Ed Ruth-Taylor. Ed thought he had forgotten about the main characters of the game, but now he had run into the worst of them all. That girl was Fania, and she was the one who expelled him from school earlier. She asked if he really hadn't left yet. To summarize the story, Ed Ruth-Taylor is the first villain who appears in the game. As soon as the player starts, he uses his noble status to hit on the protagonist's childhood friend, and ends up getting beaten up. Not satisfied, with a heart full of revenge, Ed rigs the protagonist's entrance exam to Sylvania Academy, but ends up being caught by a mysterious girl who hides her true identity. That girl was Fenia alias Clo, the third princess of the Clo Empire. Fenia activated her inspection skill, which could detect lies and conspiracies in her target. That way, Ed Ruth-Taylor was caught in a pitiful state, grinding his teeth and trying to come up with excuses, but ended up being completely exposed by her. As a result, he was expelled from the dormitory. Everyone at the academy might have hated Ed, but of all the people he could have met, she was the worst. She asked if the academy hadn't expelled him yet, and Ed replied that he was still a student, that he had only been kicked out of the dorms. Fenia, however, said that wouldn't last long, ordered him to leave, and said she couldn't stand seeing someone so shameless at the school. She said she would speak with the academic department and personally request his expulsion. Meanwhile, Ed thought his fish was burning, and after 3 days without eating anything, that was the end. Though the burned food was a problem, that situation was a crisis in many ways. After all, Fenia was a princess, and really had the power to get him expelled, so he decided to act boldly. Ed looked at her and said that the sun would soon set, and that royalty was not protected by heavily armed guards at that moment. He remarked how strange it was that such a noble princess was alone in an isolated forest like that. Fenia asked if that was a threat, and warned that if it was, he would regret it. But Ed denied it, asked how it could be a threat, and then knelt down, saying he was only trying to thank the princess. She used her inspection skill and saw that he was telling the truth. Ed noticed she was surprised. It was then explained that the Ruth-Taylor family, to which Ed belonged, was highly influential, but used that power to exploit citizens and conduct human experiments in search of eternal life. To Ed, that was a rotten family, destined for ruin. In the future, they would all be imprisoned and executed. However, he had been disowned. He was weak, hungry, but still alive. In the long run, that was a good thing. He just needed to convince Fenia without lying, or he would be expelled, and that would mean game over. Looking at the timeline, he realized it was 1 week before classes began, so he wondered why a princess like her would be there at that moment. He stood up and concluded that, since she was alone and wearing simple clothes, she must be taking the class placement test. It was explained that Professor Glast's class placement test consisted of finding magic pearls hidden in the forest. Ed commented that the professor was known for being a bit cruel to students, but of course, since Fenia was a noble and a princess, she would be evaluated for placement in the top class, Class A. Fenia asked why he was flattering her so much, saying he didn't seem to have changed at all, and maybe it would be better to just expel him already. But Ed said that without his help, she would never get into Class A. He said that if he was lying, she could expel him right there. Then he explained that if she went to the southeastern lake of the forest, she would find a small grassy island. At the center of that island, there would be a giant tree called the Guardian of Merilda, and there she would find the gift he had left for her. Fenia went to the place he mentioned and indeed found the pearl. She thought the Ed Ruth-Taylor from 3 days ago had definitely been a lying scoundrel, but now in truth, he had helped her a lot, and she stood there, silently gazing at the pearl. Later, back at the academy, Professor Glast announced that the test had officially ended, and asked everyone to turn in the pearls they had acquired. Then, some students appeared with extremely flashy items. Still, the professor declared that everyone would start in Class F. It was explained that the test was not just about finding any magic pearl. Glast stated that even a pearl with low magical power could place a student in Class A, as long as it was the correct one. Only 3 students achieved this feat. They were Zix, Lortel, and lastly, the person who found the pearl hidden beneath the Merilda tree, the hardest one to locate. That person would be placed at the top of the class. Her name was Fenia. Meanwhile, Ed thought his fish had burned, but he no longer had the strength to use a spear, so he made a crude fishing rod. It was explained that the third princess of the empire, Phinia Elias Cloel, had been able to see through flattery and manipulation since she was young, which gave rise to her innate ability, inspection. No one could lie to her. That's why Ed had no choice but to always speak the truth. However, this could bring an even greater problem. In the original story, the proud Princess Phinia failed the placement test and ended up in Class F. From that point on, she would begin to change gradually. But now she had found the golden pearl and went straight to Class A. That completely collapsed the original plot. Ed realized that even though he managed to avoid expulsion, the information he had about the game might become useless from that point forward. Still, there was hope. The top of the class was still supposed to be Lucy Merrill, so maybe the future could still follow the known course. Meanwhile, Phinia thought that her inspection skill always revealed the truth, and what Ed had said really was true. The pearl existed, but she reflected that it wasn't exactly a gift. The real princess she was wouldn't take that pearl, since she hadn't found it herself. Phinia didn't want special treatment just because she was a princess. What she truly wanted was to prove her own worth. Upon seeing that pearl, she knew she could reach the top of the class, but also knew she shouldn't accept it because she wasn't the one who discovered it. The title of Princess of Love, which she would earn in the future, wasn't a skill or attribute, but recognition for the righteous path she would choose to follow. Ed thought he had thrown bait for the princess, and in the end, whether it was truth or a lie might not matter. The princess would always be able to tell, even if he believed she would fail the test. Phinia trusted herself to succeed and throw it in his face. In the end, however, Ed hadn't lied, and since she couldn't stay still any longer, Phinia decided she would start observing Ed closely. At that moment, Ed finally managed to catch a fish and was overjoyed. A few days later, as soon as he woke up, he rushed out to avoid being late, and thought that he was finally back at Sylvania Academy. The opening ceremony for the new semester was about to begin. It was said that students had improved a lot during the test period, and now the semester was about to start. Ed listened to the sweet whispers around him, voices that, even filled with venom, sounded like a reward to him because he had survived. People said it was unbelievable he had the audacity to return to the academy, and wondered if he really intended to stay. But Ed thought that this was the reward of a survivor. He was eating the best food in the most polite way possible because his only goal was graduation. Meanwhile, some girls continued to criticize him, saying he had been pathetic in the entrance exam, but others started commenting that, if they looked closely, he actually seemed different. One of them noticed he ate very politely, like someone who truly belonged in that place. Ed thought he didn't care about that. He had no grand ambitions. He just wanted to graduate and move on with his life. While the other students dispersed to eat or do other things, one student remarked again that he really did seem to have changed. It was then explained that this was the official first day of class at Sylvania Academy. The headmaster announced that a new semester was beginning, and that he was excited to see how the now more mature and prepared students would handle the work of academic society. But Ed thought that, even so, on the very first day, he had almost been expelled by the administration. Ed hadn't expected Phinia to go to the headmaster to speak about him, but since he hadn't been expelled, he figured she must have spoken well of him. The headmaster was a very grumpy old man, yet still greeted Ed with a smile. Even so, Ed knew he had to be very careful from that point on, so the story wouldn't veer away from the original game plot. He had acquired improved life skills, useful for survival, and one of them included bow combat. Besides that, he also had magical training appropriate for a student at a magic academy, so he could hunt quite well with his bow. Ed thought that, to get the most out of the combination between magic and physical skills, there was no better weapon than the bow. His abilities kept improving, and he became increasingly proficient, which allowed him to create high-quality arrows and even infuse them with spiritual and magical formulas. As he walked, he saw something surprising. Sitting beneath the guardian tree was a student. This was Janica Failover, the top student in the second year, known as a genius spiritual sorceress. When she saw Ed, she recognized him and said he was the funny guy Marilda had talked about. She moved toward him so quickly he barely noticed her approach. She asked if he was Ed Rothtaylor, then introduced herself as Janica Failover, also in the second year, but told him to just call her Janica. She asked if he was surprised that she knew who he was, and explained that the forest belonged to Marilda, a high-ranking spirit with whom she had been speaking. Ed was shocked and asked if the forest's master had really talked about him. Janica said Marilda was a bit nosy and always knew when there was an intruder in her forest. That made Ed think that maybe he really was considered an intruder. After all, he had killed several rabbits and chopped down a number of trees there. Poor rabbit. But Janica told him not to worry about that kind of thing, since it was natural for creatures to be killed for food, and Marilda didn't mind. Ed commented that even a wild wolf needed to have a heart, but she noticed he seemed a bit embarrassed and said it was unexpected, wasn't it? Soon after, Janica said she wanted to show him something. She extended her hand, revealing a small light, apparently a spirit she had formed a contract with. She asked if Ed wanted to touch it. He was surprised to realize she already had a contract with a spirit, and thought that, if he wanted to get close to her, he would need to act at the right moment. But at that moment, he found himself speechless, because the truth was, he couldn't see spirits. When she asked if he couldn't see it, he confirmed and quickly turned away, saying he was going to look for food. Ed thought that, to maintain his informational advantage, he had to stick to the original game storyline. Apparently, Janica Failover was a character of major importance in the original story and was someone he should never approach, so he left silently. Meanwhile, Janica started thinking about him. She told herself that he was exactly as Marilda had described, a fascinating guy. She commented that he really couldn't see the spirit, but still somehow knew it was a big wolf, so she wondered who that boy really was. Even though he had been curt with her, he had somehow been kind too, but she said she probably wouldn't see him again, though now she could investigate him better. At the same time, Ed reflected that the distance between his shelter and the academy wasn't short, and the path was far from easy. He would leave at dawn and run at full speed to get there, and just that commute was enough to improve his physical stats. Janica continued to observe him discreetly, even during classes. Ed, for his part, studied with full dedication because he knew that, if he wanted to get that scholarship, he needed to do very well. To take what he learned back to his shelter, he would write on a stone slab using a burnt stick. He borrowed books from the library. On the way back home, he washed his clothes in the lake and wondered whether they would dry by the next day. But that wasn't the end, because Ed still had to check if the firewood, drinking water, and dried meat were enough for the next day's lunch. Because of that routine, he only managed to sleep 4 hours a night. However, that wasn't even what bothered him the most. The real problem was that Janica kept following him all the time. He wondered how long that would go on, and then said aloud, asking why she was still following him. Janica was surprised and asked if he had known the whole time. "She's a total perv." Ed replied that it would be stranger if he hadn't noticed. Then he asked if she didn't know who he was. He said he was a Ruth Taylor, the worst kind of person someone could be. Even so, Janica kept walking with him. She replied that this was just what people thought about him, but that she didn't truly know him yet. At that moment, Ed remembered something important. He had forgotten that Janica was exactly that kind of character. She seemed naive and even a little silly on the outside, but inside, she had a dark mind. Knowing what was in store for her future, Ed simply couldn't look at her with a genuine smile. After all, Janica Failover was the final boss of the first act of the game's original story, and the only character who smiled at him even knowing he was a Ruth Taylor. He thought he didn't want to get involved that much, but ended up giving in and said that, since fate had brought them together, she could do him a favor. Janica asked if it was really a favor, and he explained that his life was a mess. He had been rejected by his own family and was going through a lot of hardship. Then he asked if she could lend him some money. He assured her it wasn't like he wouldn't pay it back. He would return it as soon as he could. It was then explained that Janica received a scholarship every year for being the best in her class, but it wasn't just because of merit. She came from such a poor background that without the scholarship, she wouldn't even be able to enroll or make it to graduation. Her weakness was money, so Janica responded, apologizing but saying she couldn't help with that, and Ed, inwardly, thought Janica eliminated. 3 days later, Ed was reflecting on what he had done. He didn't feel good about trying to take advantage of Janica like that, but he also didn't want to get involved with important story characters. He believed he had to be careful not to divert the story from its original path. When he entered his shelter, Ed was startled. Someone was there, and in terms of story significance, this new presence was even worse than Janica. It was none other than Lucy Merrill, the rare genius and most powerful character in the game. She was sleeping in his shelter, and when she woke up, she yawned naturally. Ed was confused and wondered why she was sleeping there, on that mountain, in his shelter of all places. Lucy complained that he was making too much noise. He, confused, asked what he had done wrong. Lucy explained that it wasn't him, but rather the huge wolf behind him, the size of a house. She pointed to the spirit that was trying to communicate with Ed, though he couldn't hear it. Lucy then translated what the spirit was saying. It was asking Ed to one day save Janica, no matter the cost. Ed was completely shocked. He said that even if the spirit was speaking to him, he couldn't see it with his own eyes. He thought he had gotten rid of that problem days ago, but now he wondered what exactly Lucy was doing, sleeping alone in the forest. Lucy simply yawned again and went back to sleep, and Ed, frustrated, exclaimed that it was his shelter. But Ed thinks, hey, wait a minute. He stops to reflect. Lucy is quite small, but she has the ability to jump like a kangaroo. Her range of movement is like that of a stray cat. Whether it's the top of a tower or a rooftop, she always finds a good place to nap. Ed's camp is in a quiet forest, where no one shows up, and access is easy for her. He himself built a well-hidden little tent, which turned out to be the perfect spot for Lucy to sleep. In the end, this was his fault. He deserved it. The next day, Ed decides he needs to do something about it. Lucy is casting high-level spells and even flying while she sleeps. If she keeps going there, it's only a matter of time before the original plot is completely distorted. So, he sets up a rank D trap. Lucy shows up and asks if she can eat the dried meat there. Ed says no, but she eats it anyway. He realizes they're not understanding each other. She keeps coming back, over and over. He knows he has to solve this urgently. Among all the possible traps, only one works on her. Ed then tries something different and says that the castle maids were looking for her. Immediately, Lucy panics. She says she just remembered something urgent and vanishes like a rocket. Ed thinks he can't beat Lucy directly, but there was a piece of information information in the book that everyone ignored. Lucy hates the dormitory maids, the ones who cared for her like mothers. She runs from them every day. Ed finally feels like he got rid of Lucy Merrill and goes back to work, even though he thinks what he did won't lead to anything. But he was wrong. The next mission he receives from the system is the joint combat training happening at the academy. The structure resembled an arena, and there was even an audience. The joint combat training is a simulation of individual combat exercises to minimize lethality and prevent students from killing each other. Only fake weapons are used. Mages can only cast basic elemental spells. Alchemy department students are forbidden from creating potions or overly powerful spells. Matchups, in other words, who faces whom, are drawn at random. Ed thinks the most important thing about this class is that all the characters who play central roles in the story participate in it. This includes the benevolent Princess Phenia, the golden daughter Lortel, the rising spear Ziggs, the spirit mage Janica, the lazy Lucy, and the wicked Clavius. Ed thinks he could spend all day listing important characters, but the most relevant of them all is undoubtedly the failed swordsman Taylor. Ed was excited to see the next match, which was Taylor's. He already knew the outcome of all the fights, so he wasn't too interested, since all the winners were from the first year, his own year, except for one person, Janica, and she was already bothering him again. Even after he had asked her for money, she came back. Janica informs him that the fight list has been posted. Ed replies that he's not interested. She insists, asking if he's not curious to know who he'll face. He then wonders, will he be fighting? Ed remembers that, in the original story, Ed Ruth Taylor would have already been expelled. He tries to guess who his opponent will be, and then realizes, damn, it's Phenia. But before that, the next match is Taylor's. Ed watches as Taylor, as polite as always, declares that he will do his best. Ed thinks that no matter who the opponent is, he's going to pay attention to Taylor. Even though it's just a game, Ed spent a long time with Taylor. He played every possible route, from the miserable endings to the true endings that left a lasting impression. He completed this game countless times, and among all the routes, there wasn't a single one that was easy. And that's why, at that moment, he thinks he's genuinely rooting for Taylor. But then they start calling for Lucy, and she doesn't show up for the match. Ed wonders where she is and why she hasn't entered the arena yet. He sees a crate, and already knows very well where she's hiding. He goes over, opens the crate, grabs Lucy, and tells her to wake up because it's her turn to fight. He thinks that if the match is cancelled, it will cause a big problem. This episode is very important to the story because it's the moment Taylor wields a sword for the first time. Lucy wakes up complaining of hunger and asks if he has dried meat. Ed replies that she needs to fight first. Then the duel is announced between the top student of the first year, Lucy Merrill, and Taylor McClure, a swordsman born in this world who has never held a sword in his life. Even so, with his first strike, Taylor manages to cut through Lucy's quick magic, catching her by surprise. He takes the opportunity to close the distance, but suddenly, Lucy uses a mid-level electric spell. Taylor is completely overwhelmed by the spell, which he even tries to reflect, but Lucy ends up being disqualified for using a mid-level spell, which gives Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy. Ed remembers that legendary scene. The judge starts the duel, and Taylor charges forward with brass knuckles, shouting that he's coming, but gets hit by a spell that sends him flying. Everyone is shocked. He loses the match in a single blow, while Lucy is still yawning, bored. The audience starts to wonder if it's already over. After all, no one can beat her. She's the top student in the class, and Taylor went in with just brass knuckles. Ed thinks Taylor's life has always been a series of trials. He's seen as a country bumpkin, a failed student with poor performance and no decent grades since the start of the school year. He was never acknowledged by anyone. Even in a cruel situation like this, where everyone pities him, Taylor gets up, trembling. Ed knows he never gives up, never loses hope, and he roots for him. He thinks Taylor can do it. Taylor charges in with his sword, and this time Lucy is genuinely impressed by his speed. Ed thinks now she'll use that spell, but then Taylor's strike is blocked by a sphere of wind. Even so, he keeps trying to advance, but is hit by a large magical sphere that creates a tornado and throws him back. He crashes face first into a pillar and collapses. Ed realizes it wasn't a lightning spell, but a wind spell. The judge then declares Lucy Merrill the winner. Ed thinks Taylor lost. He walks away, defeated and hopeless, and Ed knows this is bad. He can't leave Taylor alone now. The spell Lucy used is one that only comes from a contract with a spirit, Wind's protection. She asks if she can have the dried meat now, but Ed runs off, thinking that in the original timeline, Marilda and Lucy were two separate entities. However, due to Lucy's constant visits to the shelter Ed built in Marilda's forest, their contract has grown stronger and stronger. His next match is against Phenia, but he runs past her, leaving her speaking alone. Phenia is shocked to see that he simply ignored her. Ed thinks Taylor should have won, picked up the sword and gained confidence, but lost lost because of Ed's presence in that world. He calls out to Taylor, who is devastated, and says that his efforts will be worth it one day. He did really well, the opponent was powerful, and he tells him not to be shaken. Ed knows that if Taylor doesn't recover from this, he'll have a hard road ahead. Then some things about Phinia are explained. The first person to recognize her innate discernment, also known as inspection, was Emperor Cloel. This ability wasn't given by a god. The truth is, royal life is full of intrigues and endless conspiracies, and within this abyss, Phinia herself developed that sense as a way to survive. That's why Princess Phinia trusts that ability so much. She wasn't born with it. It was something she forged in the chaos, like a blade crafted in the hell of the imperial family, living surrounded by lies while pretending not to notice. At that moment, Ed says they should go easy on him, and Phinia replies that she will too. The audience starts commenting that he yelled at Taylor to motivate him, but most believe he was mocking him. Some say Ed is disturbing. Even Phinia starts to wonder if they're right. If Ed Taylor is using his position to humiliate younger students, and that when things didn't go his way, he tried to tamper with test results. In the past, that would surely be true, but Phinia wonders if that's all. She remembers the desperation Ed showed when speaking to Taylor, and realizes it seemed genuine. That's because, at that moment, she used her ability to sense what he was feeling. When the judge starts the duel, Phinia says she wants to settle something with that fight. She casts a water spell straight at Ed and thinks he can only use wind and fire magic. She wonders how he'll react. To her, that's the ideal dramatic ending, the perfect finale to erase this mysterious man from her thoughts. But suddenly, he gets hit directly and is thrown out of the arena without reacting, without reflecting the spell, without even trying to defend himself. Ed simply says he lost. Phinia asks what he's doing. She thinks he didn't even try to block the spell's path. The audience says he's an idiot, defeated with a single blow, and everyone starts cheering for Phinia, shouting for her to finish off that loser. Ed thanks her, saying it was a great fight and that he learned a lot, but Phinia asks what he means by that. She herself doesn't understand. This man is very mysterious. She realizes that ever since he stepped onto that stage, he hasn't looked her in the eyes once. He truly had no interest in the duel. The judge announces Phinia's victory, but Ed runs off. He thinks it wasn't the right time to duel. Coming into direct contact with Princess Phinia must be done carefully, so as not to interfere with the original story, since she's a central character. But the most important person is still Taylor, the Ed of that world. Running through the corridors, Ed tries to find where Taylor is, but the one running after him is Phinia herself. Ed asks why she's there without an escort, but she ignores him and demands to know who he really is. Ed is confused and asks what she's talking about. Phinia wants to know how he could say he lost, that he learned from the match, when he didn't even intend to win. She realizes now that he just wanted to get off the stage as fast as possible. She starts venting, saying she's been having trouble in class. The cursed merchant only thinks about taking control of the school. The grumpy teacher Glast only makes things worse, and the palace servants are constantly demanding royal posture and etiquette from her. Her head is already full, and now she wants to know once and for all who the hell Ed really is. Ed realizes she had been bottling all that frustration up. He puts his hands on her shoulders and tells her to take a deep breath and calm down, that there's no need to be so upset. He guides her to inhale and exhale slowly. She complies, begins to calm down, and then grows sad. She asks what that whole scene just now was. After that, she becomes completely embarrassed, her face turning red, and she asks Ed to forget everything she just said. Ed simply replies that it's fine and thinks now he can finally leave, but Phinia keeps talking. She says she has a bad habit of asking too many questions, and that she constantly tries to guess what others are thinking, probably because she spent so much time surrounded by lies in the palace. Ed thinks, please let me find Taylor, but Phinia decides to ask directly now. She says he cut ties with his family because he knew there was a dark side to them, and that the reason he provoked Taylor was because he needed a reason to be expelled from the family. Ed thinks he needs to answer carefully. Even though Phinia is wrong about his intentions toward Taylor, she isn't wrong about the existence of a dark side within Ed's family, but he simply replies that he doesn't know what she's talking about. He thinks it's still too early to get involved in that kind of investigation. Phinia says she's right. Logically, what Ed did doesn't make sense. Why did he shout those things at Taylor? Why was he cheering for him? She asks if at some point he felt empathy for him. Ed replies that it's just because he likes to mock Taylor, that he knows everyone hates him, so if he shows support, maybe he can change public opinion about himself. But Phinia is certain he's lying. She tells him to look her in the eyes and repeat that. Ed insists he's telling the truth, but she realizes he isn't. He's the Usopp of this manhwa. She says it's ridiculous, gets angry because he keeps insisting on lying, and Ed thinks it's tough to do this, but it's the only way to keep the game's original story intact. Phinia says it's fine, that she can't do anything for now because she has no proof. Then she allows him to leave. She knows he's been looking at the door since the beginning of the conversation, and understands that he has something urgent to do. Ed thanks her and walks away, but he thinks that was the first time Phinia showed that side of her. As someone important to the main storyline, she's already involved with so many people and events that cause headaches, and he wonders if it's his fault, if this change is a new addition to the script. Before leaving, Ed turns to the princess and says his burdens are nothing compared to hers. It might be inconvenient to say this, but she really really looks exhausted. Of course she has to pay attention to politics, after all she's royalty. But there, at Sylvania Academy, she should be able to relax a little. It's explained that Phineas spent her life trying to see through other people's lies, but that was the first time someone saw through her. Ed thinks that's a problem. He's wasted too much time. Then he runs through the halls, calling out for Taylor. But before he can find him, a girl appears in front of him and tells him not to come any closer. She says Ed Roth Taylor should never bother Taylor again, and that he should stop the bullying now. This girl is Alia Triss, the game's main heroine. She defends Taylor, saying what Ed is doing has to stop. Taylor asks if Ed is still at the school. Ed notices that Taylor's fighting spirit, the one that never gives up, has returned. It's explained that, while Ed was dueling with the princess, Taylor's childhood friend, the cheerleader Alia Triss, ran off without looking back. She went, as always, to comfort her friend, telling him he's good, that he'll bounce back and eventually win. Now in the present, Taylor asks if Ed has something to say to him. Ed thinks that as long as Alia Triss is by his side, Taylor can fall as many times as needed, because she'll always be there to help him back up. Ed simply says that his sword skills are impressive. He thinks that he's played this game so many times as Taylor, and now truly understands what it's like to be on his side. Taylor asks if this is a joke, but Ed says it's not, that he's serious. He turns away, and thinks he needs to be honest with himself. He thought he could just let Taylor save the world, and focus only on surviving, accepting the fate of being Ed in that game, destined to go through all that infernal misery. But now he feels relieved, not because the original story was restored, but because Taylor, the person he spent so much time with, is doing well. And that, for Ed, is enough. The two watch as Ed walks away, and wonder why he's acting so carefree. Ed thinks he can't blame them for thinking that. As he walks, he feels a powerful energy, hears a loud boom, and sees a huge pillar of fire forming. He thinks the moment has arrived. This is the scene that made every player glued to the screen. A great fire spirit is being summoned, but someone responds with an ice spell. A red-haired girl appears, and it's explained that this is the duel between Lortel, the Golden Daughter, and Jonica Failover, the Spirit Sorceress. Lortel manages to freeze the creature, but the ice begins to crack, and the spirit breaks free violently. Ed thinks that even though things are a bit different, he's sure the other Eddies are watching this scene with their eyes glued. That's because this moment shows Taylor the true challenge he'll still have to face in the game. The person using all that power, summoning the flaming creature, a massive dragon, and overcoming Lortel's resistance, is none other than the boss of the game's first act, Jonica Failover. At the end of the battle, Jonica wins. Everyone around starts clapping and congratulating her. The crowd surrounds her as if she were a movie star, a celebrity. But right after, an emergency occurs. Medics rush in to help Lortel, who was badly injured in the fight. Jonica feels bad about it, because while everyone celebrates her, she knows what she did to her poor opponent. Ed thinks that, unlike the original story where Lucy defeated Taylor, in the end, the one who became the central character of this joint combat training was Jonica Failover. She became the protector of Sylvania's students' pride, the one defending those who had been there since the beginning. And although Jonica had many friends, her life is about to become much more hectic. For Ed, that might even be a good thing, because whenever he gets too close to main characters, his head starts spinning. 2 weeks after all of that, Ed stayed away from the central characters and managed to survive and study without major worries. He made a fishing net, so food wasn't a problem, and his stats had also improved. Now he had 6 stamina, 5 intellect, 8 willpower, and 6 luck. He noticed that his body was in better shape than before, but he thought it was still too early to relax. Jonica showed up, and turned completely red upon seeing Ed, asking if it was a habit of his to walk around naked. Ed replied that she was the one who insisted on coming there to watch him. Then he asked what she found so interesting in that forest to keep coming back. Jonica said it looked like a high-security base, and that living there was a constant adventure. She also said she wanted to talk a bit, and needed some advice. Ed wonders why, of all people, she chose to ask him for advice. Jonica explains that Ed left the training ground early, so he probably didn't see what happened. She says that in that battle, she seriously hurt someone. Ed remembers that Lortel had used an intermediate-level spell, which was forbidden, but thinks that for Jonica, that doesn't matter. She says she tries to forget but can't. She couldn't handle the situation well, lost control, and now she's unsure whether she should apologize to Lortel. Her friends say it was Lortel who made the first mistake, but she isn't sure. Ed replies that if she thinks apologizing is the right thing to do, then she should go ahead, and he thinks about her, the cheerful and adorable second-year student, Jonica Failover. She is precious to everyone in every way. That's why, whenever she feels guilty or criticizes herself, people show up to support her and stay by her side. But Jonica knows that even with all that support, it doesn't erase the mistakes she made. That's probably why she came to him. She says that, as expected from Ed, he never takes her side unconditionally like everyone else does. Ed says that if she felt offended, it wasn't his intention, but Jonica replies that no, it's actually the opposite. She didn't feel offended. She realizes Ed has changed a lot since last year. Even when he asked for money during hard times, he didn't show desperation like other people would. She understood that, indirectly, he was trying to tell people not to get too close to him. But that side of Ed, she had never seen before. Jonica says that in fact it was great. His words were revealing. She wishes everyone everyone in the world would talk to her the way Ed does, and she thinks that being near Ed brings her a strange comfort. The next day, Ed was walking quickly through the halls, thinking that this was a serious problem. The game failed Swordsman of Sylvania was a true masterpiece, but very few people had seen its true ending. New players usually only got the bad endings. One example was when you saved a girl during a kobold ambush. During the class ranking test, Ed witnesses one of the Golden Daughter's secrets, and that puts him in danger. Someone is sent to kidnap and kill him, and that's bad ending number 3. Meanwhile, Taylor ends up being assassinated. In a monster combat training episode, if the player leaves childhood friend Alia and sides with the Golden Daughter, bad ending number 7 is triggered, because Alia ends up falling off a cliff. It was Taylor who was supposed to save her. In another route, if the player protects the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkin, summoned by Janica, he ends up burned to death, which also leads to bad ending number 3. Ed thinks he needs to run now, but at that moment, someone appears right in front of him. He asks why she's following him, and the girl says she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long. It is then explained that she is the 4th failed heroine of Sylvania, a business magnate and the only daughter of Elte Keshelm. This girl is Lortel Keshelm, known as the Golden Daughter. She says she wants to buy 2 hours of Ed's time. She is also called the Rookie Crusher. In the game, Lortel is a hidden heroine. Unlike Fenia, she is treated as a villain at the start of the story, and her true nature is only revealed much later. When players come to understand the pain she carries, they become divided between supporting her or Fenia. Even so, Ed ignores her and keeps walking. He thinks he can't get involved with her right now, but Lortel keeps insisting, asking for just 1 minute to talk. She blocks his path and says that seeing him is a great inspiration, because even in tough situations, he keeps studying and growing. Even if he seems arrogant or eccentric, that doesn't matter. She begs him to listen, offering 3 gold coins just to talk. Then she asks if he's been close to Janica lately, and suggests he could help bring them closer. Ed thinks that 3 gold coins are practically a full salary for many people, so he steps closer and asks if the Golden Daughter also buys connections with money. She replies by asking him to keep the coins for now, and places them in his inner pocket. She says that the more people stand by his side, the better. Ed understands that she's already aware a political war will break out between her and Fenia for control of the academy, so she's trying to gather allies. He reaches out and says they can at least shake hands. Lortel thinks that rich people, when facing poverty, often get emotionally crushed. In desperation, they sometimes even sell family and pride for a few coins. That's very sad. Ed was supposed to be like that too, but he returns the coins to her. Lortel comments that it's ironic, and Ed just walks away without saying anything. He thinks those coins would have made a real difference for him, but getting caught between Lortel, Janica, and Fenia would be total annihilation. It's explained that that night, Lortel didn't feel humiliated by Ed's rejection. She weighed the pros and cons, and as a good businesswoman, she never wastes an opportunity. So, later she finds Janica in the academy corridors. Janica comments that her hair looks beautiful like that. Lortel summons a determined spirit inside herself to try to turn Janica Failover into one of her allies. She approaches and says she wanted to apologize since the day she used intermediate level magic and caused a mess, but didn't get the chance. Janica replies that she's doing really badly, not even fully recovered yet, and Lortel is also covered in bandages, but says she'll be fine soon. Lortel wonders if Janica is like those fairy tale characters, easily manipulated, but is surprised by the next question. Janica asks if she spoke with Ed. Lortel reacts in surprise and asks why she's asking that so suddenly. Janica replies that they need to be careful when it's something personal, but spirits love gossip. Janica says she heard all the conversations that happened north of the academy and also in the forest. Lortel asks what that means, and Janica reveals that she heard the conversation where Lortel asked Ed to get closer to her. Janica comments that Lortel knows very well that sincerity can't be bought with money. She says that for her, Ed's approach needs to be something more heartfelt than that. Then Janica apologizes for the speech, saying it's the first time she finds herself in a superior position to someone else in the school, now that she's in the 2nd year. She admits it might have seemed a little embarrassing. As she leaves the hallway, Janica says she's going to start preparing to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. She's received a lot of support recently, and feels the need to try even harder. Lortel realizes she misjudged Janica completely. Janica also apologizes for what happened the other day, acknowledging that Lortel was seriously hurt. She says she hopes Lortel gets better soon. Lortel thinks that even knowing the dark side of the world, Janica still keeps her kind personality. Janica closes the door, and Lortel gets a little startled. She thinks it's difficult, but the look Janica gave her in that moment made her realize she needs to work hard to achieve something like that. At the same time, Janica thinks she also needs to give her best, because it's truly rewarding when people expect something good from you. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ed was drying his clothes when Lucy picked up a very specific scent. Suddenly, everything bursts upward, and Ed realizes someone is approaching. It was the head maid of the dorm for the wealthy wealthiest students in Sylvania, Belle Maya, the same person who had thrown Ed out along with his belongings. Ed tries to explain himself, but she says she already knows everything. Janica talks a lot about him, but Belle Maya hadn't realized he was living in such a state. Still, she says she's happy he managed to move forward. Ed thinks to himself what kind of good change she meant, and wonders where exactly anything about this situation is good. He realizes Belle Maya's words are so powerful that even a deaf person could hear them. It's explained that the Ophilis dorm maids are an elite group of women who perform all domestic duties with perfection, including feeding the students. That's why the basket Belle Maya carries probably contains ingredients of such high quality that only the elite can consume them. Ed understands that this is the kind of information you don't learn in books. He begins to wonder if interacting with Belle Maya could change the original storyline. But Belle Maya tells him not to be so formal, since outside the dorm he can speak normally. Still, Ed replies that he can't, since she's someone who works so hard. He asks about the basket she's carrying. Ed thinks that apparently Belle Maya isn't directly involved in the main story, so maybe they can become friends. The system reports that Ed has learned about several new ingredients, like fruits, mushrooms, and herbs, gaining new crafting knowledge. He managed to build a drying rack for meat and a larger net for catching fish. He warms his cup using fire magic, and the system reports that both his fire magic and wind blade are now level 10. Ed thinks that even though he only has 2 common spells, he used them so much that he reached an extremely high level. At that moment, he was preparing herbal tea and thinks that doing activities like cooking and heating firewood really boost his survival level. Proof of that is that he finished everything before the sun even set. He realizes how much he has improved during this time and admits to himself that, honestly, he's actually having fun. Suddenly, he looks up and sees something strange approaching. Something falls directly on his campsite, throwing him far away. Ed panics when he sees his precious camp destroyed, but then realizes that the one who landed was Lucy, still in her pajamas. She says she almost died, and Ed asks what could have nearly killed her. He starts wondering what exactly is going on. Lucy says it was Belle Maya, and Ed thinks that doesn't make any sense. Lucy explains that she skipped class as usual, but that day she was in a bit of a bad mood for some reason. When Belle arrived, she came with a clenched fist, stronger than usual. It happened so fast that Lucy ended up teleporting away, landing right there. She thought the punch would hurt more than the landing. Ed thinks, oh, Miss Belle Maya, and notices there's a branch stuck in Lucy's hair. He asks if she destroyed his whole campsite, and Lucy really does feel pain in her head. Ed finds it odd, thinking she didn't have any protective spell active. Lucy replies that she lost all her mana when she teleported. Ed asks if she really has no magic left, and while getting ready to flick her forehead, says this is for the ruined camp. He starts flicking her head repeatedly. That makes Ed think he urgently needs a sturdier home. He decides he's going to build a real house, with proper wood, not just branches. Later, he goes to the library, and thinks that with how hectic life is now, taking advantage of library visits to learn all sorts of useful knowledge is a huge benefit. He's reading a book about construction materials and planning. Now he just needs to figure out a method for smoothing the wood and finishing the roof. While he's focused, someone approaches and tells him the library is closing. The girl comments that he's working very hard, and Ed realizes time passed quickly. He apologizes, but she says it's fine, and that seeing him study so diligently also boosts her motivation. She introduces herself as Elka Islan, a first-year student at the College of Magic. Ed notices by the look in her eyes that she's waiting for him to say his name too, so he introduces himself as Ed Roth-Taylor, and Elka is shocked. Ed thinks that reaction is already quite familiar, since the reputation of the previous owner of this body wasn't exactly the best. But Elka says he's completely different from the rumors, that he's been reading fundamental and technical books non-stop, and that he's been working really hard these past few days. She mentions he's already read 6 technical books in a row, and even though everyone says he's arrogant and aimless, it seems those rumors aren't so reliable after all. She says she knows few people as sincere as him, and reveals that she's rooting for him. Ed is a little surprised, but thanks her. Elka wishes him a safe trip back, saying she's staying behind to help clean up the library. But suddenly, everything starts to shake. Ed is shocked. The entire library shakes like it's an earthquake, and a bookshelf is about to fall on Elka. At the same time, outside, a huge pillar of magical light appears in the sky, like the end of the world. This is the final chapter of episode 1, the confrontation with Glaskin. At that moment, it was 11:30 at night, and there was a temporary camp set up at the student center. Thanks to Taylor and his friends, the students managed to gather in this protected area. 2 hours had already passed since the disaster began. Aaliyah comments that she's seen something like this before in a book on spiritual magic. That is a summoning rune, the symbol of the greatest dark spirit, Glaskin. Phinia says this is terrible news, because the only person with such a strong spiritual connection would be the best second-year student, Janica Failover. The group falls silent. Taylor says it really is bad, but they can't just stand there thinking. If Aaliyah is right, the barrier protecting them now is only buying time. It won't last forever. If Glaskin is really summoned, there will be many casualties. He says everyone needs to enter the student center. Some students comment that anyone outside the barrier will immediately realize what's happening, and that teachers and the Imperial Guard might arrive to deal with it. However, a student student from the alchemy college says that if this really is a high-level dark spirit, the barrier will have to be extremely powerful, and therefore, they will have to handle everything themselves, especially since the academy's headmaster is out of town. She concludes that if everyone works together, maybe they can deal with the spirit. But Clavius, terrified, says no. He's completely against the idea. First, they would have to face mid-level spirits and defeat the boss, which is already a powerful spirit. But after that, then what? Would they break down a wall and crash into the building to stop Janica? And even so, that's not everything. Inside the barrier, there are still high-ranking spirits. One of them is Tarkin, the great fire spirit, and the other is the dark spirit Valesfair. Clavius says he won't join in, that it's suicide. Lortel asks if Janica really did all that by herself. She thinks it's too much power for a second-year student, summoning Glaskin while manifesting so many spirits at once. Another student says that a large part of the power likely comes from Valesfair. Janica is just a bridge that made it all possible. Dark spirits are natural enemies of spiritual sorcerers, and a spirit like Valesfair is far beyond Janica's control. In fact, demons like that usually dominate spirit users. They become prey to such entities, and since Janica is one of the strongest, she caught its attention. It realized only she could serve as the summoning conduit. But another student interrupts, saying the most important thing right now isn't understanding how this happened, but deciding what to do about it. He asks Fenia to lead everyone. Then the group falls silent, waiting for her decision. At that moment, someone comes to Fenia's mind. She remembers Ed's words, saying that place wasn't so heavy and that she didn't need to worry so much about people. She thinks it would be nice if it were really that easy. Fenia then declares they'll move out in 1 hour, but only herself, her guard Claire, and the top students from each class. Only those have the skills necessary to face the situation. She says everyone should prepare and that she will take full responsibility. Suddenly, a student arrives with a report saying they finished evaluating the staff in the academic area. The dorm and the potion archive are in critical condition, so it's unlikely they can provide any help. Fenia concludes that at this moment, only their group can act. A student runs up and says 2 people are trapped in the library, a friend of hers and a second-year student. Fenia asks who her friend is, and the girl replies that it's Elka Islan. One student is shocked to hear the name, asks if Elka is really there, and she confirms it. Elka became a library apprentice to study more advanced grimoires. He says they need to rescue her immediately because she can't defend herself. Lortel tries to calm everyone, saying the library is too far and that the focus now has to be Janica. Fenia agrees, but recalls the student said there was another second-year student with Elka. She says everyone should place their trust in that student, that he will protect Elka. Ziggs is unconvinced but accepts. Fenia asks the girl if she's sure she saw another student there. She hesitates, and Ziggs asks what she's hiding. The girl reveals that the student there was Ed Roth Taylor. This visibly angers Ziggs. She apologizes and explains that he was studying late at the library. She felt a bit uncomfortable around him and ended up leaving Elka alone. She asks if everyone knows what kind of person Ed is, but also says that Elka doesn't care about rumors. The group starts murmuring that that loser is the one stuck in the library, the same shameless guy as always. Ziggs is furious at the situation, but Fenia stops him from acting. She says maybe it's time they put a little faith in Ed. The group goes silent, since no one really believed in him. No one wanted to trust Ed at that moment. Ziggs, without saying a word, simply flies toward the library. Spirits try to stop him, but he slashes through everything in his path. He swears he'll put an end to Ed. Then some of Ziggs's backstory is explained. The phrase from rags to riches doesn't even begin to describe how miraculous his rise was. At that moment, he was tracking, and judging by the footprints, he was hunting an adult male. From the broken branches and flattened grass, the target had passed through recently. Ziggs finally manages to find the right trail. It's explained that the northern plains of the Empire are wild lands where no voice of the Empire is heard. It's a world where, at the end of each day, you have to check whether your head is still attached to your neck. Ziggs is a descendant of a nomadic people who roamed those lands. When he came of age, he found himself separated from his family. Without knowing it, he had been abandoned. To survive, he learned to hunt before he even learned to read. Before buying anything, he learned to scavenge supplies from corpses he found by the roadside. One day, while dragging the body of a dead servant through the city under everyone's gaze, someone stopped him and asked his name. He replied that he was Jay. The girl commented that he looked like a wolf walking on 2 legs. It was at that moment that Ziggs realized what he was living through. Wandering through the northern plains, sleeping under the moon, searching for carcasses by the roadside, he understood that he was a wolf cub abandoned by his pack. The girl asked if he was okay. Ziggs, crying, understood for the first time what loneliness was. From that day on, he had his first companion. Elka and her father took him in with kindness. After living for a while in civilization, he came to understand everything he had left behind. The wild life became a distant memory, and that wolf cub became a man. But to protect his first friend, he knew that in that moment, he needed to become a beast again. As he cut through the spirits along the way, he thought that he had to fight like an animal once more. He told himself that he had heard rumors about this Roth Taylor. They said he was a trickster, that he insulted the princess, and that he always mocked the younger ones. So Ziggs ran through the halls toward the library library until he found Ed Rothtailor sitting, injured. Ed asked who he was. Ziggs demanded to know where Elka was and why Ed was still there. Ed replied that she was in the reading room, on the 3rd floor. Ziggs pushed him aside and ran. Upon opening the door, he saw Elka sleeping peacefully, covered with a jacket. He thanked God that she was safe, but then he looked more closely. The bookshelves were positioned around Elka as if they had protected her. The curtains had been closed to block the spirit's energy from entering. A note left there told her not to panic when she woke up, that maybe the danger had already passed, and that if she saw any spirits, she should run. Seeing all that, Ziggs realized someone had taken great care of her. He noticed the blood on the jacket covering her, but the blood wasn't Elka's. Putting all the clues together, he realized that the person who saved Elka got hurt in her place. They hadn't cared about their own body to protect her. That blood belonged to Ed Rothtailor. Ziggs wondered why someone would do all that. Meanwhile, Ed thought he had been so close. Then it was explained what had happened 3 hours earlier, when everything began to shake. At that moment, Elka was already unconscious, and Ed was holding her while stopping a bookshelf from falling on her. He thought it was good he had done that physical training, and realized that this episode was progressing much faster than expected. He looked at the massive spell visible outside, and recognized the summoning rune. The confrontation with Glaskin had already begun. Ed closed the curtain and thought that Taylor would handle it. He shouldn't even be looking at a place where so many main characters were gathered, since he believed the future couldn't be changed. Still, time was precious, so he couldn't just stay there. He thought that the low-level spirits would soon arrive, so he needed to prepare. While carrying bookshelves and reorganizing the space, he thought that he had to block all the entrances. The library could be the perfect shelter for him now. But Ed stopped for a moment and began to think. What made Janica so special with her powers was her deep understanding of spirits and her strong connection with them. These two traits would naturally grow the more she interacted with spirits. And since this kind of encounter depended on one's own spiritual talent, for someone like Ed, who could barely see spirits, raising those levels was almost impossible. But now he was seeing the spirits. Janica had materialized the spirits in front of him, and even though he found that very annoying, he thanked the food and began eliminating the spirits with his wind blade. After defeating the spirit troop, Ed realized that everything had happened very quickly. By the end of the fight, he had reached spiritual understanding level 7 and spiritual connection level 7 just by destroying those creatures. He thought he was so close. If he reached level 15 in both of those attributes, he could form a contract with a spirit. Exhausted from battle, he was still trying to catch his breath when Ziggs appeared, carrying Elka in his arms, and asked what he was still doing there. Ed was confused, thinking what did he mean, what was he doing there? Didn't Ziggs realize he was completely drained? Even so, he replied that he was training. Ziggs thought only an idiot human would believe that, but said he understood. Now he finally knew what kind of person Ed was. So this was the real Ed from the start. Ziggs bowed to him and said he owed him a debt, calling him Senior Ed, and promised that when the time came, he would repay that favor. Ed then remembered something obvious. Elka was the love of Ziggs's life. She was extremely important to him. How could he have forgotten that? And Ziggs was also the friend Taylor had always trusted since the beginning of the story. He was very important to the main plot. Ed then analyzed the situation and said it seemed like Ziggs had come running from the student center, and now that he knew Elka was okay, he needed to go back there. Ed also knew that he himself shouldn't be there at that moment, so he told Ziggs to help Taylor. Ziggs was surprised and asked if he meant Taylor McClure. He said he didn't understand why Ed spoke so well of Taylor, since the two barely even talked. Ed explained that Taylor was important because Tarkin could only be wounded by someone using an elemental slash, and that person was Taylor. Ed knew that, at that moment, Taylor was about to learn one of his main techniques, the elemental slash. To win the episode, that skill would be essential, and if Taylor managed to use it, he would win. Ziggs thanked Ed for the advice, but Ed was already in a hurry and cut the formalities, telling him to go. Then Ed sat down again, completely exhausted, and began to think that maybe he had interfered in the story once again. But he stopped for a moment and reflected. He wondered whether Ziggs was already friends with Taylor, and realized he wasn't yet. It was explained that in Act 1, during the end of semester evaluation, the two dueled. In that scene, Taylor took a beating, but in the end learned the elemental slash, used that technique to break through Ziggs's magic, and that made Ziggs recognize his determination, becoming his friend. The problem was that this scene should have happened a month ago, so now, in the final chapter of episode 1, they still weren't friends. That changed everything. Without the friendship, Taylor still didn't have the elemental slash, and without it, they wouldn't be able to deal any damage to Tarkin at that moment. Ed hadn't realized it, but the main story was being shattered into pieces. Later, back at the team's temporary base, Ziggs arrived late and apologized, saying he could participate now, but Phinia told him to forget it. Even if he had been there from the beginning, the group would have failed anyway. It was explained that the team's first attempt had been a failure. One of the knights commented that they needed reinforcements, otherwise they wouldn't even even be able to get past Tarkin. Everyone was putting pressure on Phinia, who led the group, and she thought they were lucky everyone had made it out alive. But Claire had been left out, and Clavius was injured. Even so, Phinia calmly said they needed to do their best to remove Tarkin from the way. That was when someone approached, saying they didn't have time for that they needed to go straight for Tarkin, because the ritual was progressing too fast. If they stopped to defeat each spirit, there wouldn't be enough time. Phinia was shocked to see who had spoken. The person said everyone should split into 2 teams and that he himself would lead one of them. That person was Ed, and he thought that he didn't want to do this, but from now on he would have to intervene in the game's main story. The others were shocked to see that it was Ed Rothtailor. Clavius thought it was a joke, but Ziggs told him to listen first. Ed then explained that the first step was to get past Tarkin and then deal with Velisfair, who had taken over Janica. However, as everyone had noticed, Tarkin couldn't be hurt by normal attacks because of his scales, so it didn't make sense to waste time trying to defeat him. One group just needed to draw his attention, while the other would go behind and reach Velisfair. This second group would be responsible for defeating Velisfair. Lortel, however, said that wouldn't work at all. The last time they made it out alive had been pure luck, and if both Tarkin and Velisfair noticed the same group at the same time, they would all be dead. Ed replied that you can only evaluate risks when you have another plan to compare to. The most important objective was stopping Janica, because if she were defeated, Tarkin would disappear along with her. Ziggs then asked who would be part of the bait team. A student summed up the situation by asking who was willing to commit suicide. Taylor raised his hand and said he wanted to go, but Ed immediately refused, stating that he would definitely be part of the combat group. Taylor insisted, saying he was fast, but Ed said he was completely lost. Ed then explained that they didn't need to divide the teams equally. One could be smaller than the other. He said that Clavius and Lortel, with him, would be enough to draw Tarkin's attention. Clavius complained, saying he didn't want to die, and Lortel respectfully declined. The group started to argue, but Ed thought there was no more time for that. Phinia then stated that, even though she didn't understand Ed's intentions, she felt he wasn't lying, and as the third princess of Cloel, she declared that the groups would be divided in 2. Taylor, Ziggs, Alvira, and Aelia would be part of the group responsible for stopping Janica, while Clavius, Lortel, and Ed would be in the other team, which would serve as bait to distract Tarkin. Before they left, the only final instruction was not to die. Then everyone set off for the mission. This happened in the corridor of the Nail Hall. Lortel asked what Ed's plan was to distract a giant fire lizard. Ed replied that she just needed to follow his orders, because if everything went as planned, they would win. The group ran straight toward Tarkin. Ed told Clubius not to worry. It was explained that Clubius, the gloomy one, was very cowardly and had no confidence at all, but his skills were the opposite, since he was the top student among the freshmen at the combat school, specializing in melee fighting. Ed knew Clubius was capable. Clubius thought Ed had too much confidence, and wondered whether the plan would really work. When they approached Tarkin, the monster immediately became alert. Ed knew that behind the door Tarkin guarded were the training fields where Janica was. Clubius remembered Phinia's words and, even afraid, thought that now he was no longer alone and maybe could gather a bit of courage. That was when he saw Tarkin's devastating power. He shouted that the battle was about to begin and asked how they would distract that monster. When he looked back, he realized no one else was there. Not understanding, he was confused. Bro, even the dragon got confused. Tarkin charged forward, and Clavius began running desperately, yelling that he had been tricked, cursing the others and saying he hated everyone and this world. Meanwhile, Lortel was outside just sighing. While Clavius had been feeling all motivated before the scare, Ed had told Lortel to get out of there, because the plan now was to lead Clavius along with Tarkin into the hallway. It was done. Lortel asked if the sacrifice was really going to be Clavius, but he replied that it wasn't a sacrifice. Despite being fearful, he was the best of his class. But more importantly now, was what Lortel needed to do. Outside the training fields, Lortel was gathering a massive amount of magic. Ed explained that her job was to open the path for the other group. He said people shouldn't trust just the rumors about him, and that he knew everyone doubted him, but he was certain that Lortel was good at that kind of task. Her magic consisted of several ice crystals that hit the wall with such force that they opened a large hole. Lortel shouted for the group to go quickly and thought that, in the middle of this joint training, she was blowing everything up with her intermediate level magic. That was why Ed had given her that role. In the end, she thought this Ed Rothtailor really was someone inspiring. Now that the path was open, all that remained was to finish the rest. She looked at Clavius, who kept complaining, cursing Ed and Lortel. Even so, she remembered everything Ed had said, guided herself by those words, and prepared her magic just as Tarkin was chasing Clavius, about to reach him. Ed thought that Tarkin was there for a reason. He couldn't abandon his post, so the solution was to trap him. Because of his scales, direct attacks wouldn't work at all. Lortel said she had already lost to him once during training, and that no one had even managed to scratch the monster. But Ed showed something special, and said that it would help deal with the scales. Meanwhile, Ed was running through the corridors and thought that Lortel was right. At that moment, she used her ice magic to create a massive wall that stopped Tarkin from advancing. Ed thought that no one could really overcome his scales. Then, Tarkin broke through the ice wall, and Ed kicked open the door to pass through. He thought that all he needed now was even more firepower. He opened a hidden door where where Lucy was sleeping. He knew that map by heart, had taken that path many times, and was sure Lucy would be there. He picked her up, slung her over his shoulder, and wondered how someone could be napping in the middle of all that chaos. Ed figured Lucy was sleeping there because her shelter had been destroyed. With nowhere else to stay, she had climbed to the rooftop, the place where she usually took her naps. To be more precise, she had been asleep until that moment because, in the game, she had been excluded from the plot. Janica wasn't in great shape, and Belmaya didn't like it one bit, so Lucy ended up running away and sleeping there. She was probably written out of the original story because she was simply too powerful. Suddenly, Lucy woke up and said she smelled dried meat. It was Ed who pulled out a bag of jerky, shoved it all into her mouth, and told her she could eat it all. On the balcony, he grabbed Lucy, looked out at the distance, and thought maybe this would work. Without a second thought, he simply threw Lucy like a character from the game Angry Birds. At the exact moment Tarkin was about to kill Clavius and Lortel, Lucy shouted that Ed was awful, but in that instant she activated her magic, Divine Punishment, and released an explosion of lightning that destroyed everything around her. The impact was so intense that Lortel had to create a barrier around herself and Clavius, protecting them both. The power was so overwhelming that it nearly knocked Ed away. He thought that, somehow, this was the most important moment of all. Tarkin, being a high-level fire spirit, had a shell so tough that not even an entire team could stop him. But after being struck by Lucy's magic, his defense was completely shattered. Now, Ed knew the attacks would finally work. Tarkin was vulnerable, and the one to land the finishing blow would be him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the main story continued. Janica remembered her mother saying she was proud of her, but others who had also said they were proud and praised her skills had only wanted to take advantage of her. That betrayal had destroyed the image of love and humanity she still carried. A huge explosion occurred, but the strike team was already prepared. Even so, Janica, chained by shadows, thought that despite humanity being so cruel, she still had to smile and welcome everyone. But behind her stood Velosfer, gathering power and preparing to wipe everyone out. Meanwhile, Ed was running and could feel the growing power. He knew the scenario was nearing its end, as dawn was approaching. Fortunately, he hadn't arrived too late. Tarkin was still nearly burning Clavius, and Ed asked where Lucy was. Lortel replied that she was probably rolling around somewhere, asleep in a corner, and wouldn't be able to finish the monster now. Ed said it would have to be up to them. Lortel explained she had used up too much magic opening the path for the other group, but Ed insisted that all they had to do was cut the creature's neck. He knew her ice magic wasn't that precise, so he would do it himself. Lortel argued it would be easier for Clavius to do it with his sword, but both of them concluded he wouldn't be able to. Ed declared that he would take responsibility and end that creature once and for all. He said he was betting his life on the support Lortel could give. Lortel replied that saying that was easy, but in reality it was all a shot in the dark. Ed responded that this wasn't a gamble, it was an investment. Lortel said that investments were her area of expertise. With a smile, she commented that she liked him better than the princess because Ed had risked his life for her, so now she would do the same. She focused her magic and created many ice crystals, forming a new attack. Ed prepared himself, took a deep breath, and thought, "Here I go." Meanwhile, Clavius was completely worn out, his body covered in scratches from all the running, but still watching the scene unfold. Ed charged at Tarkin without hesitation, even though the monster was already ready to burn him alive. As they got closer, Tarkin began preparing his magic. Ed knew he just needed to get a little closer to finish the attack, but suddenly, a shout from Clavius echoed through the skies. Above them, a massive demonic hand appeared. Ed recognized it immediately. It was Glaskin's right hand. That was the moment when Taylor was supposed to save the day, but Ed thought the timing wasn't ideal, since he still had to deal with Tarkin at the same time. Just as Tarkin was about to touch him, ready to incinerate him, he was struck by a massive ice crystal launched by Lortel. Ed trusted her, and knew she wouldn't make a mistake at such a critical moment. Tarkin still tried to recover, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Ed got close, and thought he had used that spell thousands of times before. He wouldn't miss now. Then, activating his windblade, he precisely slashed Tarkin's neck, severing his head. The system then recognized the victory. Ed had defeated Tarkin. His spiritual levels rose dramatically, and he now had enough power to form a contract with a spirit. Ed looked back and saw Taylor was also in action. He was charging at Glaskin's hand like a meteor falling from the sky. A bright flash exploded in the air. The hand was completely destroyed, shredded into pieces. Taylor descended slowly, now with white hair. Ed thought that yes, truly, he was also Ed, as if there was something deeply connecting them. With that, the Great Dome, the dark magic barrier surrounding the area, completely shattered. When dawn arrived and everything was resolved, the group rested peacefully under a tree. Lucy, as always, slept deeply. Lortel looked at the sky and commented that she had met many people who risked their lives, but most of them were cowards. Ed responded with disdain, asking so what? Lortel, surprised, asked what did he mean by so what, and called him senior, saying they had just survived a life or death crisis together. She said his cold little heart was lacking some emotion. She then formally introduced herself as Lortel Ketchelm. Ed shook her hand, and when he noticed, there were 3 gold coins hidden in it. Lortel said she had caught him off guard. After all, she still owed him a favor. She said goodbye goodbye with a "see you next time, senior." Ed was confused, wondering what all of that meant, and reflected that he really didn't want to get too involved with her. Soon he saw some people approaching. It was Taylor, coming to speak with him directly. Ed knew exactly what was coming. Taylor activated his swordsmanship and said he owed his life to Ed, thanking him deeply. But Clavius, from the back, shouted in protest, saying no one should be thanking that guy, since he had almost died because of him. Everyone at once told Clavius to shut up, and he ended up crying in the background. Phineas approached and stated that Ed Roth Taylor had done a lot for everyone that day. She said she could recommend him to the student council, but Ed replied that there was no need at all, even though everyone knew Lucy was the one who contributed the most to bringing Tarkin down, and that Taylor was the one who destroyed Glaskin's right hand. Ed felt the spotlight should be on them. However, an alchemist commented that Ed was being too modest, because everyone knew how much he had done too. Then Zig stepped in, asking for respect toward Alvira, reminding everyone that she was a senior. Ed thought that up until that moment he had kept his distance from the main characters, to avoid affecting the original story. However, now that he could observe everyone together, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and comfort. After all, he had seen each one of them fulfill their roles in this world, facing hardships, winning battles, and growing over time. Taylor was the one who grew the most through all of it, and A was the one who evolved the most alongside him. Phineas was solidifying her position as a monarch. Ziggs was finally finding his place in civilization. Clavius would start to gain more self-confidence. Alvira would realize that life wasn't just about having fun, and Lortel, who had spent her life buried in piles of gold coins, would begin to value her own life more. They all had their roles in that world, and in the end, each of them would be rewarded with their own success. Ed knew that. That was why he had distanced himself from them. Later, Ed was removing rubble, opening the door to the training area and approaching the old arena. Inside, there was a cabinet. He thought something was missing, and that was why he had come back. He needed to find someone essential for him to shine. When he opened the cabinet, Janica was there. Ed reflected that Janica's role now was to remain behind the scenes. He also remembered a conversation he had with Lortel, when he asked why Janica had ended up that way. Lortel said she had an idea. She told him that once she found Janica in the dorm at midnight, and that everything inside her room was a huge symbol of sincerity and gratitude. The desk, even though large, had no space left to open a book, completely covered in gifts and dozens of sticky notes all over the walls. The solution was simple. Janica just needed to take down the sticky notes and store the gifts somewhere else, but for some reason, she couldn't do it. As the main character of a fairy tale, she had become obsessed with the idea of returning every gesture of goodwill with maximum effort and dedication. She pressured herself every day because of that. Ed also knew there was no need to explain how reckless she had been. Velisfair had only taken advantage of that weakness. Janica becoming furious was expected. What puzzled him was the fact that this had happened a month earlier than expected. In the original scenario, it was Taylor who was supposed to win the battle and stand out, but since he lost, he wasn't the star of that event, and Janica became the center of attention, gaining friends and admirers. The contract with Marilda, which Lucy had formed, was the reason Taylor was defeated in just 2 attacks, and Lucy only managed to get that contract because she frequently visited the northern forest, which Ed had turned into the perfect nap spot. But someone had to be left behind when that act began, and that person was Janica. Inside the cabinet, Janica let out a small laugh and said she now understood why Lucy liked to sleep there. It was really cozy. She hadn't expected Ed to find her, especially with all the chaos going on outside. After everything she had done, she had put herself on the bench, waiting for someone to ask about her, but no one did. She accepted it. She confessed that she wanted to stay hidden for a while longer. Ed asked why, and she replied it was because she had been acting like a crybaby. He stared at her for a moment, remembering the message he received from the wolf spirit. That request had told him to save Janica, no matter the cost. Ed thought he was the only one who knew the future of that story. Maybe the spirit knew that too. While everyone else was putting pressure on Janica, perhaps he was the only one who, by choice, was trying to keep his distance from her. In truth, Janica was someone who could be trusted, but in the end, she failed. She tried to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual caused her to fall victim to a dark spirit, destroying the academy building in the process. She studied magic late into the night every day. She always smiled at her friends, family, teachers, or anyone who showed her kindness. Still, despite seeming to meet everyone's expectations, she went through very difficult times that no one else knew about. However, because her effort during that process had been so beautiful, her failure paradoxically seemed to carry its own kind of beauty. Ed thought he could barely imagine how comforting the words he was about to say would be. Smiling, he told her that she had worked really hard. He reflected that, while on stage, a parade of proud protagonists and owners of the story unfolded. Behind the scenes, everything was dark and quiet. The villain of the first act exited just as the true protagonists were stepping forward. Then Janica began to cry at those words, and Ed thought he had seen that first act many times before, but only now did he truly feel impressed. He said that before he couldn't see, but now he could see all the spirits surrounding Janica. Ed realized, in that instant, that he was finally seeing how the story would end. He reached level 10 in spiritual connection and understanding. The system system announced that all the present spirits were interested in him. Among them, the high-level wind spirit Marilda was especially interested in Ed. 10 days passed. Janica faced the Academy's disciplinary committee. She acknowledged all her mistakes and accepted whatever punishment would come. During the first attempt to expel her from the Academy, both students and teachers stood up in her defense and showed their support. At the second trial, Phinia declared that Janica would not be judged for attempted regicide, since she had witnessed that Janica was overtaken by Velusfer and had not acted intentionally. Lortel also spoke, addressing the loss suffered, and the Elte Merchant Association compensated all the funds needed for restoration, without asking for anything in return, though they added a conditional clause to the contract for reducing customs fees on school materials. As a result, Janica lost the benefits granted to top-performing students of the year, forfeited awards and honors, and was disqualified from staying in the dormitory the following semester. However, 20 days later, the most severe punishment, Janica's expulsion, was officially revoked. That touched everyone's hearts. It felt like a scene from a dramatic film, and everyone was relieved that Janica could finally be at peace in the academy. Her friends prepared an elegant tea table to celebrate. One of them asked that nobody bring up the Glaskin incident, so Janica wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Then she asked if she was ready. The other replied that of course she was. They all thought it was time to move forward. At that moment, Janica asked if there was a difference between liking someone and loving someone. Her friends found the sudden question strange and asked why she wanted to know. Janica answered that it was about a friend of hers. She said that this friend had a dream, but it was obvious she was trying to disguise it, since it was clear she was talking about herself. In Janica's dream, she was in a large flower garden, making a flower crown, when someone approached. It was Ed, like a prince on a stallion. She placed the crown on his head and said she had made it for him. Then the two of them ran happily through the garden. Janica tried to keep pretending it was her friend's dream, but her friends could tell it was about herself. Clara then asked curiously what that friend had said. Janica said that the person had said they were in their room, looking at nothing in particular, when suddenly someone's face kept coming to mind over and over again, like they were in love. At that moment, Clara quickly stood up saying she had something urgent to do and ran off, leaving poor Anise alone with Janica. Anise thought she needed to approach the topic gently, since Janica's heart was very delicate. She reflected on this love story and wondered if Janica shouldn't think more simply, without overcomplicating things. Whether you like someone or not is already a kind of mystery on its own. She suggested that maybe it would be better to be honest with her own feelings. Janica agreed, saying she was right. At that point, the names got mixed up, because the one who was there was actually Clara, not Anise. Clara then warned Janica to be careful with such sensitive topics, since it wouldn't be good for her friend's reputation, even if it was just a dream. Janica grew thoughtful and said yes, that was true. She decided it was better to avoid any rumors about herself for now. She thanked Clara for the advice, said she would head back to the dorm, and started to leave. Clara replied that it was fine, that she could go ahead, as she was going to stay there a little longer. She waved goodbye and, once alone, slammed her head on the table, saying it was all Anise's fault for leaving her alone in such an awkward moment. Meanwhile, Ed was walking through the forest, thinking that after everything that had happened, he had managed to save up some money. Thanks to a petition by Phinia, he was exempt from next semester's tuition fees. With the gold coins he had saved, he bought some tools. On his way back to his shelter, he saw Janica walking through the forest. He thought that he had avoided her all this time, but now that Act 1 was over, she wasn't that important to the story anymore. He concluded that it wouldn't hurt to at least say hello. He walked over, smiled, and said that it was all over, that she was free now. Janica got startled, hid a little, and replied that yes, everything was fine. At the same time, she was thinking about the words she heard. Be honest with your feelings. Even so, she ran off saying she had to do something in the dormitory, and quickly said goodbye. That left even Ed himself, who had been the one encouraging her to be honest, completely stunned. But he didn't mind too much, knowing he still had a lot of work ahead of him. It was time to strengthen his base. On the first day, he chose the best plot of land to build his cabin, a wide area with good shade from the trees, and one that didn't draw too much attention. He started working peacefully. By the third day, he had already gathered plenty of wood and had become quite proficient with the wind blade, so the work was easy. On the sixth day, he paused his wood gathering because the end of semester results were released, and he was surprised to see that his grades were very high. In the theoretical exams, he performed better than most freshmen. Even so, Janica continued to avoid him in a certain way, and her friends always gave him strange looks. On the 18th day, his work as a lumberjack was almost finished. He wondered if anyone in that game world had ever achieved as much wind blade proficiency as he had. On the 20th day, the academy's vacation officially began, and he was able to dedicate all his time to building his cabin. That's when a new incident happened. He went to check the trap he had set for food, but instead of catching something ordinary, he ended up trapping Lucy, who was sleeping there. He thought he should stop using dried meat as bait, since she loved it so much. On the 27th day, the head maid Belle Maya showed up to bring some herbs and mushrooms to Ed. She asked how things were going with Janica, and when he said she might hate him, Belle Maya was very confused. On the 30th day, the central pillar of his structure collapsed, and the whole house fell apart. He realized that simply assembling and adjusting the joints correctly wasn't enough to guarantee stability. Later, at the bakery, he ran into Janika's group. When she saw him, she became completely embarrassed and ran off again. Her friends, once again, ended up staying there with him. On the 37th day, Ziggs showed up to help Ed with the construction. While they were hammering the roof, Ziggs commented that Taylor really seemed like a nice guy. Ed replied that he wasn't, but inside he thought it was great. If the two became friends, the story would follow the original script. Ziggs asked if that side should be hammered too, and Ed explained no, because the chimney would go there. After many marks on the wood, on day 45, Ed dropped the knife on the ground and entered his little cabin. He sat on the floor and just appreciated it. He thought that nothing was decorated or furnished yet, but it had walls, a roof, and a complete door. Not even bugs could get in, and that already made him feel fulfilled and comfortable. The system notified him that he had completed the construction of his log cabin. For the first time, he felt like he finally had a home. Outside, Janica was hiding, gathering courage to do something. Ed, lying in his cabin, thought that he had finished the walls, the floor, and the fireplace. Maybe it would be good to build a fence, a space to store firewood, and make other small adjustments. Suddenly, something hit the roof. It was Lucy, sleeping up there. Right after, Janica called for Ed, all nervous. He was surprised and asked how she had gotten there, if she knew the way. She then remembered talking to Belle Maya, who said she had visited the forest and stopped by young Master Ed's camp. Janica asked if she meant the cabin. Belle was surprised and asked how she knew. Janica explained she had seen it from a distance when passing by. Belle commented that Ed had built the cabin himself, and that to her surprise, it was much sturdier and prettier than she had expected. She said she didn't know he had such talent for that kind of thing. She invited Janica to go there and see it with her own eyes. Janica asked if Belle was also curious about that kind of thing, and Belle replied of course, she was human too. She said that anyone who saw a beautiful cabin like that would be curious to know how it was made. According to her, it was a natural phenomenon, expected from human nature. That's when Janica had a big idea. Nervous and blushing, she said she was just passing by to see Marilda, and ended up seeing the cabin, so she decided to stop by to take a closer look. She said it was only natural to be curious about things like that. Ed replied that he thought so too. Janica complimented him, saying the cabin looked great. Ed explained that he had just finished it and asked if the spirits hadn't told her that. She said they mentioned it briefly, saying that Ed was all muscular, with well-built arms and back, and strong hands from building the house. Hearing that, Janica became very embarrassed and tried to end the topic by saying she only knew the basics. Ed invited Janica to see what the cabin looked like inside. He said she might be disappointed, since it was still just a cabin, but she, with a completely red face, said of course she wanted to see it. Once inside, she was amazed and asked if he had done everything on his own. Later that night, sitting around the campfire, Janica was drinking tea and said she owed a lot to everyone. The princess, Lortel, and even some friends helped, paying on her behalf. She wondered how she could ever repay that debt. Ed said that those people did it for her, and that she didn't need to repay them if she couldn't. After all, her friends weren't loan sharks. Janica admitted she had never thought of it that way. Ed thought that this was just her way. She didn't realize that the previous incident had happened because the weight of all that sincerity had dragged her down. Even with so many people supporting her with properties, tuition, or investments, she decided to move out of the Ophelis dormitory, which had state-of-the-art facilities, to the Dex dormitory, just to owe a little less to others, even if only a little. At Ophelis, each student had their own room, but at Dex, it was 8 students sharing the same space. Spending the entire day being watched with envy felt like living chained in a prison for Janica. Still, this change didn't solve the deeper problems. The vicious cycle continued. Ed said that if Janica wanted to isolate herself for a while, she could stop by the cabin whenever she wanted. He explained that he didn't mind. Janica felt a bit awkward, but gave a small smile and said that, actually, that made her feel very comfortable. She also said that if he ever felt overwhelmed and couldn't handle something on his own, he could count on her. She said that no matter what happened, she would help him at any cost. Ed smiled and looked up at the sky. He softly repeated the word overwhelmed and thought that the second semester was already approaching. It was the moment when Act 2 would begin, all because of a small, worn-out book, the sealed grimoire of the sage. That grimoire had been written by the great sage Sylvania and contained records of advanced magic. The aspectual magic recorded there was a type of high-level spell capable of altering the very principles of nature. Despite seeming harmless, that little book would stir a storm inside the academy, a storm that would consume everything around it. Lortel, upon approaching the grimoire, commented that it smelled like money. Ed, on the other hand, thanked Janica for her kind words, but thought that perhaps that wouldn't happen for him. He believed Taylor had a lot of work ahead. It wasn't directly related to him, but he was still rooting for Taylor. Thus began episode 2 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, titled The Occupation of Ophelis Dormitory. It was explained that the honor students of that dormitory lived almost privileged lives, similar to nobility. They had first pick of classroom seats, freedom during meals, special maids, and many other practical advantages. But that was exactly where the problem began. During the return from vacation, began. Heavy rain hit the southwestern region of Valories. The academy provided carriages and boats for the Ophilis dormitory students to return in comfort. Meanwhile, students from the Dex dormitory had to return on foot, even in the middle of the storm. If they failed to arrive on time, they would still lose points. Outraged by the inequality, the Dex students began a rebellion right in front of Ophilis dormitory, as if it were the spark of war. Meanwhile, Lortel sealed a letter and watched the rain fall, just as she had predicted. Ed thought that situations like that were crucial in the hands of a merchant. One had already contacted the representative of the lower-ranked students, but that young man only wanted to destroy the academy and the Ophilis dorm. The discontent among students had reached its limit. All that was missing was a shared justification. The student William, known for his manipulation and provocative words, was the one who pulled the trigger of the revolt. The chosen justification was clear: discrimination against regular students, who were forced to return on foot under catastrophic rain. A proposal suggesting changes to the return deadline was presented. The head educator of Ophilis dormitory, along with part of the academy's administrative division, strongly supported Lortel. At that moment, it didn't matter whether the academy approved the proposal or not. The mere act of raising the discussion was enough to enrage common students and turn the controversy into something much bigger. It was also explained that the Ophilis dormitory was decorated with art pieces donated by noble families. The walls, carpets, and wooden furniture were all crafted by renowned artisans. The more damage the rebels caused to these items, the better. It would be a direct blow to the academy's most sensitive point: its already fragile financial situation, worsened by the Glaskin incident. As the negotiations over the sealed grimoire were still ongoing, the Elte Commercial Association took the opportunity to gain leverage. Meanwhile, Lortel, staring out the window, wondered when the rain would stop. It was explained that not a single ray of sun pierced that gloomy sky. Lortel looked up and thought it resembled the sky she saw in the slums, but even so, she couldn't help feeling a bit relieved. That land of learning, so incredibly romanticized, had many lights, but the dirt-covered view was much more vivid to her. The traces of conspiracy spread out over her desk were proof of that. Lortel reflected that this was the trail left by someone who had lived her whole life without showing sincerity, always betraying and distrusting others. While so many people desperately fought to survive, she had become that, and deep down, she knew that none of it changed her filthy essence. That was why she sincerely searched for people of her own kind. In this Sylvania Academy, full of brilliance and radiant people, there had to be someone who recognized the miserable existence of a rat covered in filth like her. In her constant search for that someone, she never stopped. Even with a vain hope in her heart, she remained alone, because she believed the true self of every person never changed. To endure that miserable reality, Lortel always assumed the same role. She was the curtain that hid the darkness behind the stage, all the time, and that was why the audience called her the Veil of Shadows. Meanwhile, the revolution erupted in front of Ophilis dormitory. The merchant who had influenced all of it was also present. Ed thought that in the original plot, the Ophilis occupation incident was about the main character confronting the lower-ranked students who had been provoked against Lortel. They would face mid-bosses from the 1st to the 5th floor of the dormitory. These bosses blocked the protagonist's path, but also assisted the rebels in getting inside. The boss of the 1st floor was him, Tate, the bait. Tate had already mocked Taylor, calling him a loser. After that, he was beaten up by Taylor's friends and held a grudge. He ended up being bought by Lortel. His role was simple: disable the maid's security on the 1st floor and open the door for the rebels to enter. As soon as the students saw the door open, they rushed straight inside. Ed explained that at this point in the story, the boss of the 1st floor was supposed to try to stop the main character and his allies. The merchant asked if that was the subordinate Lortel had bought, and Ed confirmed, saying yes, he was the one responsible for the 1st floor. Then something surprising was revealed. The person who originally played that role in the original storyline was none other than Ed Roth Taylor himself. He was confused, unable to understand how he had become a secondary boss in the 2nd act. To understand that, we have to go back 2 days in time. At that moment, Ed was focused on improving his hunting stats, mainly with the bow, and refining his senses. He was about to head out on another hunt, thinking that this body, the original Ed's body, was really not made for combat. Still, he continued using the bow on every hunt, hoping to gain at least one decent skill with it. More important than that was the fact that, over time, he was receiving more and more visitors in that place. Ed thought that somehow, living isolated in the forest attracted more attention than staying in the dormitory. He paused to reflect on his 3 most frequent and most important visitors. The first was the extraordinary genius mage who randomly appeared, usually sleeping on the roof of his cabin. She was amazed at every little improvement, and once even commented that there was now a door. She asked if he would make a chimney too. When he kicked her out, she still remarked about the window with no glass, asking if it was an improvised skylight. Ed thought she was a bit clueless, but fun. He's just poor. He got insulted for no reason. Visitor B, however, was different. That was Janica. Every time she came, she brought something for him, and unlike other people, Ed welcomed her without any discomfort. In fact, she was the best visitor he had. She helped with chores, talked to spirits, and he felt deeply grateful for that. Once, he asked why she did all that for him. Janica, embarrassed, paused, looked away and got all flustered, and Ed, not understanding why, just thought, what's wrong with her? Janica asked how often Lucy came around, and Ed thought that, well, she showed up from time to time and could be a little dangerous. In any case, she was visitor B. The reason he was explaining all of this was because now visitor number C, the golden daughter Lortel, had also come to ask for his help. Ed thought of Lortel as the dark veil of the second act. She was probably gathering people to start that revolt in the Ophelis dormitory, but he had already decided that this time he didn't want to get involved. He planned to refuse all offers. He would do that, of course, if the scenario were following its normal course. He then heard that Tote, who was originally supposed to do all of that, had gotten sick for some reason. Ed asked what happened and why he had passed out. It was explained that, in the original story, Tote fought Taylor, and although Taylor roughed him up a little, it was never anything too serious. But now the story had changed. What Tote said was that Taylor was even worse than that insect named Ed Roth Taylor. At that moment, Ziggs punched Tote so hard that he passed out for a while. Ziggs himself scolded him for speaking that way about Ed. Lortel said she didn't know if it was what was said about Taylor or about Ed, but no one had ever seen Ziggs so angry. Ed thought that you really couldn't trust people's emotions. Lortel then explained that the task she wanted to give him wasn't difficult. He just had to take Alice's key, open the dormitory, and let the lower class students in. Lortel was sure many people could do it, but she also believed that no matter how much money they received, those people might still report her to the Academy's internal investigators. If they said she was behind it all, what would happen to her? She couldn't trust anyone there. Ed thought that Lortel had come to him precisely because his reputation was already ruined. She commented that he had been expelled from the dorm, so maybe he wanted revenge against the Academy. He replied that honestly, he wasn't in the mood for that. But when she offered 20 gold coins, he accepted immediately. Ed thought he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just guiding the story back to its original course. With one day left before the invasion of the dormitory, he was under his roof, sheltered from the rain, walking around the campfire, and thinking that the dormitory invasion happened before the battle over the sealed grimoire. Lortel's manipulation to drive the Academy's finances to collapse had worked. According to the original plot, Lortel succeeds in this conspiracy and creates the Market, a profitable group within the Academy. This new organization rivals the one led by Princess Phenia, who leads the Student Association. The narrative then splits between the idealistic association and the realistic merchants. What mattered was that Ed would always choose the winning side. He just needed to observe everything and then join whichever group came out on top. Of course, he had to survive until then too. That was when Janica appeared, even in the rain, squeezing her soaked clothes. She said she thought the rain would stop that day, but also said that Ed was truly amazing. While she could come and go as if it were just a campsite, he had to stay there even on rainy days. Ed replied that you get used to it over time, and Janica said maybe it was time to leave the Ophelis dormitory. She said she'd have to throw out a few things since the Dex dorm was much smaller. Before leaving, she asked if Ed needed any furniture or anything, and he said that if he did, he'd let her know. Janica said she had clocks, extra pillows, even lanterns. She mentioned she had leftover daily supplies, and thought it would be a waste to throw everything away, so she said she could bring them to Ed. He replied that he'd love that. Janica got excited and said that once the semester started, she'd bring everything over. Then she asked about Lucy, wanting to know how often she showed up. Ed replied that, well, from time to time. At that moment, Lucy was on the roof, getting drenched by the rain. Ed thought that her extraordinary powers had come at a price. She had always lived in hiding, using laziness as an excuse, looking away from her long-promised destiny. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help but reflect on her life during lonely moments like that. Ed commented that Lucy always acted like that when it rained, but he no longer paid much attention to it. Janica said he was indifferent to Lucy and even seemed a bit excited about it, but Ed changed the subject, saying that, in any case, he needed to talk to her. He thought that Janica was still in the Ophelis dormitory, the semester hadn't started yet, and the invasion was about to happen. Maybe she would have trouble escaping on her own. Ed then asked for a favor. He asked if, the next day around 9 at night, she could go to the rose garden near the Ophelis dormitory. Janica blushed, imagining that it might be a romantic date. Ed thought he couldn't tell her directly about the invasion, but he could at least get her to flee indirectly. Janica stood up and said it was fine, but she'd head home now. She ran off, shy, and Ed sighed. He thought that when the semester began, the rain would stop, and he would finally be able to enjoy the sunny weather. After that, the forest would be filled with the scent of autumn. He reflected that his vacation was coming to an end. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Ziggs was exercising. He commented that maybe he had gone too far when he punched Tote, and that he should manage his emotions better. He also didn't expect Elka to be so angry about what he had done. Then, as he came downstairs, he looked out the window, curious, because he saw Ed running toward the Ophelis dormitory. Upon entering, Ed spoke with one of the maids hired by Lortel and asked where the others were. She replied that they were all in the meeting room, kept busy by a meeting called by the head maid as a pretext to keep them away. She also said she had prepared everything for Ed, picked up a bucket with a strange liquid, and said she would leave it there. Ed thought that all the preparations were complete. Now it was time. The occupation of Ophelis dormitory was about about to begin. Outside, the students had gathered, all holding torches, standing in front of the dormitory. They shouted that they couldn't be treated like that anymore, as there was no equal justice for everyone. Welaine, the representative of the lower-class students, asked them to listen to their voices. Then they advanced toward the door. Suddenly, it opened. Everyone was shocked, but they took the opportunity and rushed inside. Willen commented that Ed Roth Taylor really had been hired and that everything had already been arranged with the maid, who was pretending to be captured. She nodded in confirmation. Willen said he always agreed with what Ed said, especially about the inequalities and privileges of the more favored students. He got emotional, saying he shouldn't have judged Ed based on rumors, and now he saw that Ed was actually a good person. Ed, visibly impatient, just replied yes. Yes, go on in. Ed thought that unfortunately, Welaine was going to end up taking the blame for everything that happened that night. He even felt a little bad about it. The maid, who had only been pretending to be captured, would also escape. No one would stop her, since anyone she could report to was currently trapped in the meeting room. Besides, the head maid, Alice, who controlled the rune protections, was already in Lortel's hands. The protective runes were activated, and all the students ended up locked inside their rooms. Ed thought everything was going according to the original scenario, and that it was the Dark Veil, Lortel herself, who had prepared all of this. She approached and said Ed was much faster than expected, praising his decision to leave the plan's execution in his hands. She commented that her socks were soaked, and that she hated this kind of weather. Ed asked if she had been watching everything. Lortel, walking beside him, said the academy staff would soon suppress the students, so they needed to finish everything quickly. Ed responded that yes, she could go ahead, but before leaving, she said she had a genuine question on her mind. She asked if Ed had ever killed anyone. He was silent for a moment and replied no, he had never killed. Lortel said she hadn't either, but she had done similar things. To survive, she crushed lives, and to avoid being betrayed, she betrayed first. She lived her life carrying the weight of her sins, believing of course that she had no other choice. But deep down, they were just excuses, she told herself. It was explained that by drowning everyone in a sea of sins, she earned the title of Daughter of Gold. However, she knew better than anyone that she didn't deserve respect or sympathy. That's why she sought recognition in others. She asked if Ed could be kind to someone like her. Ed thought she seemed possessed by something, and that loneliness reaches people, whether good or evil. To escape loneliness, there's no choice but to seek others like them, even if they are crawling through filth. Only when they find someone sinking in the same pit do they see a fragment of redemption. But Ed replied no, she needed to take responsibility for the choices she made, and he thought that person wasn't him. Lortel fell silent for a moment, then said she had said something useless. She realized that he was different from her, and refocused, saying she would do what she came to do. After all, they didn't have much time. As she left, Ed felt a slight sense of relief. He thought that now Lortel would speak with Alice about the next steps of the plan. When they activated the magical defense and the dormitory erupted into chaos, control of the runes would be passed to Welaine, the leader of the lower-class students. The story events would intensify. Welaine, overtaken by the dormitory's defensive power, would become the boss of this stage in the story. This scenario involved Welaine's defeat. Having lost his reason, Ed just had to wait for Taylor to arrive, play his role normally, stall for time, and then lose on purpose. That way, Taylor would climb to the second floor and take care of the rest. It was a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden, Jonica noticed a carriage arriving so late at night. She commented that it must be something important, and wondered why Ed hadn't arrived yet. At least he had left a note saying he might be late. She imagined he had prepared something special. It was explained that Jonica didn't care much about what was happening around her, and Ed didn't care much about what happened to her either. What truly mattered was that she was safe, outside the dormitory, at the moment of the invasion. Still, over the past 3 days, she had been thinking a lot about Ed, because despite the guilt she felt, she continued to ask Marilda about him. That's how she found out that Lucy wasn't the only one visiting the camp. Belle Maya, Princess Phenia, Ziggs, and even Lortel herself had all passed through there. The spirits whispered among themselves that, coincidentally, all the people visiting the camp were female students, but they never said it out loud because it would break Janica's heart. That was why she kept waiting for Ed, no matter how long it took. She even worried about her appearance, wanting to look presentable for when he arrived. She says she's just going back to the dormitory quickly to freshen up a bit. In truth, instead of simply waiting, she decides to fetch a new hair accessory, so she returns to the Ophilis dormitory. Meanwhile, Taylor, the original Ed from the game's story, was approaching to fulfill his role, to keep things from getting out of control. Alvira, a renowned alchemist, was with the group of EDs from the game. She asks if they know how much the herbs stored in her room are worth, but the group replies that it would be better to let the staff handle it. Alvira insists, saying the herbs will lose their properties if she doesn't use preservation magic in time. Taylor, already impatient, asks someone to deal with her because she's trying to go in alone. Alia suggests they just wait and see. She comments that Alvira is the best student in the alchemy faculty, so she's sure Alvira can take care of herself. Taylor responds that that's exactly the problem. She's not the one in danger, it's the the people inside. If Alvira loses control, she could end up throwing dangerous chemicals everywhere. He tries to stop her, telling her to wait, but she replies that she's done talking and decides to head up to the 4th floor, where her room is. Taylor asks if she really just wants to go to her room and isn't planning anything else. Alvira confirms she just wants to make sure her herbs are safe, but she warns that if anyone tries to stop her, she'll force her way through. As soon as she arrives, she kicks the door open and finds someone there, and the whole room destroyed. She asks if that's Ed Roth Taylor, and Taylor questions why he's there. Everyone stares at Ed, who is sitting silently just below the stairs. Alvira looks around the room, sees footprints everywhere and the desk overturned, and says this is interesting, that she wasn't expecting this. She asks if he's there to stop them, and Ed says he's sorry, but they can't go upstairs right now. Alvira finds that amusing, as if he thinks he could stop her. She mentions that Ziggs told her Ed's magic is quite proficient, but that doesn't change the fact he's just a second-year student who only uses basic spells. On her side, there was a powerful swordsman and a mage, along with herself, the best alchemist of the year. The power gap was massive. Taylor asks why Ed is doing this, and says he needs to explain what's going on upstairs. Since Ed remains silent, Taylor decides to force him to talk. He charges, but Ed throws furniture in his path. Taylor cuts through it easily, but Alvira notices he was using a spell, even if a basic one. She thinks he'll go after Taylor first, but is surprised by what happens next. Ed casts a wind blade upward, hitting the chandelier. The object falls right where Taylor is standing, who barely dodges it. At the same time, the defensive runes begin to collapse, and Klebius starts panicking. In the hall, students ask if everyone is okay, and Alia tells them not to worry about her. Alvira becomes even more impressed when her head is almost cut off by Ed's wind blade, but in the end, it's her bag and part of her hair that gets slashed. She realizes this is serious. The fact that Ed is trying to stop them means something important is happening upstairs. When she looks again, Ed is already in a different position. She tries to reach for her bag with chemicals, but he activates ignition, creating a curtain of flames that blocks her path. Ed thinks the battlefield is ready. Alvira, on the other hand, realizes this is bad. She admits to herself that Ed's judgment was quick and accurate, and comments that Ziggs gave her bad intel. Ed's magical proficiency was far higher than she had expected. Amidst the flames, Alvira thinks that, as the top alchemist of the year, she represents the strongest side of alchemy, but without chemical elixirs or tools, an alchemist's combat ability drops to 0. Most carry a magic ring or necklace, but she believed that being good enough meant she didn't need one. She wonders if Ed knew this from the start, and took advantage of the situation. He dropped the chandelier and used that moment to create a wall of fire, keeping her from reaching her bag. However, she concludes that if that was the plan, he would have taken the bag. So, she thinks Ed is a bastard, but still pulls something from her pocket, and reveals her hidden card. She summons a spirit that she had enhanced with a fire resistance formula and increased strength, turning it into a massive creature. Meanwhile, Alia tries to prepare a water spell to extinguish the flames, but is caught off guard by a fire-wrapped wind blade heading her way. Taylor manages to cut the spell in time and warns her to stop standing still. He thinks that while Alia's theory is excellent, her combat experience is nearly 0, so with attacks coming their way, he's forced to protect her. Both are stuck in the middle of the battlefield. Alia then asks if Taylor is sure he can beat Ed if he gets close, and upon hearing that, she decides to clear a path. She sends her creepy muscular rabbit toward Ed, creating an opening. Taylor realizes now is the time to bring him down. Alvira, excited, decides to act as well. She runs through the fire even with her hood burning, and manages to recover her chemicals. She taunts them, asking if they missed her. At that moment, Ed, fighting the summoned creature, dodges and prepares another wind blade aimed at Alvira, but she had already prepared a magical formula and throws a chemical reagent directly at his spell. The substance creates a thick smoke that starts putting out the fire and dampening magic use in the area. With the flames fading, Ed finishes off the creature with his dagger, which collapses. Alvira then asks what he plans to do, since he's a mage who can't use magic, and says he's being arrogant, but they have a swordsman on their side, and Taylor charges furiously at Ed, not understanding why he's running. Ed topples a piece of furniture in his way, and on it is a bucket of oil left by a maid. Seeing that, Alia shouts, asking if he's insane, since a fire could kill people. Taylor says it doesn't matter if the fire is caused by magic or oil. He can cut through it with his elemental slash. He says that before anyone gets hurt, he'll stop the fire. Alvira interrupts, saying the window is open enough for the smoke to escape, and even the flammable rug is no longer there. She notices there are no flammable objects nearby, and wonders if Ed predicted all of this. Trying to stop him, she sees that Ed had already prepared his bow. Taylor runs toward him, but thinks he can easily handle a single arrow. However, he notices that the arrow's trajectory is heading straight for Alia, who at that moment can't use magic to defend herself. Taylor tries to warn her, but Alia ends up being protected by Alvira, who uses a chemical formula to summon a mechanical hand, a magical tool capable of stopping small objects. Alvira wonders what the purpose of the arrow was, since it was wrapped in cloth and couldn't hurt anyone. She warns Taylor to be careful because she's sure Ed still has another plan, but it's already too late. Taylor charges at Ed, who hears a sound coming from the upper floor and thinks the time has come. The boss of the second floor has been released. The coward Clabius finally showed up. Ed thinks the time has finally come, so he lets himself be defeated by Taylor. Elvira watches everything and wonders why Ed would do that. Later, Taylor also questions if Ed is insane, because there must be a reason for going that far. Elvira keeps thinking, something feels very wrong. The whole fight felt like a performance. If Ed had truly wanted to win, he would have done everything from the shadows. He could have dropped the chandelier directly on them, or done something even worse. But no, he was right in front of them, like a display. And even during the entire battle, he never showed any intention of killing them. It was like he was just playing. Ed asks Taylor if he's done. Then, he sits down exhausted and says that if it's over, Taylor can stop yelling at him. Taylor is confused and asks what that means. He doesn't understand how someone who fought with such intensity could now just give up. Meanwhile, the second floor starts making a lot of noise. Elvira wonders why Ed lost on purpose. Alia doesn't get it and asks what she means by that. Taylor starts to suspect and questions whether Ed held back on them. Elvira says she's not leaving that place without an answer because she knows Ed restrained himself during the fight. Everyone falls silent, staring at one another. In that moment, a door opens. Janica, alone, nervously thinks that maybe she should change her hair accessory. She wonders if anyone would mock her for something like that, all for such a pure love. But imagining happy things was a right she preserved. The difference between imagination and reality, however, can be very cruel. The boy she liked so much, the one she expected to meet at the pavilion, was now lying on the ground, covered in blood, after being attacked by suspicious people. Janica arrives and asks what they did to Ed. She feels like she'd be lying if she said she didn't think something was strange. Maybe he had been caught off guard. But knowing Ed, with his simple way of living and his practical nature during the Glasgow hunt, she knew that no matter how big the problem, he always found a solution. Maybe just this once he had failed, and maybe he was starting to reflect on that. Janica had offered to help, but Ed never asked for it. That was why he had told her to stay away from the dormitory that night, so she wouldn't get involved or be in danger. While she was worrying about her appearance, he was already risking himself. She looks around at everyone and asks what they're doing to her. Taylor replies that he's glad Janica showed up. He explains that some students had taken control of the dormitory, but Ed stopped them from advancing. Alia, however, says that's not quite right, that Janica is now an enemy. Janica, however, says sincerely that she doesn't care what they're doing. Then she gathers a massive amount of power and releases an extremely intimidating aura. Ed tries to stop her, but she calmly says it's okay. While everyone is stunned by her power, Janica starts summoning countless spirits. She tells Ed it'll only take a minute. Alia watches and realizes Janica has summoned intermediate spirits of all four elements, practically forming an army. She warns Taylor that he won't be able to get past her and that he should leave now. Elvira comments that if they were already struggling against an aristocrat, imagine now against Janica, the best second-year magic student. She tells Taylor to face reality, but thankfully, there's still time to run. Taylor agrees, saying she's right. Then it's explained that Ed's actions made Taylor realize that this takeover of the Ophilis dorm wasn't normal. The students were in serious danger, but Taylor wasn't the type to give up in the face of a challenge. He asks if Elvira can help him with her herbs, but she doesn't respond in time. He was about to be crushed. Ed, seeing this, panics and yells at him. He grabs Taylor by the collar and tells him to go when he says to go. Then he throws Taylor out of harm's way, saving him from the blow. Ed stays firm and says he'll hold Janica off while the others go up to the second floor. Alia then asks why he's doing this. It was Ed who stopped them from the start, but now he said he had changed his mind. Elvira wanted to know if he was really sure about how he was going to stop the spirits, but he gave her a light flick on the head and told her to just grab the chemicals. He also apologized for cutting her bag. Elvira, still surprised by his authoritative tone, asked why he was ordering her around like that, but still ran off with Taylor and Alia. Janica, seeing all this, was shocked to see Ed coming closer. She said he didn't need to push himself, that he was injured and could explain everything later, that she could just handle it. Ed, even recognizing that this kind of attitude might seem disrespectful, asked Janica to tone it down a bit. She, confused, blushed completely and asked if he was touching her. Ed insisted she send the spirits back, saying the wind was so strong he could barely stand. Janica then admitted he was right, that she overdid it. She apologized and said she was an idiot. When the spirits finally vanished, everyone was stunned. Ed had actually managed to stop her. He motioned for everyone to move forward, but at that moment he passed out. Janica screamed desperately for Ed. Later, while taking care of him, Janica asked why he always ended up so hurt and why he didn't tell her anything. Ed replied that this time everything happened very fast, but next time he promised he would tell her. Janica commented that those people were a bit too much, but at least they didn't hurt him that badly. Ed, however, said he was sure that the next time they saw him, they'd be really mad. Janica asked him to promise not to get hurt like that again. He said okay and thanked her for worrying about him. Ed thought his plan may have gone slightly off track, but he had fulfilled his role as the boss of the first floor. Now he could rest a bit at his camp. Janica, however, mentioned that she saw a large carriage while in the garden. She said it seemed to have a golden crown on top, the symbol of the leader of the Merchant Association, Lortel's adoptive father, who had killed her biological father. This was the false boss of the game, who disappeared for a long time and only appeared at the end of the sealed grimoire arc. It was the Golden King Elte. The most important thing was that Ed realized he had arrived much earlier than he should have. That meant something was wrong. Something outside of his knowledge was happening. Meanwhile, Lortel was in the dormitory, in the 5th floor hallway, along with the head maid. Lortel commented that everyone knew that shady-looking evil guy. The maid asked if she was talking about the young master from the camp, and Lortel confirmed that she was. About Ed. The maid said she knew he wasn't the kind of man Lortel liked. Lortel replied that he was kind of cute, but that wasn't what mattered. What she truly felt was the same as the head maid. She had opened up emotionally in front of him, and now wondered if she should believe what he said. He told her she needed to take responsibility for what she did, and then abandoned her without mercy. Lortel said she needed to get used to it, because that kind of thing was just part of life. It's then explained that Alice was the head of the Ophilis dormitory, a senior maid who had worked there for over 20 years. She started as an apprentice at 15 and, over time, proved her competence until becoming the dorm manager. That place was where Lortel had invested most of her resources and spent a great deal of time trying to sway Alice from her integrity. The financial losses from that created a hole in the accounting records. Even so, Lortel never considered that place a waste. There, she found someone of her kind, someone capable of abandoning beliefs and values just for a few gold coins. That was the kind of person she could relate to. Those were the kinds of people who could pull her out of her loneliness. That was probably because in the ghettos and among the merchants who risked their lives for a coin, she had learned that if you didn't stab first, you'd be stabbed. But despite her unhappy past and the tragic history that brought her there, Lortel was by nature a hidden villain, evil from the beginning. At that moment, Lortel told Alice that Willen would take control of the 4th floor, and that if they handed over the control of the magic system, the entire hall would be destroyed from the inside. No one would ever know it was their doing. She said that everything seemed to be going as planned, so she needed to go to the storage room. It was time to act like an innocent student, pretending she got scared and ran there. But before she could leave, Alice drew a sword and said that, since they were being honest, she wanted to let Lortel know that she definitely wasn't the kind of person she admired. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Taylor was tying up Clabius. They had managed to subdue him after he lost control, and now he was part of the group. Soon after, it was Kelly's turn, the head of the 3rd floor, to be defeated. And although Taylor's group didn't question why a twin maid was there alone, they moved on unexpectedly and smoothly reached the 4th floor. Up to that point, the only floor that had actually posed a real challenge was Ed's. But as they climbed up, they heard screams and saw several students running in panic. Willen was asking for help, saying he couldn't control the magic. It was then explained that the crystal ball used to activate the control system of the magic circle had been placed right in the center of the room. This was the plan devised by Alice and Lortel. The self-defense magic formulas, engraved throughout the building to protect it from outside invaders, were now being activated randomly and uncontrollably. It was as if a child had been handed a loaded weapon. Willen was firing magic in all directions, completely out of control. The entire building began to shake, and no one could tell if the collapse was coming from the inside or outside. With imminent collapse, some students started jumping out of windows to escape. The situation quickly turned into a catastrophe. Taylor asked Alvira if she had any reagent that could help. She replied that the night butterfly distorts the target's magic, but with Willen covered by a rune, it was useless. Even so, she said she'd try something else. She threw a reagent called Fisherman's Weed, creating a barrier in the hallway. She said that would at least block part of the magical attacks. It was all she could do. Then she pushed Clabius outside the barrier, telling him and Taylor to handle the rest. Clabius, desperate, could only think, why me? Meanwhile, Willen could barely keep his body upright. The destructive, chaotic magical bolts were ricocheting throughout the corridor. He was crying, completely out of control, and then a huge explosion occurred. The dormitory windows began shattering one by one. Down below, Janica and Ed were watching everything. Janica, worried, asked why they were still there. If Ed kept pushing himself like that, his wounds would reopen. Ed replied that it was fine, and that most of that blood wasn't even his. But Ed was thinking, something was off. How was that plan so perfectly executed? Inside the prestigious-looking carriage, there was a very important man, the Golden King Elte. Normally, he would be surrounded by a fleet with more than a dozen carriages, but this time, his discreet approach said something different. Elte, Lortel's adoptive father, father was the false boss who at the end of the sealed grimoire act would be stabbed by her and exit the story. He was a figure who shouldn't be at the academy at that moment, and given how long he had stayed, Ed wondered why Elte was only now leaving. Could it be that he was waiting for the dorm to collapse? Then Ed realized who was with him. It was Shani, the third-floor maid in charge of meals. Shani was one of the orphans who had been raised by Alice. Alice, in turn, had originally been bought by Lortel, and Shani had been promoted to third-floor chief. The fact that she was with Elte, a declared enemy of Lortel, was extremely suspicious. It was hard to imagine that Shani had betrayed Alice's trust, especially since both had been bought together. But then the most terrifying possibility came up. What if Alice was on Elte's side? If that was true, then this might be the possible future in which Lortel ends up dead. Ed thinks that Lortel is the one who enters political conflict with Fenia in Act 3, and is also the protagonist's greatest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family. In Act 4, he already had a hard time replacing Tota as an intermediate boss, so now he wonders what he's going to have to do. He tells Janica that he needs to ask for an urgent favor, something he can't handle alone, even though he didn't want to involve her. But Janica replies that it's fine, and asks what he needs. It's explained that Elte, the Golden King and honorable president of the Elte Trading Corporation, is the adoptive father of Lady Lortel, who always appeared obedient. However, behind that appearance, she had long been plotting against him to seize total control of power. Lortel knew that he had killed her biological parents, and because of that, she had been persuading the Elte magnates and directors to lure him in. The negotiations to purchase the grimoire of the Sage's Seal were just an excuse to bring him to the Sylvania Academy, where he would fall into the trap without being able to react to the looming crisis within his company. However, a few factors led to the discovery of the truth. Now, Ed holds an official document that can prove Lortel's betrayal, but he knows that in this world, nothing comes for free. Lortel offered a large sum of gold coins, and it would only take someone offering more for anyone to switch sides. At that moment, Alice begins to feel her vision fading. Because of the accident, she almost lost her hearing as well. This will be her last year as head maid. She's in a difficult position, and is the only person who knows the entire truth. Depending on her choice, everything can change dramatically for better or worse. The document attached to Elte's letter contains the names of the institutions that Lortel secretly managed and the entire money flow she moved behind the scenes. Alice trusted her own judgment and ordered Lortel not to move. She warned that Lord Elte was on his way to the dormitory and was surprised by the expression on the girl's face. She thought Lortel was more mature. She believed Lortel sought revenge against her adoptive father, even if Lortel herself denied it. But Alice apologizes, saying that in her eyes, Lortel and Welter aren't that different, since both share the same goal. At that moment, a massive explosion happens in the hallway. They were carrying Welaine, and the group begins to accuse Alice of causing the whole situation. It was Ed's group. Alvira shouts that Alice is holding a hostage and warns everyone to be careful. Alice is shocked. Lortel, taking advantage of the confusion, throws herself into Ed's group as if she were a victim. She thinks she should use the opportunity to frame Alice, but someone asks why her face looks like that. Lortel tries to come up with the best possible expression, but unable to maintain it, runs away. She knows Elte is arriving. She also knows he doesn't even trust his own henchmen, which is why he came in person. The plan to bring down Elte is almost complete. He will be held responsible for massive financial violations and the damage caused. Fortunately, Elte isn't desperate to break into the place yet. Now Lortel just needs to contact the authorities. She decides to secretly send a carrier pigeon. She thinks that if she isn't caught, everything will work out. However, she starts feeling tired along the way. She repeats to herself that everything will be fine, but thinks that no one in this world understands her. Betrayal was something she already expected, but even so, her heart is broken. At that moment, Lortel begins to cry but keeps walking. She tells herself she has to do this. Now she needs to run. She has to reach her room before Elte does. If she can send the pigeon, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Elte is arriving. He sees someone standing in front of him and asks who that person is. He says it's just a student, and that they should step aside. But the student replies that, due to the risk of collapse, no one is allowed in for safety reasons. That person was Ed. Ed says he can't let anyone through until Academy staff arrive. Elte asks if the Academy itself sent him to do this, but Ed says no, that he's acting on his own. He thinks that at this moment there are three people who know the whole truth. Lortel, who wants revenge against Elte. Elte himself, who wants to destroy Lortel's plans and acquire the sealed grimoire. And Alice, who is the root of all of this, the origin of the entire plot. Ed doesn't fully understand how things turned out this way, but right now, Lortel is on the 5th floor. He thinks maybe he should walk away, but remembers that his group must be up there and decides to leave it in their hands. He trusts Taylor, since he saw his abilities with his own eyes. In the end, he concludes there's nothing else he can do here. Elte had planned everything. As long as those people are kept outside, the events inside the dormitory will play out on their own. So Ed, changing his tone, says, "Oh my god, no way, you're the great Elte, president of the Elte Mercantile Organization," and sarcastically adds that there must be a good reason for such an important figure to be here. With everything going on at the academy, academy. It would be better if he didn't show up. Elte then gets the message and says, Ed must be siding with Lortel, right? At that moment, the scene flashes back to 10 minutes earlier. Ziggs had blown a huge hole in one of the room's walls, and Ed had entered saying everything outside was a mess. He asks why Ziggs is still inside. Ziggs says he didn't want to get involved because he might lose control and cause an accident, like the building collapsing on him, which, in his opinion, still wouldn't be enough to kill him. Ed thinks the kid is way too confident in his own strength, and Ziggs complains that now, with the hole, it'll be cold at night. Ed wonders who this guy thinks he is, some kind of powerful mage? Then he sees Janica is also there. She says it's the first time she's properly introducing herself to him, since their first meeting during the Glaskin incident didn't go very well. She apologizes for that. Ziggs, confused, asks if the two are dating. Janica panics and says no, absolutely not. Then she looks at Ed and asks if that bothered him. Ed replies that it's Ziggs' fault for asking such a rude question. Ziggs apologizes in an exaggerated way and asks why they were so eager to find him. Ed says he needs a favor and that he'll pay later. Back in the present, Janica and Ziggs are hiding, listening to the entire conversation. Ed insists that if Elte goes to the administrative part of the academy, he will be well received and treated. Elte replies again that Ed is clearly on Lortel's side. He asks if Ed was charmed by her pretty face and tells him to enjoy the obvious benefits in front of him instead of betting on gold coins he doesn't even know he'll receive. He says Lortel was born with fox blood and that he raised her since she was a child, so he knows her better than anyone. Elte says he has a better offer for Ed and tells him to step aside. Ed thanks him for the offer but says he won't compromise himself over mere gold coins. After all, what's the point of doubling the payment? Elte understands the answer and decides to change his approach. He says that if words didn't convince him, maybe blades will. The guards move toward Ed, who starts running. Elte shouts, asking if he's trying to escape, but at that moment, the guards are struck by a wind spell cast by Ziggs. Ziggs calls for Ed, and Ed replies that he'll come back after checking the situation. He says he'll repay the debt later. Janica says that it's fine. Ziggs comments that from the start, he was the one who owed Ed. Elte notes that even though they are just students, those two are formidable opponents. He then orders the guards to attack with full force. At that moment, Ed starts breaking down several doors along the way. He needs to find Lortel. When he finally reaches her, he stops and asks why she hasn't escaped yet. He asks if she can't use the back door now, and if she can't run anymore. Ed tells Lortel to run as fast as she can. It's said that there is always a reason behind goodwill and trust. The receptionist from the Sharo Trade Guild always acted kindly toward Lortel, but only because he hoped she would accidentally reveal valuable information that he could profit from. Caden from the marketing department was always excited to see her because she often warned him of important events. The reason Tenny, the bird raised by the academy, was so attached to her was because Lortel always fed him the best food. In Lortel's world, everyone who shows kindness has a reason behind it. At that moment, Ed and Lortel are escaping together. Ed says there's no time for details, but he wants to know if Alice betrayed her. Meanwhile, Lortel is consumed by guilt. She thinks all this happened because of a foolish mistake. She compares her situation to Janica Failover, who was raised surrounded by love and goodwill and, because of that, returned it to the world sincerely. But she herself was not like that. On the day she made the offer to Ed, she saw a sincere warmth in his eyes. Seeing someone who seemed to genuinely care, without greed or wanting anything in return, made Lortel believe that maybe she too could have a relationship like that. That's why she ended up trusting too much, and revealed her plans to Alice, without realizing her hopes were being crushed. In a life where she never trusted anyone, she always believed she was right. But even after seeing someone like that, she shouldn't have forgotten her true self. Dirty and dark. She shouldn't have dared to dream of a happy romantic life. To take over the Ophilis dormitory, Lortel hired 5 people. Head maid Alice, the twins Senny and Kelly, the representative of the lower-ranked students Willeni, and the fallen noble Ed. Now Alice, Senny and Kelly have sided with Elte. Willeni also seemed to want to leave her side, and she imagined the same would happen with Ed. At that moment, Lortel stops running, apologizes to Ed, and says she can no longer guarantee the 20 gold coins she had promised. Her situation is also out of control. She wonders why she's even saying that, as if she's lost control. But Ed, out of patience, replies, "Who asked?" grabs her arm, and says there's no time to argue. If Elte catches her now, she dies. They have to think about the rest later. What they need to do now is escape. Lortel is completely shocked. She thinks again that all goodwill and trust always have a reason behind them, and if you can't see that reason, then you shouldn't trust anyone. For her, that should be a life rule. But in that moment, she decides to trust Ed, and tells him that Elte is planning to manipulate market prices. That must be the work of her own father. After the great monster hunt in the eastern mountains, the price of armor dropped. He bought and monopolized all the armor, and negotiated it internally. The plan was simple, a manipulative trade scheme. For this plan to work, her father needed fast money. That's why he thought the grimoire could sell at a good price. price, and sent Lortel to Sylvania with the mission to steal it. Ed says it's fine, she doesn't need to explain anymore, he already understood everything. It is then explained that in this kind of manipulative trade, merchants A, B, and C buy a cheap product in large quantities and trade it among themselves, simulating a rise in value. The price goes up artificially, and people believe the product is becoming scarce. They think they need to buy it as soon as possible. Then, at the right moment, the merchants sell everything at an extremely high price and make a huge profit. But this technique only works based on trust between the involved merchants. If B or C sell their stock too early without warning A, the price drops immediately, and the entire plan collapses. Merchant A, who desperately sold his bonds to buy the product in bulk and monopolize it, would end up in a very tough situation. For this plan to work, Lortel spent years buying shares and bonds linked to merchants B and C, but only when Elta was absent from the Sharo headquarters could the 6 major merchants she bought from legally have their selling rights transferred. Ed then comments that the entire plan, from occupying the dormitory, aimed to create a hole in the Academy's finances. That way, the purchase of the grimoire would become inevitable, forcing Elte to leave the Sharo headquarters to obtain the money he urgently needed. In that vulnerable moment, Lortel would sell all the stored armor at headquarters and profit. Lortel wonders how Ed figured it all out so quickly. Ed says that now there is only one option. They need to send a letter to headquarters and order the armor to be sold immediately. Lortel replies that she has a carrier pigeon in her room, her direct communication line with forces inside the headquarters, but she fears her father might be expecting exactly that and may already know who the infiltrators are. Ed thinks for a moment and tells Lortel to listen carefully. From that moment on, she must do everything she can to stay hidden. If he were in Elta's place, he would have already surrounded the entire school and the island. They will definitely notice if she tries to escape anywhere. So he instructs Lortel to speak to the knights in the quarters and ask them to send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains to make it look like she is trying to flee in that direction. Lortel asks where she will stay in the meantime. Ed replies that he has a cabin in the forest where she can hide for 3 days until the situation calms down. He says he will send the pigeon for her and write something simple like "sell right now, anything," and the rest will be handled by her trusted people. Lortel agrees. But then Ed notices something strange. He grabs Lortel and says someone is guarding the back door. He says he will take care of the outside, while she enters the room and waits until the path is clear. Lortel thinks that as a longtime allied merchant, Ed acted with precision, handling everything quickly and strategically. It was as if he were thinking for her. Ed gets her attention and tells her to stay focused. Lortel confirms, saying she understands, but before entering, she asks why he is helping her so much. Ed, nervous, realizes he never explained anything and simply replies that there is no reason, telling her to just follow what he says. He closes the back door and leaves. Lortel, now alone, sits on the floor and begins to hear a loud sound. She wonders if it is the battle happening on the upper floor, or maybe even closer, perhaps in the entrance hall. Her heart starts pounding. Outside, a voice says she didn't expect to see Ed coming out of that door. It was the maid Shani. Ed comments that, for a final obstacle, this is pretty dull. He prepares to fight the woman. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the dormitory, it is explained that all the runes from Ophilis dorm were transferred into a magic cube. Whoever controls that cube controls the building. The magic sword Shink had managed to maintain an advantage over the students of the combat school, and at the same time Alice, the head maid, was using magic to support him. Even so, all that effort was in vain, because not even she could defeat Taylor McClure. And of course, that was because he is the main character. The final battle was beginning while everything was being destroyed on the top floor of the dormitory. Outside, the fight between Ed and Shani was about to start. They were just staring at each other. Ed thought he was almost out of mana and could only cast 2 or 3 more spells. Suddenly, Shani moved forward very fast using her blade skills, but Ed dodged easily because he already knew her first move would be a thrust to the leg. He knew all her movement patterns. He stepped on her sword, stopping the attack. Shani then pulled out some knives strapped to her leg to throw at him, but Ed grabbed her arm and threw the knives far away. He already knew her speed and movements completely. Shani was shocked, but activated her special skill. She and her twin sister shared a unique privilege since birth. Once a day, one of the sisters could use the other's ability, and at that moment, Shani used her sister's telekinesis to guide the knives directly at Ed. The knives struck him, and she thought she had won, but she was surprised to see him still standing, unmoving, like a wall. He calmly pulled one of the knives from his chest, and thought that even with her sister's ability, that power was very weak. Ed removed all the knives from his body, stepped on Shani's arm, and kicked her sword away. He said it was over, and that there was no point in continuing, but Shani, desperate, started screaming that she couldn't disappoint Miss Alice, and told Ed to go away. Ed replied that Alice had already lost. Shani, furious, asked what he knew about Alice, if he had any idea of the pain she had gone through, of how many battles she had fought. She used the power of the runes to try to defeat Ed in the middle of the smoke caused by her explosion. Ed, in the fog, thought that he really didn't know much about her, but he knew the game's story very well, and he knew the original Ed very well. Then Shaney's magic explosion was interrupted, Taylor McClure appeared, coming out of the smoke with his transformation activated, ready to defeat Alice. She weakened, could barely react. A huge explosion occurred on the top floor of the dormitory. Ed thought that even after hearing her full story, it wasn't his problem. Shaney, pinned to the ground with Ed's knee on her back, said she would never forgive either him or Lortel. Then she passed out. It started to rain. Ed stood still, thinking that unfortunately he didn't know all the side stories of that world. There were stories that would never be revealed, and comparing all the losses of that day with the good Shaney had done, rescuing orphans, helping people, and making all her decisions based on her beliefs, Ed concluded that people like her have lives truly worth living. But his goal had not changed since entering that body. For him, everything he does is for his survival. The system notified that he had incapacitated Shaney and acquired a new skill, pain resistance. Ed was surprised to learn that. Then he broke the window, infiltrated the dormitory, and commented to himself that the room was luxurious. But everything was organized out of necessity. There were many papers and books on the table. He thought that must be Lortel's room. He opened a cabinet, found the carrier pigeon, and wrote the message to headquarters, ordering the immediate sale of all the armor. Ed thinks that now the pigeon is flying through the sky, and when it returns, it will be with Elta's head. At that moment, he crosses the rain with a lot of blood flowing from his body, believing that maybe those wounds won't heal so easily. He reflects that if it hadn't been for Zig's and Janica's help, Lortel would have been captured by Elta, and her downfall would have been swift. Maybe even he himself would already be dead. Now, Lortel's carriage has already left, and Elta has no other choice but to pursue her. Even if he captures the coachman and he says that Lortel never left the dormitory, by now the message must have already reached headquarters. Ed thinks everything is going according to plan, so Lortel must be at the cabin now. However, as he walks, he ends up seeing Lortel right there. Ed comments that she is receiving him very kindly, but he is shocked because he realizes he was complacent. He understands that the true opponent behind all of this was always Lortel. Thinking carefully about everything that happened, from any perspective, she planned it all and orchestrated every detail. Now they are alone in a remote part of the forest, and it is the perfect crime. Lortel is the villain behind it all. Ed knows he needs to use his mind to survive, but his body is no longer responding. Lortel approaches. It is too late. She cuts part of her own clothes with a knife and improvises a tourniquet, tying Ed's body however she can to stop the bleeding. She asks why he got hurt so badly and insists, begging to help him. She says the rain has stopped, lights the fireplace, and tells him that now he just needs to warm up close to her. Warmed by the fireplace, Ed asks if everything went well with Lortel's plan. She replies with a teasing tone, wanting to know who he thinks she is. She explains that she made the knight promise to draw all the attention to himself, and Ed asks how she managed to convince him like that. He even wonders if she could have taken the knight's family hostage. Lortel gives an ambiguous answer, leaving the doubt in the air, but says that if the plan works, she will gain control of the Elta Merchant Association. The fact that she owes Ed something big does not excite him. He does not feel that it could be amazing for him too, and his reaction is rather dull. Even so, Lortel gives a small smile and thanks him, saying she will never forget what he did for her. Ed simply replies that he wants the 20 gold coins she promised, nothing more. Lortel agrees to that, but says that, besides it, she wants to ask a question. Ed already imagines it is about Alice, but she says that she will take care of that herself. What she wanted to know was about Janica, and she comments that they seem very close. Ed confirms, saying she is a good person. Lortel agrees, saying Janica is a kind upperclassman, but when Ed asks the reason for the question, she takes a deep breath and says that Janica is not as sweet as she seems. Meanwhile, in the Ophelis Hall, Elta, the Golden King, leaves after receiving a certain report from his subordinate. Apparently, he completely loses interest in the hall. Ziggs, at that moment, was not doing well in the fight, but what stopped him were not the mercenaries. It was Janica herself who was destroying everything. Ziggs asks what went wrong with her and why she is so angry. At that moment, a small spirit dove lands on her shoulder, and she replies that no one said she was angry. The next day, Ed could not go to class because he had no uniform. Ziggs went to lend him one, taking the opportunity to explain how everything had happened. Willain took the blame for the destruction of the Ophelis dormitory, and headmaid Alice, who had been subdued, still remained silent. One of the key characters of the scenario prevented Lortel from leaving the stage, and since Elte had not made any moves until then, all signs indicated that the plan had worked. With things proceeding as planned, Ed believed he could expect good news soon. However, the incident had taken a toll on his physical condition. He was not in good shape, feeling pain and struggling with tasks that required physical effort. Looking at his status, he noticed that he still had 2 empty slots for crafting skills. He had already decided which ones he wanted to master: spiritual formula infusion, which was compatible with spiritual sorcery, and magical engineering, useful both for creating conveniences and combat equipment. Spiritual infusion required a contract, and by creating a product with spiritual awareness, the skill would be learned automatically. Magical engineering would be unlocked by successfully assembling and disassembling an item of a certain magical level at least once. Ed wanted to make use of those empty slots, and for now he could form a contract with a small spirit. At that moment, Janica appears at his cabin. Ed asks why she is not in class, and she explains that her body aches and she decided to rest a little outdoors in the forest. He becomes concerned, asking if she hurt herself while trying to help him, but before she can answer, Janica asks about Lortel. Ed says she is fine, resting inside the cabin. Janica looks toward the place, and Ed thinks that the incident at the Ophilis dormitory was finally over, but there was still work to be done. Now Lortel needed to lay the groundwork to negotiate the purchase of the sealed grimoire from the sage. During the 3 days she waited, Lortel had to stay in that cabin, her heart filled with anxiety. It was frustrating, but not entirely bad. She thinks that being with Ed makes her heart race. His kindness and trust make her feel safe, and that feeling is more important to her than any amount of gold. Lortel never wants to lose that, especially not to Janica. She believes Janica's life has always been filled with kindness, friends, and family. Lortel thinks she wants to have that, at least now, and she decides she will not give up on Ed. She will fight for him. That was Lortel's specialty. 3 days living with Ed was the perfect advantage. She even considered burying that cabin in gold, but soon realized that would not work so well. Besides, she did not even have that much money. Maybe she could pay for his tuition, but just thinking about telling him that already made her feel embarrassed. She began hitting her head against the cabin wall, frustrated. Lortel had never had a boyfriend in her life. Maybe that was why she felt so clumsy. Suddenly, someone enters the cabin and tells Lortel to get out. That was her spot. It was Lucy, who appeared sleepy and said that this was the best place to nap. Lortel was confused and asked what she was doing there. Ed appeared, took Lucy out, and placed her in a broken-down cabin. He apologized to Lortel, explaining that it was Lucy who had snuck in. Now that he had taken care of it, Lortel could sleep in peace. She then asked if Lucy came there often, but Ed replied that she should not think too much about her. He said Lucy was like a wild animal that sometimes showed up to sleep in that corner. Lortel then thinks that she has one more rival. She decides that she will resolve this situation within 3 days. The next morning, on the second day, she wakes up excited to speak with Ed, but when she arrives, she sees that Janica is already there. Of course, she does not like that at all. To make matters worse, Lucy is still sleeping on the floor. All Lortel wanted was some time alone with Ed. Meanwhile, Ed is pleased to have finished a new project. He created handmade bricks, a new crafting product, and with that, he managed to build a brick fireplace inside the house. Lortel comments that the smell of the barbecue is great, and asks if he used any seasoning. Ed replies that Belle had given him basil and some other spices the day before. Lortel then says that since nothing went wrong that morning, it is safe to assume the plan worked. Ed agrees, saying it is good news but warns that they still cannot let their guard down. Lortel then says she has something to do: pay the compensation she promised him. She asks if he prefers gold coins or goods. Ed replies that construction materials would be useful, but asks if there are any leftover magical engineering tools. While the two are talking, Janica observes from afar and does not look pleased with the exchange. Suddenly, Ed asks Janica for a favor. He explains that he has been trying to learn spiritual magic and would like to form a contract with at least a minor spirit, or any spirit really. He asks if she can help him with that. Janica proudly says yes. She says she will be his teacher and promises that she can help him make a contract with an intermediate spirit easily. She then asks him to first try to establish a spiritual connection. Janica calls her spirit Cheris and asks it to try talking with Ed, but Cheris says it will not work. Ed says he can hear something, very faintly, and Cheris says he needs to improve his spiritual connection. It also says Ed's daily routine is too full, and according to the weekly report, he has too many tasks. At that moment, Janica suddenly interrupts the conversation, embarrassed, and asks if Ed heard that. He replies that he heard something about a weekly report, which leaves Janica a little desperate. Lortel approaches and changes the subject, wanting to wrap up the conversation about the magical engineering tools. She says she has more stock than she thought, and can provide the necessary quantity for him. Ed asks if she can give him a discount, as he wants to resolve the matter of the coins soon. Lortel then complains, saying a discount? That is practically free. These were resources she was not even using. She explains that it might be difficult, but if he goes to the association every 3 days, he can sell the items at a really fair price. She adds that when he goes, they can have tea and chat a bit. Janica, already annoyed, stands up angrily, saying that Lortel cannot just give things away for free. She insists that Ed did not help that much. Lortel replies that she is a merchant, and that this was just business. Janica says she is just making excuses, and while the two argue, Ed calmly continues eating and thinks that maybe he can learn both things at the same time. At that moment, Belle appears suddenly, apologizing for arriving unannounced. She says she is sorry to bring more news. She informs them that Maya is now the new head maid, and hands Lortel a message from Alice, the former headmaid. Back at the dormitory, where clothes were hanging to dry, a student speaks with Belle Maya in a low voice. She asks her not to tell anyone, as it is extremely secret. She says she thinks Janica likes Ed Roth Taylor. Belle wonders if she should fake surprise out of politeness. Then she comments that maybe Clara is worried about Janica, but Clara replies that she cannot understand how Janica could have fallen for a thug like that. And it is not just that. Janica had mentioned another name earlier, Lortel Kachelm. Both of them had missed the opening ceremony for the new semester, as well as the first class of the day. It seemed like a tug of war between Janica and Lortel. Clara says that, at this rate, Janica has no chance. And to be honest, she also does not understand Ed. She wonders if he is just a cunning wolf, or if he has a completely frozen heart. Belle tries to be fair, saying maybe he is just going through a difficult phase, without space in his life to care about dating. But Clara disagrees, saying that cannot be true. She is sure he is taking advantage of both of them. Belle then reflects in silence. She thinks that luck is a very relative thing. Poor Ed was surrounded by a thief, a naive girl capable of destroying the school, and another who just wanted to nap. To her, that definitely did not look like luck. Just thinking about it already gave her a headache. Lortel appears and asks what is going on. Belle Maya replies that she has a message from former headmaid Alice. When night falls, Janica leaves, and Belle also takes Lucy, who is still sleeping, back to the dormitory. That bothered Ed a bit, since Belle now knew exactly where Lortel was hiding. Even so, the situation was still manageable. The carrier pigeon brings important news. The proposal to remove Elte from the presidency of the association had been reviewed, and his dismissal was almost certain. Ed comments that it is finally time to go back to class. Lortel says that if things had gotten to this point, her father was probably making his last stand at the association's headquarters. Even so, it would be a useless fight. He would not have time to worry about her now. Ed asks if Elte might still have a trump card. Lortel replies that he is very clever, so the chance is not zero. Even so, Islog, who wants to be the next president, is having a hard time. She will have to trust him. Her biggest concern is Alice, but that problem also seems to be resolved. Ed asks if Alice might reveal that it was actually Lortel who orchestrated everything. Lortel says that Alice does not have much choice. That is because she was already paid in advance. Alice just wants to side with the winner, between her and Elte. The scroll Belle Maya had delivered contained a list of orphanages that Alice supported, with their yearly maintenance costs and instructions on how to sustain them. Alice's workload was immense, and her health worsened by the day. The academy ignored her complaints, and she ended up unable to keep working, no longer able to care for the orphanages. She made a bet with her own life, but no one seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Alice's closest followers understood. Lortel remarked that Alice was on her side because victory seemed certain. However, regaining her trust would not be easy. She made it clear that that list was not a threat. Ed took a look and thought that, in the world of merchants, there is no sympathy. If someone makes a mistake, they are treated like a fool. Lortel knew this better than anyone. She said that Alice would have nothing to gain by revealing the truth, so she would just go with the flow. After all, there are no permanent enemies or allies. Lortel warned that she was about to leave and asked if Ed would stop by the association to sign the contract. He confirmed and offered a torch, saying it would last a long time. She took the torch and stared at it. Ed asked what she was thinking about so much. She replied that he was taller than she had expected. He was surprised by the comment and asked why she was saying that now. Lortel said that to win, sometimes you have to make risky moves, and he knew that very well. She then approached, adjusting his tie gently, and commented that the essence of human relationships is knowing how to distance oneself and draw closer, just like that tie. Ed, a bit puzzled, asked if his outfit bothered her that much. Lortel said that there is nothing wrong with keeping oneself well dressed. After all, they are academy students. But suddenly, she pulled Ed close and kissed him on the mouth without warning. After the kiss, she said that the raspberries they had eaten were delicious, and just remembering them made her happy again. Ed tried to set boundaries and asked her to control herself, but Lortel complained that he was very boring. Still, she teased that, next time, she would get a little closer. After all, she also needed to practice distancing. She then headed into the forest, carrying the torch Ed had given her, and disappeared using a magic spell. Ed stood still, blushing, and thought that, although he tried to avoid getting involved with the main characters of the plot, as happens in real life, nothing goes as planned. He felt uncomfortable, as if he was being pulled to the center of the story, even though he just wanted to live in peace. His plan was simple. He just wanted to stay out of the big events, take care of what he needed to do, get his diploma, improve his statistics, and live a quiet life. He did not want to go too far in the future. With that in mind, he noticed that summer passed quickly. Now, it was already autumn. Meanwhile, Janica was with her spirits. The spirits told her that Lortel had kissed Ed. Cheris said that they needed to intervene, that they could not just stand there. Janica was startled, and asked what they were talking about. Tarkin said that he had also seen the scene, and that redhead loved to play with other people's hearts. Janica asked how Ed had reacted, and Tarkin replied that he had put up a wall between them. She had kissed him, but he had been extremely cold in his response. Tarkin commented that his reaction was so cold that he himself felt embarrassed. According to him, that could only mean one of two things. Either the guy is impotent, or he simply does not see Lortel as a woman. Janica confessed that this was a relief, but Tarkin insisted, saying that men are usually good at offense, not defense, and that in his experience that redhead is very sexy. He stated that if Ed was not interested, that was great for Janica. Janica said that, according to the spirits, his reaction had been lukewarm, not cold. Tarkin then challenged her, asking if she was really going to let the redhead steal Ed. While the other spirits dragged Tarkin away, he shouted that Janica should also kiss Ed. Another spirit advised Janica not to listen to Tarkin, saying that she is charming, being herself, but Tarkin still insisted that she should reinforce that innocent vibe. One of the spirits asked if she did not also want something exciting with Ed, and Janica replied that she wanted to have a moment where they would nourish each other. Meanwhile, Ed was actually feeding Lucy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said that what he was giving her was horrible. Ed agreed, saying that without seasoning, there was no way the food could be good. Lucy complained that she was not a guinea pig, and at that moment it was explained that Ed's cooking was still at level 6. The main statistics greatly influence proficiency in everyday skills, and dexterity was the most important for Ed, but raising only one statistic made growth inefficient. He knew it was necessary to elevate everything in a balanced way. The problem was that he had been very busy since the start of classes. Aside from school time, he had only 5 to 6 hours a day to dedicate to survival. Even by reducing sleep and being able to get used to fatigue, he still worried about the efficiency of his actions. Even so, he knew he had to continue following the main plot. In his daily life, he observed the important students, like Taylor, and the Academy's 4 heroines. Taylor, who was in the combat college, did not appear often, but seemed to be doing well. His companion Alia was also fulfilling her support role. Princess Fenia did not seem to have problems at the moment, but the time to confront Lortel would soon come, so he would have to keep an eye on her as well. Id thought that the next heroine, Clarice, would only enroll next year, so he did not need to worry about her for now. Of course, he was also watching Lortel. With Elta's early dismissal, it was still uncertain how that would affect her behavior, but regardless, it seemed that her plan to get her hands on the grimoire remained firm. The reason Ed needed more time lately was that it was already time to start investigating the college building. This was because the final boss of this act was Professor Glast. He also discovered that there was a hidden mentor behind the takeover of the Ophelis dormitory. Talking to his assistant teacher Claire Elfin, he said that if she suspected that, she was probably right, since her intuition was excellent. However, he asked her to be very careful and not let anything important slip by, like for example the divine science thesis he had asked her to find. Claire replied that she would look for it in the morning. Meanwhile, in the Ophelis dormitory, the office of assistant teacher Claire was located, which also had its own assistant. This assistant informed that she had already gathered all the materials and information necessary for the investigation of the Ophelis dormitory incident. Claire, who seemed not to have slept for 5 days, thanked her assistant, Anise, and thought that she really needed to worry about this case. Even though it was almost resolved, she was exhausted and barely able to deal with it anymore. But no matter how much she analyzed the situation, Ed Roth Taylor's involvement remained something very strange. Later, Ed goes to the Elte Merchant Association, where Lortel welcomes him. She says she was so busy that she ended up forgetting about the contract, and informs him that he'll need to come back next week. To apologize, she made him some tea. She tells him the magical engineering equipment is ready, and that he can pick it up now. Ed, suspicious, asks why, if she was so distracted, she went to all that trouble to dress up. Lortel replies that she had a very important appointment today, and asks what he thinks of her look. Ed is puzzled and asks, "Important appointment?" She gets a little nervous, says it's something he doesn't know about, and quickly changes the subject, asking how the cabin is going. Ed replies that it's in its final stages, only missing furniture, but he doesn't need anything too fancy, since it's expensive. Lortel agrees and says she can't give anything for free, since that goes against her professional ethics. She asks if Ed works with wood, and when he confirms, she breaks the leg of a chair and says, "Oops, this chair can't be sold anymore. What a shame. I'll have to give it away." Ed takes a sip of tea and thanks her. Lortel stares at him and asks how someone can show no change in expression at all. She then sits at the table, leans closer to him, and says she basically made a final move, but even so, he still doesn't see her as a woman. However, she sees him as a man, and that means exactly what he's thinking. Even the help she's been giving has ulterior motives. Ed says he knows what kind of answer she's waiting for, but Lortel cuts him off, saying she's not expecting any answer. Still, she never enters a fight expecting to lose. She says that one day he won't be able to hold back either. She believes a seductive smile should be the same whether the odds are in your favor or when things are tough. The nature of merchants is to never show what they're really feeling. Later, at the Sylvania Academy, Jonica asks if they can start the first lesson. Ed replies enthusiastically that yes. Jonica then conjures flames in her hands and asks him to try focusing his magic and forming a connection. Ed, a little apprehensive, agrees and approaches the flames, which take the form of a spirit. The spirit introduces itself, saying it's a pleasure to meet Ed, and its name is Mug. He says it's an honor to make a contract with Ed, and starts talking non-stop about the weekly report, a meeting, a record, an organization, everything that was done so he could be chosen. Ed starts to feel overwhelmed by so much information. Mug says his body is is already on fire and swears to serve Ed with all his heart. Ed thinks that in the game he once obtained a spirit-type ability. They laughed together, joked, celebrated victories in battle, and formed a strong bond, but he's sure that the feeling he had back then wasn't even close to what he's feeling now. Ed wonders why Mug is so strict with himself. Janica explains that he asked for a good spirit, so she chose one with better magic power efficiency compared to others, and that the selection process was quite complicated. Ed asks who planned all of that, and of course, it was Tarkin. He holds Mug in his hands and comments that he's really warm. Janica explains that once he makes a contract with the spirit, he'll be able to feel both magical and physical power, but warns him to be careful with the intensity of the connection, because if it's too much, the spirit will get too hot. Ed concludes that if he controls the connection level, the firepower level will change too. Janica says firepower is a bit of a strange term, but that's basically it. Ed even gets emotional, saying Mug is basically a portable heater. Mug's stats are connection level 2, good spiritual efficiency, unique abilities of recovery, blessing and explosion, and magical fire skills. Ed is currently a skilled magic student with an elemental specialty in intermediate magic and thinks the spirit is a very important survival tool, since he won't even need firewood. Janica comments that she's happy to see him happy, since he always has such a cold expression, and says that if he needs anything else, he should just ask. She also promises to teach him about the power of connection and about his own senses before the first class of the day. According to her, if he does that, Ed can rank up quickly. They also need to practice spiritual combat, so she says she'll make time for that. She has the right accessories and promises to bring them next time. But then she suddenly changes her tone and says that she's actually a very busy person, very busy, and that people line up begging her to teach them. She says it will be a little hard to make time and was clearly playing hard to get with Ed, just as Clara had advised. Janica, a bit nervous, asks if it isn't too much for him to ask her to teach spirit magic. Ed admits she's right, apologizes, and says he took too much advantage of her goodwill. He comments that he should at least offer some money, even if he doesn't have much. Janica refuses immediately, saying that he's struggling to survive and can't spend money like that. She insists that she won't accept it, and that it would make her really sad, because they're closer than that. It's not like a business. Ed replies that she was the one who asked for compensation, so he asks what kind of compensation she had in mind. Janica gets embarrassed and says she was just playing a little game. She explains that a friend told her she's too generous and that she shouldn't act like that so often. Ed says she has a good friend. Janica says she's not like that with everyone, but in any case, she'll share the details next time. They'll meet at the training field and Ed needs to bring an accessory, along with his own textbook. She waves goodbye and he responds with, "All right, okay." At that moment, Ed acquires the advanced art of magical engineering. He is at his work desk examining engineering parts and thinks that what he received from Lortel is surprisingly simple to analyze. This allows him to finally acquire the advanced skill he wanted. He asks Mug to light the fireplace and thinks that if he runs out of fuel, he will use Mug, and if he runs out of mana, he will use the fireplace. Now, with everything warm, his shelter is quite stable, and just knowing that lifts a weight off his shoulders. He wonders if it is already late and thinks about checking his traps outside, but it is too dark, so he considers leaving it for tomorrow. At the same time, Claire is also in the forest, even at night. She says she knows there is a mind behind the whole Uffalis dormitory incident, and begins to suspect that Ed Rothtailor might be involved in it. She thinks that everyone else at the scene was either a student or dorm staff, but Ed has no connection to the Uffalis dormitory, and if Willen is ruled out, only he remains. Claire went to the forest because she heard that Ed passes through there, but she thinks that unless he was eating or sleeping, he would have no reason to be there in the middle of the night. Then she sees something shocking. She hides, frightened, because it is Ed carrying the corpse of a deer in his hands, and Lucy on his shoulders. Claire wonders what that was. She thinks that Director Obel, a great man compared to an archmage, would have to use all his power against Lucy Merrill, but now she is being carried by Ed. This confirms to her that she was right. The person behind the entire incident was him, Ed Rothtailor, and she is sure the girl on his shoulder is Lucy. Claire thinks she has a talent for being a detective, since her intuition was right. She begins to approach silently and wonders what all of that was. A cabin, a campfire, a furnace. Ed then drops the animal's body, and Lucy inside the cabin enters the house and says that he should have done all of this the next morning, but since there is so much to do, he prefers not to delay anything. Claire, still watching, decides to quietly approach the cabin, thinking she needs to rescue Lucy, but at that moment, Lucy herself attacks with magic. Claire is frightened, and Lucy asks who she is. Claire replies that she is an assistant professor at the academy, but wonders how Lucy got back inside on her own. Lucy had a sinister look, but simply grabs a piece of dried meat and flies away. Seeing this, Claire becomes even more convinced that her theory is correct. She returns to the office and declares that it was Ed Rothtailor. She asks Professor Glast if he knows this student who was expelled from his own family. Glast replies that he does not bother bother remembering the names of trash. But Claire insists and asks if he knows Lucy, because Ed had dominated Lucy Merrill to the point where she could not use her power. She says she has been investigating him this whole time. Glast comments that the story is a mess, but Claire replies that she used a spell to access the memory log of the first floor of the hall. Glast asks if she had permission to do that, and Claire admits she did not, but says she already prepared a report, apologizing in advance. She says she saw Ed in the memories, but Glast asks if he clearly stated that he was the mastermind behind everything. Claire admits he did not. She only saw Ed carrying Lucy, and Glast says Lucy could have been asleep. Claire reflects a bit on that, and is kicked out of the room, but the professor continues reviewing the report and begins to think. That too was recorded. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they quickly passed him. Taylor was born with talent for the sword. Elvira had talent for alchemy. There is no way someone as ordinary as Ed could stop people with that level of ability. Meanwhile, in the forest, a huge explosion occurs. It was a type of magical weapon created by Ed, a ceremonial explosive dagger with Mug's explosive fire ability embedded in it. Ed thinks that he has used this dagger since he started living alone, and seeing all its power, feels a certain pride. Mug comments that the spiritual formula entered the weapon easily, because the more a piece of equipment is used by its owner, the better its efficiency. He says he will celebrate this with his master and sing a happy song. Ed grabs Mug, and he starts apologizing, saying he is embarrassed and will never do it again, but Ed tells him to forget the formality. It is explained that spirits who abandon their physical forms and entered the path of low-level spirits can raise their status through contracts with spiritual sorcerers. That is why low-level spirits are desperate for a contract, especially with Jonica. Ed comments that Jonica must have promised something to Mug, since he sees no problem in forming a contract with him, so he tells Mug to spill it. Mug replies that he has nothing to hide from his master Ed, and says that the respect and loyalty he feels do not come only from obedience, but also from his own dirty ambition. He claims that being in contract with Ed allows him to receive refined magic from Miss Jonica, which makes him much more powerful. Ed asks what else. He had heard rumors that Ed's temperament was a bit authoritarian, so he tried to appease him. Ed replies that he now understands that in Mug's situation it is natural to act like that. Mug confesses that he went through very bad times because the spirit hierarchy is extremely cruel. Ed says he understands because he also does whatever it takes to survive, but Mug states that he cannot forget formalities because he feels more comfortable that way. Later, Ed begins chopping wood and thinks that even though his combat skills are progressing slowly, his physical endurance has increased significantly, probably due to living in the forest. His storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and other supplies. He no longer has to sleep outdoors and go hungry. With time and dedication, he can easily master the lesson content, and by practicing repeatedly, he forcibly imprints the information into his mind. He concludes that this has nothing to do with talent. Each day for him is like a constant march. Although he cannot say everything has been easy, things are now much better than when he started. Then he falls asleep. Later, he is awakened by Janica, who shakes him to wake him up. He apologizes, saying he was thinking about something and got distracted. Janica says he is overdoing it, that working hard is important, but he also needs to take care of his health. Ed thinks he needs to focus because he received 3 letters that day. The first came from the Academy, the second from the Commerce Association, but the third is the most important. It is evidence that the course of the story has already been significantly altered. The main event of the second act would be the negotiation for the purchase of the sealed grimoire of the sage. Originally, this negotiation would be a tug-of-war between the Academy and the Commerce Association. However, due to Elte's downfall, the original client who requested the purchase, Crepin Roth-Taylor, head of the Roth-Taylor family, got directly involved, resulting in a triple conflict between the Academy, the Merchant Association, and the Roth-Taylor family itself. Crepin planned to use the grimoire to research immortality. When the situation worsened, he decided to participate in the negotiation personally, but Patriarch Crepin Roth-Taylor was only supposed to appear in Act 4 of the story. He is so powerful by that point that no one can surpass him. Ed thinks that no matter what happens, he must get this man out of the picture. If Crepin gets the grimoire, he will simply walk away calmly. However, if that happens, he will become so strong that he will be the final boss of Act 4, and no one will be able to defeat him, making it impossible to complete the story. The letter, which included all of Crepin's actions and suspicious clues about them, was sent directly to Ed. Back at the Academy, someone reports to Princess Phenia that the letter was successfully delivered to Ed Roth-Taylor. Phenia praises Claire's work and thinks that Director Obel came to say that the financial situation at Sylvania Academy is precarious. She knows this is a private matter and cannot just help the Academy out of goodwill. If the situation continues, the Merchant Association will likely acquire the grimoire. That is why the director secretly asked for her help. Phenia finds it strange that Crepin Roth-Taylor knew he should take part in that negotiation. Claire says that Ed probably reported it himself. He might have heard rumors, and if she were in his place, she would also do anything to be accepted back by her family. But Lortel approaches and says she doubts that very much. She asks if someone of such low status like herself could have tea with the princess. Phenia replies that her presence is unexpected, as she thought Lortel Lortel hated her. Lortel says that is an unfair accusation, because otherwise, why would she come to offer such sincere advice? She explains that Crepin's involvement in the negotiation is not because of Ed, but because of Fenia's father, the Golden King. Fenia asks why, and Lortel reveals that from the beginning, Crepin had asked Elte to buy the item, but she herself had no idea about it. Even after the princess's father lost his position, he never changed his mind. Fenia says all of this is strange. Crepin does not seem to want to buy the grimoire for the Rothtailor family, but rather to deliver it directly. It seems the family's interests are somehow aligned, so she does not understand why the Commerce and the Rothtailor family are competing against each other for the grimoire. Lortel explains that it is because she has no intention of selling the grimoire to the Rothtailor family. Given the circumstances, it is better for her to avoid any proximity to commercial ties associated with her father. Fenia asks why Lortel is telling her all this. Lortel replies that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She says Fenia herself would benefit from keeping the Rothtailor family in check, and that, in the end, everyone wants the grimoire. She also says that beyond all that, she does not want Ed to suffer because of this whole story, and that she is just looking out for him a little. Fenina asks if she is concerned about that boy. Lortel says he is separated from the family, and is living a new life, that he no longer has any connection to the Rothtailor family. Fenina wonders if Lortel is truly concerned about anyone. She says that might be true, but that Ed could be useful in this negotiation. If she asked for his help on a personal level, it might be more effective, but if she does not speak up, Lortel asks might what? Fenina replies that she has no choice but to use him. Lortel is clearly shaken by this. She makes a remark about lies and exploitation, then laughs and asks, who is exploiting who after all? The knight becomes angry and asks how she dares say that in front of the princess, but Lortel stands and says that, on this matter only, they can be allies. She advises Fenia not to use Ed carelessly, because if she does, she will be the one who ends up being used. Claire was very irritated, but Fenia asks her to calm down. She admits she is still confused about all this. She does not know exactly what Ed Rothtailor is doing, nor why Crepin Rothtailor is so involved, but perhaps the person she really should be wary of is Lortel Kekeln herself. She had never seen this girl confused or unsure of what to do. Just then, someone calls her. Janica appears and says, hey Lortel. Ed was exhausted and wondered how he ended up in this situation. Later, at the Elta Company branch inside the academy, Lortel did not know Janica would come too. She had only prepared 2 cups of tea. Janica says it is fine, even if Lortel has much more tea stored in the warehouse. Ed offers his tea to Janica, saying he prefers to drink cold water. Lortel asks Ed to take the magical engineering equipment. He then sees a shelf full of brand new, spotless items. Janica comments that everything is brand new, without a speck of dust. She reminds them that giving things away for free is against her ethics. But Lortel points out that some equipment has small scratches, which already counts as a serious defect, so she can give it as a gift. Janica says she did that on purpose, but Lortel concludes that, in the end, the important thing is that Ed will take it, and it will help him. Ed thanks her deeply, but feels bad for taking something for free once again. This is the 4th time it has happened, and he is not even paid. Lortel says it is enough for him to keep coming regularly to renew the contract. Janica suggests that it would be easier to just pay everything and end the contract, but Lortel replies that she will discuss that directly with Ed, not with her. Meanwhile, Ed was completely disconnected from the conversation. He felt as if he were floating in water. Lately, he has felt that way often, the result of overwork. He needs to keep an eye on Crepin Rothtailor, who is now involved in the grimoire dispute, and there are still 2 weeks left before the event. His priority now should be finding a mattress and a bed. He also needs to prepare the Ciro he captured the other day, clean the inside of the cabin, and buy more dried meat for Lucy, until someone calls out to him, pulling him out of the current of his own thoughts. Later, back at the academy, Fenia was reflecting. She realizes she may have acted rashly. Ed's resolute behavior during the camp, and the precision of his commands during Glaskin's invasion should have been a sign. Perhaps his bad reputation among the students means nothing. Perhaps her perception of Ed is wrong. She thinks she needs one more confirmation to be sure. That is why she ordered him to visit her at the royal residence, and then asks Claire when the meeting with Ed Rothtailor is scheduled. But Claire says it seems Ed will not be able to attend. Fenia replies that it is a royal order. He cannot refuse. Claire then informs her that Ed Rothtailor collapsed from overwork. At that moment, he acquired the status effect called exhaustion and needs proper rest to recover his condition. Ed, slowly waking up, thinks his body feels heavy and everything is very warm. When he opens his eyes, he realizes Lucy is sleeping on top of him. That is why he felt heavy. She was in a deep sleep. Ed wonders if she was really just sleeping there, on top of him. He thinks Lucy is so light it is hard to believe she is human. Even so, he cannot move while she sleeps, partly due to his physical exhaustion. He notices that he is in his cabin, but realizes he has never seen that blanket before. Lucy wakes up saying she is hungry. Ed asks if all she ever does is sleep and eat. Lucy says he finally woke up and casts a spell on his chest, saying his mana was terribly distorted. According to her, he overtrained in spiritual magic, and repeating it for months left his body in that state. Ed asks if Lucy stayed with him the whole time while he slept. She answers that it was not difficult, but it was boring, so she was sleeping too. She explains that she was very careful, it was a hassle, but the other two understood that she needed to stay there. She tells Ed not to get sick, because getting sick is bad. People sometimes die like that. Ed thinks that in Lucy's story, she saw her grandfather die in bed due to illness. He thanks her for taking care of him. At that moment, someone enters the cabin saying he finally woke up. It was Ziggs, looking quite different. He comments that he did not know if he could light a fire inside, so he lit it outside. Lucy gives one last look at Ed's body, puts on her hat, and exits through the chimney. Ziggs asks Ed how many times this has already happened. He comments that it is common for men to have multiple partners, wondering if that would be considered polygamy. Ed ignores this and asks why he is there. Ziggs explains that Janica is attending an external appointment, and Lortel had to return because she could not extend her business any longer. Ed notes that Ziggs's hair is longer, and Ziggs replies it is because of autumn. He then helps Ed eat. Ed says eating just that is depressing, but Ziggs responds that in his condition he cannot eat more than that, and it would have been better if Elka or Clara were taking care of him. But Lortel said women were forbidden from feeding him. Ed comments that he heard about an incident involving alchemy students who secretly mass-produced mandrakes. Ziggs confirms and says it was all Elvira's fault, but in the end, Taylor and Clabius handled the situation quickly. Ed recognizes that this was scene 5 of the second act. He also heard rumors about a monster the Order of Tellus was dealing with, which entered the academy through the sewers. Ziggs confirms again and says he and Taylor took care of it, and that was scene 7 of the second act. Ed thinks that the only major event left is the battle for the grimoire. He asks how long he was unconscious, and Ziggs says that, including the current day, 10 days have already passed. Everyone will be surprised to see that he finally woke up. Even so, it will be difficult to see him, since Janica is at the academy, and Lortel has a very important negotiation scheduled for the next day. Ed grabs the soup and drinks it all at once. He thought he had been in a coma for a day or two, but it was 10. He calls Ziggs's attention and says he needs to send a message to Lortel right now. Ed thinks there is no time left. On the day after his awakening, in scene 10 of Act 2, the battle for the sealed grimoire begins. The participants are Princess Phinia, Lortel Keshelm, and the man who diverged from the original story, the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, Crepin Roth-Taylor, the final boss of the act. Later, at the academy, Crepin speaks with Phinia, saying it is good to see her healthy, and that it has been some time since they last met. He comments that he never had the opportunity to properly apologize. He says he was informed that she went through a hard time because of an imprudent member of his family, and as she requested, that member was disowned. Even so, he feels he should apologize. Phinia replies that he does not need to worry about that. She reflects that Crepin Roth-Taylor, of the same bloodline as Ed Roth-Taylor, is a noble, dignified, and wise leader, a patriarch admired by all and one who inspires great respect. But Phinia's eyes see the hidden truth. Crepin Roth-Taylor is clearly a wicked man. He approaches Lortel and confirms that she is the representative of the merchant company. She introduces herself as Lortel Kekel and says it is an honor to be in his presence. Crepin comments that he knows she is not Elte's only daughter and that he has heard many good things about her father's wisdom. Lortel replies that they always go where there is good profit. After all, they have always been guided by the scent of money. Crepin says he understands her side and that to begin the negotiation for the purchase of the sealed grimoire of the sage, each one needed to form their own negotiation team. They would have lunch together, check the grimoire's condition, and confirm the purchase method. In short, it would be an auction. Whoever offered the highest bid would win. Phinia thinks that the grimoire is a treasure of Sylvania Academy, and the institution does not want the public to know they are selling it. That is why the director created a secret plan. Princess Phinia would support it as a witness, using her royal status, while Vice Director Rachel would quietly conduct the auction on behalf of the director. This is the most straightforward method possible. A single bid, no price cap. The highest offer wins. Phinia had been previously informed about the exchange method and made comparisons with similar books that had been sold before. The Book of Order was sold for 8,000 coins, the Book of Similarity for 67,700 coins, and the Magic Travel Journal for 7,000 coins. The intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research object, and even its value as a luxury item must all be considered. These values, Lortel surely knows by heart, but the problem is that the one who will win the grimoire is Crepin Roth-Taylor himself. The vice director receives the bids and thanks both parties for their valuable proposals. Phinia reflects that this type of auction requires knowledge of the opponent's financial limit. The key is knowing how far the other side can go. Since Lortel revealed an intention to profit, she should not bid more than 8,000 coins. Any amount above that would mean a loss. If Crepin bids just slightly higher than what Lortel can afford, the grimoire will be his. But Crepin Roth-Taylor reveals his bid, 85,500 gold coins. Phinia thinks he is not the kind of person who would visit the academy by choice. choice. He is only there because of the grimoire. However, Lortel's bid was 9,400 coins, and with that, the purchase of the sealed grimoire of the sage was made by the merchant company. Phinia wonders why Lortel did not want to make a profit. Crepin says he will leave now, and Phinia, watching his departure, wonders what Lortel's true goal was. Did she intend from the start to stop the grimoire from falling into the hands of someone as wicked as Crepin? But Phinia also thinks that Lortel would never do anything driven by a sense of justice. Even if Crepin were far worse, Lortel has deeply obscure intentions. Maybe someone asked her to do this. Someone who knows the true nature of the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family. She remembers Lortel saying that Ed no longer has ties to his family, and Phinia thinks of him. Even after being expelled by his own family, cast into the wild, he survived with determination, and even faced the shadows of his own bloodline. Ed Roth-Taylor. Phinia begins to tremble, wondering how she could have contributed to the downfall of someone like him. She feels very guilty for what happened to Ed, but she also thinks that maybe this misunderstanding was a blessing in disguise. Lortel, now holding the grimoire's transfer certificate, comments that she is going to resell it to Crepin himself. He offered 85,500 coins, and she bought it for 9,400. The difference is a profit of 76,100 coins. From the beginning, Lortel only wanted the certificate so she could resell it to Crepin. Ed, for his part, had sent a letter saying he did not mind if she resold it or not. With the grimoire certificate in hand, she can now ask for any favor, literally anything. Lortel asks how Ed dared to say anything in front of a merchant. She comments that giving Ed a free pass for just 900 coins is a real bargain. She says she can do anything. If Phinia had seen her expression at that moment, she would have been disgusted. Ziggs tells Ed that in the end, Lortel won. He says Ed should have seen her face when she received the letter. Ed thinks that Lortel bet on the sexual attraction she has over him, while Crepin probably bet on some privileged insider information. Ed even feels a little bad about what is going to happen next. At that moment, someone comes running and says that Ed has woken up. It is Jonica, who arrives stomping and out of breath. Ziggs asks why she is there since it is not even lunchtime yet. She came on foot from the academy to the camp. Jonica replies that she already finished the morning classes and can take care of chores during the night. Ed apologizes for making her worry. Ziggs comments that it seems Ed caused a lot of trouble, but Jonica denies it, saying it was nothing. Ziggs reveals that when she ran back to the academy crying, everyone thought she was heartbroken. Jonica tells him to shut up and summons a spirit to silence him and drag him away. Shortly after, Mug appears and runs to Ed. He feels very bad for not knowing how hard Ed had been working. He says he wanted to apologize immediately, but was afraid of disappearing, so he borrowed mana from Miss Jonica. Ed asks why he is being so dramatic, and Ziggs returns after beating the spirit. He confirms that Mug's reaction is not exaggerated. Ed was unconscious for 10 days. Ed then remembers that time and thinks, 10 days? If he was out that long, all the meat he had stored must have rotted. The fishing net probably broke. In other words, he lost all his food sources. He will have to start over from scratch. Jonica asks if he is planning to push himself again. She says she will help him. Ziggs also offers to help with hunting, saying he is good at it. He comments that when it comes to work, the best way to deal with it is to handle everything as it comes. Everything will work out somehow. At that moment, Ed realizes something. It had not been that long since he was sleeping alone under an improvised wooden shelter, with not a single coin in his pocket, being bitten by insects in the dark, with no one by his side. Many things were tedious, but he solved various problems and survived until now. He thinks Ziggs is right. Everything will work out somehow. Jonica remembers a conversation she had with Marilda, the spirit of wind. Marilda thinks Ed is very tired, but this is Janica's chance. Lortel is too busy with negotiations and cannot visit the camp frequently. She needs to take advantage of this time. Marilda comments that Lortel is clever, and Jonica needs to learn from her. She says that to win over a man, one must act like a fox. First of all, she needs to dress better. She looks like a country housewife. But Marilda quickly adds that, on the other hand, this might also be a good thing, because unlike Janica's energetic and lively personality, men like women who show a calmer side, who are good at handling daily tasks. She advises Jonica to appear smart, to roll up her sleeves and tie her hair back. She asks if she is going to see Ed today. She says to go and make progress with him. Jonica repeats in her mind, progress? Marilda asks, when you went to Ed's camp, what were you planning to do? How did you intend to get close to him? Jonica replies that she was not planning anything. Marilda gives her a sinister look, lets out a long, sad howl. The other spirits around wonder what kind of howl that was, so full of emotion. Marilda says that was ridiculous on Janica's part. With so many opportunities beside Ed, she still has not thought of anything. And Ed is evolving, but it seems Jonica is not following the best strategy. The best way to win Ed over during these difficult times would be to take on the role of a supportive friend, someone who helps without expecting anything in return. Even so, Jonica says she does have a plan. She begins whispering in Marilda's ear, who responds by saying it is a good plan. Back at Ed's cabin, when it is already night, he thinks the stew Jonica made was excellent. Maybe he should learn a bit of cooking from her, but more importantly, he needs to recover quickly. After all the help he received, he cannot keep looking so exhausted. So, he decides to go go to sleep early that night, until he sees something strange. It is Janica, saying he looks really tired. Ed asks if she has not left yet and notices she has a rather mischievous look. He asks what she is trying to do, but she only giggles and says she is not trying anything. Janica says what he is going through is not hard only for him. Exhaustion affects both the body and the mind, and she knows he has been working hard, enduring a schedule harsher than anyone else's. She also says that many people helped and comforted her when she went through tough times, but in the end, the one who helped her the most was him, not by saying comforting words, but by simply staying by her side. Janica says he has also gone through difficulties, but he did a good job. Ed replies that he does not need to hear that, but Janica insists and says that he has worked so hard that it is okay to admit he struggled. She asks if he did not face hardships. Ed then throws himself onto the pillow and admits with a sigh that he went through a lot. At that moment, Janica rests her head on him. When morning finally comes, Ed wakes up and realizes Janica slept there beside him. He chuckles and thinks he is now fully recovered. The system shows that his new skill, magical engineering, has only 2 proficiency points. He thinks he did not progress much over the past 10 days because he was in a coma, but he also reflects that the pursuit of magical engineering products and advanced crafting skills greatly affects core stats and is much more versatile than standard skills. The problem is that there is a clear limit to how much someone can improve just by self-study. Most magical engineering recipes are rewards from main storyline quests. Since he does not want to interfere with the main scenario, it is difficult to obtain them directly. Even so, it seems Taylor is not particularly interested in magical engineering either, probably because even with recipes, it is not possible to create useful products immediately. To manufacture them, materials that only appear in the later stages of the original story are needed. However, Ed's situation is different. He has someone by his side who can search for materials from even the other side of the world. At that moment, Lortel appears and says she is relieved to see him doing better. She had been very worried, but she herself does not look very healthy. She is suffering from chronic fatigue. Her hair is dry, her skin rough. It has been a time of great suffering. She sits beside Ed, and he asks why she came there if she is so busy. Lortel responds that she needed a bit of rest, and also wanted to talk about her association, which used to be called Elte. Even though Elte was deposed, she intends to rename it to the Trade Exchange Company and restructure the business. She explains that she needs someone to help with employee management, loot organization, product flow, and external affairs. Basically, she needs a co-executive, and of course she was thinking of Ed. Lortel says she imagines him waking up in the morning and going to work in the company building, right next to her. He would have many benefits, and since they would be married, they would even share the profits. She smiles and comments that maybe she is thinking too far ahead, but Ed asks Lortel if it is not strange for her to be doing so much for him. Lortel replies that he does not know anything. She says she knows how he must feel, that he is probably thinking, what's wrong with her? Or why is she doing all this for me? And most likely, he wants to keep everything strictly professional with her until the end. Ed thinks that yes, that is exactly what he wants. But Lortel continues, saying that this happens because he does not understand. After living an entire life in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and where you never know who will betray you first, what matters most is finding someone who will never betray you, someone who stays by your side even if all the wealth disappears. Ed thinks that for some this might be family, for others a lover, and for a few a decades-long friend. But for her, who has seen countless wealthy merchants rise and fall, the fear that it could happen to her is constant. Lortel asks if Ed can't stay by her side. Ed replies by saying, at least say that without holding back a laugh. Lortel admits it didn't work, but says she almost got him. She says she's human too, and it's hard to pretend. She asks how he felt, if he had the urge to protect her. Normally, when she shows that little face, people's hearts change. She says it's a pity, but even so, not everything was a lie. They fall into a slightly awkward silence, until Ed says he plans to graduate from Sylvania, but has no intention of leaving the school until he secures something solid. Lortel replies that she can wait for him to graduate, but Ed knows it's not that simple. She holds the special pass in her hands. She comments that it's good to see him again after so long. Ed thinks he may have done something terrible, and just imagining what might happen in the future makes him feel indebted to her. Lortel also thinks that was very risky. Her plan was to say that he now belonged to her, but seeing Ed like that threw everything off. If she had hesitated even a second more, she would have revealed her true face. She even brought the change from the payment for the magical engineering products, and thinks it would be awkward to return and see him again. She decides she can just leave the money at the cabin, but suddenly, who comes out of the cabin is Janica, holding a pillow. She asks if Ed went to the river because she's about to make a snack for him. The two meet along the path. Lortel asks why Janica came out of the cabin, and Janica throws the question question back, asking why Lortel came out of the river. And that was the beginning of a new disaster, including for Ed. Later, Ed is in the forest with Mug, and Mug says he needs to drink a lot of water and eat well. He says that if Ed collapses again, he'll end up dead. So for Mug's sake, he asks Ed to live a healthy life. He says he wants to stay in contact with him. Ed comments that Tarkin must have scolded Mug and apologizes for it. Ed thinks that thanks to Ziggs and Jonica, he now has enough food and firewood, and thanks to Lortel, he can furnish his cabin. The only thing on his mind are the 3 letters he received. One from Lortel, warning him to be careful, since no one knows what Elte might do. Another from Princess Fenia, with a personal message about Crepin's movements. And the last from the Academy itself, with an unexpected sender, Professor Glast. He had sent a letter scheduling a meeting with Ed after the conference, but at the time Ed was unconscious, suffering from exhaustion. Now he remembers, Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the final scene of that act has already begun. Ed recalls that Glast always believed a select, talented group could change the world. To revive Sylvania, the great sage, he began researching aspect magic, capable of distorting the laws of the world. But to fully understand it, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire. But the Academy sold Glast out, so in his desperation, he stole the sealed grimoire and tried to inject the spirit of Sylvania into Alia's body, who had been born with aspect magic. It was literally the narrative of a man driven mad. But of course, the protagonist Taylor took the lead and saved Alia. He overcame the traps of the secret lab and the spiritual library. After the whole plan was ruined, Professor Glast made an abrupt announcement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite always dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of new talents, he said his final words. But Ed doesn't remember them. Either way, the beginning of Glast's conquest war is the turning point. It's when the owner of the sage sealed grimoire changes. The connection formula also changes, and everything begins with the kidnapping of Taylor's friend Elia by Glast himself. At that moment, Alia was trapped in a cell, and Glast was showing her the waterway demon. He said the creature was pretty scary, wasn't it? Alia screamed, saying it was all his fault. She hated him, but that man, at that moment, was no longer Glast. He was Ed Roth Taylor. Ed asks if she wasn't being too cruel, since he was also kidnapped with her. He asks why he would want to harm anyone, and he thinks yes, he was kidnapped too. That was the final scene of Act 2, the conquest war of Glast, and Ed realizes this wasn't in his plans. Then, it's explained what happened 3 days ago. Ed had managed to finish everything he hadn't been able to do over the last 10 days because he had been in a coma, but not being able to train during that time was a huge loss. Still, he thinks the Glast war is about to begin and regrets not even being able to level up his magical engineering. However, he knows that to do so, he needs specific diagrams and materials. He thinks of a way to raise his magical engineering level. The final scene of Glast's conquest war has 4 stages. Among them, the most difficult is the third, the secret laboratory. The boss of that stage is Librarian Reyna from the spiritual library. She's so strong that it's almost impossible to clear that stage without using the Sword Saint form. But that's Taylor's problem. Ed, on the other hand, is interested in the contents. He remembers that the library is filled with extremely valuable magical engineering diagrams. There are over a dozen. 2 of them are for legendary items. He knows it will be dangerous, but it's fine as long as he doesn't go alone. Later, in Professor Glast's class, he announces that students Adele from Class B and Alia from Class 100 will join Class A next semester. Of course, due to pure talent. He says that even joining midway won't harm the course content, so there's no reason to worry. Lortel thinks there are many talented people in that class. Class A had only 3 students, but it will grow to 5 next semester. That makes sense, since it had been years since Glast last supervised a class. She also thinks that Alia might not be strong in combat, but she has an impressive affinity with aspect magic. Ziggs reluctantly stands up and says that the only criterion to enter that class is talent. Students who work hard can bloom in unexpected ways, but Glast asks if he's implying they're being underestimated or that he's ruining someone. He says he isn't disrespecting anyone. Then Glast states that the most effective way to ruin someone's life is to trust vague talent and support it inappropriately. Lortel sighs and thinks that even before entering the academy she had already analyzed the faculty. Glast has a hypocritical obsession with talent, probably because of his daughter. The only daughter of Professor Glast, named Muri, was a fairly ordinary mage, but he had great faith in her, which is natural for a father. However, Muri herself realized that it was not a father's confidence, but rather the blind faith of a professor from the Department of Magic. Because of that faith, she was prematurely forced to face monsters. She was still young and ended up dying. Since then, she heard that Glast became obsessed with proving talent. During most of his time at the academy, he dedicated himself to the enigmatic research of aspectual magic. But those who know his past understand that what he is truly pursuing is not exactly aspectual magic, but its creator, hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage of all, Sylvania. Perhaps that is why he brought Alia into this class. Glast then draws Lortel's attention, but quickly changes his mind and says to forget it, as it has nothing to do with the lesson. He says he will talk to her tomorrow. Lortel wonders if he wants to talk about the sealed grimoire that badly, but in the end, she doesn't care. Whatever Whatever he says will be useless, because the connection ceremony that will transfer the grimoire to her is about to take place. Meanwhile, in Claire's class, Ed thinks the ceremony is about to begin. It was close, but he managed to complete his plan. The core of this plan is to follow right behind the protagonist. He will tail Taylor to the lab and take everything that is left behind. He already made a list of the items he needs, especially those related to magical engineering. Among the most important, he wants to get the Glock's Eye, which temporarily increases mana and proficiency in all abilities, and Delheim's Hourglass, which reverses all physical effects for a few seconds. These two are legendary items. Ed thinks that, because of the difficulty in gathering the materials, these items are usually only useful in the final stages of the scenario, so they will be of no use to Taylor. That's why he will take them himself. While he's there, he can also observe how Taylor clears Phase 5, and that will complete his plan. He remembers that the Glast Conquest War begins on the same day as the Grimoire Connection ceremony. He told Janica he had lost an item in the underground canal, and that the two of them would go look for it together. He thought she would be annoyed, but in fact she loved the idea. That makes Ed feel a bit guilty, because of how much she worries about him. Still, she's a great friend, especially in combat. His plan seemed perfect, until Professor Claire approached and said that Glast was calling for Ed. He found the situation strange, since Janica told him she had visited his cabin recently, and that's exactly what Glast wants to talk about. Ed thinks that at that moment, the professor should be too busy with the connection ceremony. It's odd, but he agrees to go. After all, it's Professor Glast. Last time, he couldn't even reply to the letter because he was in a coma. Since he's being summoned again, it must be something important. Later, in Glast's office, Ed asks why Aaliyah is there, but he notices she is very afraid of him. It had already been 10 months since the incident in which he tried to attack her. Even so, it's understandable that she is still wary. But why exactly is she there? Ed starts to think that Aaliyah will be kidnapped, but then he wonders, wait, why was I summoned too? So he starts rummaging through the papers in the office. He notices that the notes aren't about grimoires. He's looking for something that indicates that the future has changed, that something slipped out of control. Then he finds his own file, Ed Roth Taylor. He deduces that Claire must have reported to Glast what she saw in the cabin. Maybe he linked that to what happened in the Ophelis dormitory. But what does all this mean? At that moment, Ed senses something and draws his dagger. The one who opens the door is Professor Glast himself. Aaliyah runs toward him asking for help, saying that Ed has gone mad, but Glast immediately uses espectral magic and casts the time prison on Aaliyah, freezing her in space. He tries to attack Ed, but Ed counters with his dagger and activates Moog, creating a massive explosion. Glast praises Ed's quick response. He says that Ed analyzed the entire situation with impressive clarity. Just from the documents, Ed understood his intentions. Ed asks if there's any reason why he also has to be captured. After all, Glast only needed Aaliyah and her affinity with espectual magic. Ed offers to stay silent. He says he won't tell anyone. Glast responds that he has a goal and asks Ed not to think badly of him. Ed thinks that, at the very least, the professor could give him an explanation. Is that too much to ask? He realizes that Glast still cares about his reputation. And that makes sense. If Ed escapes from there, he can tell anyone what Glast did. That would ruin the whole scenario. But on second thought, if he gets kidnapped, he'll be taken straight to the secret laboratory. It's like getting a ride. So Ed decides that maybe it's worth getting kidnapped on purpose. Then Glast looks at Ed and asks if he has decided to fight, but Ed just stands up. At that moment, Glast traps him in the time prison, something that only happens because Ed allows it. Glast begins to approach Ed Rothtaylor and comments that, from the start, he was a bit suspicious of him. He remembers what Claire said, that Ed is academically successful despite living alone in the forest, as if he had 48 hours a day. Glast also says that even Claire called him a secret genius, though she admitted she didn't expect such an academic record. Glast was impressed when he saw Ed in combat through the crystal ball. His approach was clearly that of someone weak, but clever, someone who uses every available means to win. To Glast, this shows that Ed is a product of effort, not talent. He notes that Ed's expression doesn't show any discomfort, which reminds Glast of something he lost in the past. His daughter used to say she would bring honor to the family name through her accomplishments. Remembering that leaves him shaken. While Ed is trapped, Mug manages to escape through the academy window. It rushes toward Ed's cabin, where Jonica is preparing a stew. She comments that Ed is running late. At the same time, Lucy is remembering her grandfather, a man who ventured through many places around the world, uncovering truths about magic and earning the title of the Great Mage. His master was Sylvania herself, who died young, and her beautiful face was forever engraved in his mind. Melancholy consumed many of his emotions, and even after living a long life, the memory of her face was something he missed. The pain of loss sometimes paralyzed his thoughts. She once wished to break and distort reality just to see her face one more time, but she came to understand that what is lost remains lost forever. He wrote that Lucy should be strong. He dedicated to her the last sentence of his book, which also became the final point of his own life. Sitting on Ed's cabin roof, Lucy felt the weight of longing. She thought that Glocked, more than anyone else, had accepted death and awaited it without resistance. She wondered if the pain of loss would ever be healed. In that moment, a simple pouch of dried meat would have been enough to soothe the pain. brain. She shook the pouch, but it was empty. Looking down, she saw Mug approaching Janica, who was beginning to get annoyed with him. Confused, Lucy wondered what was going on there. Meanwhile, in Trix Hall, the main meeting room of Sylvania Academy, the connection ceremony with the grimoire was underway. Glast was participating, handing over the grimoire to Lortel, current head of the merchant company that had purchased the artifact. All attention was focused on the group representatives, Lortel and Obel Forsyth, the director of Sylvania Academy. Lortel was sure that the director was around the same age as a certain man, but strangely different from Crepin. After the grimoire transaction, during the connection ceremony, Crepin called Lortel for a conversation and asked her to hand over the grimoire. It was something she had been planning from the start. She didn't want to cause a commotion. For her, the amount of money was enough to sustain all the lies she had told Finia. She had asked for an absurd amount, 12,000, or rather, 1,000 coins for the grimoire, but Crepin accepted immediately. He even warned Lortel that Elta had hired a group of mercenaries, and that they were heading to Sylvania, asking her to make sure nothing went wrong. Lortel thought Crepin was an unpleasant man, but in the end it was worth it for the information she extracted from him. At that moment, Lortel was ready. As the connection took place, Glast performed a kind of ritual. Lortel mentioned that she was about to issue a transfer certificate, and that, best of all, she would secure her free pass with Ed. But then, dark and spectral magic began to spread throughout the room. A huge magic circle appeared in front of the grimoire, and golems were summoned all over the place. Lortel realized, horrified, that the grimoire was being taken by Glast and simply vanished. She thought that along with the grimoire, her free pass with Ed had also disappeared. Despite Ed Roth-Taylor's absence, the story moved on. Meanwhile, in Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Alia wondered why, of all people, she ended up locked up with Ed. He, on the other hand, was calm, just wondering if Glast had already stolen the grimoire. That was when someone told her to be quiet. It was a chubby guy with a megala, saying that if they kept shouting like that, the monster would wake up. This was Kuhn, a researcher. Kuhn said they were lucky because Glast had asked not to use them in the experiments. After all, they were still indispensable talents. Ed thought it was true. Kuhn noticed that Ed was far calmer than he should be, and said he would review the research but keep an eye on the two of them. Ed thought there was nothing else he could do. If he just waited, Taylor would appear and play his part. He had probably already passed through the library, now in ruins. Ed's plan was to collect replicas of various magical artifacts and engineering devices. There was absolutely nothing he could do at that moment. What bothered him, what weighed on his conscience, was knowing that he had to do all this with Alia. She then threatened him. She said that if he took another step, she would start screaming. She told him to get away, threatening to rip his tongue out if he came closer. But Ed replied that he had nothing against her. If he had wanted to hurt her, he already would have. If he truly meant her harm, he wouldn't have missed the chance. Alia shot back, saying that was a lie, that he was Ed Roth-Taylor, a villain. Ed asked her to stop with that nonsense and just be quiet. He said that if she waited, Taylor would come and save her. She asked how he had the nerve to even mention Taylor's name, and he asked why he couldn't. He apologized for what he did during the entrance exam, saying he had his reasons. He reminded her that he also helped in the fight against Glaskin. He said she might not trust him, but she could trust Taylor, and surely he was already on his way. Alia, surprised, wondered if Ed had really just apologized. Suddenly, Mug came running toward them, asking if Master Ed was okay. He was all scratched up, but said he was fine. He said he could feel, hear, and see. Mug was desperate, but Ed grabbed him and asked where he had been, saying he was smart for figuring out where he was. Alia asked if that was a spirit, if Ed really had a spirit. He said that was none of her business, but Alia insisted, saying that if he had a spirit, he could have used it to send a call for help. Ed thought it wasn't necessary to add more variables to the story. Otherwise, the future could change even more. Mug then said Ed didn't need to worry. He had already sent an emergency signal, and someone was surely on their way to save them. He could still clearly see the furious expression on Janica's face. She was charging toward him. That fiery-haired merchant was coming too, along with that short little mage with the witch hat. He told Ed not to worry because an army was coming to save him. Ed got very angry with Mug and threw him against the cage. Then he shouted for Kun and said he had changed his mind and didn't want to stay there anymore. But Kun told him to stop making noise, or the demon would wake up. He also said Ed was just a student and should keep quiet, then left the room. Alia asked why he was acting like that all of a sudden, since he himself had said they should just wait in silence. That was when Mug appeared bringing the cell keys. Ed thought Mug always did unnecessary things, but he took the opportunity and opened the cell. However, instead of freeing Alia, he locked her in again. He told her to shut her mouth and only answer with yes or no from that point on. Ed explained that in that place there were all sorts of demonic experiments, and it was very dangerous. If they discovered he had disappeared, they would come looking for him. That's why he assured her he wouldn't hurt her, as long as she stayed in there. He also said that, anyway, she wouldn't be able to run far. She tried to argue, but he cut her off, saying, "Don't answer, just yes or no," and she replied simply, "Okay, yes." Then Ed told her to stay quiet and say nothing else. He said he would manage alone and ran out of there. As he ran, Ed thought there would definitely be a major twist in the second act of Sylvania Academy. He knew how to deal with small variables to some extent, and he also understood that if skill levels increased, many problems could be solved simply by using information to his advantage. However, there were also variables he couldn't handle on his own, like the battle between Janica and Lortel. That one he could still manage, but there were more complex problems. All veterans and experienced players had spent hundreds of hours in that game, and even with all his caution, there were situations with no way out. One such case was the completely invincible enemy from Bad Ending number 27, Lazy Lucy. He thought he hadn't paid much attention to that ending, but he knew that if certain conditions were met, it would become inevitable. The condition was simple. After the incident, if Professor Glast and Lucy met, the bad ending would happen. Ed understood he had to prevent Lucy from coming to that place no matter what. If that happened, everything would go wrong. Meanwhile, in the Ophilis dormitory, Taylor was calling for Ziggs, asking a favor. He needed to save Alia. That was the point where phase 1 of the final chapter began, the chase after Glast. The story was unfolding as expected. After Glast escaped, Taylor asked Ziggs for help, and the setting of the final chapter of the second act became familiar. In the Tricks Hall, there would be Lortel. In the sewer system, Janica. In the library, for now, no one. And in the Demon Studies laboratory, Ed and Alia. Stepping onto that path and then leaving it behind was truly an interesting experience. The Demon Studies lab was originally a problematic area where Kun had released all the demons, causing a lot of trouble, but Ed managed to get through there because the demons were still sealed. That was a relief. However, the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast was inevitable, and that practically guaranteed that a bad ending would occur in that story. It was a situation that demanded urgency. At the same time, the Spirit Library was being guarded by Reyna, the Spirit Librarian. Ed thought her patrol pattern felt very familiar. He had memorized it. He also had great command of combat strategies, but he knew that Reyna was an important experience point for Taylor. When they got halfway through, the only way to advance was for Taylor to use his sword technique. If the protagonist wasn't well trained, they would face great difficulty. After all, the second act was when Taylor needed to grow the most. The key places where he learned essential skills were with the resurrected demon from the sewer system, and with Reyna, who gave him extra experience. At that moment, along the way, Ed was simply stealing magical artifacts, while Reyna calmly patrolled the library. Ed stayed hidden, filling his list with everything he could get his hands on. He thought that once he finished collecting everything he wanted, he would head back, but it was truly a shame to leave behind so many valuable resources. As always, Mug helped during the patrol, telling Ed when it was safe to move undetected. However, a huge tremor suddenly shook the library. Ed realized that this earthquake hadn't been part of any plan. The shelf he was hiding behind collapsed, and Reyna immediately spotted him. He thought he was really in trouble now. About 30 minutes before that tremor, in the Tricks Hall, a golem was attacking one of Lortel's subordinates, but she managed to freeze it and shattered it to pieces. Lortel commented that if that negotiation hadn't been discreet, the reputation of Sylvania Academy would have been ruined. It was shocking that the grimoire had been stolen during the ceremony. The director said that even if it took time, he would take personal responsibility. He also stated that in any case, Professor Glast's plans would not succeed. Lortel asked if he knew what Glast was planning. The director answered that it would be wise to say he was attempting one of the 3 great taboos. These 3 taboos defied the world order, distorted the flow of time, and denied human fate. The first was the pursuit of immortality, the second, the resurrection of the dead, and the third, and most severe, time travel. Lortel asked if Glast's plan was to revive the dead, and whether the director had known that all along. The director responded with another question, asking if she would call him insane now. He explained that it was talent that had driven the world forward, including Sylvania herself and Muri, Glast's daughter, who had tried to promote her talent prematurely, but met a tragic fate. The director stated that if Glast truly completed the resurrection spell, who did Lortel think he would bring back? His daughter, or Sylvania herself? Lortel was confused until someone burst through the door, warning that something serious had happened. Glast had been seen fleeing through the sewers, being chased by the student Taylor. According to witnesses, he had not only stolen the grimoire, but also kidnapped 2 students, Alia from the first year, and Ed Roth-Taylor from the second. Lortel was in shock when she heard this. She wondered if Ed had really been kidnapped. She also noticed a strange noise nearby. She thought the director, being the greatest sorcerer of that era, would take responsibility for recovering the grimoire, but at the same time she felt she had to act. It might seem irrational, but she knew the sound was coming from the direction of the sewers. That was when she saw Tarkin spewing fire in every direction. On top of him was Janica, desperate and determined to find Ed. Lortel decided she would go there too. She commented that the director was being too inflexible, so she would have to retrieve the grimoire herself. She ordered part of her team to stay behind, but the rest to come with her. She was ready to enter the battle. It was also revealed that a highly respected combat alchemist, even within the alchemist society, was involved in the situation. That was Dorothy, a 3rd-year student and head of the alchemy department. Her battle power was so formidable that even members of her own club struggled to fight her. However, not even Dorothy had managed to show her true talent during the first act. Professor Glast recognized that and had been a true mentor to her, but there was a reason behind it all. Dorothy followed all of his instructions until, at one point, She said it was too much. She came face to face with Tarkin and Janica, who was furious, demanding to know where Ed was. At that moment, Dorothy collapsed with foam at her mouth. Janica, confused, asked if Tarkin had said it was that way. She repeated the directions to herself. Second left, then right, then left again. She was clearly getting lost. Then she wondered if it was her fault that Dorothy had collapsed. Even so, Janica decided to cover Dorothy. While doing that, Lortel arrived. She observed the situation and thought that, aside from Lucy, Janica was definitely one of the most powerful students in the academy. She knew Janica could completely destroy the sewers and cause massive chaos if needed, just to ensure Ed's safety. Lortel was already imagining the scene in her head. She pictured Janica saving Ed, holding him in her arms and then falling in love with him. She imagined them getting married, and the thought drove her mad. Lortel thought she couldn't allow that to happen under any circumstances. It was obvious that she was a cold and rational person, but when it came to Ed, she might even commit a crime. She then approached Janica and said that Ed had already been rescued, that he was seriously injured and bedridden at the camp, asking for her. She added that he was already resting there. Lortel thought to herself that she needed to save him, but before that, she had to get rid of Janica. Janica, suspicious, asked why Lortel was saying all that. Janica claimed she had confirmed Ed's location and had run there like an arrow, arriving right at the entrance. She said it was impossible for them to have passed through there with Ed without her seeing it, since she had been the first to arrive. Lortel pretended not to understand what she meant. Janica then said it was no time for arguing, and asked if Lortel had already mobilized anyone to search for Ed. That made Lortel reflect that it was true. Ed really was in danger. Janica commented that she had asked Lucy for help, but Lucy just yawned and said she was going for a walk, so now she was alone. Lortel agreed that this wasn't the time to interfere. She told her employees to wait there. The two of them decided to split up. Janica would take the eastern side of the sewers, and Lortel the western side. Lortel thought that the most important thing now was rescuing Ed, so she ran as fast as she could. Janica also ran. Both were determined to save Ed before the other. Meanwhile, Ed was in trouble facing Reina. He was completely caught off guard. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked open, and the debris collapsed over Reina, knocking her down. Ed thought that if it had really been an earthquake, it might have been better. Reina lay on the ground, completely wrecked. The one who came to rescue Ed was Lucy, the first to arrive. She said she was bored, so she decided to go save him. With that, the competition between the girls came to an end. Meanwhile, the headmaster was observing the landscape. A staff member asked if he was really okay standing there doing nothing. The headmaster replied that yes, it was dangerous, but it was also a great opportunity for the students to grow. He said flowers bloom where leaves fall. The other staff member asked if that intense pressure wouldn't be harmful, but the headmaster said he had no doubt that this was the best generation of students they had ever had. Looking back at the academy's history, he said this generation was a rarity. In each class, there were so many promising students that they looked like stars in the sky. He said it almost felt like someone was trying to warn him that, in the upcoming trials, the students would need to understand that talent alone wasn't enough. The pressure needed to be intense in order to forge diamonds. Then it showed the path Lucy had taken from the camp. She crossed the mountain, dug a tunnel straight to the library, and fell right on top of Reina. Ed was a bit disappointed by that, but Lucy asked if he still had any jerky. Ed replied by asking if she seriously thought he would have jerky in a place like that. Lucy said she wanted to go back but needed a place to nap. Ed said this wasn't the time for that. He thought everything was a mess. Based on the time, Janica and Lortel were probably running there. Considering Taylor's growth up to that point, if he defeated all the bosses from the second half and skipped Reina, the scenario wouldn't fall apart. That meant that for now, everything was still under control. The real problem was Lucy. If she met Glast, the bad ending event would begin. Ed then asked Lucy to stay with him for a bit. He felt nervous, but said someone once told him that the greatest gift is having someone who simply stays by your side in silence. He said Lucy was very strong and that being with her made him feel safe. Just her presence already helped him. He asked her to stay with him until they left. Lucy kept sniffing around for jerky, but Ed said it was all gone. He asked her to just stay there with him. She replied that if he wanted to leave, she could help, but Ed explained he still had some things to take care of before leaving. Lucy agreed but said she also had a favor to ask. Then she lay down on his back and fell asleep right there. Ed then decided that, on the way back, he would pass through the library path, grab everything he needed, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of that hole. While Lucy was still looking for jerky, creatures appeared in the library, bats, but Ed used his ignition magic and burned them all. His elemental magic increased, as did his proficiency and mana resonance. Ed realized he was farming, gaining a lot of experience at that moment. He mentally apologized to Taylor, but promised he wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, Lortel passed by a place and noticed the presence of a concealment spell. The magical resonance she felt was unique, the kind of vision only Professor Glast had recognized in her. Unlike Janica, who specialized in spiritual connection, Lortel quickly located the path. At that moment, suddenly, Lortel realized that for the first time, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship, something that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart filled with warmth. Lortel thought she had felt that before, and in that instant, it was as if she could hear her own heartbeat. But suddenly, the wall exploded exploded, and Ed appeared, casually saying he was looking for her. He sighed and explained that he had been kidnapped, but he was loaded with magical equipment. Without worrying about her shock, Ed just asked for help carrying the stuff. Lortel looked at each item and thought about how absurdly valuable everything was. A fortune in her hands. Even so, she asked if he wasn't in serious danger, and Ed replied that he was, but somehow managed to escape. That's when Lortel noticed that Lucy was with him. This deeply worried her. She thought everything was getting too dangerous, especially compared to Janica, whom she considered a coward incapable of taking risks. In contrast, Lortel had been proactive, even advancing on Ed and kissing him. But that day, when she returned home breathless, almost setting the forest on fire, she wondered how she could act so naturally, even with another girl by his side. Ed started explaining that he needed her to store the scrolls for him, and that if the trading company could deliver the materials, he would come back to get them later. If she wanted to buy anything too, she could just let him know. Lortel thought she needed to take control of the situation, put pressure on him, but Ed approached so naturally that it made her nervous. He said he could only trust her. Lortel thought that in that instant, he had crossed the line. She kept recalling the words he had said before, and trying to hide her inner confusion, she sarcastically asked if he wanted a receipt. Deep down, she thought she was too weak to deal with this kind of thing. Suddenly, one of Lortel's subordinates came running, saying he had finally found her and that something big was happening. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the underground canals, Taylor and his group were warning each other not to let their guard down. Clavius, scared, asked if they really had to keep going, but Elvira told him to stop being a coward, reminding him that they needed to save Alia. Clavius argued that he never really liked her that much, and didn't understand why they had to save Roth Taylor too. Taylor replied that unfortunately, they had to save him along with Alia, but Ziggs tried to calm him down, reminding him that she was a good person, and asking him not to give up. That was when someone pointed to one of the corridors. It was the seer Adele, who said she was sensing a strong presence in that tunnel. She had the feeling they would face a very dangerous opponent. As she pointed to the left tunnel, an intense explosion occurred. Tarkin appeared, holding someone who was begging and saying they didn't know anything. It was Claire, who ended up fainting. Right after that, Jonica appeared saying she had gotten lost and didn't know the way back. When she turned around, she asked how everyone was doing, but behind her there was an army of spirits. Ziggs responded casually, but the rest of the group wasn't nearly as relaxed. Taylor immediately recognized the feeling of fear growing inside him. He had faced Janica in that state before, and knew there was no guarantee of victory, but he was determined to do his best. Meanwhile, Janica wondered why everyone was looking at her that way, if she had done something wrong, if she had gone too far with the professor who fainted on her own. Ziggs asked why Taylor was so tense and told him to calm down. Then suddenly, a firm voice echoed saying that was enough. It was Ed, coming from the right corridor. The group, surprised, reacted by asking what Roth Taylor was doing there. Janica then approached Ed, asking if he was alright, if he was hurt. Elvira and Taylor watched the scene with great concern, since Taylor had already noticed, along with Elvira, Ed's fighting style. Even using only basic magic and few tricks, he had managed to take on 3 much stronger students. The real problem, however, was Ed's allies. Taylor thought that ever since the Ophilis incident, Ed had definitely gotten stronger. If it were just Janica, he might be able to win, but against Ed, the chances were 0. But at that moment, Ed walked past him and told him to hurry, because Alia was waiting. Ed moved ahead, thinking that now it was time for each of them to play their role. While Taylor handled the main stage, he would take care of the variables. His plan was to capture Elte. Ed remembered the report from the company employee saying Elte's mercenaries were with him, which meant the time to act was now. In the original scenario, he had been completely defeated, without even having a chance to react. Elte, the Gold King, was the mid-boss of the second act, but this time, he had been overthrown in a different way and managed to escape. Lortel already knew he was planning a counterattack, but had made a critical mistake. Many of the company's employees were absent, and Ed had managed to secure various magical engineering and crafting schemes. However, if anyone asked him what his best tool was, it would undoubtedly be his knowledge of the future. The current scenario was already moving toward the second confrontation with Glast, the final boss. There were no changes in the plan. If Elte was the mid-boss of Act 2, then he had to be defeated still within this act. Ed thought he was ready to capture him. He then called Ziggs and said that if they kept following that path, they would surely find a safe passage. After that, they just had to rescue Alia and get the details directly from her. Ed then called Taylor's attention. He knew that, in the end, it was Taylor who had to resolve that scenario. At that moment, Taylor needed to learn all of his unique skills and master them completely to grow and succeed, because in the next scenario, he might face someone even more dangerous. There was still much to be resolved in this chapter. After that, the demons summoned by Glast would cover the sky with their terrible magic, and in the future, trials would come that were nearly unbearable. After saying this, Ed paused and asked Taylor to do his best. He thought maybe he didn't even need to encourage him that much. Then Ed left with his group. Lortel explained that the goal of the merchant company was to gather proof that the drop in jewelry sales, which led to Elte's downfall, was her responsibility. Ed replied that in that case, they should first go to administration and report the mercenaries' invasion, but Janica interrupted him, asking him to to wait. Ed, in a hurry, replied there was no more time and that they had to move. Janica, however, insisted. She said he might get hurt again. She knew he was going after Elta, didn't know all the details, but remembered he had been kidnapped and detained and barely managed to escape. Even so, he wanted to keep pushing forward. Just a few days ago, he had fallen into a coma from exhaustion, and now he was risking himself again. She didn't want to see him get hurt one more time. Ed thought that was true. Honestly, he knew he had no direct obligation to the merchant company's affairs, but the fact was that dealing with variables like this one was inevitable. He couldn't just say no. If they wanted to capture Elte, they needed Lortel or Janica. Lortel agreed with Janica. She admitted she had been arrogant for involving Ed directly. She said he should be somewhere safe. Ed was glad the two had come to that consensus, but he knew he couldn't just stay there resting. He thanked both of them for their kindness, but stated that unfortunately, Lortel's business was nobody else's concern. Janica, confused, asked what he meant by that, but Ed cut the topic short and told everyone to move, since they were running out of time. Internally, Ed thought he hadn't wanted to say it like that. He saw that Janica was really shaken. She asked if it really wasn't her concern, so Ed had his own problems too. Ed took a look and said it was fine, that she was right. He thought Janica was really smart. No wonder she was at the top of the class. As he got closer, Ed realized something strange had happened there, and commented that it looked like there had been some confusion. He said he thought Taylor had behaved terribly, and asked what he had done to that upperclassman. But then, on second thought, Ed realized that Janica herself had caused it. Janica explained that it wasn't her intention, that she had done it by accident. She said she wasn't someone without compassion for others. Ed responded that they could talk outside, on their way out. Lortel agreed, saying they should first ask for help from the academic department, and that the carriage should be waiting at the entrance. However, when they arrived, the carriage had already been destroyed and the subordinates were defeated. Lortel was surprised by the speed and quickly saw who was responsible. Elte, her father, the Golden King. Elte said he had taught her how to manage the records, and that even if they investigated everything, it would be hard to find evidence against him, but there were flaws in her personal management. And at that moment, a subordinate who had betrayed Lortel appeared at Elte's side. Elte said she should smile, because it had taken a long time for her to make that expression. He said it would be a real shame if the last piece of evidence, named Lortel, was destroyed through torture. The defeated subordinates weren't actually out of combat, and charged toward Ed, who was at the front, but, as expected, Lortel raised a magical barrier to protect him. She already knew Elte wouldn't be alone. She said that just like last time, mercenaries had been recruited based on their academic skills, and Professor Glast probably knew about it. Elte, however, claimed that this time was different. He had gathered the best mercenaries on the continent. He then ordered that, except for Lortel, the lives of the others didn't matter. He told them to finish everything quickly. The mercenaries unleashed a heavy rain of arrows. As the attacks approached, Janica used a wind barrier. With the support of her spirits, she was able to disperse all the arrows. She remarked that the movements of those mercenaries were very well coordinated. Ed thanked her for the help. Elte added that spirit mages were indeed powerful, but that something was different this time. He was using a legendary magical engineering item, the Belarus Suppressor, an artifact that nullifies all magic in the area for 10 minutes. Ed thought that even though it was a single-use item, it was extremely expensive. The Belarus Suppressor was more advanced than the night butterfly flower potion used by Elvira to impose magical restrictions. Although it had the critical downside of needing time to activate and being easy to spot during preparation, it was still a dangerous item. Moreover, Elte had numbers on his side, and an army made entirely of mages. Lortel said that if the suppressor was activated, it would be the end. Ed asked how Elte intended to take responsibility for all of this. How would he deal with the consequences? Elte replied that even so, it was better than losing his own life. Ed thought that at the start of the story, a third-rate villain, who should have fallen and exited the stage, was now causing a massive butterfly effect, enough to create major disruptions. In truth, he was talking about himself. Furthermore, if this mid-boss survived, it would have a major impact on the world. Elte, the Gold King, was the mid-boss, but in the end, he was struck from behind by Lortel, who then left the scene. Elte had murdered Lortel's biological parents, and used any means to reach glory. He was a complete villain, but he bore no resentment for it. The reason he persisted was simple. He wanted to survive, just like Ed. However, Ed had no intention of giving in. He knew it might seem selfish, but this was his story. At that moment, Ed called out to Lucy, asking her to wake up. She grumbled that everyone was being too loud, but opened her eyes and activated her magic. After a bright flash, Lucy focused all her power. That was her awakening. It is then explained that the great mage Glocht, at the end of his life, wrote the book The Memories of Glocht. Its content doesn't match his reputation, and few know that he wrote it while living in isolation in a small cabin. One of the only people who knew this was Lucy herself. Her grandfather always told her she had a natural gift, the blessing of the stars, but he also told her that wasn't a reason to stop studying. He asked Lucy to be humble with her power and to be careful with loneliness, because the power to dominate everything always came with bitter solitude. Because of that, he made his granddaughter promise 3 things. The first, never kill, to avoid as much as possible, even by accident, staining her hands with blood, at least while at the academy, she should remain faithful to the student life. At that moment, the mercenaries were completely terrified. None of them could move. It was as if they had never witnessed so much power in one place. In fact, it was instinctual. Their bodies refused any movement purely out of fear of dying. It was as if, upon seeing that light pass by them, they thought, "We better stop here." Elte, confused, asked why everyone was frozen. One of the mercenaries tried to justify it by saying it must be some kind of spell, and still tried to attack Lucy. But Lucy wasn't a mage who controlled magic with precision. Even though she was a mage, she had no refinement. Her power was pure brute force, a compression of overwhelmingly powerful magic. When she reacted, Lucy unleashed an explosion so violent that it sent the mercenary flying far away. Her magic was essentially pure violence. Elta mentioned that he had not yet activated the artifact, that it just needed a little more time. Lucy then approached him and said he seemed to be the leader. If they captured him, everything would end right there. But at that moment, Ed appeared and said it was enough, that it would be better to stop there. Suddenly, though, Ed felt a strong tremor throughout the surrounding space. He looked up at the sky and saw massive black lightning bolts tearing through the air. Ed recognized it immediately. It was the high-level spell cast by Professor Glast, known as Hell's Ascension. It was a magic that defied the natural order itself. The sky, covered by 10 magical towers, was the stage for the climax of the second act, the setting of the final battle. Ed thought the timing was perfect. With that, Taylor had probably already defeated the monster underground and learned his essential ability. He now had all the necessary companions by his side. It would still take a while, but Taylor would be able to stop Glast. The fact that Hell's Ascension was happening at the exact same moment as in the original game meant the main scenario was flowing correctly. As it was an abnormal spell, far ahead of any other in the world, everyone was shocked, including Janica and Lortel, who could not understand what they were seeing, but Lucy could. She explained that each of the 10 towers of magical energy played the role of absorbing a different type of superior magic. She said she was not sure, but it looked close to a possible resurrection of the dead. Ed thought about the epilogue scene after completing the second act in the game. In it, after the incident, Lucy would slowly wake up from her drowsiness and explain how the spell worked. That was because, in the game, she had been napping on the rooftop during all the chaos. But if someone woke Lucy before the first phase of the event, she would meet Glast, who would make her an offer not to revive Sylvania, but rather his disciple, the great mage Glocked. If that happened, Lucy would turn against everyone and defeat the allies. That was bad ending number 27. Lucy Merrill was not an enemy designed to be defeated easily. Even with hundreds of hours of gameplay and research by the most experienced players, no one could beat her. Due to variables not accounted for in the main scenario, changes began to occur, but Ed decided to improvise a solution. Elte then grabbed the Belarus suppressor and finally activated it. The surrounding magic was suppressed, and the effect was directed at Lucy. He shouted for the allies to attack, as now no one could use magic. But Ed, even without magic, used his windblade to strike down one of the mercenaries. He thought that he too was a variable in that world. Elte, surprised, asked how he could still use magic even with the suppressor active, until he realized that all the item's power was focused on Lucy. Even though it was a legendary artifact, it had its limits. Just as it is possible to draw water from the sea, the ocean is never emptied. Lucy then declared that she would open the path. With a firm motion, she broke the Belarus suppressor and said she needed to go somewhere else. Ed acknowledged that Elta had the experience of a veteran mercenary, but the feeling he gave off now, after surviving so many dangerous situations, was that his death was near in the face of that power. Lucy began to prepare her magic, but Ed intervened, saying she could also die if she kept going. Lucy knew that. Ed then said that if she did not want to kill, it was better to stop there. After all, that was one of the 3 promises asked of her by the person who cared most about her. Ed looked her straight in the eyes, and at that moment, Lucy deactivated her magic, turned away, and said she understood. Ed asked where she was going. Lucy replied that for her, everything had ended there and that she just needed to leave that place. Ed then asked if she was sure she would not regret it. The two were silent for a moment. Lucy lowered her head and remembered the words written on the last page of Glock's memoirs. What is lost is lost. The one who lost must become stronger. That is why she had to be the strongest. That is why Glock dedicated that final phrase of the book to her, Lucy Merrill, before departing. Still with her head lowered, Lucy replied that she would not regret it. And then, before Ed's eyes, she simply vanished. Later, Janica confirmed that all the mercenaries had retreated. Ed ran out of there, relieved that he had left what to do with Welter unresolved. From that point on, Lortel would be responsible for dealing with Elte and the rest of the group. Ed felt exhausted. He had pushed himself too hard once again. Still, he ran at full speed to the tallest building in the academy, the Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode. It was there that Glast stole the sage's grimoire, and where Taylor began his journey to pursue him. The injured people were being well cared for at the academy, but Ed never imagined he would return to that place. place. He returned to the stage where everything had begun, the secret laboratory, and without realizing it, all the pieces had fallen into place. That was the beginning of his journey, and also the place where everything would end. When he opened the doors, he saw Lucy. Ed thought that one of the buildings Jonica had destroyed in the student center had been precisely the Glocked Hall. He also remembered that the institution that granted him a scholarship was the Glocked Foundation. That man had lived simply and modestly and donated his entire fortune to the Sylvania Academy. Ed sat next to Lucy and realized that Glocked's traces were scattered throughout the academy. That was why it had been difficult to find Lucy, but he knew she would be there. From the top of Trix Hall, one could see the entire academy at once. For Lucy, that was the relic left by her grandfather. Lucy asked if Ed still had some dried meat left, and he replied that he had already said earlier that he didn't. Then he asked what she was doing there. Lucy said she was thinking about the old days. Ed commented that if he fell from there, it would be certain death, but Lucy said that in the past something had made her very sad and she cried a lot because of it. However, with time, that sadness faded. Ed asked why, and Lucy replied that after thinking about it a lot, she realized the reason was simple. Time had passed. A lot of time. Reopening old wounds was foolish. Even if someone tried to save another with some kind of sacred magic, that person would still have to leave again someday. From the beginning, Glocked had been prepared to die. Lucy said that if Glocked were revived, he would probably be furious. Trying to bring back the great mage would be a blasphemy. She had known that from the start. Trying to resurrect someone was a purely selfish wish. Ed then asked if everything was okay for her now. He thought that even though he couldn't speak from the perspective of someone who had been prevented from leaving, he couldn't help but ask that. At first, Lucy had wanted to bring Glocked back with all her determination, but then she changed her mind. And if she changed her mind again, something terrible could happen. Lucy looked at him and asked if he. Ed interrupted, confused, thinking she was still talking about dried meat. But then Lucy asked if she could lean on his shoulder for a moment. She moved closer and rested against him, preparing to take a nap. Ed remembered that one day he asked himself how he had ended up in a situation like that, but in the end, that was just how it was. It was destiny. In the future, it would be hard to find someone as passionate about researching sacred magic as Professor Glast. Even the study of resurrection magic would end with his demise. The dead are dead. What was lost is already gone. The form of loss is different for everyone, but it comes for all. That is why it is important to accept loss and learn to value what you have now. Lucy, crying silently, understood that truth. Ed thought that in that moment, the two of them simply sat there for a long time, looking together at the great energy tower in the sky. The starry sky above them was truly incredible to see, but that brief moment of peace was interrupted when a giant rose to protect the sacrifice. It was clear who was fighting now, Taylor and his group. The ancient weapon created by Glast stood before them, with Alia herself as its power core. That was the magic golem, Glast's final trump card, and now the final battle against it was beginning. The climax of the second act of the so-called failed swordsman of Sylvania. It was the final page of that chapter of the story. The decisive moment. The rescue of Alia, trapped in the heart of the golem. After a great explosion caused by one of the golem's attacks, the one who held back the entire impact was Ziggs, who opened a gap. Taylor then rushed in, jumping over the golem's arm at full speed, taking advantage of the opening. While Glast was under attack, he thought that his nearsightedness was getting worse. Without his glasses, he couldn't see anything clearly. He was then hit in the shoulder. As he struggled to hold on, Glast reflected that his life as a professor was like reading a static text. He spent his days immersed in the writings of sages, analyzing sacred energy, managing curricula, reviewing academic materials. Time passed, and the scenery outside his office window changed. When it snowed, the freshman from elemental studies would often come to his office, saying she wanted to train intermediate magic. When it rained, the youngest professor, who caused that major accident, would always come begging for forgiveness. And on windy days, the former director on his way to work would always stop by to have a cup of tea with him. Even after becoming director himself, Glast remained there, in the same place, surrounded by papers. Deep down, he wanted his painful memories to disappear. That was why he took the grimoire. He then reacted and threw Taylor far away, breaking his sword. Next, he used small-scale time reversal magic to heal his wound, but he thought, frustrated, that even with such power, the memories still remained. As he prepared another attack with the magic golem, Clabius asked fearfully what that thing was. Glast then used an even stronger spell, multiple time reversals, capable of stopping time completely. Ziggs was thrown far, but soon time stopped for him too. Taylor barely managed to hold on, even with his sword broken. Glast, with blurred vision, could hardly see what was in front of him. All he could see, beyond the long darkness of his closed eyes, was everything he had lost in the past. He believed he was nearing his limit, but Taylor stood up once more. Glast asked them to give up, to stop trying to resist him, but a great magic emerged from within the golem's core, shattering its structure into countless pieces. Not even Glast understood what was happening. It was Taylor who had activated his transformation, wielding the divine sword of death. Glast, however, once again reversed time, reconstructing the entire golem with his sacred magic. He even reversed the surrounding environment, even if it meant the death of everyone around him. He said it was useless to resist. But at that moment, an ice spear thrown by Ziggs struck him, opening a new gap. Taylor was not the only one with room to act. Ziggs had also cleared a path. Glast, under pressure, thought that everything he had done had led him to that moment. His magic golem completely exploded. Then, through the smoke, Taylor appeared, wielding his divine sword, and at last managed to rescue Alia. With the battle over, Glast admitted defeat. He fell from his great magic tower, still with blurred vision, missing his daughter. However, before hitting the ground, he activated a sacred teleportation spell, falling into a time reversal enchantment that transported him far from there. It was the last resort he had to survive. Even so, Glast was gravely wounded, bleeding, and would probably die anyway. It is explained that in the original script, it was already certain that nothing else would happen after this point. The fate of Glast, the professor who carried so much regret, was sealed. Without a doubt, he would die there. But at that moment, Ed appeared, and Glast remarked that it was already time for curfew. But Ed thought there was still something he wanted to check before that happened. An hour earlier, Lortel believed that the mercenaries had already been taken by Janica, and that Elte had been detained by the company. The dangerous elements had been handled, so as long as she made sure Ed was safe, everything would be fine. At that moment, she found Ed alongside Lucy, who was clinging slightly to his sleeve, which made Lortel confused and alert. Soon after, Claire and Dorothy also appeared, visibly exhausted. Ed wondered why they were crying, but both were shocked when they saw something unexpected. The one who had defeated both of them was there. Tarkin, next to Janica. Janica asked Ed if he had really said the tower was being powered by a sacred weapon, as she wanted to confirm that information. At that point, it had become a matter involving Ed, but initially Janica was doing this to protect the northern forest where the spirits lived. However, a few days earlier, Tarkin claimed to have detected the same magic from the tower within that forest. It was a spectral magic, and there was no doubt about who was behind it. The problem was that there were no magic towers in the north of the forest, so what was Glast doing there? Ed thought that, since no serious accidents had happened since then, maybe he didn't need to do anything else. But just then Dorothy fainted again, and Ed thought that even though they had already dealt with Elte, it was still hard to imagine the impact of all this on the future scenarios. That was why he wanted to check one more time, and that was why he was now in front of Professor Glast, who was clearly on the brink of death. Janica asked what he was doing there, and Glast replied that he was looking at the moon, finding it funny, but the others said there was nothing funny about it. Glast knew he was in a ridiculous situation, and Ed asked if he knew he had failed. Glast replied that he did, that he would have failed either way. He had been reckless, never thought he would be defeated by his own students, and even if he had won, the director would still have defeated him. Maybe he hadn't been stopped from the beginning because of the director's feelings toward him. Glast admitted that Ed was a better student than he had imagined, but he realized it too late. Ed then asked why he was kidnapped, and the professor explained that he had an impressive ability. At first, he thought he could use him in his plans, but Ed passed out from exhaustion, and the plan failed. He then captured him quickly, but when he returned, Ed had already disappeared. Glast said that dying alone there was the price for his sins, and that it wasn't a bad trade, considering the gravity of what he had done. The 17 years he spent with his daughter were anything but lonely. They were very long years, but they passed quickly. Ed asked if he had a long history with Professor Claire, since it would have been 4 years of undergraduate studies, and another 5 after she became a professor. If he had stayed until the end of her term, they would have known each other for 17 years. Ed commented that he met Claire on the way there, and she was crying. She had said that Glast was the kind of person anyone would hate. Strict, petty, grumpy, selfish, and arrogant. He was someone you had to make an effort to like. But even so, he was the greatest scholar she had ever known. At that moment, everyone imagined that Glast also knew his own fate. Dorothy was very shaken, because like it or not, Glast had helped her discover herself. Even so, he had taken Luna hostage, and in the end, no one could deny that he had strayed from the right path. Glast mocked his own situation, believing he would die alone. But that was a mistake. If you think about it, Claire became an assistant professor at a young age, and Dorothy, a veteran in the alchemy department, even without any special talent. Professor Glast often said that people without talent had no value, and yet he tirelessly dug deep and cultivated the hidden talents of his students. It was as if, deep down, he were trying to tell himself that his own daughter had value too. In the end, he wasted those years only to die alone. Despite everything, he had been a mentor to some, a companion to others, and left his mark on everyone's heart. Professor Glast was terribly nearsighted and, over time, became unable to see anything without his glasses, not even his own reflection. He said that before using demonic advent magic, he had seen the Library of Souls and told Ed that he had worked hard to obtain the legendary recipes, but that in the end it was all meaningless. Ed asked what he meant by that, and Glast simply pulled a key from his pocket, saying he was impressed, and that Ed should now clean up the entire mess with his own hands. He handed over the key and declared that, from that moment on, the library was Ed's responsibility. Ed asked why he was giving that to him, and Glast replied that maybe he wouldn't hate him as much if he did that. He then explained that there was a vault under Reina's desk and instructed Ed to take everything from there before the academy began an investigation. Finally, he left a message for Lucy, asking her to pay more attention to her surroundings. Ed thought those were wise words. He couldn't see Lucy's expression at that moment because she was outside his field of vision, but he felt it when she gripped his clothes tightly. Professor Glast, now with his eyes closed, was resting quietly against a tree, with the moonlight illuminating his body. At first glance, he simply looked like he was sleeping. They stayed there, watching Glast's body for a long time. Later, Ed heard the rumors spreading. People said that first he got involved in the incident with Glast, then in the takeover of Ophelis Dormitory, and now in the theft of the grimoire. He was present in everything, and they called it true misfortune. He heard it over and over again. It's always Ed Roth Taylor. Ed thought he had heard that all night long. In his official report, he simply wrote that he had been kidnapped by Professor Glast, had tried to escape, sought help, and then found Taylor and his group. That was all he had declared. He wondered whether the director had only now decided to act like a true leader of the academy. Ed commented that this was what he wrote in his statement. Janica and Lortel had come to help him afterward, but then the director asked if he had escaped alone and left Alia, who had been kidnapped, with him. Ed thought Alia had been immobilized and, besides, didn't trust him. The director replied that that was enough and admitted he was beginning to be very suspicious of Ed. According to him, the boy was pretending to be a bystander, someone who didn't know anything, but he seemed to know too much. Ed responded that he actually felt flattered by that, and the director said he had a very cunning personality. In the incident at Ophelis Dormitory, and now again, he acknowledged that Ed had in fact been a student who fell victim to the academy's negligence. Ed wondered whether the director had really read his statement, or if he was just basing everything on his academic record. The director acknowledged that Ed had worked very hard, and said that he deserved a good reward for everything he had done. Later, when Ed left the headmaster's office, Janica commented that he had finally come out. Ed asked if she was okay, because he had been worried after that battle. Janica said she was fine, that he could relax, but Cheris whispered something in her ear. Then Janica admitted that, in fact, she wasn't completely fine. She got a little hurt saving Ed, and had a few scratches. Ed asked if it hurt a lot, and she replied that her back was sore, clearly pretending just to tease him a bit. Ed mentioned that, after that incident, he realized something important. He understood that Janica had always been the one who helped him get through everything, and now he felt more comfortable saying it. But after seeing her get hurt because of him, and witnessing what happened with Professor Glast, he thought there was no point in crying over spilled milk. Ed said he hated being a burden to her, that she always ended up getting hurt because of him, and so he apologized several times. Janica denied it, saying she was lying, that she hadn't actually gotten hurt. She apologized for that, but Ed quickly noticed something, and asked if her dormitory was the Dex Hall. He said that maybe next semester, he might go there too. Janica asked if he was really moving to Dex Hall, and Ed replied that he didn't think she'd be too happy to hear that. Ed thought that a lot had happened, but it all went by in the blink of an eye. The second act had played out smoothly, exactly as it should have. The headmaster had said it was time to put an end to that miserable life, and that Ed would return to living as a normal student because he had earned it. That was why the headmaster allowed him to go back to the academy dormitory. As he returned to his cabin, Ed thought that, personally, he would like to build a fence, grow some food, and reinforce the cabin's structure, but he understood that all of that might be pointless, because maybe his life at the camp had come to an end. That was when Lucy suddenly fell from the roof, her face filled with terror. Lucy began remembering a moment from the past, wondering if it was going to rain. She was in the Lamelin mountain range, up north, but didn't understand why she was dreaming about her own childhood. Since it was a dream, she decided to look for her old man. He was there, sitting in his chair, and she was impressed. But when she entered the room, everything changed. When he turned around, he was a rotting corpse, asking why she hadn't saved him. Lucy realized it was a nightmare and calmly woke up. One of the maids appeared and asked if she had woken up, saying they would get her ready for school. Lucy stayed silent, activated her high-level spatial magic, and fled to the forest. She arrived just as Ed was returning to his cabin. Seeing him, she felt a strange sense of relief and wondered again if it would rain. But when she heard Ed say that his life at the camp might be ending, she slipped from the roof and fell. Lucy became completely desperate, and seeing her, Ed remembered a professor who used to say that when dealing with people like that, the best approach was to ignore them. The professor said that if the goal was to have a family member like a cat, the best thing to do was to act like they didn't exist, because that would make the cat grow more attached. It was harder than getting a girlfriend. Ed remembered that this was the experienced Professor Flubbin, whose classes were very popular. At first, Ed did very poorly in them, but he started studying harder, and now almost no one could beat him. When the class ended, Professor Flubbin called Ed to his office and asked if he was familiar with the academic scholarship program. Ed replied that it was the one that reduced part of the tuition in exchange for performing academic tasks. The professor explained that it was a great opportunity for him. Ed asked what kind of work it would involve, and the professor answered that it would likely include all sorts of tasks, but mainly helping Professor Claire, who had been overwhelmed ever since she took over the responsibilities left by Professor Glast. The student Ains was very competent, but she couldn't handle everything alone. The professor said that, by the end of the semester, Ed could take care of the evaluation evaluations and, during the break, even handle the conference schedules and the placement of new students. Ed thought that, if new students were arriving, that guy would be coming too. At that moment, Lortel was holding the sealed grimoire of the sage, and said that Ed's magical sensitivity was truly impressive, but she wondered if she should really resell the grimoire to Crepin, since Ed had insisted so much that she buy it. She thought maybe he didn't want Crepin to have it. Even so, she had bought it intending to resell it, because there was a lot of money involved, so she needed to be smart about it. She remembered the free pass she had received from Ed, and blushed just thinking about it. She told herself this would be her last deal, and then she would stop. Lortel also wondered who would be teaching in place of Professor Glast now, but at least she didn't have to worry about the camp anymore. By the end of the semester, she wouldn't be the only one busy. Janica and Ed would also have little time to see each other. As for Lucy, according to Lortel, her life probably wouldn't change too drastically, but even so, she had a very bad feeling. She didn't know exactly what it was, but something was deeply bothering her. Meanwhile, at the cabin, Lucy mentioned that the firewood was running out and that it wouldn't be enough to face the winter. Ed agreed, saying she was right. Lucy asked why he hadn't been hunting lately, and Ed was surprised that she was saying something genuinely useful that day. He realized he had been a bit careless with the camp, because he had been thinking a lot about the possibility of moving to the Dex building. If that really happened, he would have less contact with Lucy, and maybe things would become more stable if he distanced himself from her. At that moment, Janica appeared running, all excited. Ed asked if she had already finished her classes, and Janica explained that Professor Marie's class, which was scheduled for the late afternoon, had been cancelled. That's why she decided to come to the camp. She said that when winter break arrived, Ed wouldn't be able to stay at the camp anymore, so she wanted to visit him as much as possible and spend good moments with him. She mentioned feeling a little sad that this kind of life was ending because she really liked the camp. She said it was a shame she wouldn't be able to come back, but she understood that the environment was important for him too. If Ed really wanted to move to the Dex building, he just had to say so. She offered to help with whatever he needed. While Janica was speaking, Ed discreetly picked up Professor Glast's key and thought it was already time to open the secret vault, but Janica handed him a letter. Ed asked if it was a registration form for the Dex building, and Janica confirmed, saying that if he waited until the last minute, he might miss the chance, so it was better for him to keep the form until he decided. Ed thanked her sincerely, and Janica replied that she had already filled out hers, so they could do it together. However, just as they were about to fill out the form, Lucy appeared in front of them, very nervous. She shouted, telling them to stop, and asked Ed not to accept that form. Ed thought that everything started on that day. Later, while he was practicing spirit magic, Mug commented that Ed had gained a lot of experience, and Janica praised him, saying he had improved very quickly. She added that Ed's spiritual sensitivity already surpassed that of many apprentices, and that his mana sensitivity had also improved significantly. Then she looked at Lucy and asked if she had done something wrong, because normally Lucy's appearance was impeccable thanks to the maids at Opheles' dorm, but that day she had run away still in her pajamas. Ed thought that his mana sensitivity had indeed increased a lot, and now he wanted to start learning intermediate magic. Even so, he noticed that it was much harder than he had expected. Even practicing all day, he hadn't managed to master even the basics. While he practiced, Lucy stayed in his lap, and even in the cafeteria she was clinging to his back. Janica apologized, asking if she had done something wrong, but Ed realized that Lucy's hostility was being directed at Janica. However, Lucy's expression seemed more like fear than anger. Ed went back to practicing magic, but still found intermediate magic extremely difficult. That was when someone called him, and as expected, it was Lucy. She asked with serious eyes what she would do when Ed left that place. Ed replied that he already had a place to go. He said he needed to check the fireplace because the nights were getting colder, and if they stayed there without care, they could end up freezing. However, if he went to the Dex building, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. He planned to finish everything before leaving, but Lucy called him again. This time, her gaze was much more serious, and she said firmly that she wanted to go with him. At that moment, Ed climbed down a rope into the hole that Lucy herself had made in the ceiling, and wondered what had made Lucy go there. Lucy said they could have gone down together using her magic, but Ed replied that it was fine because he also needed to test if he could climb up and down on his own. When he arrived at the bottom, he saw so many magical engineering devices that he thought he would not be able to carry everything at once. He would need to go back several times. While clearing the debris, he told himself that, who would have thought, there really was a secret safe there. Ed wondered why that man had kept that key until the end. But when he opened the safe and felt the magical power inside, he immediately understood the reason. Later, while they were climbing back up the rope, Ed thought it was almost time to send the magical materials that Lortel had requested. But before that, he would ask for a ladder because he was already getting tired of climbing like that. Lucy then asked what exactly that item was, and the system replied that it was a legendary item, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glast. This ring distorted the timeline by pulling magical power from the future into the present. Ed thought that theoretically, he could use advanced magic by borrowing that power from his own future, but he also knew that if he borrowed too much, he could become temporarily incapacitated. Using this ring recklessly had a high cost, so it should only be used as a last resort, when cornered and with no chance to survive. If not in battle, he could also use it to make a contract with a high-level spirit. Janica could control several spirits at the same time, not only because of her sensitivity, but because of the amount of mana she had. Beginners like Ed only had 2 slots for spirits, and could communicate only with lower spirits, which was a consequence of their low mana. However, if he managed to temporarily increase his maximum mana, theoretically he could make a contract with a powerful spirit, although it was a very risky calculation. Lucy commented that if there was time, maybe they could think of something like that, but Ed replied that time had already passed. He believed that even reviewing the entire library, he would not find anything more valuable than that. He thought Professor Glast would not have wasted his time since he said that encouraging mediocre talent was a sin. He believed that Ring had been hidden by him until the end because it was capable of breaking the maximum mana barrier. That gift had been made especially for his daughter. When they returned to the surface, Lucy mentioned that once the final button of her sleeve had fallen off. At the time, she did not even notice, but without it, the sleeve became wide and uncomfortable. She spent a long time dealing with that, and then said that when something goes away, that is when we realize how important it was. Something that seemed insignificant could actually be essential. Lucy had followed Ed to ask a question. She wanted to know if he was really going to the Dex building, and asked if he could consider the possibility of not going. Ed was surprised because that kind of talk was hard to come out of Lucy's mouth, but his heart remained neutral. He pondered between entering the Dex building or continuing to live in the camp. He said life in the building would be much more comfortable. After all, living outdoors in winter did not seem like a good idea. Lucy agreed, and then wondered if it was going to rain. Ed knew she usually predicted rain by observing the clouds and feeling the humidity in the air, but he replied no, it was not going to rain because it was not meant to. Lucy kept looking at the sky. After a long rainy season, people end up thinking it will rain, but this time what fell was snow. The rainy season had already passed. Ed said he had been so busy lately that he had not even managed to secure enough firewood for winter, and that maybe he would need help, remembering that Lucy herself had already said the firewood was running out. She then hugged him and knocked him to the ground, asking if he was serious. Ed replied that he was already very used to life in the camp, and that if he improved the living conditions a little, there could be many advantages. Then he noticed Lucy's expression. He threw himself to the ground and thought that the second act had ended like that. Now the third act was beginning, where the trials would become even more intense. When he closed his eyes, many thoughts came to mind. The dispute between Princess Phenia and Lortel for the position of student council president, the new important characters and enemies who would join the academy as freshmen, and finally, the one who would take the stage at the end of it all, the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. At that moment, Lucy was on top of him, and Ed thought it had never been an easy task, but decided to put aside his worries for a moment. Even after the next episode, he was sure that he and Lucy would be fine and alive. He saw Lucy's expression, something he had never seen in any other route of the game, and that was how he had that certainty. Then winter arrived. The falling snow brought a cozy feeling, but at the same time, accumulated snow meant accumulated work. It had been some time since Ed decided not to overload himself so much, but the next day he would have to start his tasks as a scholarship student of the academy, and intended to finish everything that was piled up. He needed to chop firewood and prepare supplies, but at least with the cold, preserving meat became easier, so food preparation was quick. He had given up the benefits of the dormitory in exchange for a discount on tuition fees, and at least for now, the financial issue was settled. He no longer needed to divide the whole day between tasks, but that did not mean he could sleep all the time. Who was in his bed at that moment was Lucy, and Ed thought he had stopped leaving her outside, even though he knew she had protective magic. Leaving someone outside was a matter of consideration. He believed his time to rest could come at any moment, but the time to take risks was now, so he took his ring and prepared to begin. He imbued his body with the phoenix's flame and asked if Marilda was listening. At that moment, the academy was completely covered in snow. Meanwhile, Janica was in a refined place, an elegant bakery. She thought about the taste of the sweets supervised by a former royal partner, and the atmosphere of the flower-filled veranda. Those luxury sweet sets were much sought after and hard to get, but she was there calmly having her coffee. Clara, however, decided to be direct, and said that Janica was heading down a dangerous path because she was infatuated with Ed Rothtaylor. Janica asked how she knew that, and Clara replied by asking how she could not know. At first, she had been a little disappointed, but her opinion about Ed changed a lot. She accepted the situation, but commented that the problem now was another. Recently, when she was with him, she felt her heart beat so fast that she couldn't even speak, or she got so nervous she couldn't look him in the eyes. Janica asked why she was suddenly saying that, but Clara told her to answer. Janica said that instead of feeling nervous, she felt comfortable with Ed. Clara said that was exactly the problem. According to her, Janica was heading toward one of the worst romance endings, the notorious friend zone. Clara called her friend silly, saying there was no use in exchanging feelings that only go one way. Janica needed to think about what she herself wanted as well. Just chasing after him thinking that would create a relationship was an illusion. That was stalking. The spirits themselves agreed with Clara, but she quickly changed the subject, saying to leave that aside. After all, winter break had started. Clara said she would go home and that she would be very worried about Janica Janica, but left a piece of advice. Instead of trying seductive games, she should try to awaken Ed's protective instinct. Anis thought Clara herself did not seem to have much experience with relationships. Everything she said might make sense, but the change in how Ed was seen had been greatly influenced by Clara herself. It was Ed that Janica liked, and she always spoke well of him to friends and academy staff. Now everyone seemed to trust him, but Anis's opinion was a bit different. She thought, for example, of Professor Claire, who got scolded by the librarian, who was also a student, and did not show any imposing presence. Anis really wondered how Claire had become a professor, but veteran teachers always said Claire had an impressive skill, her good luck with people. Somehow, she got the guidance of the best academics like Glast and Flubin and completed her doctorate with their help. Now she had the best assistant she could wish for, Anis Hallolan, a second-year student in the Department of Magic. Anis was respected even by the academy staff, considered the best assistant anyone could have. The clumsy Professor Claire's laboratory was always impeccable thanks to Anis' efficiency, who collected personal information, circulated through the library, and managed the Tricks Pavilion. If she were discovered, it would be complicated, but she always overcame everything with a delicate smile. Few people knew her true nature except Janica and Clara. For Anis, personal relationships were just masks. While the teachers had not yet returned from the bakery with the snacks, she took the opportunity to analyze all the information about Ed Roth-Taylor, belonging to the Roth-Taylor family, the most powerful in the Cloel Empire. He was the second among the 3 children of the direct lineage of the family head and the only boy. Anis said this public information was irrelevant. In Ed's birth year, Crepin Roth-Taylor usurped the title of family head. At 2 years old, Ed became the official heir, received church baptism at 5, started etiquette classes at 8, and at 12, he should have been attending more advanced classes, but his first-year grades showed he did not seem to have talent. Returning to talk about Anis, when she entered the academy, her family situation was complicated. For that reason, she had to manage on her own as an assistant and scholarship student. She saw Lortel as a model student because of her survival skills. Although she did not have the same talent with money, she managed very well. Meanwhile, Anis was reading the entire chronology of the Roth-Taylor family. Apparently, Ed grew up in an oppressive environment, receiving a very strict education. Financially, he lacked nothing, but he had no academic talents and did not show notable skills in the first year. He probably lacked confidence and preferred kind and cheerful women. Anis read more and more about him, and in the end said it was not so complicated after all. She decided to practice a little, but at that moment, Professor Claire returned to the office, full of things from the bakery, offering some to Anis, and was surprised to see that she had even made black tea. As always, Claire ended up dropping her own cup, in the clumsy way she was, and thought Anis would get mad again, but Anis only asked if she was okay and if she had hurt herself. When she learned everything was fine, she said it was good that she had not gotten hurt. Claire was really impressed with that kindness. Later, Ed commented that it was difficult to wash his own school uniform, so he thanked Belly, who replied that washing one more uniform did not increase her workload. Besides that, she always ended up helping those who were supposed to serve her. She mentioned that lately, while washing Miss Lucy's clothes, she noticed many hairs stuck to them, and when washing Ed's clothes, she could smell Miss Lucy's perfume and saw several white hairs. Ed thought it was true. Lucy had been clinging to him a lot lately, and he found it impressive that Belle could notice that just from washing clothes. If she were not a maid, she would certainly be an investigator. Belle then asked why Ed still kept formalities with her, and he replied that he only felt comfortable that way. Belle said she felt more comfortable without formalities. Ed thought the position of head maid was equivalent to a senior position among academy staff, and since he was no longer a noble nor a student of the Ophiles Hall, it was hard not to treat her formally. Still, she insisted that he did not need to do that, but Ed said he would keep the formalities, calling her Miss Belle, and explained she had a very important position. Belle replied that he could feel free to be informal since he had many more people to take care of than she did. She also said that worrying too much could become a burden, and that the decisions of the young ladies around him were their own choices. Even so, she said she could help if needed. The workplace was stable, so everything was fine. Belle said they had already finished the construction at the Philias dormitory, and Ed was impressed that they had restored everything so quickly after so much destruction. She explained they were receiving freshmen, and that was why it was so important. She said that among the 7 new residents they should attend, one had already enrolled at the Philias dormitory and was moving in. Ed asked if it was Tanya Roth-Taylor, and Belle asked if he already knew, so she concluded it was her. Ed thought these holidays would be quite complicated, now that his little sister was arriving. Back at the camp, Zig spoke to Ed and said he would return to his homeland during these holidays. Ed asked if Elka would also return, and Ziggs replied yes, he wanted to spend some time with her. He asked if Ed would stay around there, and Ed said probably yes, since he was going into the 3rd year and needed to master intermediate magic to maintain his honor, so he would have to study hard until then. But Ziggs commented that a year before Ed was still at the basic magic level, so he advised not to try too hard to avoid ending up in a coma again. Ziggs said he did not feel any magical energy in Ed's body, and asked if he had exhausted his mana again, putting his hand on Ed's forehead to see if he had a fever. He asked if Ed was okay, and Ed replied he had his reasons but could not use magic for a while. Ziggs said that if he said so, though, then that was fine. Ed thought Ziggs's greatest quality was his coldness. If someone said they had a reason, he simply accepted and moved on, which was quite convenient. Ziggs remembered that Alia had been asking about Ed. It seemed there was a misunderstanding, and she wanted to arrange a meeting to apologize. She had asked where Ed's cabin was, but Ziggs did not say since it was personal information. Ed thanked him and said she did not need to worry about that apology. He was not upset, nor holding grudges. Ziggs commented that Ed was not understanding, just completely indifferent. Ed replied that anyway, Ziggs himself was not much different, and then asked for help before he returned to his homeland. He handed over a small bag with the reward he would receive for that, and explained that Professor Glast had authorized the use of the underground library, but it was a mess and needed help to organize everything. Ziggs said that if it was for money, it was no problem. He could help with that during training, but he asked what Ed wanted to use the library for. Ed replied that he intended to turn it into a workshop, and Ziggs asked if he also did magical engineering, because he already had a life in the camp, mana training, spirit summoning, arc and flash, magical engineering, and soon he would be working at the academy. Ziggs commented that people like Ed were the most successful, but told him not to overdo it. Ed was indeed pushing his list of tasks as a scholarship student a bit too hard. Later, in Assistant Professor Claire's office, Anis thanked the scholarship students for being there, but Claire was trying to speak at that moment and could not communicate. She seemed really exhausted. She was dealing with conference agendas and the teaching schedule deadline for the next semester. Anis mentioned that Claire had been awake for 44 hours, so she said that as head assistant she would pass the important matters on to them. The scholarship student's job was to prepare the placement exam for the freshmen and supervise on the day of the exam. Ed thought about that, since every year the exam was handled by Professor Glast, but now the person responsible would be Professor Claire, which he already imagined. Even so, he was surprised to see that Clabius was there too. Anis explained that Clabius's job was to fetch reserved materials at the Trix Pavilion, and Onyx, another scholarship student, would help the assistant professor with her tasks. As for Ed, Anis thought Clara and Jonica were ignoring one detail. There were many women around Ed Roth-Taylor, and just by appearance he already seemed like a ladies' man. Now that they would work together as scholarship students, Anis saw it as an opportunity to test him. She spent the whole night studying the ideal type and prepared perfectly. If Ed fell into her temptation, he would be a weak man. She stated that they would work in a place just the two of them, and she would make sure he and Janica separated. Later, in the northwest of the academy, on Mount Orin, Anis commented that it was not a very high mountain, but still dangerous because of the snow, and slipping there could be fatal. She said it was tiring, but Ed seemed fine. He suggested they take a break, and she thanked him, clearly trying to flirt, saying he was attentive and had great endurance. She mentioned that she had some misunderstandings about him, and Ed asked what she meant by that. Anis explained she was very close to Janica, and therefore worried about her friend walking with someone who did not seem like a good person, but she admitted she was wrong. Ed replied that he did not care about that. While reviewing his list, he thought maybe she was tired of being head assistant alone for so long. Without realizing it, she must have gone through a lot. Anis replied that it was okay now that he was there, and held onto his arm, saying that others helped a lot, but she really liked his presence. She mentioned that he had been expelled from his family, and so had she. When she entered the school, her family began to fall apart, but she really wanted to keep studying there, so she held on alone, as if she had gone through a long, lonely winter. Ed thought she really gave the impression of being very independent, both financially and academically. She had managed on her own. He told her not to be so melancholic because she was holding things together very well, and Anis thanked him, saying they had many things in common. Ed wondered if she was not more emotionally cold and realistic, because now she seemed quite different from what he knew. At that moment, Anis tripped. Ed did not know if it was on purpose or not, but he caught her before she fell. She said she had tripped on a stone, but when Ed looked at the ground, he saw none. Anis wondered why she was feeling so warm inside, and said she needed to calm down a bit. She went to sit for a while, but Ed was already understanding that little game. Anis, now alone, began thinking out loud. She said that Ed really seemed responsible and confident, but it was hard to tell whether that was just an appearance, or if he was actually like that. She commented to herself that the role she was playing, of someone who had gone through hardships, was a good way to get closer to him, but she wasn't sure whether Ed preferred cuter girls or more mature ones. So, she blended a bit of both with some subtle touches disguised in her actions, including the accident, and everything went as she had planned. Even so, she wondered if she had overdone it. What caught her off guard was that Ed had a much better physique than she had imagined. He pretended to be all proper, but he was stronger than he looked. Anis had thought he was just a spoiled noble boy with no real-world experience, but now she realized he had decent skills. When she thought about Ed's looks, she finally understood why Janica had taken an interest in him. She realized she was focusing too much on that, and at that moment, everything became clear. She understood that this was how he won girls over, but she told herself she was different from them. Meanwhile, Ed admired the view of Mount Orin and thought that the scenery alone was enough to make someone forget their worries for a good while. Still, there were always problems without a clear solution, like the one he was facing now, named Tanya Roth-Taylor, the noble villainess, as he called her. Daughter of a duke, Tanya was a master of politics politics, and her manipulation skills were almost instinctive. Because of that, she planned to become the first student council president in the academy's history during her first year. Belle Maya had mentioned to Ed that Tanya arrived at the dormitory before anyone else, probably to secure as much support as possible before the semester started. Ed thought that, at first, he believed he could prepare for that. But the biggest problem was how his little sister would treat him. Tanya knew Ed, but he didn't know Tanya. Ed Rothtaylor was just a passing villain, someone who appeared briefly and then disappeared. Not even the game's book had much information about him. He was just an extra character, a side figure, and Ed genuinely had no idea what Tanya thought of him. Meanwhile, Tanya arrived at the academy thinking her brother was trash. She reflected that Sylvania was full of stars, like the Princess of Cloel, the leader of the Elter Company, a spiritualist who had signed a high-level contract while still a teenager, a great alchemist who created the immortal potion as a student, the beast who ruled the northern lands, the swordsman from the Nortondale clan. But the most impressive of all was the magic prodigy who was said to have received the blessing of the Archmage Glocht. Just thinking about being surrounded by such legendary figures made Tanya's heart race. From that moment on, she would live her academic life among legends. Belle welcomed Tanya and informed her that the maids had already arranged all the luggage she had sent, and that her room was the second door to the right on the third floor. Tanya stepped down from the carriage and asked the servants to complete the admission process for her, because there was somewhere she needed to go first. She thought that the first thing she would do in the long-admired land of learning, Sylvania, was eliminate the shame of the family, Ed Rothtaylor, that disgrace. Tanya had received a letter from her father, Crepin Rothtaylor, saying he was filled with joy to hear she had enrolled at the academy and that he would support her ambitions. He asked her to establish her position and represent the family firmly. Tanya replied to herself that she would live up to her father's expectations. Crepin had also mentioned that Sylvania would treat her according to her social status, but in the end it was a land of learning. Even the princess respected the academy's professors, so he advised his daughter not to rely too much on her nobility, since any upperclassman would be her superior. At that moment, Tanya was talking to some upperclassmen and said that she surely knew about her family's stain, that despicable being. She said she knew him very well because they had grown up together. The other person replied that, in that case, her childhood must have been quite difficult. Tanya replied that the upperclassman's childhood could not even compare to hers. She thought that it wasn't hard to carry on a conversation naturally, so she continued saying that Ed was full of arrogance, that he knew nothing about elegance, and still had held the position of heir until he was expelled from the family. Tanya reflected that speaking ill of someone was a quick way to build intimacy, so she went on saying that Ed had no determination, that he only scratched the surface of things and gave up in the end. She added that his pride was so great he never admitted his own incompetence. He barely understood the concept of mana sensitivity and already thought of himself as a great mage. She said that when he entered Sylvania it was ridiculous to see, and when he got expelled, she felt enormous relief. She also said that, for someone of the upperclassman's level, that should have been obvious. Then Tanya began to wonder why it didn't feel like a conversation, and realized she had been talking to herself. She remembered her father Crepin's advice, who said that when encountering another person, especially in negotiations and agreements, it was important to respect the other, and never underestimate the opponent. Crepin had mentioned that they met during a discussion about the sealed grimoire of the sage, and wished her good luck in her conversation with Lortel. Lortel then asked if she was going to keep talking to herself. Tanya felt an enormous pressure, and replied that it was nothing, but thought that Lortel seemed angry about something. Lortel asked why she would be angry, and said the whole thing was very interesting. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Ed was almost done with everything he needed to do. All that was left was to build a storage area for materials, expand his cabin, gain 3 levels in magical engineering, and learn special skills with the bow. He was reading the intermediate magic study manual on focused explosion and primordial wind. He thought he had picked that material up from Professor Glast's library the night before, and found it very convenient to have access to all the books without a return deadline. Ed considered that his first day of work as an academic scholarship student was complete, and it seemed that Annis had more work than he did. At that moment, he tried to light his campfire with magic, but remembered he couldn't use magic for now. He couldn't practice, but wanted to master the theory first. When he entered the cabin, he saw someone lying in his bed. He thought that before, she used to appear in places he would never expect, but now he was getting used to Lucy's movements. He pulled the blanket off her, and calmly asked her to light the fire for him. Ed lifted Lucy out of the bed and thought she was really light. He asked her to light the fire, and she did it immediately, causing a big explosion. Ed said that was enough, and that she could go back to sleep, but Lucy said she wanted to stay outside too. She dozed off again, but then sat beside him and commented that his scent was very strong. Ed thought he had spent the whole day near Annis, so her scent had probably stuck to him. Lucy asked if he had a fever, or if something hurt, and Ed asked if it was that obvious. Lucy told him not to get sick, because people who get sick might end up dying, and said that if his mana was misaligned, she could help. She used magic, went quiet for a moment, then said he was completely empty of mana. She said he had done something very reckless, but Ed replied that he could handle it. Lucy said that once winter ended, maybe she would be much stronger, and then she might ask him for a strange favor, like petting her head. Later, they were sitting by the fire. Ed was petting her while reading his book, and Lucy was loving it, until someone approached saying it had been a while, and it was Lortel. Ed asked if she had come because of the request he had made, because if that was the case, he could have gone to the association. Lortel replied that it wasn't just for that. She came because she had something very important to say, and also a few questions to ask, while staring directly at Lucy. Meanwhile, on the academy campus, Tanya was talking with Elka and said that if she helped punish that man, she would reward Elka as much as possible. She offered several books from the Roth-Taylor mansion and asked what she thought. Elka got all excited, but Zig stood up and asked if it was true and if she was really Tanya Roth-Taylor. Tanya noticed he had a well-trained body, and she could clearly feel the mana flowing through him. She thought it would be great to have him on her side. Ziggs then asked if she was the veteran Ed's sister, and she replied yes, getting a bit nervous. Ziggs said he understood, gave an excited smile, and told Elka that she heard it right. She was Ed's sister. Right after, he handed Tanya a magical artifact, explaining that it was a mana generation item used in the mandatory freshman classes. He said it would be useful during mana sensitivity training. He asked Elka if she had grabbed the material from the elementology class, and she said yes, although she had almost thrown it away. Ziggs kept helping Tanya, giving her several items, until she was overloaded and asked if he had heard her proposal about Ed. Ziggs said he had, but commented that siblings almost never got along, and that Ed's personality explained a lot of misunderstandings. Elka then called him so they could leave. Ziggs said it was a pleasure to meet the sister of his senior Ed, commented that he was heading into his second year, and said they could get along well, since he was also close to Ed. He said she must have the same determination as her brother, and that being born into a good family with relatives like Ed was a great stroke of luck. He ran off, and Tanya, buried under all the items, fell flat on the ground and wondered what in the world had just happened. Later, in Professor Claire's office, she was completely worn out from exhaustion. Annis said that after dealing with the class allocation exam, Claire could get some rest during the break. Claire asked if that was what youth looked like. She found Annis impressive, already on her second day without sleep, with unbelievable stamina. Annis thought that it really wasn't easy to rely on external scholarship students, like Onyx from the third year, or Clabius from the first, because neither of them had done their work properly. She had to review everything on her own. But Ed Roth-Taylor had been completely different. There were no mistakes in his paperwork, and Annis thought his ability to handle practical problems was rare, especially among nobles, who usually had no idea how to deal with that kind of thing. She thought she'd be lying if she said she wasn't surprised, because he seemed like someone who had been raised quite spoiled. At that moment, Claire approached and asked Annis if she had spent a lot of time with Ed, saying they seemed similar. Claire said she was going to tell her something, but that she shouldn't tell Ed, and revealed that when the Ophilis dormitory was invaded, she had investigated Ed, and believe it or not, he had built a camp bigger than her own laboratory, with tools, a workbench, a campfire, display racks, dryers, and smokers, all handmade. You could feel how much he had worked to survive, and he still managed to get the best grades in the class. Even Glast recognized his effort. Claire went on to say that Ed made a contract with a spirit, and that she had no idea how he managed to get past that barrier, but he must have worked very hard. Annis thought there were clues explaining his surprisingly well-developed practical skills, and that Ed definitely hadn't lived the typical life of a pampered noble. Claire said that she and Ed had a lot in common, and Annis responded by thanking her for the compliment, even if surprised, thinking Ed seemed like a good guy. She believed you couldn't rely only on other people's opinions, and hoped that he and Janica would have a happy relationship. But when she got closer to him, she saw that there was nothing wrong. He was simply decent and responsible. She thought he was just a nice guy, good-looking, not arrogant, well-evaluated by the professors, much kinder than she had imagined, and on top of that, he had a strong physique. Claire noticed that Annis was distracted and nervous, so she stood up, opened the window, and said it was a bit warm. The wind blew the papers away, and Claire ran to catch them, asking if Annis was okay, and saying she had been working very hard. Annis thought that this wasn't good, not good at all, and asked herself what she should do now. But then she remembered that Claire had said Ed made a contract with a spirit, and started thinking that if Jane had helped Ed with that, the spirit must be very competent and trustworthy, someone who could report everything back to Janica. That made Annis even more nervous. Claire suggested that since they had finished the work, they could have a snack together, but Annis ran off. At that moment, by the great tree of Marilda, it was said that the Failover family motto was harmony and coexistence. Janica's loving and kind heart, always caring about others, was what made her shine so brightly. Loneliness had never been part of her life, and it had earned her many true friends. But now, she received the news from Mug that Ed and Annis were getting closer, and Tanya was heading toward her to try to start a conversation. Tanya had heard directly from Lortel that Janica was a good, loving, and kind person, someone who was always open to dialogue. But this time, it seemed that this kind and considerate version of Janica was not present. She was very angry. Meanwhile, Lortel was at the camp with Ed, commenting that most of the materials he had requested had already been acquired, but the legendary level ones were very hard to find, especially in the winter. Even so, she was busy and still helped Ed a lot, but Lortel said she was going to take care of it anyway, and Ed replied that she should be resting now, that she didn't need to come all the way there, especially considering the distance was not so short. Lortel told him not to worry, because in fact, she came precisely to get some rest. Ed thinks that the moon, which was once round like a platter, now hides, leaving only traces. Life passes in the blink of an eye, time flies, and when winter arrives, it brings a quiet calm to everyone, as if the whole world is preparing to hibernate. But how each person deals with that stillness varies. For Ed, this winter is a trial, a time when he must protect himself from the cold. For those who do not have such concerns, winter ends up intensifying the feeling of loneliness, like walking alone through an empty street. At that moment, Lortel asks why Lucy is sleeping there on his leg, and Ed simply answers that it is winter. Lortel asks if that is really an answer, and Ed notices that she seems a bit bothered by it. Lortel says she only came to talk about the items, that if it weren't for that, she would not have come at all. Ed asks if she had another reason, and Lortel replies that of course she did, asking if he is pretending not to know. She shows a hologram of the grimoire, and Ed asks if she really made the offer in the end. Lortel confirms that she did. The hologram then transforms into a letter, and she says it was an interesting story. She reminds him that he himself said he would do anything for her if she made that offer, and explains that the virtue of a merchant is to make sure at least the invested value is recovered. Ed asks what she plans to ask that is so important, and Lortel replies that she cannot ask for something so big that Ed would feel burdened or struggle to carry it out. She only asks that he stays by her side. Ed thinks that now they are entering the third act, and the conflict between Princess Phinia and Lortel is about to truly begin. Lortel has already realized this, and is preparing for the political clash and strategic maneuvering. The Princess of Benevolence, Phinia Elias Clowell, is the destined arch-rival to cross paths with Lortel, and according to the scenario, she will become the student council president, and take control of the academy to strengthen her influence. With that power, in the fourth act, she will become the central character in uncovering the dark secrets of the Roth-Taylor family. Lortel tells Ed that a time will come when everyone at the academy will have to choose a side, and an inevitable choice will be made. She asks that Ed be by her side, nothing more. Ed thinks that Lortel doesn't know it, but in the end, the one who will decide which side wins is the true protagonist of this story. Ed says that even if he stays by her side, he doesn't think it will make much of a difference. Lortel agrees, saying it is true that despite Ed's prestige improving at the academy, his support won't yield many results. Ed comments that she said that very bluntly, and Lortel asks what is wrong with that. For her, it is not a matter of political significance. It simply does not hold much meaning for her. Ed says it's fine, that it doesn't seem too hard. Then Lortel burns the letter, and Ed thinks that with her enigmatic smile and clever moves, she is a girl of 1,000 faces. But then Lortel says that this makes her very happy, and Ed realizes he didn't know she was capable of showing that kind of expression. The next morning, Ed thinks that since it is vacation period, there are no classes, and today there are also no tasks as a scholarship student, so he wanted to take a peaceful nap for the first time in a while. Even so, he ended up waking up early out of habit. He asks Lucy to light the fire for him, and while she does that, he remembers the long conversation he had with Lortel the night before. But there is something he can't stop thinking about. Lortel mentioned that Tanya was walking around the academy, talking to everyone a bit. She asked whether Tanya truly saw Ed as an enemy, or if it was just a silly sibling rivalry. She even said she thought that attitude was kind of cute, that Tanya wanted to speak with everyone, and would probably soon show up to talk to him. Ed thinks that she was right. Tanya, the biological sister of the body he now inhabits, had arrived. The relationship between them was still a mystery to him, and until he learns more, there's not much he can do. Tanya arrives a little nervous, saying that it has been a while since they last saw each other. She comments that she brought a gift, since it had been so long. Ed notices that she is clearly nervous and uncomfortable, even scared, but at least she doesn't seem angry. Then he understands. When he was with the family at the mansion, he had probably been a horrible person to her, and now he feels bad for having misjudged her. When Ed stands up, Tanya flinches, and she remembers a terrible scene from the past. The former Ed had thrown a plate of food to the ground, mocked Tanya's ability to eat without disgust, and said that with filthy maids like that, it was hard. He even stepped on the maid's head while Tanya, trembling, begged him to stop. Afterwards, he fell silent and questioned why she was acting that way, asking if she pitied people she considered worthless tools, saying she was not yet a true noble. But now, the current Ed was being kind. He thanked her for the gift, saying he would make good use of it next semester. Technically, he was no longer in a position to say much. They were not even siblings anymore, so it was kind of her to bring a gift. He told her to stay there and not sit too close to the fire. Then he mentioned he was almost out of herbs, but even so, he wouldn't skimp. Tanya recognizes Lucy, and Ed tells her not to worry. He calls Lucy and asks her to give Tanya some space. Then he returns with 2 cups of tea and says he heard that Tanya had been exploring the academy, meeting lots of people. Tanya confirms, saying she had heard a lot about him. Ed asks about that since he doesn't know that many people, maybe Ziggs or Janica. But when Tanya and her group heard Janica's name, they nearly lost it. it. Ed asks if she met Janica, saying that among the people he knows, Janica is definitely the kindest. Tanya replies that yes, she is really kind, and also very strong, because she summoned a great fire spirit and started throwing it at the servants like they were toys. Ed asks if she really did that, and Tanya quickly tries to deny it, saying no, that Janica was very kind and only encouraged her to focus on her studies. Her denial is so desperate that Ed confirms what he already suspected. Something is strange. The Tanya he remembers was not this shy. Tanya thinks that everyone she has met who knows Ed now shows affection toward her. Ed tells his sister that he is doing his best and asks her not to see him negatively. He remembers that he was disowned as punishment for his sins and admits that he was pathetic back then, that there are things he cannot fix, but even so, he apologizes. He mentions that he heard she wants to become student council president and says that of course he supports her decision, even if he cannot help much, wishing her good luck. Ed thinks that, despite saying that, he knows Tanya will not become the next president. She is a villain who exists only to highlight Fenia, but even so, she ends up being special to him. After all, she is the first relative he has met since arriving in this world. But when he sees her expression, he realizes he really does not know how to make this relationship grow. Later, returning to the Ophelis dormitory, Tanya's legs were feeling weak. She thinks she knows the true nature of that trash brother of hers, but when she was nearly burned alive for speaking badly about him, she noticed the genuine anger in Janica's eyes. Janica truly believes in and trusts Ed, and Tanya finds that very strange, because Sylvania Academy is filled only with elites, including the brightest and most gifted student, the mage Lucy Merrill. In a place filled with such extraordinary people, no matter how well Ed hides it, the truth will come out at some point. She then realizes that Lucy's room is right next to hers, and thinks that makes sense, since they are in the most luxurious dorm at the academy. Tanya concludes that Ed probably just got lucky. At that moment, Lucy asks if she is Ed's sister, and as she gets closer, says that if she needs anything she can just ask. Then she enters her room. Tanya thinks that even in the prestigious Ophelis dorm, only the top students use the golden nameplate, and she now realizes that she just spoke with Lucy Merrill, the great mage, the greatest prodigy of all time. She feels lost, and tells herself that she no longer understands anything. Later, in the Rose Garden, Anis asks Belle to introduce her to a man, preferably someone tall, handsome, and successful. She says that Belle works at the pavilion, and must know someone like that, but Belle responds that Anis is not the kind of woman who gets involved with just any man, and asks if she has ever had any romantic experience. Anis gets a little flustered, and Belle apologizes, saying she didn't mean to offend her, that she didn't say it with any bad intentions. She comments that she knows Anis is always busy and doesn't have time for romance, just like Ed, who is entering his 3rd year now, and when she thinks about it, she realizes they have a lot in common. Belle then stops and asks if Anis is talking about Ed. Anis admits she is, that she can't fool her, and says that despite having heard bad rumors about him, when she met him in person, he was much better than she expected. Belle asks if she is interested in young Master Ed, and Anis replies yes, that she was attracted to him as a man. She comments that in fact, it's even good news, because if even she was drawn to him, that means Janica found a good match. She just needs to stop thinking about him that way and everything will be fine. If he were a really bad person, at least she would have realized it in time. It's not like he's the only man in the world. Belle asks if Janica has noticed that Anis is interested in Ed, and Anis replies that finding Ed was like finding gold. She says that may sound a bit disrespectful, but what she really wants is to find love and bring this story to a close. Anis says that yesterday she passed by the professor's wing and saw Janica, but they didn't even greet each other. Janica looked really sad, and she says that next week, during the class allocation exam, she will have to act as proctor alongside Ed, and she feels very guilty about what she's doing to Janica. Belle tries to comfort her, saying that maybe it's not as serious as it seems, that it might even become something positive. She says that Janica has always been kind and sincere with others, and that both Anis and Clara always tried to protect her, but the problem is that Janica tends to be too perfect with people, and being so flawless isn't always a good thing. Belle thanks Anis for trusting her with all this, and says that likewise, showing imperfections can be something that makes a person more attractive, awakening a protective instinct. Anis remembers what Clara said, that Ed attracts a lot of women, so she needed to use her protective instinct with him. She thinks her mind feels clearer now, and Belle's encouraging words, saying she doesn't need to feel guilty, helped her sort out her thoughts. In the end, she laughs at the situation. Anis realizes that when Janica has a heavy heart or is confused, it is obvious where she will go, and at that moment, already in the early evening, Janica was at Ed's camp, while Ed was thinking it was time to prepare materials for the construction of the storage shed. He wanted to make everything much more spacious, so he needed to hurry. At the same time, Janica was in front of Ed, and he realized that she clearly wasn't well, so he made her some tea and commented that it was snowing again, that there was already quite a bit of snow piling up. He told Janica that if she had something on her mind, she could talk about it, but Janica apologized and said that she couldn't talk about that. Ed replied that it was okay, that if she didn't want to, she didn't need to say anything. Then he covered her with a cloth because of the cold and thought that sometimes he forgets, but Janica must also be going through her own academic struggles. She sometimes sometimes seems like a cornered little animal, and it's hard to ignore that. He thinks it's really cold. Winter continues, but spring is slowly approaching, so for a while the two stay there, warm together. Meanwhile, Tanya was thinking that, even though the head of the family was often away due to matters of the kingdom, the Rothtaylor family mansion had always been peaceful. But after the death of the eldest daughter and heir Arwen Rothtaylor, Ed took over as the new heir, and everything changed. He is the type of person who only shows his true nature after gaining power, a pathetic piece of trash, who thinks everyone belongs to him just because he received a small fraction of the heir's authority. She remembers a day when he flipped a table, asking why she kept staring at him, and said he was going to kill her. Tanya picked up a dagger and said yes. After all, Arwen was already dead, and that was good for him, wasn't it? Then Ed grabbed her and told her to kill him already, that the heir's position would be hers, and asked what she was waiting for. But of course, Tanya collapsed, unable to do it. She thinks that was part of her daily routine, and once again Ed looked at her with those damn eyes. She spent half her life oppressed by that gaze. He never raised a hand against her, despite being of the same blood. But the mansion, just like every family member, was in a situation where no one could escape him. She lived as if she were insignificant, until the opportunity came. Ed Rothtaylor was disowned, and Tanya thinks that now, with him out of the way, the only thing left is to prove her own worth. This election for student council president is an opportunity she can't miss, and there's also the class placement exam. So, on the day of the exam, there was Anis, asking Ed not to come any closer. She didn't want him to approach with that pleasant scent and that charming look. Claire says they've already discussed all the important information, and now it's just time to go upstairs and prepare for the exam. This was the beginning of episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the placement test for the freshman class. Ed thinks that, unlike the previous exam which took place in the Northern Forest, this one would be held on Mount Oren, and since Professor Glast was absent, Professor Claire was leading everything, with many changes. Instead of searching for hidden magic orbs like in the last exam, this time the students had to look for magic stones, which were easier to find. Furthermore, the magic stones were not intentionally hidden, and there was no score difference between them. Anyone who found a magic stone and placed it on the exchange altar would have the chance to enter Class A. At first glance it seemed easy, but like Master, like Disciple, Claire made this very difficult. To enter Class A, the freshmen had to fight and defeat various magical beasts and wild animals, and only those who survived could reach Class A. It was absurdly hard. In the end, among all the freshmen at Sylvania Academy that year, no one managed to enter Class A. Ed thinks this is already part of the planned scenario. The fact that no one passed this exam will be tied to an important event later on, so it needs to happen exactly like this. That's why Ed made no comment about the difficulty. What reassures him is that, although it's a hellish survival test, no freshman will be hurt, since they will fight against illusionary beasts created by magical engineering devices, known as illusion discs. The scholarship student's job will be to ensure safety after installing the devices, especially the purple disc, which is the most important. From what Ed knows, the reason no one managed to enter Class A was because of this disc. Although Ed wants to praise everyone's dedication, Anis was struggling a lot to carry the disc. Ed, of course, offers help, but Anis is shocked, steps back, and nearly falls. But Ed manages to catch her, though her bag falls and the purple disc rolls down the stairs. Clebius grabs it and tells them to be more careful, because if that disc broke, it could be a disaster. Ed comments that, as expected of the best combat student, the semester's scenario was almost ruined right from the start. But at that moment, even while holding the disc, it literally disintegrates in Clebius's hands, turning to dust along with the other item in his other hand. Clebius asks what they're going to do now. Ed, seeing the situation, lets go of Anis, so she falls to the floor, thinking that everything had been going too smoothly to be true. It is then explained that last year, during the joint combat practice, the failed student Taylor wielded a sword for the first time and defeated Lucy, gaining a lot of attention. Although the scenario was distorted and he lost in the end, that led to the acceleration of the first act. This year's joint combat practice was also an important event. Talented and elitist first-year students challenged the seniors, and when the battle started, the freshmen completely ignored the word practice and lost all control, but all of them were stopped by Taylor alone. After a year of training, Taylor had grown much stronger and impressed everyone. Among the crowd was Saint Clarice, who was hiding her true identity, but began paying attention to Taylor. This was the beginning of the bond between him and one of the 4 main heroines of the game. The Saint is a crucial character, so this event needs to unfold exactly as planned in the scenario. For this to happen, the first-year students must lose control, and that only occurs because none of them made it into Class A. But the purple discs being used were broken, and people began to panic. Claire said it looked badly damaged, and the students lost hope. Anis apologized, saying she should have paid more attention, but Ed replied that dwelling on it wouldn't make the item work again. He said that if they kept going like this, too many students would end up getting accepted into Class A, and that couldn't happen. He insisted he was sure he could fix it, as long as Clebius helped, and he grabbed the boy who didn't understand what was going on. Later, at the exam starting point, Tanya stood ready with the other freshmen. Even though princes, princesses, and ministers study at Sylvania. Everyone is equal while wearing the same uniform. But if there's one exception to that rule, it's the spiritual guide of millions of followers, Saint Clarice. She thanked everyone for their reverence but said it wasn't necessary. If they focused too much on etiquette, their lives would become very difficult, so she asked them not to be so formal with her. Tanya said it was an honor to meet her and introduced herself as the future head of the Roth-Taylor family. Tanya Roth-Taylor. The saint remarked that Crepin had received her blessing when he was young, but she didn't remember much. Tanya considered that a great honor and said she also planned to receive the blessing when she became an adult. The saint replied that she would be waiting eagerly. Tanya thought that this meeting with the saint could boost her career, but at that moment, fireworks were launched to signal the beginning of the exam, and all the students started running. Tanya knew everyone wanted to get into Class A because of the full tuition exemption, the right to live in the Ophelis dorm, free access to all wellness facilities, and the honor of being in the most prestigious class. It was everything a student could want. All the freshmen were pushing past one another, eyes locked on the top of the mountain. Tanya, upon picking up a magic crystal, noticed that there were many stones scattered around, and said that just placing the stone on the altar wouldn't be enough. She remarked that there must be some mechanism to distinguish each person's abilities. Then she heard someone shouting. It was a barefoot girl, and Tanya asked if she had tripped or hurt herself. The girl replied no, that she had just always wanted to step on snow barefoot. Tanya, confused, asked why she would suddenly do that there, and the girl said it wasn't that strange, that the snow was softer than she expected. Tanya became even more confused and wondered if the girl had hit her head. Then she introduced herself, saying she was Tanya, second daughter of the Roth-Taylor family, and commented that it looked like they were classmates. The girl was impressed and said she had heard the Roth-Taylor family was very prestigious. Tanya replied that not everyone in the family was like that, and that no matter how powerful it was, the family always ended up producing trash. She thought that the last time she saw Ed, he had changed a lot, but she knew who Ed really was, and the fear he had placed in her mind still hadn't disappeared. The girl commented that she came from a very remote region, and since Tanya was from such a prestigious family, she should be more respectful, right? But Tanya said to forget about that, since they were at Sylvonia. The girl smiled and agreed, saying it was true. They were indeed at Sylvonia. She introduced herself as Kylie Ekne, from a small city-state called the Doshi of Terranay, located in the east. She admitted she didn't know much about the world, and apologized in advance if she did anything weird. Tanya said that now that they were classmates, they could speak more informally, and that they needed to hurry because of the exam. But Kylie said she didn't care much about grades, since getting into Class A would just put her more in the spotlight, and she didn't want that. Tanya thought about that unexpected answer, but suddenly Kylie grabbed her hand and said she would help her with that, and that this way they would become friends, right? Then she ran off, pulling Tanya along, and commented that it was the first time she had a friend her own age. Tanya warned Kylie not to do that to just anyone, because if she had done that to a princess or the saint, she'd be in trouble. Then they headed off toward the exam. 30 minutes after the start of the exam, a boy who was almost at the top was already thinking he was first. But at that moment, the beast Clabius appeared and punched the boy in the head. Clabius commented that it was strange, dirty, cowardly, and not worthy of a senior, but Ed said it was still tolerable, wasn't it? And when they asked about him, Ed replied that it wasn't going to be just him. A large explosion occurs in the forest, and Ed explains that Clabius and Anis will be blocking the top of the mountain, protecting the freshmen so they don't reach the altar. Anis thinks that, since it was all her fault, she will do her best. The senior Onyx, a master of flight magic, will be responsible for security, and informs Claire that she will need to write a report on the change in the exam's content. Claire says yes, unless she ends up falling asleep again. The professor begins preparing the report. Onyx is in charge of security, Clabius in the south, Anis in the north, and she asks about Ed. He replies that he will stay right there, protecting the altar directly. Claire comments that she can barely feel his mana, and asks if he's okay. Ed says he has a plan, and that he's fine. While everything was chaotic, with Onyx rescuing students to keep them from dying, Ed was holding a purple illusion disc. He managed to fix it a little, but it's still cracked and might not work properly. Completely repairing it is nearly impossible. Besides that, Ed still hasn't recovered all of his magic. The magic stone used in this exam, as is typical of the academy, is of extremely high value. He places the stone on the exchange altar, and thinks that even if it takes time, by using the altar, he can steadily recharge his mana. Mug appears and speaks to him, but Ed doesn't understand much since he's still out of mana. Even so, he says it's good to see him again. He thinks the others will hold the line long enough and that he has enough magic stones for that. His objective is simple: don't let anyone pass. Then he summons his spirits, thinking he's ready. Meanwhile, the freshmen were getting completely overwhelmed. Tanya confronts a creature and sees that it was Clabius, who tells her to hurry and end it all. But then he hears a large explosion and wonders if it was Anis's magic. In that brief moment, Tanya runs off with Kylie. At that moment, Anis was facing one of the freshmen. In terms of combat, she's only slightly above the rest of her class, but even so, freshmen have no chance against her. But this particular freshman she let pass because he was on a completely different level. Joseph Whitefelts was Dorothy's brother, but unlike her, who had to work very hard, this boy received the title of researcher researcher from the Magic Association at the youngest recorded age, and could freely use intermediate-level magic. In short, he was a genius and a strong candidate for the top student of that year. Joseph told Annis not to feel disappointed, that she surely had her own areas of expertise, but Annis replied that he was mistaken. She was frustrated, but not because of that, and told him to just go. After he passed, Annis felt a little upset. She thought she had pretended to be perfect and flawless, but in the end, she caused a big problem and didn't manage to offer any solution. To make matters worse, it was Ed who took charge once again without complaining a single time. He led the conversation constructively, while she was defeated by a freshman and failed to block the north altar. More than frustration over defeat, she was angry at herself, because the reliable face of Ed was the first thing that came to her mind when she thought about how to fix the situation. Ed then told Joseph that he was the first visitor. He already knew how it worked. He just had to place the magic stone on the altar. But of course, Ed wasn't going to let that happen so easily. Joseph commented that this system was a bit odd. If he defeated Ed and placed the stone on the altar, who would the next ones face? Ed replied that it wasn't his concern. Joseph agreed, saying Ed probably already had a solution for that too. Ed thought that Joseph wasn't that curious. He was just buying time to analyze the environment. Joseph noticed the purple illusion disc, an improved version of the standard one, and deduced that Ed must be from the magic division, but he didn't feel much mana coming from him, even though he knew Ed had used magic stones. Using a magic stone in the very first battle meant Ed had a very low mana reserve. Joseph was disappointed with the academy, and then used his fire spell, a concentrated explosion. He thought it was impossible to dodge or defend against it, but then saw Ed easily evade the attack, concluding that he had combat experience. Ed began preparing a spell, and Joseph noticed it was fire magic, something like combust or ignite. He prepared himself expecting a basic spell, but when Ed cast the magic, Joseph was impressed by the size of the flames. He thought Ed must have enough mana for an intermediate level spell. Even so, Joseph managed to defend with a magical barrier, and commented that it was a waste. No matter how strong ignite was, it wouldn't break through his defense. Joseph reflected that in battles between mages, the outcome often depended on mana reserves. If both spent a similar amount of energy with each spell, he would win, since he had more mana. He also thought Ed probably didn't have much experience in magic combat, and that once he ran out of mana, he wouldn't be able to defend himself anymore. But at that moment, Ed grabbed Joseph and said that a magic barrier could block spells, but not physical force. Then he kneed him in the face and asked if he really thought he would only be facing mages just because he was one. Joseph staggered back after the attack, asking if Ed had really gone through the flames, but warned that he wouldn't lower his guard. Ed realized the opponent was using intermediate level ice magic, but kept casting Ignite, a basic spell. Joseph asked if he would keep using the same spell, and figured he was probably trying to block his vision with the steam. However, Joseph also mastered other elements, and decided to use combustion magic. At that moment, everything was consumed by flames, but Ed had the blessing of flame, a temporary immunity to fire, so he passed through the flames quickly toward Joseph. Even so, Joseph managed to defend himself with physical resistance. Joseph wondered where Ed had gained so much skill. When it came to casting speed, he was much faster, but Ed was clearly superior physically. Ed then left his dagger stuck in the barrier, and asked Mug to cause a big explosion. Joseph was then launched into the air by the explosion and tumbled down the mountain. All battered, he thought he couldn't lose focus. He concluded that Ed wasn't faster than him, with basic magic. That was spiritualism. It was a spiritual technique Ed used, crossing the combustion with his own body using a blessing, and even hid the spiritualism within the flames. Joseph realized that Ed was using magic, spiritualism, and magical engineering items, so he wondered who the hell that guy really was. Joseph admitted defeat, but threw the crystal at Ed's feet and took the opportunity to cast an ice spear at him. Ed dodged it easily, but Joseph went for a close-range punch. Ed thought a punch from someone who had spent his life studying magic wouldn't cause much damage. Then Joseph was hit by a wind spell, more specifically the Blessing of the Storm, which said that when struck by a melee attack, the target would be launched away. Joseph flew down the mountain like a bullet, destroying everything in his path until he got stuck in a broken tree. He admitted he had lost and collapsed while his crystal shattered. Ed commented that he did well, and that it was an admirable decision, almost catching him by surprise. Joseph, collapsed and about to faint, asked what his senior's name was. Ed introduced himself as Ed Roth Taylor. At that moment, Onyx arrived to retrieve Joseph. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Ziggs was talking with Elka, and she asked why Ziggs had gone into the magic division. If he had chosen alchemy or combat, he would be the best. But Ziggs said he didn't care about being the top student. Maybe he would be in alchemy, but not in combat, since the current best was Clabius Nortondale, who at that moment was being defeated. He wondered what that was just now, and a freshman asked if he was okay, if the holy magic had been too strong. Onyx told them to keep going, that he would take care of it. He approached and asked if Clabius was okay. With 20 minutes left until the end of the exam, Tanya and Kylie finally arrived at the end. Tanya asked if he was the final test, and the field was already full of freshmen completely destroyed and defeated. She thought that once he was feared, once hated, that damned man. Ed responded directly and told them to just give up. Leaving that chaotic scene, It was explained that Saint Clarice had 2 dreams. At that moment, she heard the prayer of a priest, remembering that a noble person must keep their convictions unwavering for life, and that people should be like a blank sheet of paper. This was the dream planted in her by Archbishop Verdio, but the other dream she had heard from someone else. That person said it was better to die in dirty water than to live as a blank sheet. It was Adele who said that, affirming that compared to the gray rocks of the Ramelin mountain range, everything else was nothing more than a sandcastle. She spoke of the green mist of the Denkin swamps, the golden fields of the imperial capital, the emerald pastures of the land of Poulan, the opaline smokes of the alchemical land of Crete, the red rooftops of the trade city Oldek, and the blue-green knowledge of Sylvania, the land of learning. She also spoke of the yellow sand sea of the Great Dresta desert, and the purple shadows of the lawless zone of Khoritan. Adele said that pure white was just a small fragment of a vast world filled with colorful romanticism. Adele, once the keeper of the sacred church flames, left the clergy and came to be called an anti-romanticist. No one knew how she wandered between the buildings, but when night fell and the world went to sleep, she would sing by Clarice's window. The dream Clarice had at night was of the world outside, while she listened to her only friend whispering under the stars. Adele said that ordinary life was also romantic, that simple friendships and mundane loves could hold a touch of nobility, greater even than thousands of prayers received daily. She said that the embrace of someone who loved her could be worth more than all of that. After leaving the clergy, Adele enrolled in Sylvania, and during vacation would travel the world, just like she was doing now. Since her departure, Clarice began walking every night in her dreams through the places Adele described. At the end of those journeys, Clarice always ended up in a deep embrace with someone. The solitary path she now walked was being shared by 2 people. The multicolored road, in clear contrast to her pure and white life, was the boldest imagination she could ever have. To enter Sylvania, she disguised herself. Father Verdio helped her with that, saying she could never reveal her true identity and should always carry that magic item. He said that the saint would always be surrounded by the blessings of the sacred law, and that at least was a relief. Clarice asked who would even suspect, but Verdio said caution was never too much. Going to the Academy of Sylvania, even with the church's permission, was already a transgression on its own. Sitting on the wooden bench by the roadside, near the teacher's building, no one paid her any attention. Just being there made Clara's heart race, and she felt a deep satisfaction. No one bowed their heads as she passed. No one looked at her with reverence, at least not in Sylvania. There, not a single person treated her differently. She was treated as an equal. Who would think she was a saint? No one, except one person. It was then that she saw Ed, telling them to just give up. Tanya asked if their final test was her brother, and Clarice thought that meant he was also a Rothtaler. Ed asked if the 2 of them couldn't just go back, but if they insisted, then they should come, and he summoned the power of Marilda. Of course, that power was far beyond the 2 of them. Tanya thought that even students who had dedicated their lives to spirit training couldn't do that. She thought Ed had already surpassed graduate level. Even active spiritualists, who could control 6 intermediate spirits, were considered veterans. But at that moment, Ed was with a high-level spirit. Clarice said she would give up, saying they needed to be rational, and warned Tanya that this was too much already. Tanya thought it was true. It was a high-level spirit, but she remembered the time she gave up in front of Ed in the past. If she gave up now, it would be just like that time. So she told Kylie she wouldn't give up. She said that with great status and prestige also came responsibility and the burden it carried. Tanya remembered clearly what Ed was like 2 years ago. Someone who could barely cast basic spells, and now he was summoning a high-level spirit. She thought it had to be a trick. All she had to do was knock out the summoner and it would be over. But with a simple breath, Marilda sent the 2 of them flying. Tanya thought that wasn't supposed to be happening, wondering how it was possible, and if he really had an advanced spirit. The 2 were thrown far away, and Clarice questioned whether that man was really Tanya's brother. Kylie had always had a fantasy about nobles, imagining impeccable appearances, warm smiles, elegant manners. But upon hearing that Ed, who seemed the complete opposite of all that, was the heir of the Rothtaler family, she became certain he was the misfit of the family. She knew nothing of the world outside sacred purity, but even Clarice, naive as she was, could clearly sense that Tanya held deep resentment toward that misfit. Kylie stood up and told Tanya to follow through with the plan. She said she would act as bait so Tanya could get through. She claimed her body was different, that she could do it, but Tanya said she would end up hurt because of it. Even so, Kylie stepped ahead and asked if he was a horrible person. Besides, she said Tanya was her first friend in Sylvania. Tanya thought that normally she would have dismissed such a ridiculous idea, but on the way to the altar she saw a veteran charging forward furiously, only to be taken down by a mysterious flash. She wondered if Kylie had some special power, but what surprised her the most was that Kylie, who seemed timid, was charging forward with great courage. Tanya wondered if she had always been like that, but realized she hadn't. She was just crazy. She was serving as bait, and even though she was still afraid, she ran straight toward Ed and Marilda. Marilda didn't take Kylie very seriously at first, until she saw that power, that sacred light. What Kylie used was the blessing of the sacred law, which activates automatically against any hostile being. That actually hurt Marilda, but her breath was so strong that Kylie was blown far away and inside her protective bubble. Ed asked if they were done already, but Tanya replied by asking if he really thought she would give up. Then she approached with a wind spell, an explosion aimed directly at Ed's face. He was thrown back for a moment, but it turned out that wasn't actually Ed. It was an illusion created by the illusion disc. By the time Tanya realized it, it was already too late to react. She saw several mana arrows heading her way, and Ed simply told her to stay very still. Tanya thought it was impossible. The person who could barely hold a sword was now using a bow and even creating arrows with mana. Ed said that was just a warning. If he had wanted to hit her, he would have. Tanya, completely terrified, wondered if that was really the Ed Roth Taylor she knew. She thought it was just like last time, that no matter how hard she tried, nothing ever changed since childhood. She thought that once again she had been unable to do anything, but Ed said she must have worked really hard to make it there, but he also had his reasons, and couldn't go easy on her just because they were family. He said that if he did, she would only get angrier. At that moment, he unsummoned Marilda and commented that his sister had been amazing, saying that he himself would have run away in fear. It was just an illusion, but she faced it to the end. Ed said she had surprised him, and that he was wearing the brooch she had given him on his tie. He said that she had always been on that side, right? And Tanya thought that something really had changed in her brother. Ed said she should be proud. Of course, Tanya got emotional and began to cry. Ed was confused and wondered if he had said something wrong. Kylie approached and told Ed not to come any closer, warning that if he treated Tanya badly, something bad would happen to him. At that moment, Professor Claire called out for Ed, saying the exam was over and asked for help because Clebius had fainted. Kylie asked if the exam was really over, but at that moment she realized her voice was changing. The transformation magic was wearing off. She wondered if she had lost that magical item, the one Verdio had given her. Claire came closer asking what was going on, and Clarice thought her true identity would be revealed. But at that moment, Mug picked up the artifact and handed it to Ed, who quickly passed it to Clarice, telling her to be careful and not lose it. Clarice, still confused, took the artifact. Claire asked Ed why he was so injured, and he replied that it was nothing. He was fine, and so, the freshman allocation exam came to an end. As always, Ed Roth Taylor put everything in its rightful place on the stage, except for one small flaw, a seemingly insignificant distortion, but one that caused an unexpected impact. And because of that distortion, two ruby eyes like jewels were watching Ed. Clarice thought that Ed had almost used a formal tone with her, as if he knew she was the saint. The professor said Ed was completely exhausted, and that they would let him rest, and the rest of the work would be left to them. She asked if Anix could help lift Clebius, and Anix, looking upward, replied that it was fine, but he was puzzled, as he thought he had seen something human up above, although he assumed it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, at the altar, Ed was lying down, but Marilda was whispering in his ear. She said that she believed there was a kind of beauty that transcended time and values, and the clearest example of that was the sky. She went on to say that even the most expensive works of art have many interpretations and depend on personal taste, but asked who doesn't think a sunset is beautiful. Ed replied that she was being quite philosophical, and Marilda said that humans, with their lives so short, don't know what it's like to be amazed by every moment. Ed thought that the voice whispering in his ear belonged to a high-level spirit, and according to Janica, who was probably right, it talked too much. Marilda commented that someone as meticulous and impeccable as Ed, yet so careless with himself, always ended up exhausted and getting hurt all the time. Ed asked what that had to do with anything, and Marilda replied that the point was, he needed to fall in love. She called him an idiot, and said he needed a kind and cheerful person, someone he would want to be close to, someone strong enough for him to lean on. She said he needed a support person, something he clearly didn't have, and asked Mug if she was right. Mug answered yes, that she was absolutely correct. Ed thought that Marilda didn't have a contract with Janica. They were just friends, and even if Mug and Marilda didn't have a rigid hierarchy like Tarkin's, it still seemed like he was afraid of high-level spirits. Mug said Ed should try what Marilda was suggesting, and Marilda repeated the word try as if she found it curious. Mug said it was nonsense but quickly corrected himself, saying that actually she was right, and that Ed could do everything she had suggested. Ed then changed the subject and asked if Marilda had noticed whether Janica seemed a little down about something. Marilda asked why he was worried, and Ed replied that it was obvious. Marilda said that if Janica didn't want to tell anyone, she wouldn't gossip about it either, and that she wasn't going to go around spreading it to everyone. But she advised Ed not to worry too much, saying that it would be good for Janica to go through a winter period. Everyone needs difficult experiences to learn and grow. She commented that the world isn't a fairy tale, and that Janica would have to wait for spring to come. Then she said she had talked too much for today, that she was draining a lot of his mana by talking non-stop in his ear. Ed commented that her current form also drained a lot of mana. Marilda replied that it was an expensive and in-demand form, but still more efficient. Ed asked if she had other forms, and Marilda asked if he would like a more graceful form, like that of a girl. Ed said to forget it, that he only asked because there was a difference between that small form and her normal-sized form. Marilda then climbed onto his head to scale the tower, and asked if he was still a bit slow because of that magic stone. She wanted to know if he really thought he controlled all that magic alone, because a high-level spirit like her wouldn't make a contract with just one person, and then she vanished. Ed concluded concluded that he still didn't have enough mana to maintain a high-level spirit for that long. But if it wasn't his mana sustaining the summoning, then whose was it? Thinking it through, the answer was simple. The other person who had a contract with Marilda, besides him, was Lucy, who was up at the top of the tower. Ed commented that the place didn't seem very good for a nap, and Lucy replied that she hadn't gone there to sleep, since the cabin was better for that. Ed asked why she was there then, and Lucy said she didn't like cabins that felt too empty, so she went out for a walk. Ade thought that unfortunately, the exchange altar that walk had led them to mark the end of Act 3. Saint Clarice, surrounded by doubt, realized the darkness behind the religious order and began to question them. The apostles of Telos decided to punish her, heading to the island of Archon. Unaware of this hidden truth, many people from the academy followed the Archbishop's orders. Princess Fania's Imperial Guard, the mercenary group from Lortel's Guild, the Templar Knights from the Holy City, high-ranking academy staff, and even the hunter group from the protagonist's generation, along with director Obel. Within this tangled web, all swords turned toward a single target, a young woman who tried to protect the island of Archon by following her master's final words, Lucy Merrill, the all-powerful prodigy. But no matter what they called her, she didn't voice a single complaint. She was the one who awakened, and after defeating all the major figures on Archon Island and single-handedly eliminating more than half the hunter troop, her body eventually succumbed to exhaustion. She was defeated by the protagonist Taylor, who had mastered the final technique of the sacred sword. But only after the events was the truth revealed, and everyone came to understand why Lucy had tried to kill the apostles of God. Everyone claimed they didn't know she was a bad person, that there was a story behind it. But even if people say that to someone who lived through it all, late understanding hurts more than the original misunderstanding. However, whether due to her nature or because she believed words wouldn't change anything, Lucy bore the entire burden alone. Of course, he had no intention of stopping Lucy, but he didn't intend to sacrifice her either. He wasn't that cold. Letting things play out this way didn't necessarily mean a completely bad ending, and that was because her grandfather, before dying, left behind the words that after the storm, the ground becomes firmer. Most of Sylvania's trials would be overcome on their own, but there would be one trial that could only be conquered with Lucy's help. When that time came, he asked that, in honor of her old grandfather, she lend her strength. Only Lucy knew the weight of her master's final words, the great mage and her only relative. She also needed to let go of all those suffocating emotions. Ed thought that this battle would be long and that many dangerous moments would still come, but those were events expected in the Act 3 scenario. Suddenly though, Lucy leaned on Ed and said she had just realized something about herself. She said she sometimes felt lonely, then laid her head on Ed's lap. Ed was about to say something but remained silent and thought that, at the very least, he could make one promise. Next time he left the cabin for a long period, he would give notice in advance. The next day, near Ophelis' dormitory, Belle commented to Clara that she had returned from vacation too early. Clara replied that home had become unbearable and brought a gift for Belle. Many people assumed Anis was from a noble family, but in reality, Clara was the one from a prestigious baron household. Belle took the gift and thanked her. Clara commented that the academy was her true refuge, and in any case, she was happy to see her friends again. She had brought several delicious treats and already prepared a pie with tea for Anis and Janica, heading off cheerfully to meet them. At that moment, Belle even crumpled the box she was holding, sweating with nervousness. Later, Clara wondered why the two girls weren't saying anything. She considered whether they might have had a fight. Clara remembered that Janica and Anis always had light-hearted arguments, but the atmosphere now felt strange. She thought about telling a joke, but hesitated, unsure if it would help. Then Janica asked Anis if it was true that she had hugged Ed. At that moment, we see Ed Rothtailor's profile. Age 18, third-year student. Achievements: a skilled survivor and summoner of high-level spirits. His attributes were 13 endurance, 13 intelligence, 15 skill, 12 determination, and 11 luck. He had mastered combat, magic, survival, and alchemy skills. At that moment, he had just completed another project, a wooden protection wall. Ed thought that items like this no longer increased his skill or proficiency, as he had already practiced a lot with wood. Now, he needed to find new materials to evolve. Someone approached, saying it was good to be prepared for the strong winds coming. It was Belle, who said she was happy to see Ed looking healthy. She was carrying Lucy, who was trembling for some reason, and explained that the academy had issued new orders. During the snowstorm season, leaving the dormitories was strictly prohibited, unless absolutely necessary. Since Lucy was considered a high risk for escape, she needed to be watched closely. Lucy was asking for help, and Ed said he got the message. Belle cleared her throat, hoping Ed would notice something, and he replied that he would keep using informal speech. Concerned, Belle asked if he really thought he could survive an entire week of snowstorms in his current condition. With all due respect, she said she didn't think that wall would be enough. Ed explained that the structure was only meant to protect the supplies. Besides that, he had tied ropes around the roof and secured it tightly to the ground. He had also stored all traps and hunting tools inside the cabin to shield them from the weather. During the snowstorm week, he intended to focus on his magical engineering research in the spirit library. Ed told Belle that he had shelter, so she didn't need to worry too much, but he also noticed that she seemed to be concerned about something else. He asked if it was her first time time dealing with a snowstorm while in a leadership position. Belle replied that it wasn't that, but she was worried about something else, though she felt speaking up would be intrusive. Ed said the way she said it only made him more curious. Still, Belle wished him good luck, clearly thinking about Janica and Anis. Back to the moment when Janica asked Anis if she had really hugged Ed. Clara asked what she meant by that. Anis became extremely nervous upon hearing it. Clara tried to lighten the mood, saying it must have been a misunderstanding, or maybe the spirits had told the story wrong, but Anis said it was true. She confessed that she had flirted with Ed. Clara asked what that meant, and Anis apologized to Janica, saying she truly hadn't trusted that guy. She thought he seemed like someone who would try to take advantage of her, so she only wanted to test him, nothing more. Anis said that kind of guy wasn't even her type, told Janica not to worry, and added that Ed had seemed like an arrogant delinquent from the start, always complaining. She asked what Janica even saw in him. Janica said that was too harsh, that Anis didn't even know Ed that well. Clara just stood between them, unsure of what to do. Ines said she was sorry for not speaking up earlier, that she only wanted to test Ed, but Janica asked why she did that when no one had asked her to. She had been extremely worried about it, barely able to sleep at night. Janica considered Ines a very important friend, and couldn't handle the feeling of betrayal. She didn't know how she should feel, and started to wonder if she was overthinking things. Ines tried to calm her, saying she was special, especially to Ed, and from what she could see, the two of them were in that phase of friendship that was about to become something more. Janica asked if she really thought that, and Anis replied that she did. She said that honestly, judging and testing Ed might not have been the best attitude, but she did it out of concern for Janica, so Janica couldn't be mad at her for it. Janica thanked her for being honest. Clara commented that she had been worried, thinking that Anis really had an interest in Ed, but noticed that Anis's face was slightly flushed. Something felt strange. Clara stood up and asked Janica if that misunderstanding was bothering her that much, maybe because she had gone to the northern forest while they were away. Janica admitted it was true, then ran off, saying she was going for a walk. Clara told her to come back soon. Ines told Clara that she had already thought it through, and Clara asked what exactly she meant. Ines said she wanted Clara to introduce her to someone, a guy maybe, but added that she could break stereotypes too. She said she wanted to go out with Clara, asked what she thought about going on a date with her, and told her not to look at her like that. Ines said she felt really bad for lying to Janica, but either way, she had heard that physical distance also makes hearts drift apart. She commented that once the scholarship students completed their responsibilities, all of that would come to an end too. But a little later, Anis was completely frozen in place. That was because Professor Claire had announced they would continue working together. She said Clebius and Onyx were doing an excellent job and it would be a waste to leave them out of the lab, especially Ed, who had performed exceptionally well. He was practically in the position of student assistant and would receive more scholarships. Claire said that place was better suited for dedicated people like Ed than the other labs, and the environment there was more comfortable too. Anis was desperate upon hearing that. Meanwhile, Ed's magic skill had reached the proficient level. He had contracts with Mug and Marilda, and still had 2 empty slots. At the camp, Janica commented that he needed an intermediate spirit. Ed noticed that Janica seemed much more energetic, unlike the last time he had been at the camp, when she had seemed a bit down. Janica asked when that was, and Ed replied that he had already forgotten. He thought that with Janica, he felt more at ease, probably because she was a character who had completely diverged from the original storyline. She was the only person his age who followed her own path. Janica said she knew he had a contract with Marilda, but still found it strange. She said his body wasn't ready yet for a high-level spirit. Ed explained that he had used a few tricks and showed her the golden phoenix ring from Glast. He explained everything the ring could do, and also revealed his future plans. Janica then concluded that if he couldn't use magic at the moment, then making a contract with an intermediate spirit was really impossible. Ed said that once the new semester began, his mana would return. Even so, Janica congratulated him, saying that among spirit summoners, making a first contract with a high-level spirit was like celebrating a second birthday. She also asked if he was really going to stay in the spirit library for the entire snowstorm, saying he was very dedicated. Ed replied that she wasn't far behind either, as she remained the top student in class. Then Ed remembered that when the snowstorm ended, the student council presidential election would take place. Since Janica was the best student, many people would be paying attention to her. Janica replied that everyone had been telling her that, but she really didn't know, since she was trying to maintain a neutral stance about it. Ed thought that in the original storyline, Janica wasn't very prominent as the top student, and due to her personality, she respected all candidates equally. Janica then remembered something and asked if Ed's sister was also running. Ed confirmed, saying that she was far more ambitious than she looked. Janica asked if he was close to his sister, and Ed replied that, since he was exiled, it wasn't something he could say proudly, but they were still family. Like it or not, he would have to deal with her for the rest of his life. He said he wanted to get along with his sister, that he didn't love her deeply, but he cared about her. Janica asked if he liked her that much, then maybe it was just a normal sibling fight. Then she tugged on his sleeve and asked what Tanya liked, saying she wanted to give her a gift, or maybe make some food she would enjoy. Ed asked what she had done to Tanya, and Janica replied nothing, but Ed kept kept staring at her. He thought Janica was terrible at lying, and that it didn't even take 3 seconds for her to confess everything. Ed concluded that, in the end, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Meanwhile, at Ophelis' dormitory, it was announced that the snowstorm would begin early in the morning. Going outside would not be allowed unless there was a very special reason. If students needed anything from outside, they should inform the maids. However, St. Clarice was still thinking about the scene from days ago, which she couldn't get out of her head. The terrifying image of a third-year senior lingered, but what struck her more deeply was a sense of strangeness. It felt so natural that she wondered if she had seen it wrong. It was as if Ed, when handing her that artifact, somehow knew her secret. She wondered if he really did know. She had worked so hard to live a normal school life, and many people had made sacrifices to make it possible, including the priests, to keep her identity hidden. But now her school life seemed close to ending in that way. It was hard for the saint to gather information about Ed. What she heard most was that he lived in a cabin in the northern forest. She thought that once the snowstorm began, she wouldn't be able to leave the pavilion for at least a week. By the time it ended, spring would arrive and the new semester would begin. If that happened, she might lose the chance to resolve everything, whether that meant silencing Ed or through some other means. At that moment, she opened the windows. She thought she was scared, but she would face the intense cold, the darkness, and Ed Roth-Taylor himself. She remembered what Adaly had told her, that if you spent too much time staring at white walls and ceilings, your vision would start to fail. She needed romance, a world full of colors, something she would never understand without experiencing. So the saint jumped out of the dorm window using her magic artifact, and upon landing, she had already transformed into the identity of Kylie. She thought that she couldn't allow the freedom she had gained to be taken from her. To be sure of that, she needed to find Ed Roth-Taylor, so she ran toward the forest. Now, in Clebius's mind, he thought his eyes had long been accustomed to the darkness, since his life had always been filled with shadows. The most vivid memory he had was the moment when everyone in the Nortondale family turned their backs on him, everyone except his brother. That scene in which he stabbed a sword into his brother's heart might have been a curse. His brother's final words never left his mind. Professor Claire pulled him from his thoughts, asking if he was going to spend all his time in another lab. Clebius replied that it wasn't exactly that. He just honestly thought that the academy assistant work was too much for him. He mentioned that he had caused a lot of trouble last time, but the treatment there had been great, and he liked the place. Clara thought he had taken it badly, or had received an offer from elsewhere, but said he could stay if he wanted. Clebius said he thought he would, and the professor told him to continue like that. He thought it over and replied that it sounded good. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor, who wasn't born with any physical talent, had pushed his body to the limit through training. The vacation period, during which he focused on his training, was nearly over. Up to that point, he had reached level 23 in spiritual infusion and level 4 in magical engineering, levels that could already be considered specialties. With a little more training, those two skills could be used at their maximum potential. So his final goal for the coming week was to focus on that, studying in the spirit library. Ed asked Ziggs for help and gave him a bit of money so he could use magic to clean up the debris. But in addition to that, it seemed that Ziggs had also organized the books that were scattered around. He had arranged everything with great care, categorizing by theme and title. Ed didn't even know he had done that. Ziggs probably had Elka's help, and the two had fun calling it training. Even so, Ed felt very indebted to them both. Now, however, it was time to begin reading all the crafting methods. Studying everything at once would be inefficient, so it was important to choose one path and focus on it. Ed's current goals were to create the Glock's Eye, an artifact that temporarily increases proficiency in all perception-related skills, and the Delheimer Hourglass, which restores the body to the state it was in a few seconds earlier, removing all damage and wounds. Ed wanted to create at least one legendary-level artifact. He had a wind amplifier, a noise generator, a greenhouse crystal, and a magic orb. With these materials, he was practicing intensely to improve his magical engineering skill. Once he became fully familiar with it, he could craft even higher rarity items. He thought that the materials were ready. All that was missing were the tools. But when he reached into his bag, he realized he had forgotten all of them at the cabin. Returning to the surface, Ed kept blaming himself for that terrible mistake while forcing his body to keep working. Meanwhile, Clarice was also in the forest, thinking that if she spent too much time looking only at white walls and ceilings, her eyesight would get worse. She needed something new, like a romance or a world full of colors. But at that moment, everything was white because of the snow. Then she finally saw a river, and remembered that they had said the cabin was near one. According to the map, that was the lower part of the river, so she just needed to follow it upstream. She thought it was all starting to feel like a real adventure. Although Clarice only learned sacred magic later on, she was now more skilled than many mages. What truly set her apart was her innate ability to use sacred sacred magic, especially the blessing that automatically activated intermediate or higher level spells whenever any hostile entity tried to harm her, reflecting the damage back to the enemy. Because of that, it didn't matter if it was a wild animal or a human attacker, Clarice never got hurt. Even so, she was very afraid of Ed. As the former heir of the Roth-Taylor family, it was possible that he had received the clergy's blessing from Telos, which would nullify her protection. Sacred magic doesn't work against those who share the same faith. Of course, it would be unthinkable for a blessed devotee to raise a blade against a saint, but at that moment, she wasn't a saint. She was just Kylie. Kylie then entered the cabin, but when she opened the door forcefully, she knocked over a bucket full of blood. The moment she saw the spilled liquid, she was horrified. When she looked up and saw the body of a dead boar hanging, she became even more terrified. Everywhere she looked, there was blood. She began to feel like she was trapped in a nightmare. That's when she heard footsteps approaching from outside the cabin. Ed opened the door and looked around, not understanding what was going on. Clarice had hidden under the table, trembling with fear. Ed accidentally triggered a trap, which made Kylie even more frightened. After that, he picked up his machete and got closer. Clarice was so nervous she could barely breathe. Ed crouched down and calmly asked who was there. When he looked closer, he recognized her and asked in surprise if it was Kylie. Ed asked what Clarice was doing there, but at that moment she got so scared that she instinctively activated her sacred magic. The divine energy burst out and threw Ed across the room, making him knock over books and break everything around him. He stood up injured, mainly on his head, while Clarice collapsed to her knees in despair, telling herself that she didn't mean to do that. She blamed herself deeply, wondering if she had killed someone, and mentally confessing to Telos that she had committed a terrible sin. She wondered how someone like her, who was supposed to live a pure life like the snow, could have done something so grave. Ed, still recovering, got up and angrily complained, asking if she was kidding him, but right then Clarice fainted from fear, and Ed got even more irritated with the whole situation. Meanwhile, at the Ophilis dormitory, Belle Maya was already aware of what had happened. They asked if a search should be organized, but she declined, explaining that the number of staff was too low. Belle Maya knew Kylie's true identity, as the highest-ranking officials at the academy had been informed by the church's decision. If something happened to the saint during the snowstorm, it could become a national scandal. The maid who accompanied her thought Belle was great at her job, always calm and rational. Instead of worrying about Kylie's safety, Belle considered it more efficient to handle the situation discreetly, since the saint was protected by sacred magic. Belle decided to go find her alone, and asked the other maid to take care of the students, especially Lucy. The maid reported that, according to witnesses, Kylie had gone toward the northern forest. Belle asked if it was the same forest where that man lived, the one who seemed to have good luck with women. She thought that with the snowstorm, the two of them alone might end up warming up together by the fireplace. She didn't even want to imagine more and rushed out. She needed to find the saint before something worse happened. On the way, Belle thought about the rumors circulating about Ed, a strange guy who lived in isolation in the forest, a man of few words who carried the bloody corpses of wild animals. Many students talked about him, but Belle knew the truth. The only real danger was people falling in love with him. Despite his cold appearance, Ed was attentive, did his work properly, and even though he was surrounded by girls interested in him, he remained focused. Deep down, he was a reliable guy. Still, just thinking about how relationships could get complicated gave Belle a headache. She imagined that Ed probably didn't know about Kylie's secret identity. When she entered the cabin, she found Ed bandaging himself. He greeted her, and she asked what was going on. After hearing the whole explanation, Belle understood the situation, but reminded him that if they didn't return soon, the snowstorm would get worse. Ed agreed, saying it really wasn't good for the housekeeper to be away from the pavilion for so long. He figured the reason Clarice was there was suspicion, even though he had done everything possible not to give any reason for that. He apologized for his rude behavior and said that the saint, at that moment, they asked if he had known the truth from the beginning. Ed explained that he was also a baptized follower of the Church of Telos, and that, when he noticed her illusion magic fading, he immediately understood who she was. He asked her to let go of the chair and explained that since the beginning of the year, his plan had not changed. He didn't want to get involved with the main plot characters, but if he left things as they were, Clarice might end up doing something reckless, so it was better that she knew he was aware of her secret identity. Ed said it seemed like she was feeling suffocated, living a restricted life, and that was why she had infiltrated the academy, searching for a normal life. He said he understood that suffocation, but stepped closer and asked what she thought it meant to live freely in a forest. He wanted to know how she imagined his life was out there. Clarice then understood that it wasn't freedom, it was survival. She remembered Adele and thought that everything in life has two sides, even freedom. If Adele represented the light side of freedom, Ed represented its dark side. Ed apologized for his disrespectful attitude, even in front of someone as respected as the saint. He felt that maybe she had no one to tell her that harsh reality, so he recommended that she return now before it was too late. Then he thanked Belle for coming all the way there, but she replied that she was just doing her job. Clarice would return to the the Ophilis Pavilion, where she would have a warm place and soup to heat up, far from the snowstorm. Meanwhile, Ed would stay in that cabin, surrounded by the smell of blood and the weight of reality on his shoulders. Clarice thought it was truly sad when the dream of idealized freedom fades, but felt that, at the very least, fleeing the holy city and coming to Sylvania had been the right choice, because there she found someone truly worthy of respect. Belle noticed that Clarice was blushing and wondered if she had also fallen into Ed's trap, thinking maybe she too had fallen in love. And so, spring arrived. Meanwhile, at the Laplace bakery, Ed commented that the tea was great and said it was hard to get a reservation at that place, but Lortel replied that she wasn't there to eat, but to talk business. She explained that she could easily get a table there. The bakery's chef said she could feel free to ask for anything she wanted. Lortel commented that having such exclusive power was amusing, and Ed, observing the chef's expression, concluded that she was the only one enjoying that privilege. Lortel countered by saying that she didn't usually torment others without a reason, but admitted that it was fun. She then explained that the snowstorm caused several problems with supply deliveries to Arkan Island. The Laplace bakery had made a huge order of unnecessary items before that, and when the delivery date arrived, they cancelled everything, which was basically a fake order. Since ingredients became scarce, the situation was somewhat understandable, but monopolizing products intended for other clients was outrageous. She mentioned that business ethics still mattered. The chef begged her to ask the merchants to stop doing that to him, but Lortel said it was already resolved, just a finalized contract. Since she had class in the afternoon, she asked if she could go along with Ed, but he said the mood there was a bit heavy. Later, as they approached the faculty building, Lortel said she hadn't meant to be so harsh, but the storm had cut off the central warehouse supply and the funds in circulation were stretched thin. Even with many assets, it was time to tighten the belt. Ed was surprised to see that even she was facing financial difficulties, but Lortel explained that managing money was her strength, and as long as she didn't increase unnecessary expenses, everything would be fine. That was when Lortel noticed that Ed was going to class without bringing any books. He explained that he would stop by the library to borrow some during his morning walk. Lortel asked if he didn't have his own books, and commented that the academy should provide that material, since the costs for a student were quite high. She was almost reaching into her own purse to help, and asked how much the books cost, but Ed thanked her for the gesture and said it wasn't necessary. Changing the subject, Lortel brought up the election for student council president. Ed noticed she didn't seem very enthusiastic about running, and she confirmed it, saying she preferred to focus on commerce. However, ideally, someone favorable to her would hold the presidency, so she asked if Ed would consider running. He declined, saying he wasn't interested, and that there were no guarantees of winning. Lortel said she had already expected that answer, then asked about his sister. Ed confirmed that she was referring to Tanya, and Lortel replied that she would support anyone but the princess. She'd rather die than support Fenia. Even knowing that most of the upper year students would back Tanya, Lortel said it would be difficult for her to win. Although Tanya was the youngest daughter of the Roth-Taylor family, the class difference between her and Fenia was enormous. Ed realized that Lortel was analyzing the situation accurately. In the current scenario, the one who would become president was Princess Fenia, and even if Tanya gave it her all, the gap in votes wouldn't shrink. In the end, she would suffer a crushing defeat. Lortel asked if he supported the princess, and Ed said he wasn't sure. If he had to choose, he would support his own sister. Lortel said that was a relief, since most of the academy already idolized the princess, and she had been worried Ed might be one of them. Then, she rested her head on his chest and asked if he knew how much she liked him, saying she almost got jealous. She looked at him for a while, and asked if her attack had worked this time, trying to check his heartbeat, but Ed moved her head away, and Lortel sighed that it hadn't worked, wondering what she had done wrong. Ed said she hadn't done anything wrong, but that until graduation he would still be in a complicated position. Lortel, curious, asked what would happen after graduation. Ed stayed silent for a moment, until Lortel commented that she had just received some important information. She said graduation was still a long way off, of course if he managed to survive her charm until then. Ed thought that his main goal was to graduate safely, but he knew that wouldn't be easy. There was still the final boss of this story. Only when the protagonist defeated the final enemy would peace return to the world. Only then would Ed be able to graduate safely, counting on the support of Clarice, who represented the church, and Princess Fenia, who represented the royal family. Only with their help would Taylor be able to overcome the final challenge. Until then, Taylor had to follow the script, grow, and gather his allies. Ed thought that the placement of the freshman had also gone as planned, and Clarice had managed to maintain her disguise. He truly felt sorry, but Tanya didn't stand a chance in the elections, which meant the scenario would finally begin to return to normal. However, contrary to Ed Roth-Taylor's expectations, something was about to change inside the room of a very important girl. Princess Fenia was deciding she would no longer run for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Clebius was extremely nervous. He was complaining to himself, wondering why, of all people, he had received a challenge form. He couldn't understand why someone wanted to fight him. In Zig's room, another student was talking to him, saying that, as a freshman, he wanted to learn from a senior. Ziggs replied that the excuse didn't convince him. The student named Wade Collarmores stated that he wanted to prove his worth. Ziggs commented that Wade had had already earned the title of top first-year student. Wade explained that this was only the first step. His goal was to challenge notable seniors like Janica, the top third-year student, veteran Drake from the combat department, and the famous veteran Ed, whom everyone in the magic department talked about. Wade said everything followed a reason. First, he sent a challenge to veteran Klebius, who was ignoring the invitation, but if he could beat Klebius, considered the best in the combat department, then he could challenge Alvira from the alchemy department, and finally veteran Ziggs. He added that Lucy didn't count as a challenge, and to him, Ziggs was better. Ziggs thought Wade was arrogant for believing he could beat him, then Janica, and even Ed. Ziggs explained that in Sylvania, one had to learn that being wrong was part of life. Wade said he knew defeating Ziggs wouldn't be easy, but the senior meant something else. He said Wade wouldn't even come close to Janica, Ed, or himself, and that this journey would end at Klebius. He said the boy needed a little more sense. Later on, Ziggs met up with Ed and thanked him sincerely for organizing the entire mess in the library. Then Ziggs explained everything to Ed, who asked if it was Wade, the freshman who ranked first in the first year. Ziggs confirmed and explained that Wade had been challenging all the promising upperclassmen, and seemed to be interested in Ed as well. Ed then recalled that Wade Callermore's hunt for upperclassmen was an arc that happened in episode 3, chapters 3 through 5. It was explained that Wade was the son of the Northern Border Commander, and was born with a natural talent for swordsmanship. With his overwhelming skill, he secured the title of top first-year student, but he was unsatisfied with that title, and began challenging seniors one by one, defeating several well-known figures at the academy. He even managed to beat Ziggs himself, though it was a close victory. Still, it was a win. However, Wade's journey came to an end when he faced Taylor. Ziggs mentioned that there would be a freshman welcome event that night, and asked if Ed wanted to go check out the kid's face. Ed declined, saying he already had a commitment, but thanked Ziggs for the heads up. Continuing his morning walk, Ed thought that although Ziggs didn't seem like someone who cared about those things, seeing the lively atmosphere of the academy brought a bit of energy even to him. Ed felt that the fresh air at the start of the semester made every step feel lighter, but Ziggs suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to mention. He had found out that Princess Phenia had been feeling down about something, but whenever someone mentioned Ed around her, it was clear that she paid close attention. Any mention of Ed's name, and she immediately focused, which made it clear she was more interested than she let on. Later, Lucy thought that the intense cold was already a thing of the past. A butterfly landed right on her nose, and startled, she tried to wave it off while lying on the roof of the cabin, telling it repeatedly to go away. At that moment, Janica commented that Ed's magical sensitivity had really improved, and that now, with his contract with Marilda, he could probably control an intermediate-level spirit with no problem. She said no one would believe how much he had improved in just 1 year, and Ed thought it was the perfect moment to call her Master Janica. He found her pretty cute like that, but since she considered herself dignified, he decided to play along, and said all of it was thanks to his master. Janica explained that normally, to make a contract with an intermediate spirit, you had to travel across mountains and valleys until you found one that matched your wave resonance. Just having enough mana wasn't enough. You had to find a spirit that truly resonated with your mana flow. But Ed replied that with Marilda, that hadn't been a problem. Even so, Janica warned him that he had a natural affinity for fire and wind elements, so if he wanted more variety, he shouldn't keep choosing the same ones. Ed thought that made sense. Making a contract with a spirit of the same element he already mastered made control easier, but also limited his adaptability to other situations. He thought that, just like Janica, who could control all elements, he should also try to diversify as much as possible. Still, he knew it wouldn't be easy to find another spirit. Janica explained that this was why spiritualists usually saw their intermediate spirit as a lifelong partner. In the book The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, there was even an illustration of the spiritualist class wandering through nature, between forests and rivers, evoking a certain romanticism with the spirit they found, as if it were a true ally and friend. Janica suggested that Ed begin training his magical sensitivity by concentrating mana in his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw all the spirits surrounding Janica. She said she had found all those intermediate spirits and picked each one out for him. Ed asked if it wasn't hard to walk around with so many, but she said the spirits liked to follow her, and that she had already spoken with all of them, so everything was fine. Even so, Ed felt very unsure and confused. Then he was introduced to spirit number 1, an intermediate water spirit that looked like a pelican. Ed thought that, even though the spirit was technically a lower one, it acted as if it were very important. He found the idea of having to choose his spirit a little strange, and Janica asked if everything was okay or if he wanted to leave it for another time. Ed said everything was fine, but wondered where the fated encounter was, the romance of the story, and if this would really work out. Later on, the directors and staff of the academy were a bit disappointed because the top students, Janica Failover from the 3rd year and Lucy Merrill from the 2nd, couldn't attend the event. They were worried it would end up being dull, but that concern faded due to an unexpected presence, one of the most noble figures of Sylvania, Princess Phania, who had decided to participate. Although the Sylvania Academy valued egalitarian culture, she was still a princess. Both nobles and commoners got nervous around her, so no one approached. In the end, only one person had the courage to speak speak to her during the welcome ceremony. The loyal heir of the royal family and successor of one of the three great swordsmanship families, Wade Callermores. At that moment, he was winning a chess match against Finia. She commented that he played very well, but Wade said she got too attached to her pawn. If she had let go of it, she might have won. Finia replied that applying political theory to chess was unnecessary, something typical of royal tutors. Wade responded that it seemed she had already lived quite a bit there, and Finia said she had learned to be more objective. One day, she thought it was better to try to understand everyone, but she began to realize that maybe she had been wrong. Wade said that in Sylvania, people learn they can be wrong, and he mentioned he heard that from Ziggs. Reflecting on that phrase, Finia thought that expelling Ed had been a mistake. He had built his own space in the wild forest, and over time, his presence became increasingly strong. It was said that even among the freshmen, he was highly respected. She thought that Ed was living an upright and exemplary life at the academy, and his presence was now a constant reminder of the mistake she had made. Finia thought that admitting she could be wrong didn't apply only to that moment. Ignoring reality didn't solve anything either, because regardless of position or status, at Sylvania Academy, learning was an obligation. She thanked Wade and said that thanks to him she had been able to organize her thoughts, and asked for a rematch. She realized that one couldn't keep running from their mistakes forever, and that it would take around 4 days to clear all her commitments. After that, she would go to the camp in the northern forest. She wanted to sit by the fire and pour everything out in a conversation with Ed. It seemed a late spring had finally arrived for Princess Finia, and for the first time in a long while she felt light. But on the morning of the third day, the news of Ed Rothtailor's death would reach her. Meanwhile, Tanya was writing a letter to her dear father. She said that since he spent most of his time in the capital, sending letters to keep him updated had become a routine. But to her, the fact that the letter was no longer coming from the family mansion but from Sylvania Academy made it special. It was the first time she had spent so much time away from home, and she was still adjusting, but she didn't forget the pride of being part of the Roth-Taylor family. The academic load and the academy's egalitarian atmosphere made her adjustment a bit more difficult, but she made some friends, or rather colleagues. Tanya commented that the goal she had confidently declared the day she left home, to become student council president, was going well, but she was worried, because Finia, who was loved by everyone, was also going to run. Even so, she said she would fight until the end. She also approached Senior Lortel, who despite not being much older, seemed like a complete merchant. Soon, negotiations would begin, and besides that, Tanya found it hard to admit, but ever since Ed had been exiled by their own father, there was no need for explanation. It was clearly a disgrace and a stain on the family. But to be honest, her brother now seemed much more responsible and dedicated, like a completely different person. She thought she might be exaggerating, especially since when she was very young, she barely remembered what her brother used to be like. But recently, she had a strange dream about their childhood. It was on that peaceful hill behind the house, where in spring, lilacs and daffodils bloomed. She remembered walking up that path, smelling the flowers, being guided by two people, one holding each of her hands. One of the hands was Sister Harwian's, and the other, the one holding her hand firmly, should have been their father's, but she recalled it might have been Ed's, because he wasn't so rebellious back then. She wondered if he had truly changed. At the end of the letter, she said she had been thinking a lot about everything, and signed it with love, your daughter, Tanya Roth-Taylor. At that moment, Crepin was holding a dagger marked with the deadly poison. He said he had already sent a reply to his daughter, mentioning the elections and the negotiation of the sage's letter, but he knew it would be hard for her to handle everything alone, so he decided to send trustworthy people to support her. Normally, sending a family representative was not allowed, but since the reason was commercial, the academy had authorized it. When the attendants left the room, Crepin removed his gloves and said he still wasn't used to it. His hand was completely consumed by demonic power, and he casually used it to confirm the future through the crystal ball. Crepin thought it was an absolute power, that by specifying a cause, it was possible to confirm the inevitable outcome. He saw Ed Roth-Taylor being stabbed with the dagger of deadly poison, and Janica witnessing everything, including the moment when Ed fell off the cliff. Janica tried to save him, but failed. When she turned around, she was filled with hatred. Crepin commented that it was not exactly a pleasant feeling, but he believed it was a necessary sacrifice. Then, it is explained what happened 3 days before Ed's death. Tanya was analyzing the voting poll results, and Fania was leading by a huge margin. She had such high recognition that practically any citizen of the Empire had heard of her. If Princess Fania truly decided to run, Tanya knew she wouldn't stand a chance. Tanya already knew this was likely, and unfortunately she would have to give up that hope. Maybe try again next year. Meanwhile, Ziggs walked past her, and asked if she was going to the elemental practice, wanted to know if her classes were going well, and said that if she felt any discomfort, she could have tea with him any day, along with Elka. The other freshmen seeing this were amazed, commenting on how amazing Tanya was for talking with the upperclassman Ziggs. Even Lortel stopped to talk with Tanya about some business matters, and the freshmen were even more impressed. When Lucy also spoke with Tanya, Tanya, they nearly lost it, saying her network was wonderful and that she was elegant, didn't show off, she was perfect. Tanya thanked them and praised their work, telling them to rest in their rooms, but as soon as she entered and closed the door, she asked herself what was going on. In recent days, her position and reputation within the academy had risen inexplicably. She thought she hadn't done anything in particular to deserve it, but after some thought, she understood that all the attention was because she was Ed's sister. She had always thought her brother was trash, but now, it was she who felt that way. She wondered what exactly was happening. At that moment, the door was opened by the subordinates of the Roth-Taylor house, Cadec and Knox. Tanya commented that it seemed her father was paying quite a lot of attention to her, and said it was nice to see them again after so long. Cadec replied that he had heard she was working hard and said he was happy to help. He explained that he would assist in the negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's letter, gathering information on prices and the company's budget to facilitate the process. Knox said he would help with tasks related to the student council election, so she could focus on her studies. Tanya said she didn't need all that, but then they said a new piece of information had been released that morning. Elsewhere, Janica commented that Princess Phinia would not be running for student council president. A royal secretary had made the official announcement, and everyone was talking about it. But Ed said there was still a chance she might change her mind. He thought about the true villain of the fourth act, Crepin Roth-Taylor, known for his flawless skills. Everyone saw him as the benevolent head of the Roth-Taylor family, but only the princess could see the darkness behind him. With royal power and control over the academy, Phinia would be the strongest ally to face him, because soon Sylvania would be in his sights. Still, he believed she had given up on the election. Janica stood right in front of Ed and said she was starting to get that feeling, the same feeling that he was about to do something reckless again. She said she couldn't bear to see him get hurt or bleed one more time, that he had already suffered enough on his own, and that if he was going to do something, she wanted to help. Ed replied that, to be honest, he wanted the princess to become the council president. Janica was surprised and asked if he was serious, since Phinia had been really cruel to him, and considering he was Tanya's brother, she assumed he would support his own sister. Ed said that in the end, there wasn't much choice, since the princess had decided not to run. Ziggs approached and commented that a lot of people were watching that scene between them, and asked if it wasn't too warm for that kind of thing at that hour. He apologized for interrupting the moment, but said he might understand Phinia's reasoning. Janica asked what he meant by too warm, and Ziggs explained that the princess was like a lone alpha wolf who, because of poor decisions, led her group to their deaths. Even with an arrow pointed at her, that kind of wolf would never react. In Ziggs's eyes, that's what Phinia was going through. It seemed she had lost confidence and could no longer take action. He said he would leave the two of them alone for now, and mentioned that spring rain would begin tomorrow, so they should be prepared. Ed thought that Ziggs's animal instincts were far superior to human senses, and that his intuition was extremely reliable. But in the worst-case scenario, Princess Phinia might have completely lost her animosity toward the Roth-Taylor family, and Ed wondered what he would do if that were true. Janica commented that if it rained, it would be a good setting to train with the water spirit, especially near the sea. She said that the next day they would try to control the spirit at the cliff's edge. Ed, who had been worried before, smiled and thanked Janica, thinking that for now, he would only do what was within his reach. Meanwhile, Lucy was outside, sniffing the wind and wondering if it would really rain, but then she sensed something, quickly came down from the cabin, and stared at the forest as if someone were approaching. But it was just Ed, so she lay back down to nap again. Ed thought that spring had finally arrived, but with the constant rain, it was hard to go outdoors, and the non-stop falling droplets left Lucy in a slightly melancholic mood. Still, he thought that if it was going to rain anyway, it would be better for the storm to pass quickly. He approached the cliff and said that the place was good enough, and Mug replied that it was his first time visiting it. Indeed, the cliffs were vast, a desolate and rarely visited area, but perfect for training the water spirit. Mug praised Ed's choice, saying that the intermediate water spirit, Lisa, was an excellent choice. However, Ed soon noticed people approaching and asked Mug to stay quiet. These men said it was an honor to see young Master Ed, because in Phase 3 of the final battle against Crepin in Act 4, the two who appeared, Cadec and Knox, were the officials who represented the shadows of the Roth-Taylor family. Ed knew very well that they were Crepin's most loyal servants. Now they were on Arkan Island, and Ed thought they looked familiar, but not exactly welcome. He said he had been expelled from the family, so they no longer needed to call him young master. Cadec replied that he had heard many things about him, but they were there following a simple order from Crepin to assassinate young Master Ed. However, they knelt before him, saying they had regretted it. They brought a poisoned dagger, marked with deadly venom, to fulfill the order, as if Ed were just any target. But after investigating his reputation at the academy and seeing how he lived, they saw the same spark from his youth, and realized the true heir of the Roth-Taylor family had returned. Knox said they would explain everything to Master Crepin, and Cadec begged the young master for forgiveness. But Ed, still aiming at them in silence, told them not to show up with such useless talk. Cadec remarked that Ed had really grown up. It was then explained that Cadec was the Eagle Knight, the one who sliced the wind with his sword. When Ed tried to dodge an attack, he saw that another person was striking as well. It was Knox, the Fire Bear Knight, who crushed his enemies in flames. Ed barely managed to dodge dodge and countered with an arrow, but his water arrows were completely blocked. He thought they truly were the servants who operated in the shadows of the Roth-Taylor family. Knox asked if Ed remembered Meliana, the girl who lost sight in one eye because of his pranks. Knox said she was his daughter, and then he attacked with all his firepower. Ed admitted it was true, but commented that revenge was always empty. He managed to completely block the attack and said he knew well that in the end of revenge, all that remains is emptiness. But Knox responded that he didn't want to hear that from him. Knox broke part of the shield, and Ed admitted he was right. Kotick said he had indeed matured, but claimed blocking Knox's mana-imbued mace was impossible. Ed dodged, but he knew a single hit would be fatal. Kotick said that bow was only a hindrance, which was why Ed moved so widely and couldn't focus on his surroundings. Now completely surrounded, Knox tried to hit him, saying there was nowhere to run. Ed replied that he knew that, and then his spiritual dagger hit Knox's back. Kotick realized it was telekinesis, a spiritual technique. He thought Ed had only used basic magical defense and common spells until then, just to lure them in while he prepared his dagger strike. Ed called for Mug and caused a large explosion on Knox, which made Kotick worried. Water arrows were fired at him, and even though he dodged most, one struck his leg. He wondered how Ed managed to attack in the middle of that explosion, but quickly realized it was because Ed had used fire resistance blessing. Kotick called Ed useless and asked what had happened in the meantime, but then told him never to aim at a low area again, and instead to go for a vital spot. Then he used his wind attack, but when he got close to Ed, the blow was completely nullified. That happened because Ed had used Nuxo, but Kotick jumped in, determined to finish him off once and for all. However, Ed's water spirit appeared behind Kotick, and he could barely believe what he saw. That arrow that hit the ground had summoned Lycia, the intermediate water spirit, and Lycia bit Kotick's head, drowning him. Kotick ended up dropping both his regular and poison daggers and could no longer breathe. Meanwhile, Knox picked up the poison dagger and almost managed to strike Ed from behind. That was possible because he maintained consciousness thanks to his enormous resilience, something Ed hadn't foreseen. When the attack finally hit Ed, Merilda's storm blessing was activated, releasing a massive wind blast that struck Knox, leaving him too weak to continue. Both Knox and Kotick fell at the same time, completely defeated. Ed was a bit bloodied and exhausted. Knox commented that ending things with a single blow was a luxury, and Ed replied that it was a line Knox himself should be saying. Ed thought that their presence there meant his father had finally decided to kill him, so he knew he would die sooner or later. That's why he preferred to die there. Even so, he said that at least Knox would no longer be consumed by revenge, and asked him to consider that a farewell gift for a loyal family servant. Then Ed stabbed himself in the belly with the dagger and wounded himself. At that moment, he coughed up blood and was poisoned. Jonica was approaching at that moment and saw everything, including Ed's body being kicked off the cliff. She ran toward him but couldn't save him. She remained silent while witnessing the scene, and Knox thought having a witness was unfortunate, but his body was so damaged he couldn't move. That's when he felt a tremendous force, something even he, a veteran knight, had never witnessed before. A being superior to high-level spirits emerged there, a unique creature of each natural element. It was the summoning ritual of a supreme spirit, and the only one capable of controlling it was Jonica. She asked Knox if he had any idea what he had just done. A colossal magic circle appeared in the sky. Few could understand its true meaning. Janica, a genius being who had already demonstrated her mastery in spirit summoning by calling upon the dark spirit Glaskin, was now achieving something even greater. The scene, melancholic and engulfed in fury, rose as the price of an absolute sacrifice, burning like a scorching sun that turned the land to ashes. The creature's tail was so immense it surpassed the size of entire cities. According to legends, its fury had reduced the Apos mountain range to mere grains of dust. That was the ruler of absolute fire spirit, Thorfus. Even partially summoned, Thorfus was already enough to destroy that entire forest. It was unnecessary to understand the magic circle to realize that, in the face of such monstrous power, all that existed was pure and inevitable death. Knox was terrified to the point of being burned by that scorching sun. However, something saved him. A wind spirit appeared, and it was Merilda herself, who told him to escape from there as fast as possible and tell the whole world what had happened. Jonica asked what Merilda was doing and told her to get out of the way. She tried to push her but realized she couldn't. Merilda replied that it was because Jonica wasn't the one who summoned her. Meanwhile, in the sea below the cliff, Ed raised his arm. He remembered when Lortel had asked about his research in magical engineering. Ed replied that it was going well. Everything he had done so far was training, but when he finally tried to create something, it was a great success. That happened because he had acquired a legendary artifact, the Delheim Hourglass. As it was single-use, it was completely destroyed. Ed emerged from the water coughing and spitting, thinking that thanks to the hourglass, his body had recovered from the injuries caused by the fall and the curse. However, time had only been reversed for a few seconds, so when the salty water entered his wounds, the pain was still intense. Ed thought that the situation had been a bit unexpected, but he summoned Merilda to solve it, even without knowing if it would work. After having used the Delheim Hourglass, an item that shouldn't even exist until the third act, Ed hadn't expected to be pushed so far, but at least he he survived. He reflected that Crepin Rothtailor, with his cause and effect magic, made everything extremely complicated. Even if Ed defeated Kadek and Nox, Crepin would still come after him until he found a future where Ed would die. That's why he had to die in quotation marks. Ed still didn't know the true reason behind the attack, but as long as Crepin believed he had truly died, things would settle down for a while. After all, it was hard to remain on Arkan Island without a valid justification. At the moment, they were using the pretext of helping Tanya with business matters, but as soon as the negotiations ended, they would have to leave. Ed thought that in short, if he could stay dead until the end of the election and the conclusion of the deals, he would survive. He even thought the phrase sounded good, but the problem was that he could barely stand. That's when Tarkin appeared, climbing down the cliff. Ed commented that he was so sore he had almost accepted his death, but was glad to see her. Janica, however, threw herself on him with a strong hug, knocking him to the ground and leaving him speechless. He apologized to her, saying it seemed to be a habit of his to keep worrying her, and hugged her back. Later, inside a nearby cave, Janica concluded that if Ed disappeared until the end of the election, that really would be the best option. She said he didn't need to worry because she would give him all the support he needed. Ed thanked her but asked her to move away a bit, because his body still hurt a lot. She apologized, saying she thought her warmth would help, but then got flustered and told him to forget it. Ed commented that the rain hadn't let up and he still had many things to handle up there. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Lucy thought that if someone asked what she was doing, she would say nothing, as always. But in truth, she was waiting. The main difference was that this time, she didn't feel bored, but comforted. She could see Ed coming out of the forest, going to the fire pit to check if everything was okay. Then he would use his foot to adjust the wooden base, go to the clothesline to hang the soaked clothes, and upon seeing the tools left outside, gather them and store them in the shed. Lucy thought that, in the end, his routine was quite busy. No matter what happened, he always came back. To end the day, Ed would light the lamp, sit at the table, and start reading his magic books. Lucy would lie on the couch or the floor, and eventually fall asleep to the sound of the rain, the crackling fireplace, and occasionally the sound of pages turning. She sensed a faint smell of magic, perhaps even blood, but she was drifting off. She remembered Ed thanking her for taking care of the house, so she thought she was fine, that she would get up. That was when she came across Kadek and Nox, who introduced themselves as servants of the Rothtailor family. They said they were badly injured and had been attacked by wild animals. Lucy replied she would help, but only if they told the truth. Then she asked exactly what they had done. Later, someone examined the dagger that had been found. It bore the mark of deadly poison. He wondered why such an artifact was there, and stated that if the dagger had been used on someone, that person had certainly died. Considering the height of the fall, it was unlikely they would find the body. He then wanted to confirm the facts. He said she understood the following. Student Janica had gone to the location to train with Ed, but when she arrived, she found him impaled by the dagger and falling off the cliff. Janica confirmed that was exactly what had happened. The investigator commented that it must have been horrible and asked if she knew who the culprits were. Janica said yes, that it had been the Rothtailor family vassals, Nox and Kadek. The investigator replied that he understood. He said that as soon as the sun rose, he would notify the authorities, but then he noticed someone approaching. It was Lucy, who teleported in quickly. Janica asked what Lucy was doing there and told her to calm down. She said the two would return and explain exactly what had happened, but Lucy replied that she had already captured the assassins, Nox and Kadek. At that moment, she grabbed Ed's bow and concentrated a large amount of power. In an instant, she vanished in a beam of energy, and Janica said she needed to go after her immediately. She said she couldn't explain, but had to find her before things got worse. Meanwhile, Kadek and Nox were imprisoned and being tortured. Lucy earlier had asked if they, being vassals of the Rothtailor family, were at the academy under the pretense of helping. She wanted to know what they had really done. Nox replied that they weren't suspects, that they were legally there only to assist Tanya Rothtailor. Upon hearing that name, Lucy fell silent, but shortly after, she blasted a hole in the wall of the Ophilis dorm. Upon entering, she asked where Tanya Rothtailor was. The maids called out to Lucy, asking what was going on, but they were already prepared with magical artifacts to seal her magic. Belmaya tried to understand the situation, but Lucy, simply focusing her power, shattered the artifact as if it were nothing. She said she wanted to see Tanya Rothtailor right then and there. Elsewhere, at the same time, Wade was participating in a match and had just defeated Alvira. Alvira complained that he was getting full of himself, and Wade replied that he was flattered, but he hadn't defeated everyone yet. Ziggs was still left. Ziggs sighed while the surrounding crowd was impressed. Many believed Wade might actually be able to beat Ziggs, but suddenly, a great tremor shook the area, leaving everyone surprised. That had been caused by the explosion triggered by Lucy, and Wade commented that they needed to find the maids. Ziggs, however, said it was already too late for that. He realized that everyone had been petrified by a time-binding spell. Then it was explained that in that world, there were two kinds of people. Some dedicated their whole lives to studying every detail of magic, while others, true geniuses, only needed to see a spell once to replicate it. Lucy repeated that she wanted to see Tanya Rothtailor, and Ziggs asked why she was doing all that. While the maids guided the students, Ziggs asked what was going on. One of the maids replied that she wasn't sure, but if what Lucy had said said was true. Third-year student Ed Rothtaylor was dead. Upon hearing that, Ziggs stopped while the others continued. They asked if he wasn't coming, and Wade commented if he was thinking about revenge. Ziggs apologized and told them to go on without him. He then broke down a door to access the area Lucy had destroyed. Ziggs had already suspected, since she hadn't shown up after the earlier noise and the door was locked. He figured there was only one possible place to hide in there. When he opened the closet, he found Tanya hiding inside. She was completely terrified and wondered why all of that was happening. Ziggs thought that if what they were saying was true, then Tanya would be responsible for everything, but that didn't make sense to him. Even if their relationship wasn't good, it was thanks to Ed that Tanya's reputation had grown so much. The idea that she would send someone to kill her own brother made no sense at all. Ziggs said he would ask only once and asked her to tell the truth. Was it she who ordered Ed to be killed? Tanya, terrified, answered no, swearing that she hadn't done it. Ziggs couldn't be sure whether she was telling the truth, but he knew that if things continued like that, Tanya would end up dead. Just imagining the possibility that Ed had died made him feel devastated. There were still many things he couldn't understand. Even so, Ziggs told Tanya that when all of this was over, he wanted to hear the full truth from her. But for now, he would hide her and told her that if she left, she would die, so she had to stay hidden. Ziggs didn't want to see Tanya dead, nor Lucy being blamed. He said to Lucy that he would do everything possible to stop her, but Wade asked if he still hadn't understood. At that point, their only option was to follow Lucy's orders. Even so, Ziggs decided to try to protect Tanya and said he wouldn't hand her over. Wade, seeing Tanya's terrified state, said that decision made no sense, but if Ziggs was really going through with it, then he would stop him and deliver Tanya to Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy was using Ed's bow to fire multiple flaming arrows at the dorm, completely destroying the exterior. Suddenly, someone who had been petrified fell right on top of Clabius, and it was Dorothy, who had been caught in the time-binding spell. Clabius, shocked, wondered how someone of her level had been defeated, saying it was a nightmare. Then he saw Lucy's power above him and, upon catching her gaze, ran off screaming in panic, saying he only wanted peace, but always ended up in those situations. In the middle of his escape, he tripped and fell face first into the mud, getting a mouthful of dirt. Lying there, he thought it was normal, that there wasn't a single person in the world who wouldn't be scared by something like that. At that moment, someone approached and asked why Clabius was like that. It was Alvira, whom he thought was still in the middle of a fight. Alvira explained that she had gone to get materials because she had used everything in the previous battle. She also said that, besides the #1 students, no one could hold Lucy off for long. Considering the situation, in the best-case scenario, they would need to hold on for about 30 minutes until the supervisors arrived. Clabius agreed that the situation was complicated, but said he didn't even have the strength in his legs to stand. Since he couldn't fight, he decided to go to the teacher's department to inform them of what was happening. Alvira said goodbye and headed toward Lucy, and Clabius was left feeling awful, calling himself a coward and trash. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Janica warned that the situation was serious, with everyone heading there, including Marilda. She explained that Lucy was completely out of control. When asked where she was going, Janica said it looked like she was heading to the Ophalis Pavilion to find Tanya. Ed, fully bandaged, stood up and said it looked like he would have to resolve everything again. At that moment, Lucy remembered something her grandfather once said, asking if it didn't hurt to fall in the rain. He said it did hurt, but that she should never forget that feeling. Over time, things like that, like being bedridden from pain or injury, would become rare when she met people who had dedicated their lives to things she considered as simple as breathing. Lucy then blocked all the powers that had been fired at her and asked if no one was really going to come get her. Since no one answered, she said it was fine. It would probably take a while, so she would go to Tanya herself. Glock commented that Lucy would become an incomparable existence, a mage of extreme power. Lucy then used temporal imprisonment on everyone around her and, after petrifying them, walked down in search of Tanya. Glock added that one day she would even forget the pain she was feeling, but Lucy replied that he was a liar. At that moment, she stepped on a trap that caused a large explosion. Even so, she blocked everything effortlessly. The one who had said it was Elvira, who was surprised because it was a type of magic she had never seen before. She also noticed that Lucy's casting time was incredibly fast. Lucy then simply hurled Elvira against the wall, making her cough up blood. Elvira understood in that moment why that was happening. Lucy wasn't casting magic like others. She was directly manipulating her own magical power, which was pure and powerful. Elvira explained that mages with affinity to mana could cast spells using their own magical energy, and that alchemists also had a similar technique because they understood magic and transmuted it into other forms, such as reagents and components for magical engineering. She then used a crimson crystal reagent, creating a massive chain of magical circuits around Lucy. Elvira said that overloading so many artifacts at once would cause all the surrounding magic to vanish. She said everything she had dedicated her life to building would be destroyed in the process, but still thought that not everyone had escaped yet. She needed to buy more time for the maids, so she cast magic at Lucy, trying to overload the artifacts. However, she realized they couldn't handle that much magic. Each small artifact around Lucy was accumulating an absurd amount of power. Lucy understood that it was possible to calculate calculate the amount of magic needed to overload a magical artifact, but she also knew that no one had ever done that within the academy. She possessed enormous power, something Elvira had once believed was impossible until she saw it with her own eyes. It is explained that Belle Maya, the head maid, Traciana Bloomliver, the top student in the 4th year of the magic department, Dorothy Whitefelts, the best alchemy student of the same year, and 14 more maids, combined with the time Elvira managed to hold her back, totaled only 3 minutes of resistance against Lucy. After completely defeating Elvira, the wounded Elvira held onto Lucy's foot and asked if she really thought she wouldn't regret all of that. She said Lucy didn't understand the reason behind it all, and stated that he wouldn't want to see her doing this. Lucy remained silent but replied that she would think about it after finding Tanya. At that moment, Clabius appeared before Lucy. He said he must be insane for confronting her, and declared she would not pass. Even Elvira was surprised to see Clabius there, but Lucy, with a single attack, sent him flying. It was explained that the time required to defeat the best student of the 2nd year of the combat department, Clabius, was just 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade was still fighting Ziggs. He charged at Ziggs, who managed to grab a sword lying on the ground, dodge Wade's attack, and counter with several thrusts. Wade wondered if that technique belonged to the island family, and he thought that even modified, the base was still the same. It was a combat art developed by embracing life in civilization at the Zlan mansion, mixed with the original brutality of the beast. Even though it was something completely wild, the technique worked. Even so, Wade managed to dodge one of the strikes and noticed Ziggs' guard was open. He thought victory was his, but when he tried to deliver the final thrust, Ziggs used a wind blade to knock his sword away and punched him in the face, sending him flying. Ziggs then asked if he wanted to keep going, and Wade replied that it was only just beginning because he loved fighting strong opponents and never passed up that kind of opportunity. He jumped back into the fight even more frenzied, but Ziggs said Wade was pathetic because he didn't love fighting, he only loved winning. That was why he only sought out people he knew he could beat. Wade asked what he meant, and Ziggs said that if he really sought someone strong to fight, he wouldn't have chosen Ziggs, because the strongest person wasn't him, it was Lucy. He called Wade a coward and a scared little kitten. Then Ziggs disarmed Wade and used his technique on him. Wade was almost hit in the neck, but surrendered and asked what they expected him to do since she was impossible to defeat. He said it would be stupid to challenge her. Ziggs replied that that was his limit. At that moment, Ziggs felt another powerful tremor, caused by Lucy, who had just thrown Clabius. It is explained that the main cause of death in the world is arrogance. People who advance without thinking, relying too much on themselves, often ignore the risks. Those who don't value their own lives try to prove their worth to the world, using favors and glory as if they were their identity. But arrogant people do not deserve respect. That is why it is wise to fear someone like Clabius, because fear was his main weapon. Clabius then pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his own leg and chest on purpose. It is explained that living like that, recklessly, eventually leads to a moment when a person finds themselves in a situation where their own feet can no longer move. Even if they manage to run and flee for a long time, there will come a time when that is no longer possible. The body simply won't respond. Even so, trembling violently, Clabius began to feel more confident. These were words his father once told him, and that was what defined Clabius's faith. He transformed completely, and Elvira, frightened, asked what that was. Lucy had already prepared a pillar of flames and cast that spell 100 times at Clabius, but Clabius thought he still hadn't forgotten the promise he made not to kill anyone there. The reason he fought that way wasn't because he wanted to kill someone. In truth, it was because he was fully aware that he couldn't kill Lucy. Lucy wondered if he was getting faster, always appearing behind her. When Clabius struck her, the storm blessing activated and threw him away, but he still managed to stay on his feet. Clabius felt his wounds piling up, one over another, and amidst the coagulated blood, even more blood began to pour out. Lucy thought that, considering how much blood he had already lost, he should have passed out. Even so, the more injured he became, the more his magical power increased. Lucy was blocking the countless attacks Clabius unleashed against her. She began to understand the reason. He was using a cursed sword, a well-known taboo of the Nortondale family, the forbidden technique of the blood sword. Clabius even managed to crack Lucy's barrier with his attack. He was extremely motivated. Lucy then used her aspectual magic again and fired several lightning bolts at him, but was even more shocked to see that Clabius didn't feel anything and broke her barrier once more. As a last resort, she created another barrier, this time using repulsion magic, and hit Clabius directly in the chest, sending him flying into the dormitory. At that moment, he looked much more wounded and calmer. It is explained that the blood sword technique consists of using one's own blood as the primary source of magical power. This technique is the taboo of taboos. Clabius remembered his childhood, when everyone said he was a monster who had claimed yet another victim in the family. This technique was forbidden to be taught or passed on, but Clabius's brother consoled him, saying that he was not a monster. In the present, Clabius slowly opened his eyes. It is explained that he was the one who mastered that technique on his own, becoming known as the Sword Demon, Clabius Nortondale. He thought his brother had been right, but there was one thing he couldn't deny. Clabius would never be able to defeat Lucy. She was the true monster in that fight, and it was at that moment that Lucy used heaven's punishment. enrollment. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ziggs was trying to escape until someone said that was the right way. It was Lortel, leaning against the door, saying that if they passed through the door at the end of the hallway, they would be free. Ziggs asked why Lortel was there, and she said she imagined most of the paths had already been blocked. Tanya had only made it that far because of Ziggs, hadn't she? Ziggs asked if Lortel knew anything about Ed, and she said maybe. He asked what she would have done to Tanya if he hadn't been there, and Lortel replied that she would have dismembered the girl. Ziggs asked if she wasn't being hasty, and Lortel agreed, saying it was true, that before that, she should have tortured Tanya first. Tanya tried to defend herself, saying she hadn't done anything, but Lortel just told her not to worry, and told them to go through the door quickly, saying she would never beat Ziggs in direct combat. Ziggs was unsure, wondering if she was really letting them go, just because she knew she couldn't beat him. He thought his now paralyzed body recognized that feeling well. That was something common in Sylvania. One must never make Lortel an enemy, because from the moment she shows hostility, no one knows what she is capable of. Ziggs kept wondering what he should do now. Meanwhile, outside, Elvira was crying, begging Clabius to stop. He had already been struck by extremely high-level magic, countless times. Clabius was completely injured but still conscious. Once again, he remembered his brother telling him not to think too much about it, that he had done nothing wrong. The ones who were wrong were those who challenged the world based solely on their own merit. His brother told him to raise his head and take a look, because that was not a curse. The image he showed Clabius was that of a true hero, someone who charged forward without hesitation toward an army large enough to cover an entire mountain. And it was only thanks to that man, Belkis Nortendale, that their family still existed. With this ability, Clabius might one day become someone like him. Clabius thought that might have been a mistake, but even so, he charged at Lucy again. He knew their family harbored the demon of the sword. No matter how much they tried to act like normal people, the moment they lost themselves, everything around them turned to blood. The Nortendales could no longer apply morality. In that state, the red-eyed monster caused carnage with each swing of his sword. Lucy fired another laser toward Clabius, but he dodged by jumping over her. When he was about to strike, he was hit by a divine punishment. Lucy was shocked, because Clabius's blade had stopped right next to her neck. Clabius thought that with that kind of power, he could never become a hero. He remembered the moment when he killed his own brother, who thanked him with his last words, saying that being killed by him allowed forgiveness, because he would never hold a grudge. He asked Clabius not to feel guilty. Clabius thought that on that day, by the hands of a monster, the only person he ever called a hero had died. In that moment, he gave in. His transformation came to an end, and he reached his limit. He lowered his sword and concluded that he didn't need to be a hero. He just didn't want to become a monster. His sword returned to its original form, and he collapsed unconscious. But with that, he bought enough time for everyone to escape. When Clabius finally lost consciousness, it was explained that as the blood sword technique is used, the wounds increase, covering the body and the Nortendale sword with the user's own blood, and the more blood, the greater the magical power becomes. Ironically, it is at the edge of death where its greatest strength lies. Even so, not even that immense power was worthy of comparison to Lucy's magnitude. But that day, the unimaginable happened, something that would never be repeated. Lucy was wounded on the neck. She faced death for the first time. For someone who had lived her entire life undefeated, above all others in power, it was a feeling impossible to comprehend. The fear of death, felt for the first time in its purest form, shook her completely, leaving her consumed by uncertainty. The only thing she knew at that moment was that she had to kill Clabius, until a water arrow interrupted her. Clabius noticed and commented that, as expected, she wasn't invincible. When he saw the hooded figure, he recognized and said that damned Ed was still alive. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ziggs was trying to figure out what to do. He couldn't waste time, but he also didn't want to make Lortel an enemy. That's when the window shattered, and even Lortel didn't understand what was happening. Janica crashed through the window and landed directly on top of Lortel, in a very awkward position. Janica shook herself dry and casually asked if Tanya was around, making the situation even weirder. Lortel started thinking that Janica, even knowing what had happened to Ed, was still smiling. Maybe she had finally gone crazy. Janica asked if she was interrupting anything, and that's when Marilda appeared, saying that actually, she arrived at just the right time. Clabius repeated that Ed was alive, and Ed asked if it was really him. Clabius confirmed and said he had been beaten like a dog, that he knew he couldn't win, but still put his life on the line. He admitted he could never be like Ed, then collapsed face first into the mud, saying he should have just run away. He asked if he was the only idiot in that hell, if he was so weak that he couldn't intervene or stop anything after all. He said Elvira sacrificed everything she had built until that day. He knew it would have been easier to just exist like everyone else, but thought that maybe even if he died, he could become something close to a hero. But even that, he couldn't manage. Ed placed his hand on Clabius's shoulder and said he was truly grateful to both him and Elvira for what they had done, and said Clabius's fight definitely meant something. Both were stunned by that recognition, but Clabius confessed he knew he was the worst worst of the worst, and then passed out in Elvira's lap. Ed thought that he hadn't said those words just to comfort him. He was truly surprised. He knew absolutely every ability of the main characters in that world, and even including himself on that list. He couldn't think of anyone capable of doing what Clebius had done. The time he bought for evacuation was about 10 minutes. Alone, he managed to stop Lucy, even after she had awakened. Ed apologized for not having told Lucy anything, but he had reasons for faking his death. It was a desperate situation, and he saw no other way out. At that moment, Lucy let her hat fall and ran toward Ed, hugging him. She said she thought he had died, and Ed reassured her, saying he was alive, right there with her. They stayed embraced in the rain for a while. Meanwhile, Ziggs's dormitory could take pride in never having felt fear since he began living in civilization, but faced with that sight, even he felt a fear he had never known before. Ziggs thought that maybe Ed's death had driven them insane somehow, but Janica said she had something important to tell about Ed. Even so, Ziggs completely ignored it and cast a wind spell against the wall, catching Tanya's attention and telling her to go that way. He began guiding her toward the professor's department to ask for help, saying that since she was heir to the Roth-Taylor family, they would surely help her. Ziggs said he would stay behind to hold them off as long as he could. Tanya asked why he was doing that for her, and Ziggs replied that it was because she was Ed's sister. Otherwise, he would never have gone that far. With that, Tanya ran off, and Ziggs prepared for the imminent battle against Janica and Lortel. He knew that, no matter what he said, they wouldn't listen. Even so, he said that, just like Janica, he also had someone he loved. Janica was confused and asked what he was talking about. Zeke said that just imagining a similar situation already made him angry. It was as if his entire body burned from the inside, but he knew it was something that couldn't be avoided. He said that because it was for someone he loved, he could understand. He knew that Janica loved Ed more than anyone else, and was fully aware of how pure and sincere her feelings for him were. He told her she should use that burning passion to control herself. But Janica, without hesitation, cast a fire spell straight into Ziggs's stomach, sending him flying. Ziggs was completely burned but still alive, and even so, Janica began beating him while screaming that he wasn't dead, telling him to shut up over and over, completely out of her mind. Meanwhile, in the dormitory courtyard, Ed and Lucy were still hugging. The spring rain fell softly, like a sigh of the season, and the droplets danced in the breeze while petals fell, revealing the essence of that moment. Emotions also followed their own course. After letting out a deep sigh and regaining clarity, even the strongest bonds began to shift. Until that moment, Lucy believed that her affection for Glocked and for Ed were tied together, as if they were a single, inseparable emotion. But what once felt so solid now revealed unfamiliar nuances. Even though they were similar, there was something very different between the two connections. Suddenly, Lucy stepped out of the hug, embarrassed. Ed asked what was wrong, and just hearing her name said by him, as usual, ignited a flame in her chest. Little by little, Lucy began to understand the true nature of that fire that consumed her. It was something more. She felt something more for Ed. Lucy thought that the delicate scent of grass in the air, when they were at the cabin, brought a sense of peace, like a shelter. She didn't dislike him, and perhaps that was why she had grown so attached, rolling on the ground, feeling that emotion intensify. Other people, however, didn't see it the same way. Just like a smoker's body always carries the scent of cigarettes, Lucy carried the smell of grass, earth, and the fields. She believed that, once someone starts noticing another's natural scent, it becomes almost impossible to ignore or detach from it. Ed said they still had a lot to do there, and judging by the situation, the administration team would take a while. He knew he owed many explanations, but for now, he would explain everything to Clebius, Elvira, Lortel, and also to Tanya, who Janica had gone to find. Ed said they would take advantage of the rain stopping to go after them. Lucy asked what he was talking about, and Ed asked if she hadn't been paying attention at all. He wanted to know how she thought she was going to escape that situation. She would probably be taken to the commission. Because of what happened earlier, both Clebius and Elvira had been seriously hurt. Lucy asked if she needed to apologize, and Ed replied yes. Those two had lost a lot by confronting her, and Elvira had even sacrificed all the artifacts she had. Clebius had lost liters and liters of blood. Even if the wounds were self-inflicted, it was still a complicated situation for both of them. Even so, he said Lucy should apologize. But in Lucy's mind, she had done everything she could to stay in control and not kill anyone. However, she noticed Ed's expression, who sighed before saying it was fine, that if she didn't want to apologize with him, he would explain the situation on his own. Lucy thought he had sighed because of her. She thought he hated her now, that he was disappointed in her. So she said it was fine, that she would apologize, that she would do it. Ed commented that she was smart, said it looked like she hadn't gotten too hurt, just as he expected, and told her they should get going since time was short. But Lucy was completely red. She thought that when she smelled the grass, her lungs tightened and her back suddenly warmed. She wondered how everything had ended up like that. To her, Ed was like the caretaker of a resting place. They had sat together around the campfire, eaten together, and a whole year had passed with them living side by side, bumping into each other and growing closer. Lucy was embarrassed by all of it. Ed said that it seemed Tanyana still hadn't been found and that they needed to help her, but Lucy grabbed his cloak and asked if they really had to go right now. Ed was confused and didn't really understand. Later, When morning came, at the main entrance of the pavilion, Ziggs apologized to Jonica for what he had said. Alvira and Clabius were resting together. Ed commented that it seemed everyone was there now, but he noticed Lortel was acting strangely and asked what was going on. Lortel turned and said she was just happy to see him safe and sound. Ed thanked her for her concern, but Lortel said that, rationally speaking, it was obvious that wasn't true. Ed wasn't the kind of person who would die so easily. Considering all the magical artifacts he had, it was clear he had used a Delheim hourglass to protect himself. As a merchant, she knew how to recognize that sort of thing. She said she was just confirming the truth. Ziggs responded sarcastically, saying yes, of course, that was exactly it. He said she hadn't shown any real reaction. Despite how serious the situation had been, there was only a small argument, nothing more. Lortel adjusted Ed's clothing and said that of course she had never believed he had died, but seeing him like that was comforting. She admitted that she was a little worried, or rather very worried, and said that now he would have to make it up to her. Then she grabbed him by the collar, but someone interrupted the gesture. It was Lucy, who pushed Lortel away. Ed asked what was going on. Lucy just wanted to push Lortel away from him, but when she got close to Ed, she became so embarrassed that the atmosphere turned extremely awkward. Lortel wondered if Lucy was also in love with him. Ed patted Lucy's head and asked what was wrong. He said Lortel was just worried, and that she didn't need to act like that. He said he understood why she was so agitated. It was explained that normally, Lucy wouldn't care about Lortel's actions, but at that moment, her feminine intuition told her something different. Janica walked up to Lucy and pulled her forcefully, saying that she agreed with her, but Lucy pushed Janica too. The three stood in a silent standoff, vying for Ed's attention. Ziggs observed the scene and understood exactly what was going on. That's when Alvira called out to them, reminding them there wasn't much time. Ed agreed and began explaining the whole plan to those who were present. Lucy finally apologized to Clabius and Alvira, while Ed and Ziggs went out to search for Tanya, who had run off. Before reversing the people who had been turned to stone by the temporal prison, Ed explained everything about the mercenaries from the Roth-Taylor house. When the two woke up, they didn't realize Ed was alive because he had already disappeared. Later, Clabius woke up and wondered what was going on. He realized he was completely healed. Then he looked up, saw Alvira, and asked what that was. Alvira responded by asking why all the fuss. Clabius, still confused, asked if this was the afterlife. Clabius had been practically dead, but Alvira told him to relax, since the administration team was on its way and he would have to tell them how he managed to stop Lucy. Alvira thought that, as an alchemist, discovering something new was always a joy. Lucy apologized and healed Clabius. As for Lortel, she promised to pay a considerable sum of money as long as Ed kept everything a secret. Even what Ed said at that moment was a surprise. Alvira told Clabius to rest for now. He asked what he was seeing but then calmed down, sighed, and said he hoped it wouldn't have to be repeated, because in the end, the one who really stopped Lucy was Ed Roth-Taylor. Clabius confessed he hadn't been able to do anything, but Alvira thought that, among so many recent discoveries, that one had been the most important to her. Clabius commented that life was crap and he already expected Alvira to make fun of him, but she replied no, that this time he was right. She also said that life really was crap, despite the many words stuck in Alvira's throat. In the end, she just stayed silent. The two of them then raised their heads and looked at the sky for a long time, a sky full of bright stars, stars they had never really noticed until that moment. Meanwhile, Tanya Roth-Taylor was still in the forest, falling face first into the mud. Even so, she told herself that she had to keep going, that she couldn't stop there. She believed that if she were caught, she would be killed, but unfortunately for her, no one was chasing her anymore. No one believed she was the one who ordered Ed's assassination, but she kept thinking desperately that she needed to run. Ideally, someone would stop her, but there was no one to do it. The next morning, the headmaster announced that the investigation into Ed Roth-Taylor's death had been concluded. They used a residual visualization spell to reconstruct the scene. Even though they couldn't recreate everything perfectly, Jonica's testimony matched what the magic revealed. The vassals stabbed Ed, and he fell off the cliff. The Roth-Taylor family's vassals, named as the culprits, were imprisoned in a facility beneath the academy, and the punishment would be transferred to the royal palace. Before that, the academy had to report the events accurately. The headmaster said that Ed's death was practically confirmed, and they just needed to organize the details for the royal report. Professor Flubin said everything was already prepared, but the headmaster was still concerned. It was important to bring the matter to a proper conclusion, as the death of a student had a far greater impact than expected. Lucy was completely shocked when she heard about the supposed death of Ed Roth-Taylor. The professor asked if the students had been evacuated during the night, and the headmaster confirmed, saying that Ed must have been a student with great influence among the others. In the end, Lucy was stopped by a second-year student from the combat department, Clabius Nortondale, and the situation only resolved when Lucy was found in the rose garden. Not even the headmaster knew that boy was so remarkable, and said he deserved to be honored. For Lucy's case, they decided to hold a disciplinary hearing, with Vice Director Rachel responsible for overseeing it. They also took statements from the injured students, Clabius and Alvira. The damages included the destruction of the outer wall on the third floor of the dorm where Tanya's room was, the wall across the hallway from the Opheles Hall entrance, the marble floor of the rose garden, and a gazebo gazebo. While not insignificant, compared to the hall occupation incident, the damage was far less severe. Rachel thought that if there were at least some sign of remorse from Lucy, it could all end with a light punishment. Other educational institutions, along with the royal family, considered Sylvania the finest academy in existence. That was because it had produced a rare genius mage. For this reason, expelling Lucy was not a viable option. Rachel believed that ideally, it should all be resolved without leaving any disciplinary record. However, Lucy showed no sign of remorse or reflection. The vice director then gave her a long scolding, wrote several pages of reports, and had Lucy sign them. In the end, Lucy's scholarship was revoked, but it didn't change anything, since the Glocked Scholarship Association paid her tuition in full. Lucy accepted the decision calmly, as she knew deep down it wouldn't bring major consequences. Even so, she was startled when Belle Maya appeared. The woman introduced herself as Belle Maya, the head maid in charge of the Ophelis dorm, and said she had a witness. It might have seemed presumptuous on her part, but she wanted them to reconsider Miss Lucy's disciplinary punishment. Belle stated that such a punishment wouldn't truly make Lucy reflect, and suggested the penalty be adjusted. However, Lucy insisted that she wanted to sign that she wanted to receive the punishment. Even so, Belle picked Lucy up in her arms and explained that sending her back to the Ophelis dorm would not be a punishment, but a reward, so she suggested limiting Lucy's outings for a trial period. The other maids promised to do their best to cooperate. Belle Maya guaranteed that Lucy would be watched 24 hours a day. Rachel accepted the recommendation and decreed 30 days of probation. She thought that, fortunately, there would be no disciplinary record. Lucy, confused, apologized and tried to show remorse, but didn't seem to be truly reflecting. Belle then looked into her eyes and declared that she would prove her ability to keep Lucy from running away again. Rachel confirmed that Lucy would remain under probation for the time being. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the cliff, Ed commented that, in the end, the punishment had been rather mild. Janica said it was probably because Alvira and Clavius spoke well of Lucy. At that moment, Janica finished preparing the stew and mentioned that she used to cook that meat when she came home. It was her specialty. She also did laundry, taught spiritual lessons, attended school classes, and cooked. She was very stubborn about doing everything by herself. Ed wondered if that was what people meant by someone pure, but his thoughts soon shifted back to the student council election. There were three things that worried him. The first was that Phineas seemed to have completely lost the will to become student council president. The second was the disappearance of Tanya, who was supposed to be the villain opposing the princess. And finally, the two vassals of the Roth-Taylor family, Cadec and Knox, were imprisoned inside the academy. Ed thought he had staged the whole spectacle to make Crepin believe he was dead and stop worrying about him, but everything had spiraled out of control. Cadec and Knox were accused of Ed's murder and imprisoned. Now, he needed to free them somehow to maintain the illusion of his death and make sure Crepin continued to believe he was out of the picture for good. Ed felt that only then could this suffocating, reclusive life come to an end. He still had so much to do. Janica commented that, since Ed was the young master of a duke's family, he had already been involved in all kinds of problems after being excommunicated. She, on the other hand, was just a girl from the countryside who didn't really understand Ed's life. That's why she felt like she couldn't comfort him the way she wanted to. Saying anything to cheer him up felt wrong, like she was pretending to understand what he was going through. But Ed told her not to worry so much. Janica had already helped him more than enough. Still, she confessed that she wished he would stop suffering so much, that it hurt to see him going through such hard situations. She admitted she was being greedy. Ed even blushed at her words. The two turned away, and Ed thought that being alone with Janica lately always led to moments of silence. It wasn't an awkward silence, but it made him feel strange. He thanked Janica for always caring so much about him, and she also became quite embarrassed. Even so, they knew the most important thing at the moment was finding Tanya. Janica didn't know where she was or what she was doing, but Ed was clearly worried. He said he knew a place where she might have gone. From the beginning, Ed had been surprised that Tanya wasn't like he remembered. In the game, she was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. Now, he had seen her strength with his own eyes. Even so, he believed Tanya was fine. She was probably planning her future with confidence and elegance, as always. However, at that very moment, Tanya was crying heavily beside Phinia. She kept saying she had never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Phinia, in turn, remembered that even before Tanya arrived, she had already heard about the death of Ed Roth-Taylor. To deal with the complicated relationship she had with him, Phinia had cancelled several appointments and moved others forward to try to meet with him. But that day ended up being the day of his death. She thought that if she had been faster, maybe it wouldn't have happened. However, her petty pride had stopped her from acting. The goal Phinia had been preparing for, gathering resources since her enrollment, was to become the president of Sylvania's student council. Even though it was a weak power compared to the royal families, it still granted authority within her domain, whether inside the academy or not. She believed she wouldn't end up as a princess who only relied on her royal status. Becoming council president meant earning her position through her own merit. She believed that, by using her own influence and not her royal background, she could handle the darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. She was absolutely sure of that, up until the moment she admitted to herself that maybe she was someone who should never have power. It was then that Claire knocked on the door, and the one who appeared appeared was Tanya, completely dirty and beaten up. Phineas said that, even without knowing exactly what had happened, the Academy's preliminary investigation pointed to a high probability that Ed had been killed by vassals of the Roth-Taylor family. With Ed excommunicated, the only person left on Arkan Island was Tanya herself. Tanya said she understood if they didn't believe her, but she swore she hadn't killed her brother. Phineas then hugged her, saying she knew how much she had suffered, and asked her to tell everything that had happened. Phineas thought she had already made a mistake in the past, but she couldn't afford to make another. She had learned. She decided to believe Tanya, and said she would hide her until the situation was resolved. Tanya thanked her deeply, saying she owed the princess, but Phineas replied no, that it was simply her duty. She reflected on how Tanya was a gentle-tempered girl, and felt strange realizing that she had been trying to enter a political battle against someone like her. Right after that, the princess was called to the reception room. Upon entering, she realized that her true opponent was someone else. Lortel was waiting for her, asking how she was and commenting that Ed's death was truly unfortunate, but the Academy's plans needed to move forward. Phineas asked why she had come there. It was explained that, in the Academy's current chaotic political situation, the only person capable of analyzing everything clearly was Lortel. She then asked why Phineas was hiding Tanya. 3 hours earlier, Lucy was lying in the Ophilis dormitory, saying she really wanted to die. There were still 29 days left until the end of her reclusion. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Lysa was attacking Ed, who defended himself with his dagger. He could easily cut through the water spirits, even when another one formed right behind him. He defended against all of them at once, and after that, put away his dagger. Mug commented that his reflexes and agility were incredible. Lysa said that the training would end there for the day, and noted that, for a mage, his physical and close combat skills had improved significantly. She imagined he had been dedicating himself a lot, and Ed replied that it was thanks to her. That training had been perfect, especially since Mug was very small. In Ed's profile, he was level 25 in spirit infusion, and his contracted spirits were Mug, Leisha, and Marilda, with the sensitivity and understanding attributes being 22 and 27, 11 and 10, 4 and 3 respectively. Ed commented that training with Marilda was practically impossible, but Leisha replied that she would be more useful than herself, for example. Ed laughed and said she had to be joking, since Marilda was the size of a house, but Leisha explained that high-level spirits can condense their form to any size they want, which is why they can travel freely across the island of Arkan. While doing push-ups, Ed thought that, strangely, he was feeling incredibly satisfied. Even with horrible attributes, his technique had reached level 15, but he knew that, from this point on, advancing to level 16 and beyond would be exponentially harder. He thought he would need a mission that granted a lot of experience. Still, he concluded that he was close to his limit. He wondered if he should focus on new special abilities, or on intermediate-level spells. In any case, what he couldn't do was get comfortable with that satisfaction. Otherwise, his growth would stagnate. It was at that moment that he noticed Lortel approaching. She said she wanted to witness a bit more of that divine vision, and commented that she fully understood how trapped he must be feeling right now. Lortel told him to rest whenever he felt exhausted. That situation couldn't be allowed to happen again. Ed replied that, in fact, he was relatively more comfortable than before, since he was getting help with food and cleaning. Lortel asked about Janica, and Ed said yes, most of the time. She then asked if he also had spirits beside him, gave a teasing wink, and commented that they saw everything, grabbing Ed's arm. Mug went into a total meltdown, and Risha silently disapproved of the scene. Ed asked what she was going to do now, and Lortel replied that she would soon visit Princess Phineas, believing it would be a good opportunity to talk about money in relation to the elections. But before that, she wanted to settle their deal. As she had said before, freeing K Knox wasn't that complicated, but she didn't intend to do it for free, considering she wanted part of the payment up front. Ed asked if it was really up front, and Lortel responded by asking if she could hug him. Ed felt a bit awkward, took a deep breath, and although Lortel was confused by his movement, he gave her a strong hug, pulling her against his chest. Lortel blushed completely, quickly backed away, and placed her hand on his chest, growing even more embarrassed. Ed asked what had happened, and Lortel said that attack and defense were totally different concepts. She said he seemed confused, and so was she, but that was very different from what she had imagined. She then asked why he wasn't wearing a shirt, and said that consent should always be kept in mind. Ed replied that he only did what she asked, and Lortel said she knew that, but still leaned against him again, saying she had also come there because she wanted to hear his answer to what she once asked, that he take her side, even if just once. Ed asked what she was planning to do, and Lortel explained that soon she would have many enemies, and wanted him to be by her side, even if the whole school turned against her. Then, during the meeting between Lortel and Phineas, Lortel went straight to the point and said she was there to ask why Phineas had hidden Tanya. She remembered what Zig said about Tanya looking for a noble person who could help her, and Lortel thought that, since no one at school knew her whereabouts and she had been seen running toward the dormitories, that was the most likely place. Phineas asked why she was looking for Tanya, and Lortel realized that, despite the princess's efforts to hide it, her expression was easy to read. She said she still had matters to settle with Tanya, and as the princess knew, she was quite resentful and petty. When she saw someone more powerful, she pretended to be weak, but when she believed someone was weaker, she treated them cruelly. Phineas replied that the Roth-Taylor family was so powerful that not even the royal family could treat them lightly. And even so, Lortel thought their heiress was weak, asking if that wasn't a rushed judgment. Lortel disagreed, saying she didn't believe all Roth-Taylors were powerful. She stated that, considering she herself controlled the economy of the entire island, she didn't see Tanya as someone stronger than her. She explained that if the princess truly decided to help Tanya, the situation would get more complicated, but she had already anticipated that and came prepared. Lortel declared that she would run for student council president, and that, if she summoned the princess in the name of the council, Phineas would have to hand over Tanya. However, she admitted that this would only work if she had more power than Phineas, and said that in the princess's current situation, she wouldn't be able to hide Tanya for long. While explaining all this to Tanya herself, Phineas said that the Roth-Taylor family's vassals had been imprisoned, and that Lortel controlled all the routes on the island. Besides that, it also seemed that she was in love with Ed, so even if there was no concrete link between Tanya and the murder, Lortel could consider her guilty, and Phineas admitted that the situation was truly complicated. Tanya thanked the princess for telling her everything, and then Phineas asked if it hadn't been Tanya herself who ordered Ed's death, wanting to know who had done it. Tanya replied that she wasn't the one who gave the order, but admitted that she was the one who caused it all. She said the reason Kadek and Knox came to the academy was under the pretense of helping her, and the one who sent them was Crepin Roth-Taylor. She explained that the reason her own father, someone who had never cared about Ed's existence, made that decision was because she wrote about her brother every day. Crying, Tanya said she was the reason for his death, and that no matter what, she couldn't let this continue. Phineas asked what she planned to do, and Tanya said that in that environment, which was meant for learning, her brother had shown how much a person could change when they fought to survive. That's why the only way she could survive now was by uncovering the truth behind Ed's murder, and to do that, she needed to become the student council president. Phineas said that wouldn't be easy, since Tanya was being accused of killing a member of her own family, but Tanya said that for the sake of everyone who helped her, and for her brother, no matter the situation, she couldn't allow herself to remain like that. Phineas then asked if Tanya wanted her help, and Tanya asked if she would really do that for her. Phineas replied that she too owed something to Ed Roth-Taylor, something she hadn't been able to reclaim. Later, at the branch office of the trading company, Lortel's personal secretary Leanna handed her a stack of important documents she had requested, asking if she really intended to run for student council president. She commented that Tanya was also running and that Princess Phineas had declared her support, but even so, Leanna didn't expect Tanya's approval rating to be so high, considering the recent accusations. She also asked if Lortel was doing most of the work alone, since she had even been losing sleep, and wanted to know if she would really be able to handle all of it. Lortel asked her to speak only what was necessary, and Leanna apologized, saying she would send the files immediately. It was explained that with Ed's death, the election for the presidency of the Sylvania Student Council had begun. Lortel replied that for so many useless questions, Leanna would soon have all the answers she wanted. It was said that everything was now in Lortel's hands, and that every passing moment carried immeasurable urgency and speed. Meanwhile, Lucy was focused, trying to balance a pillow upright, and finally succeeded, but it fell a second later. She asked how many days were left, and the maid replied that there were 27. The maid apologized, saying the proposal had only been approved the day before, and that it took a long time to process everything. She explained that the documentation team was usually very slow. Lucy then concluded that 29 days remained, and it was noted that time didn't pass the same for everyone, and she wasn't the only one imprisoned. Meanwhile, in the academy's basement, where Kadek and Knox were held, Kadek commented that Duke Crepin's judgment seemed to have been right, even without being fully developed. With that improvisation and combat ability, if Ed were alive, he could have become a real threat to the family. Knox agreed, thinking that this wasn't just about Ed's skills. The spirit summoner, willing to burn all her magical sensitivity to summon a spirit, or the mage who chose to seek revenge without hesitation, were people with strong ties to Ed, and that showed a potential that was impossible to predict. Even knowing how horrible the degenerate heir of the Roth-Taylor family had been, Knox had always wondered why the head of the family had ordered his assassination, but now he could, albeit cautiously, speculate. With that level of capability, if Ed had lived and had ideas contrary to the family's, he could very well have faked madness when named heir, fled to Sylvania, and maybe even was building an army for himself there. But in the end, Knox concluded that talking about it now was a waste of time. Then a guard stood up and confirmed it was true, saying that the most important thing at that moment was for them to escape and report everything to Chief Crepin. Everyone was stunned by that, but the guard ordered them to be quiet and not to worry, as there were people who would benefit from their escape. He introduced himself as Dune, and revealed that he was an agent of the L2 Trading Guild. Meanwhile, Lucy was thinking about Ed and asked Belmaya how much time was left. Belle immediately replied that there were 24 days and 3 hours remaining. Lucy asked to be killed, but Belle said she couldn't do that. Lucy apologized, simply repeating sorry in silence. Near the dormitory, a girl very different from the other students walked calmly. Everyone was struck by her appearance, the aura she gave off, and her shining hair. When Kylie approached, the girl vanished and commented commented to herself that she looked like a student but wasn't wearing the academy uniform. She admitted there was still a lot she didn't know and said she needed to learn a lot that year. She intended to live every day to the fullest at the academy. However, when she looked at the paper in her hands, she grew discouraged. She had thought that after reclaiming Pavilion Is, she would soon meet Miss Tanya again, but now Tanya was missing. She was also surprised to read in the academy newspaper that Tanya had entered the student council race and was competing against Lortel, but the most shocking news was Ed's death. The Roth-Taylor family's servants, the same family that disowned him, were among the prime suspects. She thought that the image of that cabin during the winter snowstorm was the perfect representation of how her senior made her reflect on the meaning of freedom. She could still feel as if it had all just happened, knowing that the first friend she made at the academy, Miss Tanya, was being named as responsible for this murder, made everything even harder. Even trusting Tanya, the news that the servants had escaped from prison further damaged student morale. The atmosphere at the academy was gloomy and depressing, especially around Claire. The headmaster went as far as to say that a significant workload seemed directly tied to the death of student Ed and that he wished for a professor to take full responsibility for the case. Someone who knew something about Ed, had a connection with Clavius, and knew the student Lucy. No professor from the magic department matched that profile, but Flubin mentioned assistant professor Claire. Claire had even more work to do, and commented that whenever that happened, Ed would help. She said that people often don't value what they have until it's gone. She looked at Annis, who also didn't seem well. Annis thought that even though their connection was brief and had no future, she still felt a painful tightness in her chest. Still, she thought she needed to stay strong, and when she saw Ed's image in her mind, she decided she had to endure. But the one who testified about the true culprit behind Ed's death was Janika herself. Annis thought that if it was already hard for her, it must have been even harder for Janika. Even so, Janika was in good spirits, saying she would try making curry for the first time. She told Annis she thought she was good at cooking, and asked what she thought. Annis replied that she had a bit of trouble with fire, but believed she could manage. Then she stood up and hugged Janika, asking her to pull herself together. She said that man was no longer there. He was dead, and that she needed to accept that. Janika responded that it wasn't about that. The spirit beside her said it wasn't the time for that, but Janika told him to be quiet. Later, when she was with Ed, Janika said she had heard that Tanya had appeared again at the academy. She had been hiding with Fenia all that time, but now seemed to have decided to actively cooperate with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia made an official statement supporting Tanya, which helped recover part of her popularity. However, the students who supported Lortel gathered in much larger numbers. The registration for candidates hadn't even ended yet, but the atmosphere already seemed completely in favor of Lortel. Janika then asked if Lortel had done anything while she was there. Ed realized that this was going to be a problem. Janika commented that it wasn't her business, but if things continued like that, something bad would happen. Ziggs appeared next and said that Lortel would probably end up becoming the new student council president. He explained that he came because of the promise he made to Ed, but he also saw that Janika was there. He said that personally he didn't mind if Lortel became president, but the escape of Kadek and Knox had further strengthened the accusations against Tanya, as if she were responsible for Ed's murder. Ziggs said he had gone to see Fenia and Tanya at the princess's request. Even after their conversation, he realized that Tanya was not doing well. As Ed's sister and a classmate of the class leaders, she had always been a notable student, even without running for council president. Now, being accused of murder, all the academy students looked at her with suspicion. Soon, the registration period for candidates would close, and Tanya would have to speak in front of everyone, but it didn't seem like she would be able to handle it. Ed said he already understood and didn't need to hear more. He thought they were now in Act 3, Scene 2, the election for student council president. He knew this episode had no battle scenes, as far as he remembered, but it was a part of the script designed to clearly show the human connections the protagonist had built during his time at the academy. Following the classic path, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia's faction, since she had expelled Ed and saved Taylor at the start of the semester. But of course, an election campaign wasn't about convincing every student individually. The class leaders of each year had great influence over the other students, so the real objective was to persuade those leaders, especially the ones connected to the chosen candidate. Lucy found everyone annoying and didn't vote. Janika wanted to give one vote to each candidate. Wade supported the princess, while Dorothy was on Tanya's side. In the end, the only ones who could truly be convinced were the class leaders, a total of 8. Whoever gained the support of 5 or more would win the election. If Princess Fenia became council president, Taylor would receive direct support from the royal family, which would be essential until the end of the story. In Act 4, during the confrontation with Crapin Roth-Taylor, royal power would be vital. The same applied in the battle against the final boss. Keeping the main scenario flow was a matter of life and death. On one hand, it was a weapon for personal benefit, but it was also the safest method to survive the trials to come. Even though small parts of the story had already changed a lot, the main flow still needed to be preserved. Princess Fenia needed to become president. If she kept hiding, public opinion about Tanya would only worsen. To stop Lortel from becoming the new president, Fenia might have to run again. Ed thought that maybe it would be better to reveal his survival to Fenia and convince her to run for president, or try to persuade all the class leaders he had a connection with to balance the situation. There was still time before the official registration deadline to make sure the princess entered the race again, but he also thought about Tanya, the sister who was supposed to disappear from the story as a momentary and unimportant villain, but who had now become a murderer because of him. She was facing a trial that wasn't even part of the script. Ed wondered if he would have to choose between following the script or protecting his sister. Ziggs noticed that Ed was full of doubts and suggested canceling the meeting for the day, but Ed refused. He said it was time to begin, that they needed to check the results of the training so far and review a few things. He commented that moving the body helped to clear the mind when it was clouded. Ziggs thanked him for that. He said he hadn't had a decent duel in a long time either, so he wanted to stretch his body. They both agreed that a light duel would be a great idea. Meanwhile, Tanya was once again thinking about her old memories, which had suddenly come back. They were distant memories, but she could recall them perfectly. They were memories of three siblings walking together through a garden full of flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and Ed. She thought that was the last memory of them together. After that, her life was marked by pressure and responsibility. But at least, before all that, she had a few happy moments with him. At the same time, there was a protest in front of the princess's estate, demanding that Tanya renounce her candidacy. She wondered how things had ended up like that. Ed thought that helping or not helping Tanya, who was in trouble, was something that could completely change the course of events. That's why he was still hesitant. Besides, even the things that had already gone off script, he still couldn't understand exactly what had caused the change. Ziggs was preparing his greatsword, and Ed thought of him as the strongest second year, except for Lucy. However, he was someone who, due to exhaustion and poor opponent choice, should have been defeated by Wade, but ended up winning. Ziggs started the battle with a large slash from his blade, and Ed thought the strike seemed small but couldn't underestimate it, so instead of dodging, he decided to block. He thought Ziggs was indeed one of the strongest in this scenario, so he used a basic defense spell, wanting to see how much he himself had grown. In the middle of the smoke, Ziggs took advantage and moved quickly, and Ed was surprised by the speed, unable to understand how he moved like that. Ziggs nearly landed a deep blow and was even shocked himself, as it should have been hard to dodge. That's when he saw the spiritual dagger stuck in the ground, and thanks to Mug, Ed caused a huge explosion, but he noticed that Ziggs's evasive movement wasn't normal. That was it. Ziggs was using telekinesis to move his own body during combat. Ed concluded that no matter how precise your physical or magical movements were, this wasn't something you could copy. It was a skill that required practice and senses far beyond theory. Then Ziggs launched ice spikes toward him, and Ed thought the attack was strong but clearly just a distraction. Ziggs was buying time to use an even more powerful spell. Ed commented that they weren't supposed to go easy, and Ziggs replied that at first yes, that's why he had planned to use only his sword. However, he decided to prepare a high-level spell, mana armament, because he remembered that training should be just like real battles. Another massive explosion followed at that moment. Meanwhile, Jonica was wondering if Ed would complain about the curry. She had put in a lot of carrots and hoped no one hated the food, since everyone would be hungry afterward. After a long time of destruction and intense exchange, Ed was quite injured, but still able to block Ziggs's attacks. When his barrier broke once more, he prepared his water arrows and fired 3 of them. Ziggs managed to defend with wind magic, and Ed thought about wind mana armament. It was a magic that turned the user's magic power into weapons. Generally, mages didn't even need to use weapons, but since Ziggs could wield them so easily, this type of magic had become perfect for him. Then Ed realized that Ziggs had used telekinesis again, and appeared right behind him. He thought that kind of movement was impossible to predict, but at the exact moment Ziggs was about to land a direct hit, Ed activated Marilda's Storm Blessing, which pushed him back with a very powerful blast. Even so, Ziggs managed to hold his ground and didn't get thrown too far, although he was quite injured. That was when Ziggs stepped onto one of the spells Ed had prepared. Ed was impressed by how fast it happened. What he had set up was a spiritual field called Manifestation. From the small bubbling puddles, several clones of Rhea emerged. Ziggs quickly eliminated the first one, but it distracted him, and he didn't notice that Ed was right behind him, ready to use the single-point explosion. Ed had already expected Ziggs to be incredibly strong. By learning mana armament, he became someone capable of growing in accordance with the scenario. Thinking about that, Ed concluded that if things continued this way, they wouldn't have any trouble dealing with the enemies to come. Ziggs commented that it had been impressive and, as he thought, he couldn't let his guard down against Ed. He said he would now fight seriously and activated the advanced mana armament called Convergence. Ed immediately realized what it was and sent Rhea to attack, but when she got close, she was easily destroyed by the gravitational force caused by the resonance of the convergence. Ed thought that, at the beginning of Act 3, he believed Ziggs had already shown all of his potential in this scenario, and didn't expect to see him use that form so soon. The only time he had witnessed it was in Act 4, Chapter 7, during the cathedral invasion. That was Ziggs's final combat form, the Spear of Nature. Ziggs explained that to fight someone like Ed, The best option was to use brute force rather than trying a psychological battle. He then launched several convergence blades at Ed, who used fire magic to defend himself, striking each of the blades. Even so, he thought he was running out of mana. Although the single-point explosion was a low-cost spell, he didn't have many options left, and the real problem was that a second attack was coming. Ed placed one hand on the ground and prepared his defense. Inside the barrier, he grabbed his magic tool, the enhanced shockwave orb. Ziggs noticed it and said that if Ed was using a tool, it meant his mana had run out, so this would be his final move. He charged with the Spear of Nature straight at Ed's face, but was surprised when Ed used wind magic to protect himself, despite supposedly being out of mana. Ed replied that if Ziggs was going all out, he would return the favor the same way. Then he activated Glast's golden phoenix ring. He thought he wouldn't be able to use it for long like last time, but he would extract the minimum amount of magical power and materialize it at the right moment. After a great effort, someone finally spoke to him. The voice said he had managed to summon her without Lucy or Janica's help. It was Marilda, who appeared in her human form and said that Ed had made great progress. Meanwhile, the protest at the academy continued. People wondered why there were 4 candidates, since the result already seemed obvious. They said the winner would be Lortel, who had a massive following and was the head of the company. Liena asked Dune what he would do if she really won. Dune replied that, in that case, no one inside the academy would be able to stop Lortel. Lortel, for her part, said, "Oh heavens," when she saw Tanya, commenting that she looked beautiful and asking what had happened. She said Tanya looked nervous, but Tanya walked by confidently, only saying that she did not kill her brother. Lortel was impressed by that presence. Tanya stood in front of the microphone, in front of everyone, and began her speech, introducing herself as Tanya Roth-Taylor, currently running for Student Council President. The crowd fell completely silent. She, visibly nervous, continued her speech, while Lortel watched and thought it wasn't bad at all. Tanya was managing to keep up appearances, as if nothing had happened. Maybe she was trying to prove her innocence, or maybe she truly had a knack for politics. But Lortel noticed that 10 minutes had already passed since the speech began, and no one had reacted to Tanya's words. In the end, Tanya thanked them and said that was all. At that moment, the crowd started calling her a murderer, booing and throwing paper balls at her, demanding that she explain the accusations against her. They shouted, asking how long she planned to keep denying it, and brought up the internal conflicts of the Roth-Taylor family. While thanking them, Tanya was struck by several objects until she tripped over a bottle and fell. People were being extremely cruel to her. She wondered if she had made a mistake by stepping onto that podium. Maybe she should have run away from the academy. She needed to escape now. But just as some people were preparing to grab her, a wind spell blew everyone away. Tanya was completely confused, but she saw Marilda, and riding on her was a hooded figure. Tanya thought it was as hazy as those memories. She couldn't tell whether they were real or just dreams. She couldn't remember clearly, so she gave up trying. But there were moments when those memories became so vivid that it was impossible to doubt them, as if she could never forget them again. Of course, the person riding Marilda was Ed, who said he had many things to explain but needed to deal with the situation first. A few days before he appeared on the podium, Marilda had already said that Ed had made immense progress, stating that the efficiency of his magical power had greatly improved. There were still restrictions on what he could do, but it was already enough. Marilda used an updraft to hurl Ziggs into the air, and Ed found it strange. He reflected on Ziggs's growth as the boy fell headfirst toward the ground. His ultimate form had already been activated. The amount of magic used wasn't even that great, but he had completely depleted his mana reserves. Marilda commented that the efficiency was good, but admitted she didn't like that human form. She said it was hard to talk with such a small mouth, and that her skin was so thin she felt cold. Ed thought that by using every magical technique he had, and with Marilda's help, he truly became very powerful. But it was at that moment that Marilda sensed something strange coming from Ziggs, and Ed thought victory should be his. Marilda reacted too late, as Ziggs had already attacked. However, at the last second, Ziggs stopped, because Ed had surrendered, saying he had lost. He dissolved his spear and said he had learned something that day, although he still couldn't believe how strong Ed had become in just 1 year. Ed thought that Ziggs was stronger than in the original story. Maybe his calculations had been wrong. He said Ziggs was really strong, and Ziggs replied that he would continue training with or without him, but seeing Ed grow stronger every day was a great motivation. The two of them sat down, exhausted and covered in injuries. Ed reflected that he tried to keep the story's flow on the right path, and his knowledge of the future was part of that. But there was one absolutely essential condition for Taylor to win the final act. That's why Ed believed this was the only correct route. Even with the route so messed up, countless dangers and unexpected events had arisen that he hadn't anticipated, yet he still managed to keep everything on track. As a result, he began to fear more and more the factors outside of his control. He hesitated when deciding whether to save Tanya or not. When he found out that Kadek and Nox had escaped, he realized that the little of the original route he wanted to follow had already slipped from his hands without him noticing. Now he had to focus on what he could still control. Ziggs, who would become an essential ally for Taylor in the final act, needed to get stronger, and as a precaution, Ed became stronger too. Above all, he had gained reliable companions. Even if it seemed naive naive to think that way. He felt it was okay. Maybe straying from the original route didn't mean the ending would be bad. At that moment, everyone started running and fleeing the podium, but Joseph asked for calm, saying he had seen that high-level spirit before. Others also said they recognized him. It was Ed Rothtaylor. He had really been alive all along. Ed took the microphone, introduced himself as Ed Rothtaylor, and said he had not been murdered by Tanya Rothtaylor. He stated that, first of all, he was there to support his sister more than anyone else. It was then explained that Janica, the top student of the third year, Lucy, the top of the second year, and the Imperial Princess Phenia had already declared their support. The top student of the Combat College, Clabius, the top alchemy student, Alvira, the second-year student, Ziggs, the top first-year student of the Magic College, Joseph, and the best overall first-year student, Wade, were also on his side. But before all of that, Ed said that as part of Tanya's family, he had always supported her and wished her vision as a candidate to be presented fairly. By saying that, Ed finally felt he could breathe a sigh of relief. Later, near the administration office, the administrative director asked if it was true that he had been stabbed with a poisoned knife, used the Delheim hourglass to survive, lived alone in a cave, and was rescued by Jonica Faylover. After that, he went straight to the podium to save Tanya. And yes, all of that had really happened. Ed, with the expression of someone who hadn't slept in 30 days, confirmed with a simple yes. The administrative director replied that it was fine. This would be the last interrogation. Ed had already lost count of how many he had gone through, especially after reaching double digits. He was too exhausted, but he was called again. Someone announced the third-year student from the School of Magic, Ed Rothtaylor, and the one calling him was the director himself, who told him to come in. The director explained that he had read all the reports and acknowledged that Ed had gone through difficult times. He apologized for the academy's and the security team's inexperience for allowing that incident to occur. Ed replied that it was by no means their fault, as the other party had prepared carefully. Even with security measures, it would have been difficult to prevent something like that. The director said he appreciated that perspective, but pointed out that, looking at the timing of everything, it all felt very artificial, as if someone had waited for Kadek and Enox to escape, faked Ed's death, and only then made him reappear. He made it clear that he didn't intend to get involved in the internal conflicts of the Rothtaylor family, but as someone responsible for the academy, everything that happens there must be reported to the Imperial family. He said that as soon as he reported that Ed was alive, the Rothtaylors would also find out, which he believed was something Ed didn't want. Ed asked if it was possible to delay that report a little. The director asked why he would take that risk, and Ed explained that, as the director might suspect, the one who sought his death was his own father, the patriarch of the Rothtaylor family, Crepin Rothtaylor. The director said he didn't care about what happened outside the academy, but Ed insisted that even though they were one of the Imperial pillar families, the Rothtaylors were trying to do everything quietly, without anyone knowing, and that this could become a major problem in the future. The director interrupted him, saying Ed's grades had improved significantly, as had his reputation among the students. His younger sister, Tanya Rothtaylor, also showed great potential. Among the upperclassmen, Ed had an excellent reputation. He remarked that this sudden change felt like Ed had become a different person. Even so, he reaffirmed that Sylvania would always stand by its students, and a talented student like Ed would certainly have the academy's support. He told him not to worry, that he would keep that in mind when making any decision, and authorized Ed to leave. Ed thought the director probably understood the whole situation, but still chose to turn a blind eye to it. Even so, the fact that he was alive would never leave the academy. Later, Clarice, or rather Kylie, informed that Miss Tanya's schedule was finished for the day, and that they would not accept any gifts that hadn't been inspected. The messenger simply replied that it was fine. Ed thought everything was going well up until that point, but then Tanya appeared before him. She said she was surprised to hear that he had been called by the director. Ed replied that he heard it was practically certain she would win the election, and congratulated her for it. Tanya said she still couldn't let her guard down. Ed thought that now that her innocence had been proven, most students had started to support her, but the main reason for the impressive turnaround was Lortel's downfall. She had turned the election into a direct one-on-one contest with Tanya, causing the other candidates to be forgotten. The focus had shifted entirely to the rivalry between the two of them. At the moment when their approval ratings were practically tied, a news report came out. It claimed that Lortel had embezzled funds and abused her power on multiple occasions, resulting in her disgraceful resignation. With that, only Tanya's supporters remained. Tanya remarked that with both of them being busy, they had barely had time to talk because of his interrogations and her responsibilities. She said they would probably have many chances to talk in the future, but even so, she thanked Ed from the bottom of her heart. Ed replied that she had already thanked him and remembered that she had cried a lot on that occasion, but Tanya said this time was different. She said there was something she had been holding back from asking him. She said that at that moment, during the campaign, when he stood beside her and said all those things, he didn't need to do that. There was no reason to go that far, but the fact that he did made her feel like he couldn't stand seeing that injustice anymore. And she asked if that impression was correct. She asked, but Ed interrupted her, saying that was exactly it. After all, they were family, and he would always be by her side. Tanya felt happy with that, and remarked that now that she had become the student council president, she would work for the good of everyone. though she might still be a little biased, since she was human like anyone else. She asked Ed to let her know if anything happened to him, and promised to help however she could. He watched Tanya walk away with a smile on her face, and then Lortel appeared, saying that the phrase "we are family" was pretty nice. Ed asked how long she had been there, and Lortel replied that she had been there since the moment he said that embarrassing line. Ed said he had heard the rumors and asked if she was okay. Lortel replied that she was, that everything was going according to plan. The decisive factor in Tanya's election was the scandal involving embezzlement and abuse of authority, which had been deliberately orchestrated by Lortel. Even the act of overshadowing the other candidates and turning the election into a one-on-one competition was something she had calculated. Her visit to Princess Phinia to show hostility toward Tanya was a way of pressuring her to run. Both Tanya and Phinia felt a strong sense of guilt over Ed's supposed death and would be ready to help him if he returned, as he did. Lortel told Ed that even though she knew she would soon have many enemies, she still wanted to keep him as a friend. When he understood her plan to save Tanya, the training battle with Ziggs served to eliminate the hesitation that still lingered inside him. Saying he saved Tanya simply because they were family wasn't a lie, but saying that was the only reason would be. The fourth act was a battle against the Roth Taylors, and he was the enemy of that family. Tanya still belonged to them, so she was the best double agent he could have. But only those who understand the darkness of the world need to know those truths. Like the girl who lives surrounded by misfortune, Lortel. She said that her notoriety at the academy had been quite high lately, and since Tanya didn't like her much either, she would leave things in Ed's hands for now. Ed replied that she had a terrible habit of trying to control everyone around her, and Lortel simply said that was just her way. He asked if she was really okay, and she answered that the rumors weren't affecting her profits, and that from the start, she was the villain of that academy. As long as Ed didn't become her enemy, she would be fine. It was explained that there are always hidden desires in human relationships, which is why it's hard to know exactly what people's intentions are. Now the scene was about to begin a new phase. The future of Princess Phinia, who no longer held her former position, was unknown, and Ed also didn't know what would happen in the power struggle between her and the Roth Taylors. He wasn't sure of anything, and could only wait and see. Ed noted that it had been a month since he had last gone to the cabin, and thought there were a few things he needed to take care of. To restore the camp to normal, he had to lower the fire and clean what was still messy. When he walked in, he found Lucy lying on his bed, sleeping deeply and drooling on the pillow. He sighed, picked up a dusty book, sat in the rocking chair, and thought that for now he would rest, because he was finally back at the camp. 3 days later, when news of Tanya's election spread, Janica asked if she would be one of the evaluators. She was talking with the spiritual studies professor, Melina, who wore a rather revealing neckline. Melina asked if Janica didn't want to earn some extra points. Despite it being hard to compete academically with professors, Janica, at her age, was already dealing with high-level spirits, and was better than many active spiritualists. Melina mentioned that the joint combat training would be held soon, and that it would help reinforce Janica's dignity as a senior student, but Janica said she didn't want to strengthen her image in that way. Even so, Melina said that she was the best spiritualist in the academy, always cheerful, always smiling, as if she were the happiest person in the world. She added that she knew Janica was dating Ed. Janica looked confused and asked what she was talking about. Melina told her to stop pretending, since they spent so much time together, had private lessons, and wherever Ed went, Janica went too. She said that lately, every time Janica had free time, she was near him, and that she often smiled for no reason during class. To Melina, that was typical of someone who had just started dating. Janica asked her not to bring up that kind of subject, but Melina said she had never noticed it herself, yet everyone already knew. Everyone knew that she was dating Ed Rothtaylor. To continue telling this story, one must go east of the region of Esparta, a place that can only be reached after 3 days and 3 nights on horseback. In the southeastern part of Esparta, there is a mountain range known as the Land of the Poulon Farms. Following the Poulon rivers deep into the mountains, one eventually arrives at Torin, a small agricultural village nestled among the peaks, with fewer than 300 inhabitants. Janica Failover was born there, and lived in that village. She communicated with spirits even before she could speak or crawl. She was clearly a prodigy, the shining light of that place. Occasionally, outsiders would show up, and Janica especially remembered a boy who worked as a postman. He was the only person who spoke to her formally, since Janica was one of the few young people in the village. Most had already moved away. For much of her life, Janica was the youngest and most beloved in the village, so that formal way of speaking was strange to her. Perhaps due to her kindness and warmth, the postman began to feel more comfortable, and eventually spoke to her more casually. The village girl grew up surrounded by love and never lacked anything. She was adored by everyone, even a bit too much, including by the postman. Perhaps it was inevitable that he would fall in love with her, but Janica, not knowing how to handle those feelings, ended up rejecting him. He ran away from the village, and did not return for quite some time. However, sometime later, he came back with an unexpected letter, an admission letter to Sylvania, addressed directly to Janica. Before leaving, he spoke to her formally once more. It had been 3 years since Janica entered Sylvania, and nowadays she could barely remember the boy's face, but she still recalled what had struck her deeply. She feared rejection, afraid that someone close to her might start start treating her with distance. She was lost in thought about this while reading a letter. The receptionist called her attention and said that she knew the past few days had been difficult for everyone, but if she had any requests or questions, she should feel free to ask. Janica was in the administrative office of the Trix dormitory and replied that, after reviewing the documents, she could easily handle the administrative task. She explained that the letter she was holding was a request to leave the Trix dormitory. The receptionist was surprised, as she had no idea why Janica was being evicted, but if even Janica didn't know, perhaps someone else could find out. Surely many people would be willing to help her through such a difficult time. Janica had always had many people around her in the past, but for someone who considered attention a burden and wanted to avoid that kind of involvement, bringing up such a topic was difficult. This became a subject of conversation with her closest friends. Anise remarked that she should have realized Ed was alive, since Janica had been very cheerful lately. Janica apologized, saying she had her reasons. Anise replied that it was fine. She was sure Janica had no other choice, but she wanted to know what her concern was now. Janica explained that as Anise well knew, she was very bad at turning people down, and also not the type to ask for something out of fear of rejection. Anise agreed, but said that if she kept doing everything for Ed without asking anything in return, she would end up as his personal maid. She asked whether Ed could continue living in isolation, doing everything as he pleased, while Janica cooked and cleaned everything. Janica replied that no, she did it because she wanted to. Ed had never asked her for any of that, and this time, she was the one who wanted to ask something of him. However, because they were so close, she felt uncomfortable. Maybe the kind of relationship they had made it harder to make that request. Anise suggested that maybe they should create a little distance between them, which might make it easier for her to make that kind of request. She said that if Janica was that aware of what was happening between the two of them, maybe it was time to calm her heart a little. Anise grew nervous, wondering if it was really possible to create any distance between her and Ed. First of all, asking something like that of Janica was practically impossible. Maybe if she did truly pull away, that man would be left alone. But at that moment, Janica stood up, interrupting Anise, thanked her, and said she had a great idea. She walked out beaming, and Anise stayed there, unable to stop her. She wondered what on earth she had said to poor Janica, what exactly she had done to make her leave in that state. Meanwhile, Ed was advancing to a new level in magical engineering. He had already reached level 6 in proficiency, level 7 in magical engineering product understanding, and level 4 in rapid production. He had unlocked new formulas, but one in particular caught his attention more than any other. It was the Thunderstruck Millennial Scepter. The formula was simple, and the scepter was extremely powerful, classified as a high-rarity item. The issue wasn't in crafting it, but in acquiring the ingredients. The wood used to make the scepter couldn't come from an ordinary tree. It had to be from a millenary tree that had been struck by lightning, even though it only appeared as the final reward in the protagonist's third act inventory. It was hard to find or buy. Millenary trees weren't common, but in that forest where he was, there was one. It was Marilda's guardian tree. The real issue was the lightning. While thinking about that, he looked at Lucy, who was sleeping in a hammock on the roof. When Ed woke her up, his face was very close to hers, which startled her so much that she climbed up a tree like a cat. Ed commented that it wasn't the first time he had woken her up like that, and asked why she was so surprised. He apologized, saying he didn't mean to scare her. Lucy replied that it was fine and asked what he wanted to say. Ed said it wasn't anything urgent, they could talk later, since it was about time for her to leave anyway. Later, Janica appeared. Ed commented that she was a little late. Janica agreed, saying she was about 10 minutes late, but Ed said he wasn't judging her for it. He just found it strange since she was never late. He asked if something had happened, if she was okay. Janica replied that there was no reason. She was just late. She thought she might be doing it on purpose to create some distance between them, but Ed didn't seem to care. He said she was an extremely busy and in-demand person, so it was fine to be late now and then. Still, she had come to help with a sensitivity training session, and he offered her tea. Janica accepted but wondered if her distancing plan had failed, and how she should proceed with it. At the end of the day, Janica commented that Ed had already become very skilled in such a short time. He handled the spirits very well, and his sensitivity was excellent. She said it would take longer to control Marilda's powers since she was a high-level spirit, but his handling of Mug had improved a lot. They had great affinity, and the compatibility between the two was excellent. Mug replied that he didn't think he deserved so much praise but promised to work even harder. On the way back, they encountered Belle Maya, who had come to fetch Lucy. This time, Lucy wasn't sleeping as usual. Belle Maya said that Vice Director Rachel needed Lucy, who was the top student of the year. She also said she had been very shocked to hear about Ed's death, and was relieved that he was safe and alive. Ed apologized for causing such a commotion, explaining that he had his reasons. Right after that, he and Belle Maya exchanged a long look, which left Janica a little confused. Belle Maya remarked that, as a maid, she was usually in an inferior position to the students, and asked if Ed knew that. Ed replied that yes, he understood, but even so he refused to speak informally to her. Belle Maya said she would leave then, as maids didn't have time to worry about ways of speaking. Ed said that was fine. He would continue speaking to her formally. Belle Maya was visibly irritated, and Janica thought she had never seen that expression on her before. She hadn't known there was this kind of clash in values between them. Hearing the talk about speech styles, Janica remembered the mailman and everything that had happened in her past. Belle Maya told Janica that she had been worried about her since she left the Dex dormitory, and said it was good to see her in good health. Janica replied that being close to friends wasn't such a bad thing after all, and Belle Maya said she would be going to prepare for the inspection, as she needed to make Lady Lucy a bit more presentable. Before leaving, she said she hoped neither of them would have trouble with their studies, especially Ed. Suddenly, Janica called Ed and asked if they could start speaking formally to each other. Ed was confused and asked why. Janica replied that maybe it was because they hadn't known each other for that long, or maybe it was something a bit awkward, and she wanted to keep some courtesy and politeness between them. At least try it once, she asked politely. Ed thought that if she insisted, then that was fine. Since curfew was near, they wouldn't have much time to talk anyway. Then Janica greeted the Honorable Sir Ed, and he replied with an "Ah, yes, of course," trying to keep his composure, but he felt that something was off. His voice barely came out, and it seemed that Janica's emotions were affecting him too. She was clearly embarrassed and anxious, and somehow he began to feel the same. 3 minutes later, sitting in front of the campfire, they tried to speak at the same time but said nothing. Ed thought he had experienced awkward silences with her before, but this time it was much worse. He knew their relationship was close, so he wondered why she was acting that way so suddenly. The problem was that the idea had come from Janica herself, and she clearly hadn't expected the atmosphere between them to become so strange. Ed wanted to break the tension but didn't know what to say. Janica, completely red in the face, quickly stood up and said that curfew was almost upon them, so she had to go. She said goodbye formally, saying she would see him tomorrow, Sir Ed, with great respect, and ran off. Ed stood there not understanding what had just happened, wondering what the hell that had been, and whether it would stay that way from now on. The next morning, at Marilda's guardian tree, she asked Ed if he intended to keep speaking so formally with Janica. Ed asked why she was asking that if she could see everything that happened. Marilda explained that it wasn't exactly like that within the academy she didn't have that kind of omniscience. What interested her was what had happened during the lessons. Ed replied that it had been the same as the day before. They said a bunch of nothing, just a strange and uncomfortable atmosphere. He thought maybe Janica was going through something and showing her stress in that unique way. He had never considered that before, but now it seemed possible. Marilda then asked if that meant Ed was worried about Janica, and he replied that of course he was. Marilda smiled mischievously, and Ed, changing the subject, asked if he could take 1 or 2 branches from the tree, since he needed to craft the thunderstruck millenary scepter. Marilda asked if he was going to make another tool, saying she thought he was just distracted thinking about Janica, but in the end he was always busy. She also said he didn't need her permission to take a few branches from the tree, but Ed insisted, saying it was literally her tree, since her name was attached to it. Marilda explained that it was a bit confusing because she only protected the forest, but didn't exactly own it. The forest, according to her, belonged to an old friend, and it was this friend who had given the tree her name. Ed commented that it didn't mean much since her life was so long that she must have had many friends over time. Marilda then asked if he knew why spirits had animal forms. She explained that all spirits have a spiritual form from the start, but taking on an animal shape is easier, as animals are more familiar and convenient in terms of accessibility. She said she had copied a human form in the same way, and that by making a contract with Ed she was able to read his thoughts. Her appearance, according to her, was the ideal type of woman Ed secretly liked. Ed was surprised by the revelation, but Marilda laughed and admitted she had lied. She said that reading thoughts wasn't possible, and that the transformation itself was an extremely difficult kind of magic, so she couldn't just copy anyone. Marilda said she had lived for a long time, long enough to witness all the twists and falls of the academy, as well as its rebirths. She had lived on that island before it was populated, even before the academy was founded. Marilda said that girl was there back then, but never sought attention, dressed simply, and seemed refreshing, carefree, and free. According to Marilda, she was a unique type of person she had met in her entire life, and that woman had infused her mana into that tree, using it as a core. That same person was the one who established the academy on the island, and who assigned Marilda to protect the forest. Ed thought that this connection wasn't taught in the game, and he had no idea how the two were related, but he realized that Marilda's appearance was identical to Sylvania herself, the great mage who founded the academy. That night, on his way home, Ed was approached by Janica, who acted extremely elegant and formal. Ed asked if she wanted an apple, or rather, if she would like to eat some apples. Janica said yes, then went silent. Ed asked her to extend her plate, and after that she started eating the apple. The atmosphere was terrible. Janica didn't know what to do, so she buried her face between her knees to avoid speaking or looking at Ed. Ed asked if she was in pain, if she was hurt. Janica replied no, but said it was harder to talk while looking him in the eyes. She asked for permission to ask a very weird question, but wanted him to listen all the way through before answering. Ed sighed and said that was fine. fine. He thought that even though he had the body of a boy in this world, he was still an adult inside and mature enough to be a good listener. Janica then asked what he would think if she left the Dex dormitory to live with him at the camp. At that moment, Ed cut his own finger without even realizing it, because he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. Blood spurted out, and later he showed up with his finger bandaged. He thought that despite the difficulties at the beginning, he had been living like that for a year now, and could handle many problems quickly and efficiently. But this was different. He mentally thanked himself for cutting his finger, because it gave him time to think. Ed reflected that Janica was probably waiting for an answer, and even so, he needed to say something. Before commenting that her request might be a little absurd, he said he thought Janica was an amazing person. She was sincere, kind, and loving, and he was sure he wasn't the only one who thought that. He said he liked her a lot, which made Janica turn as red as a chili pepper. After that, Ed continued saying that, whether she liked it or not, he was a man. He didn't know if Janica fully understood everything involved in what she had said. She was beautiful, had a natural charm, and might see him now as a kind and respectful man, but he didn't know what might happen if they lived under the same roof. Janica tried to catch her breath. Ed added that, to be honest, all men were the same in a certain way. He said it was nice that she trusted him that much, but was interrupted by Janica, who replied that even so, if it was with him, she would be fine. The two of them were deeply embarrassed and could barely speak. Ed thought that, for a while, he and Janica had been walking a tightrope trying to understand what their relationship actually was. He stood up silently and reflected that what she did earlier, when she suggested they speak formally, had really made him think. Right after a turbulent election for student council president, he thought he would finally have peace, a moment to breathe. But then Janica came out of nowhere with that proposal. He was a little upset, but didn't want to show it or take it out on her. He sat down again to calm himself, and asked if she was going through some kind of difficulty. He thought that when unexpected things like this happen, there's always something behind them. Considering Janica had brought that up completely out of nowhere, he had to consider the hidden factors. Janica replied that yes, she was going through something, but it wasn't anything Ed didn't already know. She said that actually, she just wanted to run far away from everything. Janica said she really missed the room that used to be hers alone. She mentioned that it might sound silly or petty, but Ed thought that since the beginning, Janica had always been the center of attention, constantly under pressure from all sides. Living in shared dorms, constantly surrounded by watchful eyes, wasn't easy. For an entire year, she endured it, forcing herself to always respond with a gentle smile. Janica said that the camp felt like a refuge for her, so she thought she'd like to escape there as much as possible. She knew that would probably be very troublesome for Ed, but even so, she felt she had to ask. Ed confirmed that yes, it was troublesome, but he also asked if that wasn't just life. He said life is made of burdens, and each person has to carry their own, as well as deal with the burdens of others. He acknowledged that it was complicated, but not something impossible to handle. He added that next time, he would be the one throwing a burden on someone else, on her, because that's how things work. He also mentioned that she was already coming there to teach him about spirits and sensitivity, and it wasn't like they had just met yesterday. Ed truly believed that their relationship would last a long time. Even though he thought it was still too soon to live under the same roof, Ed asked what Janica would think if he built a cabin for her there at the camp. He imagined her reaction would be to jump for joy, considering her personality, but to his surprise, Janica just hugged him tightly, crying. Ed commented that she wasn't even speaking formally anymore. He thought that Janica had tried to create distance between them, but had failed miserably. He wondered what would have changed if she had succeeded, if they had really drifted apart. Still, even if they had, he was sure that Janica was the kind of person who takes the first step to help someone, and that he could always count on her no matter what. And seeing her like that, on the ground crying and asking for help, he knew he could never ignore her, that he would always reach out and offer her a shoulder to lean on. The next morning, Ed thought that yes, he had offered her a cabin, but building one wasn't easy at all. Besides that, he needed to prepare for classes, for exams, and to craft the scepter. He might have to sleep less that week. But then he heard a loud noise outside, and felt everything shake. When he stepped outside, Tarkin appeared saying he was finally awake. Tarkin said he needed to warn him that he didn't have much experience building cabins. At that moment, several spirits were bringing materials for the construction. Tarkin commented that Ed looked tired, and he was too, because the night before there had been a big spirit party where he drank all night. Even so, since it was for Janica, they were going to do the job. Tarkin said the location of the cabin had already been decided. It would be on the opposite side of Ed's cabin, and there was nothing more romantic than opening the doors in the morning and seeing each other right away. Meanwhile, the spirits were discussing the details. Mug appeared on Ed's shoulder and said the plan was to finish everything in 10 days. He would lead the construction, coordinate everything efficiently, and make the work function properly. Tarkin was surprised to hear 10 days, and Mug explained that considering the strength of the lower-ranked spirits, the work shifts, rotations, and breaks, that was the time needed. Tarkin grumbled that, in his time, spirits stayed summoned for 3 days straight, working for weeks in the mountains, and ready to fight the next day. Now, in Mug's time, spirits needed breaks and time off. Tarkin asked how, at this rate, the lower-ranked spirits expected to reach the intermediate rank. Mug said he could adjust everything and finish in a week. Tarkin told Ed he would start soon. Then Then Mug outdid himself and said he could complete everything in 5 days. Ed asked if he could really do that in such a short time, since it had taken him months to build his own cabin. Mug replied that if Tarkin ordered it, he had to do it. Ed thought he was starting to feel bad for Mug, since he hadn't done it out of malice. Even so, he had his own work to do too, but at least with the spirits handling the cabin, his schedule was a bit lighter. Now Ed needed to deal with crafting the millennial staff. He thought Janica had already done so much for him, and of course, he wanted to repay that debt. He felt that just giving her land to build a cabin next to his wasn't enough, even though Janica already had many staffs, received from family and friends, and even though he didn't know if she would actually use that type of staff, he still hoped she would like the gift. He planned to make it with all his care. Later that night, Lucy couldn't sleep. That was because of the loud noise from the spirits carrying materials everywhere. But what really kept her from sleeping wasn't the construction, it was Janica's presence. As always, Janica was glowing with happiness to see her, and that was exactly what made Lucy even more uncomfortable. The two of them had already had this confrontation before, right after that battle. Janica wasn't very good at expressing her feelings either, but she still didn't intend to lose. Arrogantly, Janica said she was going to live there with Ed, which made Lucy very angry. Meanwhile, Ed was at the academy building with a piece of dried meat in his mouth, picking up several elemental magic books. He thought he needed to learn new spells. He knew his direct explosion spell was practical, but it didn't have very high firepower. He remembered what Ziggs had said before the duel, that using overwhelming power was the best way to deal with him, since Ed didn't have great firepower. On the way, Ed was distracted by music. It was Adele, the romantic, who was playing. That surprised him a little, because although she had appeared since the first act as Taylor's teammate, she wasn't a character who showed up frequently in the game, and didn't have many interactions with Ed himself. Even so, she spoke to him and asked if he was busy as always. Again, Ed wondered why she was talking to him. Adele said she had heard a lot about him, both from Taylor and Alia, and that both of them had complex feelings about Ed. He replied that it wasn't his business, but still felt a bit curious to know more. Ed had heard that Taylor was growing strong, as expected, since he was the protagonist of the story. That way, he would easily get through the next act. Adele asked if Ed wanted to hear something. She was a fairly famous bard on the continent, and used to travel, although she was currently just staying at the academy. Ed replied that he was in a hurry. The books were heavy. Adele said it was a pity. Before he left, she commented that if one day he were to take the Roth-Taylor throne, he would have to kill with his own hands the person he respected the most. If he hesitated at that moment, he would be the one to die. Ed wondered if that was a prophecy. He thought Adele seemed calm at all times because she was a prophet. She had the ability to predict the future, but since not all prophecies came true, he decided not to worry too much about it. Even so, he felt uneasy, because he also knew parts of the future. Based on the scenario of the third act, Adele was going to die. Later, Ed was being rejected. He was thinking about creating 2 thunder-infused millennial staffs, one for himself and one for Janica, since that staff was great for spirit magic. However, the person he asked to summon lightning onto the staffs wasn't very willing. Lucy said she would only make one. Ed asked if she would have to use the same spell anyway, and when he noticed she was insistent, he said it was fine. She could make just one, and he would give it to Janica. After all, he had to give the staff to the one who would deliver the best performance. Lucy got very angry and said fine, she would make both, but with one condition. She pulled Ed, saying he had to go somewhere with her, and it was then that he started hearing more about the Archmage Glocht, who was her grandfather. Regardless of the field of study, he was a true genius. He studied elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, and with all that accumulated knowledge, he ended up acquiring 2 high-level spirits at once, Teorphus, a fire spirit, and Fried, a water spirit. After he retired, Glocht dedicated himself to developing the next generations. He invested almost everything he had in the education sector, and hardly spent money on himself. In the end, Sylvania Academy was only what it was thanks to him, because he literally spent all his funds on the institution. At that moment, Ed was being dragged by Lucy to a place far away from where they were. It was then explained that, after doing all of that, Glocht isolated himself in the mountains, where he found a monastery with an abandoned child. That child was Lucy herself. What even surprised Glocht was that Lucy's magical talent was spectacular. She was a genius, perhaps humanity's most precious talent. Because of that, the greatest archmage in history spent his final years polishing that talent, refining the precious gem that Lucy was. He was a great man, and even wrote a book about his life, where he told all his epic tales and grand adventures. But the last letter he left behind was much sadder. He wrote that he had a wife in his youth, but lost her while trying to subdue Teorphus. He also said that all his companions had died before him. He was the last one left alive. Those who remained around him didn't even know half of his story. The others only wanted to take advantage of his fame. Maybe that was why he isolated himself. But in the end, there was one last person by his side, the one who would inherit his duty and his will. That person, alone, made that old man die happy. Lucy said that was how the great journey of the Archmage Glocht ended, and that was how her journey began. Maybe that story had already ended, but then she asked if Ed knew where Glocht's hometown was. Ed said he had heard about it in class, that he was born in the lawless zone of Cohill Cohilton, but Lucy said the books were wrong. He had only spent his youth in Cohilton, but his true birthplace was the island of Arkan. Lucy said that even she didn't know exactly what was so important about that place, but every time Glock talked about living in Arkan, he looked serious, with a worried expression. Even on the day of his death, he still showed concern for the academy. She called him an old idiot and a stubborn man, because his heart always remained in Arkan, and there was no way to change that. It was then that Lucy told Ed about the journey she had lived. Back then, young Lucy was alone in the isolated cabin with Glock's cold corpse. She covered him with a blanket, tied the body with leather cords, and used ice magic to preserve it. Many mages would be drained just trying to maintain an ice spell for 1 hour, but she did it effortlessly, as if it were nothing. That story would silence anyone. Glock's cabin was in the mountains of Ramelin, in the northwest of the continent. Lucy went alone, taking the coffin all the way to the south of the continent. She passed through forests, crossed the great lake of Ica, the alchemical city of Creta, the plains of Malin, the holy city, until she finally reached the borders of the Cloel Empire. After that, she crossed the county of Teldaniel, followed the river, passed through the merchant city of Oldek, through the county of Alwulini, the barony of Eastlenny, the county of Sale, the duchy of Rothtailor, the marquisate of Feder, and the county of Tees. She crossed the entire continent, carrying Glock's coffin, until reaching the Mechas bridges, which connect the continent to the Arkan Islands. Lucy made that entire journey using her mana to maintain the ice spell. By the time she reached her destination, she could barely move her own body. She said it took her a total of 3 months, including a whole week she got lost trying to find the right place. Then the two of them went to the spot she pointed out. Lucy explained that, according to the records left by that old man, it was at that place where the Archmage and the Great Sage exchanged information, knowledge, and experiences. That was where her journey had come to an end. And there it was, the book titled Introduction to Aspectual Magic, author Glock Eldervin. That was Glock's travel diary through the southern lands, containing his reflections on magic across the southern continent. In the game, that book is sold for 7,000 gold coins. It's one of the greatest books in history, his posthumous work, containing only the analysis of aspectual magic. It is so valuable that its price can't even be calculated. Lucy said Ed could keep the book, since she had already learned everything it contained. She remembered every word her grandfather had left behind. Even though she hadn't lived half the life Glock had dreamed for her, Lucy still thought about fulfilling the promise she made. If any danger approached the academy, she would do everything she could to protect it. It wasn't a happy story, and she knew listening to all that probably wasn't very pleasant for Ed, and going all the way there must have been a hassle. But she wanted to show it to him. Even though she said her journey had ended after arriving at Arkan Island and burying her grandfather, Lucy still couldn't escape his shadow. That made her an eternal guardian of the Academy of Sylvania, sometimes driven by emotion, sometimes by fear. It was no surprise she was lazy, but as soon as she fulfilled that final promise, she could finally begin a new journey, carving her own path and creating her own story. Ed knew that moment wasn't too far off. That day he decided to be lazy with her too. The sound of the waves and the mild air, neither cold nor hot, created a peaceful moment. After sitting there for so long, he thought it had been a stroke of good luck. A few days later, Jenica's cabin was finished. She said she hadn't expected it to be built so quickly, and the spirits were all exhausted. Mug, trying to introduce himself, could barely speak. Jenica asked them not to work so hard. Mug said it was Tarkin's fault, or rather, he let it go. He also said they could finally ascend to the next rank and go rest. Jenica thanked them, explaining that they weren't dying, just being unsummoned, and that it was fine. Then she wrote the word cohabitation on the ground. She was extremely happy about this, about living side by side with Ed, until the door to his cabin opened. But the one who appeared was Lucy, who had just woken up. Upon seeing the message on the ground, cohabitation, Lucy thought that sleeping together sounded much better than that. She considered that she had won. Later, Ed was learning aspectual magic. He reached level 1 in magic manifestation, and was training. Even Marilda was impressed. She asked if it was another failure, because just looking at it seemed difficult. She wanted to know if he could maintain the mana flow with that type of magic. Ed replied that he wasn't sure, but that he had to try. Lucy woke up and said the main part of aspectual magic was understanding its principles. Magic is a study where theory and senses coexist. Ed would begin to feel it with time as he practiced. Lucy with ease moved several objects using her own aspectual magic. Ed praised her affectionately, patting her on the head, making her completely red. He said she was a genius, but also acknowledged the effort she put in. Ed thought that maybe no one besides Lucy knew that Glock had left a book on aspectual magic. He also thought that this kind of magic didn't even exist in the game. Aspectual magic allows manipulation of time, space, and even the mind itself, which makes it extremely powerful. But because it goes against the natural order of things, it is one of the most difficult types of magic to understand, with very few available studies, and it carries many risks. Lucy learned to use it on her own, purely through intuition, and that's why she had trouble teaching someone else. The only person who could have taught her was Professor Glast, but he was dead. Ed thought it would be hard times trying to learn it, until someone shouted, asking if he was with another woman. That person said it was fine, after all, he was a man in his prime, but Ziggs interrupted, saying that, for the love of God, Ed was going going to end up in hell at that rate. Ed dismissed Marilda's summoning, and she commented that she wasn't even having that much fun reading that book. Ziggs apologized. He thought it was another woman, not a spirit. He jumped to conclusions, and Ed asked why exactly he was there. Ziggs replied that he had brought some old magic books that Ed himself had asked to be discarded. Ed thanked him, and asked him to pass the thanks on to Elka, because now he had to start from the basics. Borrowing all the time would be a bit annoying, so Ed commented that he carried all that weight there, and needed something in return. Ziggs said it wasn't necessary, but since Ed insisted, he said he was doing student council work with him. According to Ziggs, he had gained a good reputation after what he did with Tanya during that previous incident, and now she trusted him a lot. Tanya also seemed to want only trustworthy people around her, so Ziggs asked if her brother, Ed, would like to work with them. Ed asked if the team was really that short on people. Ziggs replied not exactly, but since it was the first time in the history of Sylvania Academy that a freshman became president of the student council, she wanted to form the best cabinet possible. Ziggs explained that a third-year senior from the Corello County and the top fourth-year student from the Dex course had already joined the cabinet. In the future, Tanya also wanted to include the top first-year student of the College of Magic, Joseph, as well as the top third-year assistant, Annis, the top fourth-year student in alchemy, Dorothy, and of course Ed Roth-Taylor too. She was gathering only talented and reliable people. Ziggs then asked if Ed would really refuse. He pointed out that Ed was already doing magical engineering, spiritual spellcasting, physical training, living deep in the forest, managing all that, studying, and still learning a new type of magic. Ziggs said he expected a refusal, but maybe Tanya would be disappointed. It was at that moment that Ed's ADHD hit, as he noticed the new cabin. He thought that maybe, after saving Tanya and changing the whole scenario, it was expected that the predictions no longer mattered. The mere fact that Ziggs was on the student council was already surprising. The whole list was coming together in completely unexpected ways. According to the schedule and timeline, the joint combat training was approaching. This would be the biggest event of the third episode of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and also the final event of Chapter 3. In this event, an incident occurs where the top first-year student in alchemy, Cloud, loses the final battle, and in order to win, takes the forbidden drug known as the blood of the evil god. Ed remembered this event well because it had a very unpleasant ending. However, now the scenario was completely different. He had no idea what might happen. Everything could take a new and unknown turn. Meanwhile, an extremely elegant carriage was approaching Sylvania Academy. If it weren't for the mages who had spent the night casting weight reduction spells, that giant carriage would never have been able to move. The strength of the escorts was comparable to an army. The residents of the Holy City nicknamed it the Palace on Wheels. The resources used were excessive and unnecessary, and inside the palace there were only two people. One of them was Verdio, the archbishop responsible for taking care of the saint before she was sent to the academy. Verdio commented that it was farther than he expected, but that it was good to see the situation of the saint with his own eyes. Next to him was Eldine, the Pope, who said that thanks to Verdio's plan to visit nearby noble territories, this visit became possible. He praised the planning and said they would soon arrive in Sylvania, and since he was the Pope himself, there should be no problem with the preparations. Meanwhile, Tanya was losing her mind with everything she had to organize. She said that not only the Pope was visiting the academy, but also Verdio, and both at the same time. She was going crazy. The official purpose of the visit was to spread the word of the god Telos and perform a new type of baptism, but Tanya knew that was just a cover. They were there for a meeting. In the office, everyone was in a panic, running back and forth, papers flying everywhere. Tanya knew the real reason for the visit was concern about Saint Clarice, who was the heart of the Holy Order. Then she noticed another meeting request. For some reason, the Pope had requested a meeting with Adele, a second-year student. Tanya said she didn't mind, and asked them to schedule a meeting for her with the saint as well. At the same time, Clarice herself was getting ready. Today the Holy Pope would visit the academy, and she would no longer present herself as Kylie, but as Saint Clarice. After a long time, she would appear publicly before the students as the true saint she was. Clarice asked if the joint tournament started today, and Belle Maya confirmed it, explaining that fortunately the event would cover the Pope's visit. Clarice thought it was unfortunate, as she was really looking forward to interacting with the other classes. She thought she didn't want to return to the imperial capital. Student life felt like a dream, something she had always wanted, but she still hadn't found the person she was supposed to meet. The girl responsible for the sacred fire, who always looked toward the open world. The wanderer Adele. Clarice remembered she had walked a lot through the academy and crossed paths with second-year students, but Adele was so good at entering and leaving places that she never managed to see her. Even so, she wanted to meet her soon, because she wanted to share the stories she had lived with her friend during the trials, like the time she found herself in the middle of the night, in a snowstorm. After so many years of only listening, now she also had stories to tell. Of course, she wouldn't tell all that to Verdio, because some problematic things had happened, like the academy's top student almost destroying the institution and the involvement of a fallen noble in a suspicious murder case. If Verdio, who had always cared so much for her, found out, he would certainly remove her from the academy, and she couldn't disobey him. Not because he had mind-reading powers, since mind-reading belongs to the category of sacred magic and doesn't work on her because she is the saint, but because since her childhood he had been like a teacher to her. That was why it was so hard to lie to him. Belle Maya told Clarice she could relax a little, and gave her a light shoulder massage. Clarice wondered if her nervousness was that obvious. She thought that for now, everything was fine, as long as she could maintain her double identity inside the academy. But if she were discovered, she would have to say goodbye to her student life. Then she remembered someone who knew her true identity, Ed Rothtaylor. She knew Ed wasn't the type to go around spreading it. But what if he met with Verdio? What if Verdio read his mind and found out everything? She would be expelled from the academy. Belle Maya asked if the saint wanted some hot tea to calm down. Clarisse said it wasn't necessary, but asked to be prepared to leave. Belle replied that there wasn't much time and asked where she wanted to go. Clarisse said she needed to find Ed Rothtaylor, that she would only calm down if she saw him. She needed to see him as soon as possible. Belle was surprised and didn't quite know why, but she found it strange how all the girls threw themselves at Ed, and she herself didn't want him to meet the saint. Later, the list for the joint training tournament was released. Janica told Ed she hadn't received any challenges. Ed asked if there was anyone she wanted to face, but Janica replied that it would seem arrogant to challenge someone directly. Ed thought the event had started just like in previous years, being a tournament where students fought each other and the results affected their grades. Lower-ranked classes could challenge higher ones, and the novelty was a new rule allowing formal challenge letters to be sent. In the current scenario, there were no first-year students in Class A, which meant they might stand a chance against second-year students. Since there were many strong characters in the protagonist's generation, the matches between first and second years promised to be the most interesting. Ed, however, had no interest at all in the third or fourth-year fights. Janica then asked what they would have for dinner that night. Ed replied that he still had some leftover meat he had bought from the inn's restaurant. They could season and cook it. While thinking about it, Ed reflected that among the third-year students, his and Janica's generation didn't have many strong people. The previous year, aside from Janica having defeated Lortel, there had been no one capable of defeating her junior. The fourth-year students, on the other hand, could easily defeat any opponent, but the strongest ones were rarely challenged. Janica commented that Ed was addicted to that book, and he just kept reading without saying anything. Ed said yes, it was a very important book, and for now, he would read only that to stay focused. He thought that for some reason, he wasn't receiving challenges either, maybe because he was now seen as someone strong within the academy. Even with the challenge system, he knew that didn't suit Janica's personality. It was too hard for her, and he himself wanted to avoid any unnecessary tension. At that moment, the Pope's guards were clearing the way because the traveling palace was arriving. Ed realized the situation had changed a lot. It was strange that St. Clarice wasn't going to participate in the joint tournament because of the Pope's visit. He wondered why this visit was happening now. What variable had changed so much that it led to the Pope's arrival being brought forward? What exactly had he altered in the story to cause this? It was then that St. Clarice herself approached. She said she had planned to send a letter to Ed, but preferred to meet him in person. With a small smile, she pulled out a chair to sit, saying she couldn't stay long but wanted to exchange a few words with him. Ed replied that it was an honor, and Janica, nearly crying, said it was also an honor to see the saint in person. Ed thought that even though Janica was from a rural region, a third of the empire believed in Telos, so it was natural for her to be nervous. She desperately asked Ed what she should do. He thought that seeing the saint like this made it even harder to believe she was Kylie. Thanks to her hours of training, the saint's movements were graceful and elegant. There was no trace of the clumsy girl he once knew. Ed commented that he had heard the Pope and the Archbishop would be there soon, and asked if it was okay for her to stay there for a while. Clarice explained that the Pope would visit the Trix dormitory, and that it was a relief that it coincided with where she was staying. She also mentioned that the announcements for the joint combat tournament matches were about to start, and commented that she didn't expect to find Ed there. Ed wondered if she had come just to talk to him. Why? Clarice said that although the Pope was very intelligent, the Archbishop was even more so. It almost seemed like he could read minds. The way he seemed to know exactly what others were thinking was fascinating. Maybe it was some kind of sacred magic. There were rumors that the Archbishop could see people's thoughts. As she spoke, Ed started to piece everything together until he realized the true reason for that awkward conversation. The reason Clarice came to talk to him was that she knew he had already discovered she was Kylie, and now she was worried about her identity being exposed. Ed replied that indeed the Archbishop was amazing, but there was no way he would ever meet someone like him. After all, he was just a fallen noble with a horrible social status. Besides, Ed explained he would be busy with the Academy's main event, so it was unlikely he'd cross paths with the Archbishop. Clarice looked relieved to hear that. Janica then asked if the saint had come there just to see Ed. Clarice answered maybe. Janica, still nervous about the Pope's visit, wanted to confirm if she really had taken the carriage just to talk to Ed. Clarice said yes, but added that she was human too. She was curious and nervous. She stated that there were other people she wanted to see too, not just him. Clarice, completely nervous, said she just wanted to see Ed for a bit, but got so restless that she ran off. With the guards following behind, she returned to the carriage and left, with everyone looking at Ed at the same time, who thought that dealing with Clarice or Kylie was equally complicated. Later, the event finally began. People were talking about the rumors involving Ed, saying he now seemed like a much more powerful student than before, and maybe that was why he had received a challenge. Ed then wondered why he was in the arena until he saw the challenger approaching, wielding a huge axe and saying Ed should get ready. Ed explained that there was a rule for first and second year students stating that mages could not use intermediate rank magic or magically sharpened weapons. However, for high-class students it was different, and he made it clear that this would become evident after that duel. The opponent was Kordek, a fourth-year student from the combat faculty, someone of high rank. The audience was impressed by his presence, as Kordek was known for being extremely strong and dangerous. Many were even frightened just by seeing him in the arena, especially because he truly seemed ready to kill Ed with that weapon. The judge for the match would be Melina, who announced the start of the fight between Ed Rothtaylor, third-year student, and Kordek Valadarik, fourth-year student. As soon as the match began, Kordek rushed forward, saying his body was already warmed up and that he never held back, even if it was just a practice duel. But Ed responded with a concentrated magical explosion that not only blocked the attack but scorched Kordek and threw him to the ground. Fallen, Kordek wondered what kind of magical reaction that was. He couldn't believe Ed was really a third-year student, and thought that not even among the seniors was there someone at that level. At that moment, Ed summoned the spirits Mug and Licia, launching a joint spiritual attack of water and fire. In just 5 seconds, Kordek was completely defeated. Ed thought he didn't want to hurt him, so he resolved everything as quickly as possible and even praised Kordek, saying he had done a good job. The crowd went wild. Even so, Ed was distracted, still thinking about the unexpected visit from St. Clarice. After that, he guided Janica to the stadium since she had trouble finding her way around. On the way to the other combat field, where he would face Kordek, he ran into an unexpected figure, Adele, the prophetic novelist. Ed asked why she was in Glocked Hall when she was supposed to be in Adele Hall. Adele said it was a big coincidence, but added that she had already heard the winds announcing that fate would prepare that encounter. She believed the two of them were connected in some way. Ed noticed she seemed uncomfortable and thought that, once the tournament ended, Adele would die. Normally, he would intervene to prevent it, but he had already interfered too much, especially because of everything that happened with Tanya. He reflected that, as arrogant as it might sound, it was wrong to influence events beyond his control. He thought about the people he had to let go so the scenario wouldn't be completely altered, but it was still painful to accept. That's why he called Adele one last time and told her she would die soon. Ed thought it would be hard for her to believe, but she replied that she already knew. She said with certainty that she would die soon. After the match, Ed kicked the door open and left, wondering if Adele really knew she would die or if she was possessed by something, just as he once had been. He thought he needed to find Taylor immediately and understand how much the scenario had already changed. However, suddenly an earthquake began. Ed wondered what that sound was. Even with all the changes in the scenario, he could still predict some things with his intelligence and imagination, but what was happening now was completely unexpected. A tsunami was approaching the academy, and all Ed could think was, what the hell was that? Ed thought that creature was only known as a legend. It wasn't certain whether it had ever truly existed or had gone extinct. It was a calamity that couldn't be contained by human strength. What stood before him was the final boss of the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the legendary dragon of the sacred spear, Wellbrock. Then it is explained what happens in episode 3 of the game. In the third act arc, the protagonist Taylor defeats all his most powerful enemies, even crushing Claude, who had drunk the blood of the evil god. Soon after, he receives news of Adele's death without even knowing how she died. The innocent and naive St. Clarice completely loses her faith in the sacred order and becomes a totally different person. Players considered this personality shift a complete character destruction and nicknamed her the Unfaithful Saint. To contain Clarice, all the knights of the sacred order were sent to Arkan Island, but in the end, the one who destroyed the entire army was Lucy, after awakening. This was the final boss of the third act, and this was how the story was supposed to progress. However, now, standing right in front of Ed was the final boss of Act 5, Wellbrock, who was only supposed to appear at the end of the main story. Ed wondered what was happening, as the threads of fate had been completely altered. Just by raising one of its claws and stepping on the ground, the dragon destroyed everything it touched. Simply by walking, it had already wiped out half the dormitory, everything reduced to ashes. Ed realized he only survived because he wasn't inside the building at the time, and his survival was purely based on luck. He jumped through the window and thought that he might be unable to use magic for years after this. But if he died now, everything he had done so far would be meaningless. So he used the maximum power of the Phoenix Ring to summon Marilda and escape. He thought there was no point in saving that power if he was going to die anyway, so he told Marilda to run because they were going to need her. Meanwhile, in the Trix dormitory where St. Clarice was, the soldiers were telling her to flee immediately. But the very soldiers escorting her were killed by Wellbrock's scales, which pierced the walls and destroyed the building. Clarice only survived thanks to the sacred shield she wore. Terrified, she asked herself what the hell was going on, trying to understand how the dragon, just by moving its scales, could cause such destruction. The commander ordered the carriage to be prepared, but the coachman said everything was already destroyed, including the carriage. He told the saint to mount the last remaining horse and flee. The commander explained that with that horse, she could escape the island, but Clarice said she didn't know how to ride. That's when she noticed the commander was badly injured. He simply told her to hold tight on the horse, and when she climbed on, he slapped the animal's hindquarters, making it run away. Clarice had always thought stories like this were exaggerated, things from books or myths, but remembering what the archbishop had told her, she understood that this was real. Wellbrock, the dragon of the sacred spear, every time it exhaled its magical breath, released power comparable to the sun itself. Everything below him simply ceased to exist. At that moment, Clarice was protected by a nullification barrier. The one who created the barrier was Director Obel, who explained that only high-level magic could stop that dragon's attacks. He said the damn monster had awakened too early and was still striking the barrier. Obel tried to prepare his next defensive spell, but wouldn't have enough time. Luckily, someone managed to restrain Wellbrock's claws with the chains of providence. It was Lucy who did it. Using her aspectual magic, she told the director that she definitely hadn't planned for this today. However, Wellbrock easily broke free from the chains and struck Lucy directly. Even though she was thrown far, Lucy remained unharmed thanks to her magical shield. Obel thanked Lucy for buying enough time, and with that, he was able to complete his high-level defense spell, the Shield of God's Creation. Combined with Lucy's magic, they managed to temporarily contain Wellbrock's attacks, but they both knew it wouldn't last long. Saint Clarice, completely terrified, kept repeating that she needed to flee the island. She had to escape, but wondered what she should do and how she could possibly achieve that now. But then someone said the saint was safe and alive, and it was Ed who said it was good that she was there, asking if she was hurt. However, his arm was already completely consumed by the ring's power. Clarice asked how he knew she was there, and Ed replied that she had mentioned an important meeting, so he assumed she'd be in the Trick's dormitory. Clarice said she had tried to flee on horseback, but Ed said that would be completely useless, because even if she escaped the island, she would still be within the dragon's range, and would end up dying in vain. She was also pulling Saint Marilda, trying to escape, but Ed thought that human strength alone wouldn't be enough to stop Wellbrock. Even with the full power of Obel and Lucy, all they could do now was buy time, just barely holding back the dragon. According to the original story, Taylor would push his power to the limit and awaken the swordsman's ultimate form. Ed wondered if he should give up on everything, but decided not to. He had to focus, since the main story was already completely distorted. At that moment, the most important thing was to find out what had caused Wellbrock to appear there. Now he was certain there was a method to put the dragon of the sacred spear back to sleep. At first, he thought it might have been his fault, since up until now, whenever something strayed from the script, it was because of him. But the butterfly effect didn't work exactly like that. Had he really caused the end of the world? After all, an event that was supposed to occur at the end of Act 5 was now happening in Act 3. Before anything else, he needed to confirm who had summoned the dragon. For that, he needed the most important information from the main characters of Act 3. Lucy was fighting Wellbrock. Clarice didn't seem to know anything, and Taylor, the protagonist, was trying to save everyone at that moment. That meant there was only one person left who could have changed the fate of Act 3. When Ed realized who it was, he was completely shocked. There in the nail hall was Adele, walking calmly as if nothing was happening. Her match had been cancelled, and she commented that it was truly a shame because she might have met the saint. Still, she said she was sure that fate would bring them together again, just like always. Recalling the facts, the final boss of the game had awakened in the middle of Act 3. Fighting him was completely impossible. Instead, they would need to find a possibility, a chance to seal him again, and discover the true reason for his awakening. It couldn't be Lucy, it couldn't be the saint, nor Taylor, so the only one left was Adele. Her constant calm, even knowing she would die, was already very strange. Ed knew that if he found her, she would probably know the truth, but before that, he needed to ensure a safe place for Clarice. The problem was that he didn't have much time left. Soon his body would no longer withstand the magical power of the ring. Ed said they were already in a safe place because, fortunately, the magic barrier of Ophalis Dorm was still active. He noticed the barrier was working, but the first bombardment had already hit the building hard. Clarice said that everyone inside was probably dead, but Ed pulled her and stated that not everyone. He thought that if the magic barrier was still standing, then someone was still alive. Someone in the maintenance room must be keeping the protection active, and when they got there, they found Belle Maya, on the verge of death, sustaining the magic barrier all by herself. Clarice said she would try to heal her with holy magic, but Ed knew there was no salvation for her. She had been a victim of the attack on the lower floor, and still crawled up the stairs just to protect the other survivors. Unable to speak, only spitting blood, Belle handed the master key to Ed. Then she departed from this world. Ed thought she probably wanted to say her last words, but he already knew that situation. He had lived through it in the war. Belle, in the last moment of her life, simply did what needed to be done. Clarice, in shock, asked how that could have happened, but Ed just closed Belle's eyes and remained silent, while the saint was still trying to save her. But Ed pulled the saint away. He also had a duty to fulfill. Ed explained that, since there was a high-level magic active in her room, as long as she wasn't attacked directly, she would be safe, and said that she needed to become strong. Then he said he would go outside to see how things were, but the saint asked if that wasn't too dangerous. Ed replied that he would just look through the window if everything was still the same, but his words were interrupted by an unexpected scene. He saw an aspectual magic, a blue aspectual magic, and he might have known what method that was. Immediately, he began to search for a book on aspectual magic, thinking it had to be there, since that was the saint's room. He found the title Introduction to Aspectual Magic, written by Glocked, and paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. Recapping, the sacred lance dragon had suddenly been resurrected, Adele had disappeared, Clarice didn't know anything, and a great spectrum of aspectual magic had appeared in the skies. That wasn't the work of Obel or Lucy, it was a method not even he knew. Meanwhile, Wellbrock was becoming increasingly powerful. The magical blockade was about to break, and one of the attacks that escaped the defenses came directly toward Ed. He thought he had finally understood everything. Everything had been switched from the beginning, and maybe that was really part of the original story. When Clarice asked if he had discovered something, the dorm wall was hit directly, and a huge explosion happened. Everything was scorched. Anyone in the path of that attack would have died. When Clarice opened her eyes, she saw Ed pierced, protecting her body, about to die. Ed said that no matter what happened, if she ever felt she couldn't go on, she should ask him for help. Clarice saw he was dying, said she couldn't go on without him, but Ed just said the number was 160, until he coughed up a lot of blood. Clarice tried to heal him with holy magic, but he died before her. Ed Rothtaylor was dead. Then the aspectual magic intensified even more, filling the entire academy. Clarice asked why all of that was happening, why so many people had to die for her. She begged him not to leave, until she opened her eyes again. She was back at the moment when she had that conversation with Ed. People were wondering why the saint was there, and she said it was just to see Ed. Clarice wondered what the hell was going on, and was shocked to see Ed alive in front of her. Suddenly, she climbed onto the table and opened Ed's shirt. Ed asked what she was doing, and Clarice realized he had no injuries on his body. Everyone around them was completely shocked. Janica said she knew she was the saint, but she couldn't do that, especially not in public, repeating that it was wrong. But the saint was in complete shock, wondering if everything had been a dream, a hallucination, and concluded that no, it was impossible. Everything she had experienced was real. She began to recall everything, remembering that morning she had spoken to Ed to stop him from meeting with Verdio, then returned to the Trix dorm to wait for the Pope. But while she was waiting, the academy was attacked by the dragon. She barely had time to react, only thinking she would die at any moment. All she saw was death. In the present, she realized that if things continued like this, everyone would die. Ed buttoned his shirt again and asked what had happened to the saint, but she pulled him strongly, saying they had to get out of there. She was desperate, pushed him into the carriage, and Ed wondered what the hell was going on. He said the saint was supposed to be at the Trix dorm to meet the Pope, but the saint said she would take full responsibility for whatever happened, and that they had to leave. The carriage departed quickly, and of course, Janica was confused, wondering if they were running away together. Later, inside the carriage, Ed asked how long she was going to keep crying, and if she didn't realize she was causing trouble, asking why she didn't explain what was happening. The saint answered, saying that suddenly a dragon would appear in the skies of Arkan Island, and everyone would die. She said she died, he died, she died, but came back in time. Clarice said it was Ed who saw her at that moment. He seemed to understand what had really happened, but at that time he died and couldn't say anything. The saint said that of course maybe he wouldn't believe what she was saying now, but he said something before dying, that if she ever needed help, she should seek him out. Ed replied that if she said something like that, how could he refuse, but also mentioned that they were already approaching the inspection to leave the island. Even so, Ed said this was a mistake, that they had to return to the island because she needed to meet the Pope. That's when Clarice recited the complete number. She said 15, 500, 516, 16, and that left Ed completely shocked. The coachman commented that everything was chaotic there, and said the saint wasn't supposed to be meeting with the Pope right now, saying that because of his committee there was a long line. Ed, however, told the coachman they had to go through immediately, that it was an emergency, and said to just go without stopping, that the saint was in danger and they had to leave no matter the method. They held on tightly and rushed forward with the carriage, pushing through the line and trampling over everyone. Ed thought about the saint's words, that soon the sacred lance dragon would appear and everyone would die. He could barely believe it, as absurd as it sounded, but the number she recited was a number only he, Ed Rothtaylor, could understand. 1500160 was his military service number before entering that world. Later, Ed said he understood the whole story. If even the Ophilis dorm had fallen, then there was no safe place on Arkan Island. Now he understood why she chose to escape. Ed said that if she really went back in time, then aspectual magic must be involved. Among the magical theories currently known, only aspectual magic could interfere with the flow of time. Ed asked if the saint was listening, and she replied that yes, she just wanted to stay hugged with with him for a little while longer. She said he could go on, that he was talking about aspectual magic. Ed confirmed, but explained that on such a large scale, it would be impossible for a human to have that much magical power. At that moment, on the horizon, the dragon itself appeared. Clarice thought that this time they had managed to escape the island, but even so, everything happened again, the same nightmare. Ed asked if she was alright, and when she turned around, she saw Ed once again about to die. She tried to save him with holy magic, but Ed told her to let him go, that she needed to flee. Clarice responded no, that he would be alright, and promised he would survive. She apologized again, saying she couldn't help him the first time, and now everything was happening all over again. She said she always depends on him. Ed said she didn't need to apologize, that there was no reason to cry either, that he would help her again, and just asked her not to cry and not to despair. Then he died again. Clarice thought that she had that damned blessing, but someone like Ed should have it, not her. Once more, that aspectual magic spread across the entire territory, and she returned to the past. Ed asked what Clarice wanted to talk to him about. What kind of conversation was so important for her to come all the way there? But all she did was cry and hug him tightly. She thought that no matter what, she would save him. So once again, she pushed him into the carriage, told the coachman to speed up, and explained the whole situation. But they were directly struck by the dragon. In the third regression, Ed died before even leaving the island. In the fourth, it was the same. He died shortly after they hid in a cave. On the 12th attempt, they went to Glass's secret laboratory, but even inside, Ed was burned by direct attacks from the dragon. On the 15th attempt, it also didn't work. On the 21st, it seemed like it had worked, but everything happened again, and again, and again. Ed always ended up dead. In this latest attempt, Clarice, someone who didn't even know exactly why she was going back in time, began to realize that, no matter where they went in the academy, neither the Pope nor the Archbishop was ever present. Above all, it didn't matter where they ran or hid. Ed always died in the end. She had already repeated that same day dozens of times. Ed always saved her, but she could never save him. Once more, she repeated the number 1602 and wondered what the hell she could do now. They were approaching the inspection to leave the island, but she was hopeless, didn't know what to do, didn't know if anything would work. In fact, she was sure he would die again. But this time, Ed stepped out of the carriage and asked the coachman to stop. He got out slowly and asked the saint to step out as well. He said he didn't know how many times this had happened, but that she needed to rest. Clarice thought she didn't know why he was doing all that, but she felt that something had changed this time. Ed said he didn't know exactly what was going on either, but he knew some people who might be able to help. Clarice said there was no time. She didn't want to see Ed die again. She said that all they needed to do was run away, that she had tried everything over and over, but he always died in a different way. Nothing worked, but Ed replied that it was alright, that nothing she did had been in vain. He said the fact that the injuries on her body didn't disappear after each time travel was a risk factor, and asked why the wounds remained even with time being reset. Ed explained that the blessing on the saint's body reacted against anything that tried to harm her, and that was what was protecting her. Moreover, she had total protection against holy magic, which explained why Vardio couldn't read her mind, and also why her memories remained intact after each time regression. Ed concluded that this was being caused by a holy magic that allowed time travel, and that probably aspectual magic was being used alongside it. At that moment, Clarice realized that this was what Ed had figured out the first time. Ed said that the only way such a spell could work was if it was based on a divine magic, and asked if she now understood the hope they still had. At that moment, Clarice threw herself into Ed's arms, crying a lot. She said that at first she was counting, but after 10 times she stopped counting how many times she had seen him die. Ed said that she had come a long way down that path, but now it was okay, that she could calm down and soothe her heart. It is said that whenever people find themselves repeatedly facing a wall they cannot overcome, they all wish for the same thing, a new hope. Ed said that from now on, she could leave everything to him, because he needed to eliminate the source of the problem. Even Ed found it all very strange, because even back when he played the game, Clarice had changed very quickly after Adele's death, becoming the unfaithful saint. The way she changed so suddenly didn't make sense to anyone who played the game. It felt like the complete destruction of her character. But now that Ed stopped to think, she must have experienced something that changed her personality. It was impossible to know just by playing, but Clarice had witnessed the death of many people over and over. After realizing that the Order was behind it all, her becoming a faithful saint made total sense. That was how Ed realized that deep down, nothing had changed. The main story was still the same. Later, in the nail hall, Ed was kicking the door, thinking that what Clarice needed to do now was obvious. Even if she ran from the sacred lance dragon, time would always reset, and besides that, they couldn't defeat the dragon directly either. That's why Ed told the saint to listen carefully to what he had to say. They were going to prevent the resurrection of the sacred lance dragon. The first step was to find the Pope and the Archbishop, since only they would be capable of casting holy magic of that level. The saint commented that in the other attempts, he had also tried to find them, but no one knew where they were. Clarice asked if it wasn't strange, everything they were doing, since they were drawing too much attention. Ed agreed that they were attracting a lot of eyes and ears. Everyone was watching the saint alongside him. Even Taylor, in the middle of a match, got distracted because of them. It was a fight Taylor could have easily won, but because of the distraction, he took a hit to the head. That happened because Ed and the Saint were interrupting everything. Ed thought that he had really changed the story, but now wasn't the time to think about unnecessary things. He covered the Saint and said that soon the dragon would be resurrected. The most important thing at that moment was to find the Pope and the Archbishop, and there was only one person who might know where they were. Ed went straight to Lortel to ask for information, saying he wanted to buy it. Lortel said it was a pleasure to see them, and asked if he was planning a profitable deal. She immediately grabbed his arm and pressed it against her softer parts, saying she would listen to what he had to say. But at that moment, she noticed the Saint, and Ed didn't even look, just to avoid witnessing the confusion that might happen. Lortel asked if he had been studying too much magic, because she wanted to know if maybe he had learned hypnosis, since the Saint was with him. Ed replied that there was something important they needed to find out, and that it had to be done before the end of the tournament. He said he would pay whatever she asked. Lortel told him to explain everything that was happening first. Later, near the bridge off the island, one of Lortel's subordinates said that, following her orders, he had gathered all the witness reports around the Mechas tower. Lortel said that now they would discuss the price. Normally, she already charged a lot, but that day she might need to charge even more. Ed explained that it was an emergency, and Lortel even gave up her match to accompany him. Lortel could understand Ed, since he had done many surprising things at the academy, but when she looked at the Saint and saw how much she had changed so suddenly, Lortel didn't understand anything anymore. Ed commented that she had been waiting for the match, so it took them a while to get there. The joint training tournament event was almost over. Lortel confirmed, but wanted to know what difference that made. Ed replied that Lortel always kept her calm no matter the situation, and stood out for her rational judgment and precise actions. Lortel asked why he was suddenly saying all that. Ed said that especially in times like those, Lortel shined brightly, and asked her to stay calm no matter what happened, and to believe what he was saying. Lortel was already starting to feel a bit uneasy with him, and asked if he was running out of time. Ed replied that yes, and that was exactly why he was saying all of that. Then, once again the dragon's attack began. Everyone around was killed, and this time, Ed threw himself in front of Lortel when everything was destroyed by the sacred lance dragon. Lortel wondered what was going on, and in front of her was Ed, extremely wounded. Even so, he asked how much she would charge. Lortel gave a small smile, and said that compared to his life, it seemed like she would be the one who had to pay back. Ed replied that he didn't need anything from her, and she said that in that case, it had been a very profitable deal. Lortel explained that according to 13 witness accounts, the Holy Pope and the Archbishop used a concealment rune and went down isolated paths, escorted by troops. Ed asked what their final destination was, and Lortel replied that it was the Academy's cathedral. From the fallen carriage, the Saint came out destroying everything with her power. She jumped over Ed, crying again, saying he couldn't do that. She asked if he was alright, and he was still bleeding. Lortel, staring at the horizon, said it was time. They needed to move. She said that at least one of the horses could still walk. It was badly injured, but maybe they could reach the academy with it. Ed said they needed to hurry and asked for the reins. Lortel replied that even with a saddle, it would be difficult to put two people on the same horse, so one of them would have to stay behind. Ed stated that he needed to go with the Saint, and that he would explain later. Lortel then helped the Saint mount. She said she trusted that Ed had a reason for all of it, and that she would believe in him. Ed thanked her, and promised he would repay the debt later. Lortel, however, said no, and pulled Ed, saying he would repay it now. Then she gave him a deep kiss. The Saint turned completely red at that, until she noticed Lortel was glaring at her. Lortel said his second kiss was also with her, and that this was just insurance. Soon the horse took off, and Lortel told the Saint that this world has rules. If you don't patent a product someone else is trying to claim, you'll end up losing it. After waving goodbye, she fell silent and realized she wasn't confused about anything. The calamitous dragon, the one that nearly caused the apocalypse years ago, was standing before her. Even so, she said to put on a smile, because she was Lortel, the one who laughs and negotiates, and at that moment she stood before Wellbrock, saying that in the end, she would find victory. While Lortel held off Wellbrock, Ed was taking the Saint to the Academy's cathedral, and Clarice wondered how Ed could be so calm, how he wasn't scared. Before, she was sure he wanted to run away from that place, but then the horse was struck and died, and when the two rolled on the ground, Ed was badly injured and bleeding, though he said it was fine, because he had been through worse. She didn't understand how he could be so strong, but Ed said what mattered most was that they had finally reached the Academy's cathedral. Inside the cathedral, it was clear there was a guardian. In the long and grand history of the sacred imperial capital, those guardians were known as the greatest holy sorcerers. They were so powerful that not even Lucy could drive them back alone. They were completely loyal to the point of giving their lives for Telos, a sacred title held by only 8 people known as the Apostles of Telos. The Saint ordered the apostle to step aside, but it was explained that his only weakness was his devotion. Generally, an apostle would obey the Saint, but this time he did not let her pass, saying he was following the Pope's orders and that no one would get past him for the Saint's own sake. Ed didn't hesitate and charged with his knife, but the strike was blocked. He insisted that the Saint had to enter quickly, and when the apostle tried to stop her, he was hit by a wave-amplifying impact sphere, one of Ed's magical tools. tools. So powerful the apostle couldn't stay standing. Then wind blades were launched directly at his face, and he barely managed to defend himself. He failed to guard the entrance, and the saint was already inside the cathedral. The apostle, confused, asked who Ed was, saying he would soon die, since he was bleeding too much and had no strength to fight. But then he felt an enormous pressure coming from Ed, who was using a lot of magic, and declared he hadn't even summoned a single magical arrow yet. The apostle activated the awakening of the sacred body and readied his spear to kill Ed. When Ed fired several magical arrows, the apostle dodged all of them with ease. In the name of Telos, he struck directly and pierced Ed's chest with the spear. Earlier, Ed had explained something to the saint. He said he had calculated everything wrong, but still wouldn't ask Clarice to give up. She would have to keep going, even if she saw him die again and again. Her body and soul wouldn't be restored, but if she discovered what was happening, she could return to the past with memories of the future. Ed asked her to hold on tight to that heart and give it her all. Even with the spear through his chest, Ed grabbed the apostle's arm and stabbed him with a magic explosive dagger. He said that if it worked, she would be able to finish everything perfectly. He remembered this as he activated the full power of the Phoenix Ring. The apostle asked how he dared, and Ed replied that of course he wouldn't go down without a fight. Then, with all his power, he summoned Marilda, who appeared and devoured the apostle's head. Ed, already on his knees and gravely wounded, was caught by Marilda, who complained that he was insane for not summoning her from the start. Ed replied that he didn't want her to get hurt. Marilda was visibly worried, trying to save his life, but it wasn't enough. Ed already knew he would die there. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, Clarice's door was locked, but she had already been there countless times. Behind that door was a long corridor that led directly to the sacred chamber, so Clarice used holy magic and blew everything up. When she entered, she saw someone covered in blood, practically dead, and it was Adele. Clarice asked why she was there, why she was in that state, what had happened. Adele replied that she arrived earlier than expected, but even so, there was no reason for her to come back. The saint bore a sacred mark on her body, a mark that can only be made when the power of the holy archbishop, the 6 bishops, the 8 apostles, and the holy pope is fully united. Only one person can carry this sacred blessing, and that is the saint herself. At that moment, it was Adele's body that was emanating the spectral magic of time reversal. Clarice didn't understand how that was possible, but Adele said she didn't have much time, that everything was about to end, and asked Clarice to wait just a little longer. Clarice asked what she was talking about, and of course she couldn't stop the explosion. After that, she went back in time, standing in front of Ed, and she was very shaken, but this time she decided to tell everything. She knew everything. So we go back to Adele's past. Adele's first memory was of seeing several seagulls flying in the harbor sky, while 2 children played in front of the lighthouse. Adele warned one of them not to run or he would trip over a rock and get hurt. She thought her parents had left their hometown for the great trade city of Oldek, trying to escape the war as refugees. However, that didn't go well. They were deceived, fell into scams, and ended up eating only a piece of bread a day to avoid starving. One day, however, she received a lot of food, delicious food, in great quantity. Adele's father left her sitting on a bench in the city center and said he would be right back, that she just needed to wait a little. He looked at his daughter one last time and then ran off. Adele thanked him for the luxurious sandwich she was eating, but despite how tasty it looked, she couldn't taste anything. Adele stood up and said it was time to leave. As she walked away, the boy tripped on the rock and got hurt, just as she had predicted. After that, she became an orphan at the Delderos orphanage. One of Oldek's great virtues was faith, and this also applied to the children at the orphanage. They received support from the Order of Telos, but only if they faithfully attended Mass and served as little devotees. One day, after picking up a lute left at the dock, she started learning to play hymns and began spending more time in the church, distancing herself from manual labor. Until one day, when another tithe-filled Mass was about to begin, Verdio was collecting the money, saying it was necessary, but it was obvious he just wanted the cash. Suddenly, one of the candles fell, setting fire to part of the altar and to Verdio's own clothes. But Adele appeared with a bucket of water and put out everything with ease. She said it would have been a huge problem if it had caught fire, and Verdio asked how she knew that was going to happen. Adele replied that she had seen it in a dream. She said she has that kind of dream twice a month, in which she sees the future. Verdio, desperate, took her hand and said it was an honor to finally meet her. He called her the Saint of Telos. Overnight, her treatment changed completely. She was given a banquet just for her, a luxurious room, and a special bath. She began praying every day, took etiquette classes, and sacrificed her sleep time to study. It was a completely different life from the one she had before. She was baptized directly by the Holy Pope, the Archbishop, and the Great Apostle. Carrying the will of the Order of Telos, she received the blessing of holy magic in her body. After that, her sacred power increased drastically, and she completed the procedure necessary to receive the mark. For the first time, she was able to see her own future instead of others. She saw the dragon of the sacred lance, and later Verdio asked if she was giving up on being the saint. Adele thanked them for everything they had done for her, for everything they had taught her, and wished the best for the Order of Telos, but said she wanted to serve the order in a different way. Verdio said that she still was not convinced, and explained that her precognition ability was an aspectual magic, capable capable of altering the divine providence of Telos. The timeline created by Telos had been affected precisely by that instinctive ability, which is why she was chosen as the saint. He said her gifts were incredible, but now she could finally see her own future, couldn't she? Many years had passed since Adele gave up being the saint of the Order of Telos, but she remained in the imperial capital, taking care of the sacred flame. At night, she played her lute because, if she fell asleep again, her future would appear before her eyes, and what she saw was her own death. Verdio remarked that the plan had failed, and if they wanted to calm the dragon of the sacred lance, they would have to offer the saint as a sacrifice. During her time in the capital, Adele heard many things, including possibly secret information. The world was entering a time of peace thanks to the extraordinarily wise government of the Holy Emperor Clo, but in a peaceful world, no one sought God anymore. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence had diminished, and Verdio, who was more of a businessman than a clergyman, knew exactly what was needed: fear of ruin and a miracle from God. The plan was to revive the dragon of the sacred lance, put everyone in danger, and then use the apostles to defeat, in quotation marks, the dragon. But to perform that miracle of God, a sacrifice would be needed to seal the dragon again. That sacrifice would be Adele, the original saint. She believed that by fleeing, she had prevented that future from happening. However, many years later, the future came to her. Adele thought that Clarice was not talented, did not have great control over magic or sacred power. She was just a girl with incredible potential who didn't know how to use it well. Still, in terms of qualities, she seemed born to be a saint. She was full of grace, intelligence, and elegance, but all she wanted was to live a normal life. Adele thought that was not possible, and maybe she would have to tell Clarice everything, say that she was the original saint, explain why she had fled, and also talk about her effort and determination to stay alive. However, all Adele could do was turn her words into songs and poems. She said she would rather die in the sewers than live a blank life. The message she wanted to pass on to Clarice was that she should run, escape just as she had done, but she could only express that indirectly, through beautiful words. She couldn't say it directly, but she hoped Clarice would escape and live the life she longed for. Every night she sang romances and recited poems about freedom, hoping that maybe Clarice would understand and run away. Even so, guilt stabbed Adele's heart every time she saw Clarice smile, because she knew that life inside the church was nothing but hypocrisy. One morning in the imperial capital, she fled, becoming a nomad, and her final destination was the Sylvania Academy. She arrived there completely covered in blood. At first, she didn't understand what was happening or why the dragon would be revived now, but when she saw everything before her, she understood exactly what needed to be done and how it all would happen. When she entered the chapel, the third apostle of Telos, Taldarek, forbade her from entering, so she rolled up her sleeves and showed the saint's mark. She took advantage of the surprise attack to enter the cathedral, but the apostles were already there, all gathered, using their power to awaken the dragon of the sacred lance. The catalyst of the ritual was a dagger that contained the fang of the dragon Wellbrock. Adele tried countless times to convince Verdio, but no one listened to her. When she realized that Clarice was not in the cathedral and was still in the Trix dormitory, Adele concluded that everyone had assumed the stories about the dragon of the sacred lance were just exaggerated legends. In the end, they were forced to use the saint as a last resort to save them. They needed her sacrifice to put the dragon back to sleep. They used the sacrificial circle inscribed on the chapel floor for that. Then, everything came to an end. Adele was the sacrifice. She stood at the center of the circle. Even if her life had been meaningless until then, at least now it had a purpose. Everything might have been built on lies, but she saw light in Clarice's eyes, and that was enough. What no one predicted was that the blessing of holy magic would protect her body. The aspectual magic within her was activated to its maximum limit. The aspectual magic used the sacred power as fuel, which completely doubled the flow of time, making everything repeat again and again. Adele was surprised the last time she saw Clarice, but she knew she did not have much power left. She thought one or maybe two times would be enough. Every time she returned in time, she went back to the cathedral, but this time, unlike all the others, she found Ed along the way. Ed asked if she preferred orange juice or just cold water. He was sweaty because he had run there again. Adele remembered the moment when Verdio realized they could not stop the dragon and that they needed a miracle. Precisely today, when the world needed to believe in the Order of Telos again. But it was clear that the arrogance of the Order had nearly caused the end of the world. They underestimated the power of the dragon of the sacred lance, and the only way to stop it was with the saint offering herself in the sacrifice rune, either the life of one saint or the life of the other. While being sacrificed, Adele felt no remorse, because she believed that this had always been her duty. However, the sacred blessing protected her body, and this completely changed the temporal flow of the world. Even so, she was not affected. She only stayed alive long enough to repeat everything. Her body could no longer stand. She opened her eyes and was back in the hall again, but each time everything repeated, the sacred power diminished until it nearly vanished. She repeated it many times, sacrificing herself non-stop. stop. That was her punishment. She thought she should never have passed her duty to someone else. If she had done everything alone from the beginning, things would have been much simpler, but that could not last forever. So she gave up trying to convince Verdio and simply started to sacrifice herself again and again. She thought that this time, when she entered the cathedral, she would throw herself directly into the sacrifice circle to try to save lives. She was almost there, but now, at that moment, Ed was holding her. He sat Adele down on a bench and said he knew she would die very soon. She was shocked to hear that and remembered. She remembered that Ed Rothtaylor, from the beginning, knew she would die. He knew the future. Until that moment, he had never said anything like that to her directly. Adele's response had always been the same. She said she knew. That conversation felt like a distant memory. That's how she felt after going back in time so many times. Nothing changed. That conversation had happened inside the cathedral as well. She needed to leave and fulfill her duty. She needed to end everything. But Ed said he didn't know everything, and asked if that was really all she had to say. She was going to die, and that was all? Adele asked what was wrong. She needed to hurry back, but Ed insisted. He asked if that was truly it. Adele thought and confirmed that in every time loop, she died. Always. She had known that for a long time, and until then, never had anything to say about her own death. Probably what Ed would say, if he were there, would just be that. Seeing Clarice's smile would be enough, that was all. But Adele asked him to leave her alone. That's when she found herself in another memory, the moment she was abandoned by her father, and Ed appeared there too, asking again if that was really all. Adele thought that at that moment she wanted to say something else, but she didn't. What she wanted to say was that she wasn't obligated, that she wanted to scream, that she wanted to beg him to stay with her. In the end, after so many lies and time loops, Adele finally spoke. She said she was scared, that she was afraid, that she didn't want to die. Ed sighed and said that finally she had said it. Ed took a sip of cold water, and Ed said it was clear she had been through many difficult things. He asked her to tell him the whole story, because now they were going to put an end to it. After Adele told the whole story, Ed decided that it was best if they separated. He went after Adele himself, while Clarice went directly to the cathedral where Taldarek was. He asked why Clarice was there, since she was supposed to be waiting in the dormitory. But Clarice walked past him, completely ignoring his presence, thinking that this time she would learn the whole story. Clarice arrived and told everyone to stop. The Pope, the Apostles, and Vardio. She said she had believed in Vardio all this time, thinking he would never put anyone's life at risk. But Vardio responded that she was correct, for he lived for the good of the imperial capital. According to him, Saint Telos always stands above everyone and everything, but the ignorant population would never believe unless they showed something truly impressive. Clarice asked if that was why he wanted to summon the dragon of the sacred lance, and Vardio replied that it wouldn't take long. Clarice said he was underestimating the power of that dragon, and said that from the very beginning he knew. From the start he intended to use the saint's life as a sacrifice. Vardio replied that it was just a life insurance policy, to make sure everything ended well later. Ed explained that the truth was not pretty, and summed it up by saying the church was in decline, losing followers and running out of money, so they decided to revive the dragon of the sacred lance, so the apostles could, in quotes, defeat it, and restore the fame and power of the Order of Telos. Adele added that Archbishop Vardio had always been like that, someone who, as an ordinary priest, made the congregation grow and filled the warehouses of the holy imperial capital, and that was how he proved his faith. Ed asked if Adele had tried to convince them not to do it, but she said that as someone who had fled from her responsibility as a saint, she had lost all trust from the order, so of course no one would listen to anything she said. Vardio always used force to make everyone agree with him, and he also brought a force no one could fight against. The 8 apostles of Telos, the most powerful army of the holy imperial capital. At that moment, Vardio apologized to Clarice, saying it wouldn't take long, and declared that he would put her to sleep for a while. Adele said that, considering the strength of the apostles, there was nothing they could do, until suddenly she blushed, because Ed picked her up onto his back. Ed said that strength and power weren't a big concern, because he knew someone even stronger. And right at the top of the cathedral, a lightning bolt struck, a high-rank electric magic, a divine punishment that hit the apostles directly on the head. Vardio asked who could have done that, and the answer came soon after. After striking down one of the apostles with lightning and binding the others with spectral magic, Lucy appeared saying she did not fear Telos, because she was an atheist. Lucy said she didn't believe in God, but she believed in punishment, and that was something she believed in. Sinners should be afraid. Vardio asked what she meant by that, but another apostle was knocked down like a piece of trash. Lucy asked if he didn't know that it was written in their own Bible that arrogance is a sin and therefore should be punished. When Vardio asked what she was doing, he ordered the 2 remaining apostles, the 2nd and the 8th, to try to stop her, but their attacks were completely useless. With a simple spell, Lucy easily took one of them down. But there was still one last apostle, the guardian Taldarek himself, who was ready to finish off Lucy, killing her right there. Except, when he tried to strike her, she simply vanished. Lucy wasn't just a master of speed, she was the master of space-time. Using spatial advance, she moved behind poor Taldarek and cast an electric spell directly into his body. Vardio wondered how all the apostles had failed to stop her, and whether that monster was really her. But the most important important thing was understanding how she knew what was happening in there. He thought the plan was to revive the Dragon of the Sacred Lance and defeat it to increase the authority of the Order, and that the chosen stage was Arkan Island, where the students were. To make sure the plan wouldn't fail, Verdio had sealed the box and hidden everything. He told the Pope they needed to leave, but Lucy asked if he was trying to run away. Before he could escape, she used time prison, and he wasn't fast enough. But at the last moment, one of the apostles appeared to save Verdio, and he ordered them to capture the saint. The apostle then ran off with the saint in his arms, while another remained frozen by Lucy's time magic. Verdio thought he would take the evidence away and use the Pope's authority to pressure the academy, but Lucy cast another high-rank electric spell, Divine Punishment. One last apostle jumped in front and took the full impact of the magic. At that moment, another apostle fled with the Pope, while the previous one continued the saint's abduction. They said the order would be victorious, but Lucy complained that they were all extremely annoying. One of the apostles told Verdio that even if they escaped, they would be found soon. Verdio said that was fine, that they just needed a moment. He would destroy all the evidence and accuse the academy of an act of violence. But just as they were about to leave, a storm of fire stopped them. It was a basic ignition spell, and the apostle wondered how such a simple spell could be so powerful. At the last moment, she managed to repel the ceremonial dagger thrown by Ed, which was imbued with the spiritual explosion formula. The explosion was so intense that it could be seen from the horizon. The apostle was completely charred and left behind by Verdio. Ed ordered Verdio to stop, but he tried to run. Verdio thought that boy knew where they would escape to, and tried to cast a holy spell to hit him, but Mug stepped in the way and took the full magical hit, becoming seriously damaged. Ed let him go, and he fled toward the forest. Verdio believed that if he could hide with the evidence, everything would work out. The forest was dense, and according to him, no one would be able to move through it. But Ed knew exactly how to move through that forest, and was about to cut Verdio's neck. He ordered him to hand over the necklace, grabbed Verdio by the hair, and the two of them tumbled down the slope. Verdio ended up on top with his sacred staff and managed to hit Ed with a direct shot, but Ed counterattacked and stabbed him in the chest. Still, Verdio didn't let go of the evidence. Ed shouted, demanding that he hand it over at once. Earlier, Adele had warned that the Archbishop was very strong, even compared to the apostles, and that he was still extremely dangerous. But what worried Ed was the time. They had to stop the dragon from awakening, and they knew that the church's plan had been in preparation for a long time. Even with Lucy's help, the chance of failure was still high. It would be good if they could go back in time one more time, but judging by Adele's condition, that seemed impossible. Adele said it was fine, that if Ed failed, she could still go back in time a few more times, but Ed knew that was a lie. Her power was already nearly exhausted, and she could drop dead at any moment. With no time to waste, Ed killed the Archbishop. When he picked up the Wellbrock Fang dagger, it was still charged with magic. Verdio, even while wounded, said the dragon would soon be resurrected, that the apostles would deal with it, and that the saint would fall, and then everyone would recognize the greatness of Lord Telos. At that moment, the awakening finally began. The dragon of the sacred spear was coming back to life. Now Ed understood everything. To prevent the seal from being broken, the church members had ordered the Archbishop to take the necklace off the island. The problem was that no one would remember that. He needed to find a way to keep that information safe. Adele needed to make the sacrifice one last time. If Ed couldn't pass the information to her, everything would fail again. Even if she had shown her true feelings in the end, everything would still end the same way. Ed said it was already too late again, but someone interrupted him, asking what difference a little delay made. It was Lucy, still standing despite all her wounds. Ed said Lucy had to hear his words, that she had to pass them on to Adele or to Clarice, but Lucy simply pulled Ed down to sit. She said there was no need to rush, that she wasn't going anywhere, and that all she needed to do was pass the message to Adele or to the saint. Then she wrote on the magic scroll the words, "You must steal the necklace of the Wellbrock Fangs as soon as possible. Leave the cathedral. Verdio is planning to use the authority of the order to cover up the crime." Ed commented that it wasn't just her mana, but all of Lucy's magic was amazing. She replied that with enough practice, anyone could learn. Either way, Ed thanked her. The dragon of the sacred spear had been revived once more, but this time all the information was preserved, recorded in the scroll. Everything was there, the location, the method, and the escape route. Ed wondered if Adele, on the verge of collapse, would be able to remember all of it. The real problem was time. He thought that if he were to lose his memories, how could he come up with a plan so quickly? Could they really defeat the apostles, steal the necklace, and still escape the island? Then Lucy said she had made a promise to that old man, promising to protect the academy from any danger, and that she would fulfill that promise at least one last time. Ed replied that he knew that she had already said that the last time. Lucy said that was exactly why, even if she went back in time many times, she would face that dragon every time. Ed agreed, saying he would do the same. Lucy said she had come to the academy to fulfill the old man's final promise, but perhaps she had been waiting for that moment all along. Now, she was tired of the endless wait. However, time would rewind one last time. Trying to stop the dragon would be useless, so Lucy said she would rather die in Ed's arms. She said she was sure the two of them would forget everything. Ed agreed, saying he thought so too. Lucy said there was something she wanted to say, something she had never found the right moment to reveal. The walls of the magic barrier began to collapse. It wasn't a romantic moment, but if she didn't say it now, she never would. Lucy said she couldn't live without Ed anymore, and that he couldn't leave. Ed replied that it wasn't a particularly difficult request for him. The dragon attacked again, and it started raining scales from the dragon of the sacred spear. Neither of them resisted or cried in pain. They simply held each other for warmth. After a long time, the rain stopped, and they remained in that position, in each other's arms. Then time rewound once more. Adele realized that her holy power was completely burning out. She could no longer be affected by time magic, and could no longer go back to the past. She thought she could finally die, but in the end, she hadn't been able to stop the dragon's awakening. When she saw Clarice for the last time, it was painful, but still, she felt happy. Even if her smile for Clarice had been a lie, she felt truly happy in that moment. In contrast, the reunion with Ed Rothtailor was detestable. His will to survive had destroyed all her plans. Now, in agony in that terrible state, Adele remembered the nature of what she had to do. She needed to stop the dragon's awakening. She needed to die, according to her fate. She confirmed Ed Rothtailor's plan through the magic scroll, but knew that plan was impossible. First, Clarice would have to convince Ed that he had lost his memories due to the distorted flow of time. Then, throughout the morning, he would have to come up with a new plan and gain enough power to defeat the apostles of Telos. Mobilizing all that would also take time, and Adele knew Ed wouldn't reach the cathedral in time. Verdio's plan had already begun. The magical power was already being infused into the necklace, and it was only a matter of time before the dragon awakened. The sun was fading, and the shadows would grow soon. Adele thought that as soon as she crossed that hallway, she would reach the chapel. There, she would sacrifice her body once more. But then she saw something surprising, something flying in the sky. At the moment time returned to normal, Ed collapsed with a sharp headache. At that moment, he was reading Introduction to Aspectual Magic, and it is explained that for those who have developed resistance to spectral magic, this kind of magic does not affect them directly. Adele's regression magic was a combination of spectral and holy magic. The blessing of holy magic grants resistance to holy magic itself. That's why Clarice was able to keep her memories. Perhaps it was because Adele had lost part of her strength, or maybe because Ed was already studying spectral magic. Right before the regression, the spectral magic inside Ed's body resisted Adele's spectral magic. As a result, he remembered all possible futures. He remembered all the times he had died. He remembered all the outcomes that had gone wrong. Ed thought he would go insane from so much information, but he finally managed to stand. He said that now it was a race against time. That thing flying in the sky was a great wind summon, and the one riding it was Ed. He flew high and easily stole the Wellbrock Fang dagger, now charged with power. Defying everyone there, he faced Verdio and the apostles. Verdio ordered the apostles to eliminate him, but Ed barely managed to dodge. Ed thought that throughout these endless cycles, these time loops, the beginning was almost always the same. St. Clarice would drag him into the carriage, explain time and his service number. Then he would travel, organize his thoughts, and take time to understand the situation. While thinking about this, Verdio said he didn't know who Ed was, but asked if he truly intended to face the apostles of Telos. Ed thought the answer had always been right beside him, literally. That summon, the great wind eagle, belonged to Jenica. He realized that she was faster than any carriage, much stronger than him, and above all, someone who would believe in him no matter what he said. She was the one who had always been with him. Jenica Failover. Ed held the dagger and thought they were truly in a race against time. They had less than an hour. The necklace with the fang was already activated, and it was the key to awakening the sacred spear dragon. Once it started resonating, the dragon sealed beneath Arkan Island would awaken. That meant there was only one solution. Before the dragon could be revived, they had to throw that fang far enough so the magic wouldn't resonate with it. Verdio asked what they were doing. He ordered the apostles to go after Ed, but Ed left a little gift for them. His dagger, now with explosive power, detonated everything around. At that moment, Ed and Jenica took off flying on the eagle, soaring so high they broke through the clouds. Ed told Jenica to find a way to escape as far as possible, because he didn't know exactly where they would end up. But Jenica said she couldn't leave him behind. Ed explained that the last incident might have happened over a year ago, but if she got involved in another one, she would be expelled from the academy. If everything wasn't resolved, she would be considered a fugitive who attacked the order. Still, Jenica spoke of her homeland, Ulan, a remote, desert, isolated, and lawless region. She said that if they needed to hide, no one would ever find them there. Jenica then held his hand and said she knew Ed had been suffering alone all this time. Ed wondered how she could tell, and Jenica replied she could see it just by looking at at his face. She said that if he were expelled, then they would be expelled together. She said it was easier to endure everything if they shared the consequences, even if treated as fugitives. She would never let Ed suffer alone. Ed barely had time to find that moment beautiful because they were already being chased by the apostles. All 6 of them were after them, and he told her to speed up. They had no time to lose. Meanwhile, in the cathedral of the academy, Verdio was badly injured, and St. Clarice walked past him. When Ed regained all his memories, he told Clarice there was something only she could do. He said she knew everything that was going to happen, how it would all end, and that while he tried to stop the dragon's awakening, she needed to stop the archbishop. Clarice was destroying everything in the cathedral. Ed explained that the archbishop was a terrifying fanatic, willing to do anything for his beliefs, and that he would try to use the order to cover up everything that had happened. Clarice asked how long he would stand there watching while she confronted the Pope. Ed replied that she needed to win over the Pope, not the archbishop, so Clarice demanded that the Pope excommunicate Verdio once and for all. Meanwhile, in the skies above the academy, a real war was taking place. Janica and Ed dodged arrows launched by the apostles until wind blades were hurled at them. Ed realized they couldn't dodge, and so the 2 of them had to jump from the wind summoning. In the air, slicing through the clouds, Ed managed to catch Janica, but the apostles were still in pursuit. The priority was to protect the necklace. Janica then whispered in Ed's ear, asking if he could handle the rest. Before he could answer, she pushed him away and threw herself into the air. Janica said she believed in him. Then, she activated the ring of the golden phoenix, and the light that emerged illuminated the entire sky above the academy, surprising the students. The airflow in the atmosphere was completely altered, and all the air above the academy was used to generate wind summons. Among the various summoned spirits, one stood out. Even though it was a sunny day, something blocked the sunlight. Some said it was the presence of the spirit of spirits. The first one, the Elder. It was the first water spirit to come to life, the only existence of its kind in nature, and the most powerful water spirit known. Freed, the blue whale. While the apostles were distracted by the wind eagles, their attacks barely harmed Freed. Ed and Janica were on her, advancing toward the cathedral. Ed realized he was sure the necklace was losing its magical power, and at that pace they would succeed in preventing the awakening. However, he also noticed that Janica was using too much power. She was flushed, sweaty, clearly under the effects of the ring. Janica commented that she would probably be bedridden after that and almost fainted, but Ed quickly held her and asked if she was okay. He even touched her to check if she had a fever, which made Janica turn even redder. Not because of a fever, but because she was being touched by Ed, saying that at that rate she would only get worse. Meanwhile, the apostles reworked their strategy. The best alternative was to focus on the whale, while the others cleared the way for Taldarek. That's exactly what they did. Taldarek advanced with his spear, cutting through everything in his path, heading straight for Freed. He asked how she could control so many spirits, since that could be dangerous even for herself. He said he didn't want to kill her, but he would have to. However, there was another spirit behind Taldarek, and Ed ordered Tarkin to deal with him. When Taldarek turned around, his spear was grabbed by Tarkin, and Ed had already launched an attack from behind, locking the apostle in a chokehold, forcing him to escape by flying. Janica then begged Tarkin to protect Ed, and they both crashed forcefully onto the forest floor. Taldarek said that not only had he summoned a high-level spirit, but he was also controlling another one, solely to protect Ed. The apostle acknowledged that Janica had extremely high power and immense talent, but said that the apostles of Telos, for bearing the duty of God, were even stronger. He demanded that Ed hand over the necklace immediately, or else both he and the sorceress would die. But Ed said he was wrong. He knew he could no longer go back in time, as he no longer had the hourglass of Delheim, and even though his mind was filled with memories of his many past deaths, he could not allow himself to die again. That is why he decided he would survive. His opponent, however, was the third apostle of Telos, Taldarek, who activated the awakening of the divine body, becoming practically a living armored wall. Ed remembered all the previous battles against Taldarek, knowing that his speed surpassed that of sound, which made it impossible to dodge with the naked eye. Unable to see the attack, Ed closed his eyes, and at the moment he would have been struck in the neck by Taldarek's spear. He activated Marilda's windshield, a counterattack that could only be used once. He took advantage of the opening and launched a concentrated explosion, causing great damage and sending the apostle flying. Taldarek then asked if Ed would be able to endure until the end, and Ed thought of his old problem. His firepower was extremely limited. That was when Tarkin said to leave the firepower to him. He simply devastated what was left of the apostle, and also destroyed part of the forest. However, Taldarek managed to dodge with his high speed, and came down with a precise spear attack, striking Tarkin's head and undoing the summoning. Tarkin apologized to Janica for not being able to protect him, and Ed understood that this was the worst possible scenario. Janica's magic magic was nearly depleted. She would not be able to summon Tarkin again, and on top of that, Ed also needed time to recover. As a last resort, he fired magical arrows, but his water arrows were turning to steam due to the intense heat. Ed created a mist to try to obscure Taldarek's vision, but the apostle said it was an obvious trick and struck Ed's chest, tearing it. Ed had already expected him to be that powerful, because in one of his time loops, the only way he managed to kill him was with Marilda's help. But at that moment, the Golden Phoenix Ring was not with him, it was with Janica, and he would never be able to summon Marilda on his own. He thought there had to be another way. Desperate, he kept blocking Taldarek's strikes with his magic barrier until it broke, and he was thrown far, on the verge of death. Taldarek approached to finish him off, and Ed Rothtailor once again faced death. He remembered all the times he died, all the times someone tried to save him, but now that he had recovered all his memories, he had also regained all the levels he had earned through his battles. Now he understands. Now he can. It doesn't matter if it's divine power or spiritual resonance, the way he learns magic is different. It was countless failures that taught him, memories of pure determination, desperation to survive. That story that once seemed meaningless had become the full manifestation of Marilda. As the old saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Ed landed a headbutt on Taldarek. Even so, Taldarek retaliated and tried to strike him with the spear, but Mug stepped in, deflecting the attack. From the water arrow that followed, Rhea appeared, biting the apostle's arm. With the last magical arrow he had left, Ed thought he would not regret it. He would not regret killing someone who took so many lives in the name of blind faith. So he drove the arrow straight into Taldarek's heart. And he didn't stop there. He kept beating him until he was sure he was dead. Even as the body twisted, the flesh burned, and the teeth gnashed in hatred. Ed finally understood. The only truth in this world is life. It is survival. He left the forest with that thought, knowing he did not have much time left, because there were still things to be done. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, Clarice was still trying to convince the Pope. She said it was necessary to excommunicate the old man, but the Archbishop made that typical good boy face, pretending to be kind, asking if the Pope would really trust the saint, especially her, who according to him knew nothing. Verdio replied that everything was for the future of the order. Clarice questioned him, saying that if she knew nothing, how did he explain the plan to use the necklace with Wellbrock's fang to revive the dragon of the sacred spear, just so the apostles could defeat it and further increase the fame of the order? Wasn't that the plan? Verdio asked how she knew that. Clarice answered that they had tried many times to hunt that dragon, but the church never succeeded. Clarice said it was a flawed plan, one that would never work, and they were repeating the same mistake over and over. Now she was starting to understand. Of course, as the one responsible for everything that had happened, Verdio would not let her say whatever she wanted. Even so, she asked if he would truly believe the words of a mere young priestess who supposedly knew nothing. After all, they were there because of the future of the church. The saint reacted, questioning what he meant by knows nothing. She then explained that they had resurrected the sacred dragon using Wellbrock's necklace, and afterward left the rest to the apostles of Telos. That had been his plan. Verdio asked how she knew that, and she replied that even after repeating the battle against the sacred dragon countless times, the church had never managed to defeat it even once. His plan was doomed to fail. She had seen that outcome repeat itself over and over again, watching them fail every single time. That was why she was there at that moment. In the end, the only remaining option would be to offer her own life to the circle of sacrifice. If that was truly the will of the god Telos, she would make that sacrifice. But many innocent people who were living their lives in peace would die along with her. If the church became responsible for so many deaths, no one would trust that institution anymore, not even she herself. Verdio replied that the truth was simple, no one could know about it. But St. Clarice said that she knew the entire plan, and that if she died there, the person who had brought her to that place, the person she wanted to save, would have that truth spread across the entire continent. Not only her, but the whole world would begin to doubt them. Verdio then said that man must be somewhere within Arkan Island, and that if the saint herself no longer trusted the church, she should not use her position for that. The Pope asked if he was referring to the position of Supreme Pontiff. For decades, a petty coward incapable of choosing between reality and doctrine had occupied the throne of the church, but if someone with true conviction stood at the front, he, as old as he was, could only follow behind. He had always done that. That was why he wanted to leave the future of the church in the hands of the one whose faith was strongest, the one who had shown the most determined gaze in that place. He would follow the will of the saint, not Verdio. Clarice declared that his plan had never succeeded, and this time it would not even begin. In the name of Telos, as Supreme Pontiff and highest servant of the god Telos, she, Clarice, the saint, excommunicated Archbishop Verdio. He responded by asking if she truly thought that would change anything. Then he grabbed the saint, saying that if he prevented her from entering the circle of sacrifice, no one would be able to stop the resurrection of the dragon. That boy might have run away with the dragon's necklace, but the apostles were after him, and even if he managed to shake them off, he would not be able to keep running for long in that condition. Ed, holding the necklace, stated that it was not over yet. At this rate, the dragon would soon be resurrected. The saint said she would not allow things to end the way he had planned. Another person grabbed her arm and stood by her side, because she was far stronger stronger than Verdio. And then, finally, she used her divine release to annihilate him. On the ground, already defeated with his body partially charred, Verdio murmured that God himself had said that the life of a saint was to follow only the light, and asked why she was filled with so many colors. She replied that she was a saint, but also a student. She had learned at first glance that light may appear to be only white, but within a single beam there are all kinds of colors: red, gold, green, blue, and violet. At that moment, Lucy took the dragon talisman and launched it far away like a comet. Clarice knew that light, when combined with all those colors, is exactly what forms pure white light. Episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The second group combat training. Taylor, now a veteran, had to face the first-year students. However, he met resistance, as everyone wanted to defeat him to secure good grades, and his opponents were quite powerful. All of this happened right at the beginning of the scenario, and for some reason, none of the Class A students appeared among the first years. At that moment, Ed arrived riding Marilda, but it did not last long because he had no mana, crashing face first onto the road. Even so, the scenario continued. Taylor defeated his last opponent, the leader of the first-year alchemy division, Claude, who did not accept defeat. He drank the forbidden potion, the blood of the evil god, and transformed into the intermediate boss of the chapter, beginning to use dark magic. It became an endless sequence of trials, and Taylor ended up falling. As it was the end of the episode, the protagonist had already faced countless enemies. At that moment, Ed was riding Raisia, which also disappeared midway, and he fell face first onto the ground again. He knew that for Taylor it was difficult even to stand up, but even so he stood up, and the scenario continued. He fought Claude with all his power, and with an elemental slash, the ability that cuts through darkness and all other elements, he won. The third episode, the second group combat training, originally ends like this. Taylor, who used to be the subject of ridicule among the students and was called a failed swordsman, was now recognized as one of the strongest in the academy. He received congratulations from students, teachers, and friends, and his achievement was etched into everyone's memory. But that joy did not last long, because as he left the test site, Taylor received the news of the death of a companion, the bard prophet Adele. The news was delivered, but it was not clearly explained how she had died. Originally, she was meant to leave the story in that way. However, before she could throw herself into the symbol of sacrifice as the true saint, Ed pulled her out, covered in blood, because he wanted to change the original course of the story. Taylor's group received no news of anyone dying, and all they heard was that there had been a disturbance in the church. Verdio stood up, charged at the saint, and was beaten by the knights. Everything was properly resolved within the church, and with that the saint of suspicion ceased to exist. The resurrection of the sacred dragon also did not happen. Without the saint, the church army did not invade Arkan Island, and because of that, the Act 3 boss, Lucy Awakened, did not appear. Compared to the original script, it is possible that more things happened, but Lucy only said she wanted to eat dried meat, and the academy remained at peace. 2 days passed, and Ed went to visit Janice, asking if she was okay. She told him not to come in, as she needed to bathe and still could not see properly. The cost of using a future spell had been too high. Janice would not be able to use magic for a while, and her vision had also been impaired. The Supreme High Spirit Frida, who had faced the 5 apostles, apparently fell in the forest outside the island. Janice had lost consciousness and, when she opened her eyes, she was in the cabin, not knowing how she had gotten there, but she felt at peace. Someone spoke behind Ed, saying that when something like that happened, he needed to look for her first. Ed then thanked Belle Maya for being there. He knew that when a person becomes a governess, household duties tend to be set aside a bit, but judging by Belle's expression, she missed that work somewhat. She asked if he was okay. He said he was, but that he was worried about Janice, who still could not see properly. Belle also asked about his state of mind, and he replied that he was better. She said that the most important thing now was to take care of Miss Janice, and, just to be safe, reminded him that it was necessary to change her clothes and clean the sweat. He replied that it was somewhat obvious. Belle admitted that young Ed would not make that kind of mistake, but pointed out that in youth, with hormones running high, if not now, when would he have the chance to make such a mistake? Sometimes, perhaps it was not so bad to listen to one's inner voice. Ed slammed the door in her face, telling her to stop talking nonsense. She then appeared at the window, commenting that she had just spoken to him informally. He stared at her in silence, slowly turned around and walked away. When Belle went inside, she said that leaving a patient in a dusty place like that was almost a crime, and that it would have been better to take her to the academy infirmary. She opened the window wide to let in fresh air, but Janice warned that she was changing clothes. Belle, very perceptive, realized that Ed's mind was full, and that opening the window and door while trying to help Janice bathe had been a bit excessive. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. He had only been away from the camp for 2 days, but it felt like he had been gone for a month. Then someone approached, a hooded girl with a guitar in her hands. Kylie, or rather, Saint Clarice. She explained that Archbishop Verdio had been officially excommunicated, taken to the Holy City by the apostles and the Pope himself, and that the final punishment would be decided by the Pope. She believed that everything had been the work of an archbishop with misguided ideas, who had used the power of a church already in decline. If that could serve as a turning point, perhaps the church could follow a new path. So she decided to believe, at least once. Adele had disappeared. She used her position as a saint to search for her, but could not find any trace. Ed asked if she had anything to say to Adele. She replied that at first she wanted to tell everything she had experienced after leaving the holy city, but now she only wanted to say thank you. She decided to leave one of Adele's instruments there. After all, she had already been everywhere, and who knows, she might choose that camp as her next destination. She then asked if Ed would stay there during the break. He answered that he had nowhere else to go, so probably yes. She made a small request, that he treat her as a freshman, not as a saint. He replied that it had always been like that, and that maybe it sounded more natural back when she was still Kylie, not the saint, but she said that was not quite it. It was that if she ever needed him, she hoped he would not hesitate to ask for help. She did not promise to repay everything she had received, but she would do her best. When she left, only Ed and the sunset remained, until someone said it was time to go. If they stayed any longer, they might run into Clarice again. Ed asked if she was really okay with that. Adele replied that even without her sacred powers or divine strength, she could still move. He then asked if it was really fine to leave without speaking to Clarice one last time. She answered yes, because she no longer had any song left to sing, and no longer had the courage to lie so openly. Thinking about it, everything had been a lie from the beginning, saying that she praised the god Talos, saying that she had traveled the entire world, the songs that praised freedom. All the songs she had sung with that lute were lies. She said that while throwing the lute into the fire, explaining that she would personally visit every place she had lied about to Clarice. It would be a long journey, and she wanted to get rid of heavy burdens. Until then, her journey had been an escape from fate, but this time it would be a journey. Ed asked what the difference really was. She replied that now she had a place to return to. She needed to be back within 3 years, because she could not let Clarice graduate without saying goodbye. When the journey ended, she wanted to return and show the new songs she had written. He answered that he could help her find the ideal wood to make a new instrument. In the end, he asked if that was truly everything. He said that now that she had lost both her magical and divine powers, she could no longer see the future. The future she knew ended there. Now, for the first time, she would have to depart from a completely new starting point, beginning a journey without knowing what awaited her. There was no longer a predetermined plot, and the future could be even more terrible than she expected. Ed asked if she was not afraid, and perhaps he was asking that question to himself. She replied that yes, she was afraid, but she was also very excited. At night, Ed thought that many things had changed. He had just spoken with a girl who originally should have been dead. He was not talking only about the script, but about a split in time created by a decision, a choice between moving away from Arkan Island to stop the resurrection of the dragon, or returning to save Adele. At that moment, he chose to stop the resurrection. He chose to sacrifice Adele. If her sacred powers had weakened and Lucy had not retained her memories, he would have abandoned Adele for the sake of his own survival. After all, he was that kind of person. Even in his past life, using survival as a shield, he easily ignored things like compassion, duty, companionship, and friendship if it meant staying alive. He poked the lute until it turned to ashes and went out, thinking that now summer had arrived, and that many things had changed. Janice approached with slow steps and leaned against him sleepily, and he knew that many things had changed. Ed Rothtaylor, who should not even exist in the academy, had become a model student. Janice, the Act 1 boss, was by his side. Lucy, the Act 3 boss, had been erased from the story, but even so, there were things that did not change. Even if he twisted the course of the story, or turned a blind eye to someone's sacrifice, in the end, he would always survive. When darkness fell over the camp and Adele departed, that was when the scenario changed completely. At the moment, the nearest main event would be the Lucy extermination battle. The skill, proficiency, and experience that can only be obtained in that event are incredibly useful for Act 4. Above all, the delay in Taylor's growth was a huge concern for Ed. Although he could not cling forever to a story that had already gone wrong, Taylor's growth served as a guarantee for him. And the Lucy extermination battle was an important event to ease the burden on Glocked within Lucy's heart. Lucy, who for some reason usually seemed almost like part of the scenery, always dozing around, was no longer appearing at the camp. Ed wondered if it was really okay to keep going like that. Then he woke up very early from another nightmare. Even without clearly remembering what the dream had been about, he knew it was bad. As soon as the final exams were over, the break would begin. Ed wondered if it was because of that brief moment of peace that he was feeling this way, remembering his life before coming to that world, all the deaths and all the burdens. Before coming to this world, he used to have that kind of dream every day. Ziggs in the council room was talking about Ed. He said that Ed claimed he was fine, but it was possible to feel that something was off. If you did not pay close attention, he seemed normal, because he hid it well. He was busy as always, doing the necessary activities of camp life, working as a scholarship student, doing everything. But Ziggs Ziggs's instincts told him that Ed was carrying a very heavy burden. The extremely exhausted Tanya, with huge dark circles under her eyes, said that she was also worried about her brother. Ziggs replied that although his focus was a bit different, he was worried as well. Ed's circle of relationships was complex, and the fact that he was psychologically affected was not very common. The guy had always been like a wall, and maybe this was an opportunity. Meanwhile, at the camp, Janice was already awake and ready, saying that she thought she could now handle low-level spirits, and that her vision was less blurry. She felt a bit uneasy about the possibility of her mana becoming unstable, but with him by her side she could calm down. Besides, it was almost time for class and the exams were approaching. Ed replied that yes, they could begin. Janice then focused her power, her mana, and Ed noticed that she did not usually use incantations to summon low-level spirits, but she was reciting one now. He recognized the spell, and she summoned Mug, who exclaimed that she had finally called him, but then she became very weak, and Ed caught her before she could fall. She turned completely red, and he asked if she could hear him, telling Mug to enter as well. She replied that the mana burden had been greater than she expected, and that she had only become dizzy. He said that was concerning, that her recovery was very slow, and touched her forehead, commenting that she was very hot. She replied that she was not hot because of mana. Lortel then appeared, saying that seeing that with her own eyes was a bit strange. She had come to see Ed, but even having prepared herself mentally, that scene was a bit too much. She noticed that they had built another small cabin there, and said she did not even want to hear how all of that had happened. Janice, who still could not see properly, asked if it was her Lortel. She confirmed, and Janice announced that she and Ed had decided to live together. Lortel said that was inappropriate, and that they were at most neighbors. She had not come just to see how Ed was doing. She had also brought important information. She did not know what his financial situation was, but she recommended that he buy books and supplies for magical engineering in advance. Janice replied that if they bought now, it might even be cheaper, but the break had not even started yet. Lortel explained that it was not about being expensive or cheap, but that once the break ended, it would be impossible to find any. She also told Janice to consider herself very lucky for having heard that. Janice replied that now that she lived with Ed, who was always by her side, she would not call it luck. Lortel got angry again. Ed noticed that Janice was acting a bit strange. She did not usually get into arguments, especially with Lortel, and it was also hard to know how Lortel would react to that. So Lortel just said it was irritating and left, but commented that the place was actually quite nice. The air was good, the water flowed gently, and now she understood why Lucy liked to take naps there so much. When Janice's vision fully returned, she clearly saw Lortel's smile, knowing that she would do something else. Later, Lortel left a letter for Belle Maya in the main dormitory, which appeared to be a salary proposal. Belle replied that it was a bit sudden, and that the salary would be 3 full gold coins. It was certainly high, but she had worked at the Ophelius mansion for many years, and no matter how high the salary offered was, however, one of the maids had accidentally looked at the governess contract, and even she doubted her own eyes. The salary of 3 gold coins was per day. Belle could not believe it. Later, Lortel's staff approached Ed at his camp. Dune introduced himself as an agent working under the orders of Lortel's representative, and also handling sales for the Sylvania Elite Company branch. The woman beside him was named Rihanna. They had come to carry out a basic survey. The guild representative had come to that place because she apparently wanted to build a country house there, and Dune had come to take some initial measurements of the land. Ed was confused by the idea of a country house. Rihanna said it was an honor to meet him, Professor Ed. He replied that being called Professor all the time felt a bit strange, that they were probably the same age, and there was no need for such an uncomfortable title. Dune said that even so, Professor Ed was someone his employer held in high regard, and that it cost nothing to make a good impression. He added that Lady Lortel did not like sending association staff to that place, because she knew better than anyone how ridiculous she looked when meeting Professor Ed, and she surely understood that as well. After all, she acted like a girl from a flower shop, but in front of her staff she was a very cold woman, as if molten metal ran through her veins. Ed said that sounded like respect for her. Dune replied that among them it was a compliment, and that in any case, if there was anything related to association work that was difficult to ask her directly, he could speak to him instead. He also took a gift out of his bag, a distilled drink that even the Oldek black market had difficulty obtaining. The alcohol content was high, so he warned Ed to be careful, because without alcohol tolerance he would go down instantly. Aline had taken just one sip and passed out for the entire afternoon. She told him to stop talking so casually about her embarrassing moments. Ed said he was being underestimated. As Dune left, he said that actually, Ed was the one underestimating himself. Later, Ed was very stressed at Clayton's general store, because according to what Lortel had said, books and school materials needed to be purchased well in advance. Since he could already craft almost everything manually, his focus ended up being on consumable items. But then he noticed someone clearly following him. Annis. He asked why she was there. She explained that she had also come to buy some things and had not expected to find him there, since he spent almost all his time in the laboratory, the library, or the camp. When he had suddenly said he would live in a camp, she had been surprised too, but it seemed he was adapting well. Then Janice had suddenly fallen ill and ended up under his care. Claire, right? She understood that kind of situation well, so she had explained the case properly to Claire and finished her work first, since it was more urgent. Of course, Clavius and Onyx were competent, so immediate work should not be a problem. Ed simply thanked her. Ines said she would leave. Then he bumped into her, almost knocking down her purchases. Ed caught both her and the items and told her to be careful. When he noticed what she had bought, he realized it was a pile of strange things: an insect-eaten apple, black bread, and some moldy vegetables. Ines said there was nothing special there, that it did not matter, and that being poor was not a crime, asking if she really needed to make a good impression on him. Anise Lan was famous for being a commoner who seemed more noble than many nobles, but her family had gone bankrupt as soon as she entered Sylvania, and now she paid her tuition by working as a student assistant. Ed had already imagined that her situation was difficult, but he had not thought her diet would be worse than his, even living in a camp. Later they were together, and she had even bought him a cookie, since she apparently shared an annual bakery subscription with Clara, the kind of thing he did not need to know, but she said it anyway. Anise mentioned that the following week a new professor would arrive to replace Glast, and that she had come to buy the materials that were missing. She asked if he had also bought many things. He replied that he had heard a rumor that prices would rise soon, so he came to buy everything early. Anise said it made sense, since she followed prices every day, and it seemed they had gone up by about 10% compared to the previous month. He asked if it was really every day. She asked if he was implying that she was stingy. He said no, but that it felt strange because they were somewhat alike. Both of them had to worry, because if they suddenly got sick, they would no longer be able to work as scholarship students, and then the tuition, the dorm, everything would be cut off. Anise was used to living as if walking on thin ice every day, just like Ed. For everyone, surviving did not necessarily mean living like him, building a cabin in the forest. For Anise, for example, that academy was the forest. She smiled and genuinely thanked him, saying that she had thought something similar when she first met him. Anyway, she said she would also go buy the materials she needed soon, but commented that if someone could influence the market like that, it was certainly the Merchant Association, and she knew that if that was the case, there would definitely be a clash with the student council. She knew they were making good profits, and did not understand why they would go through that trouble. It was already getting late, and she thanked him for the information and left. Ed had also become curious, wondering why the association had suddenly raised the prices of materials. When a question arises, the most reliable way to find the answer is always to ask the person involved directly. Lortel, who was already by the campfire, said that Dune, honestly, since he was going to divert logistics costs to import drinks, should at least bring some wine, because not every expensive drink was good. Ed asked what that had to do with her, since the alcohol was his now. She replied that depending on how one looked at it, it was also her gift. Dune used to divert logistics costs on his own, bringing products like that, and still thought she did not know. Ed asked why she allowed it, why she pretended not to know. She replied that it made it easier to bring him down when he tried to rebel, but that he probably would not try. It was a bad habit of hers, to trust someone she needed to keep them on a leash, but she had not yet managed to put a leash on him. Taking him by the arm, she asked how about they hold each other's leash, since he must also have things he wanted to ask. Then they went out for a night walk, according to Lortel, but they headed to the professor's building, which was a bit far for Ed. In fact, there was no one around, so it was a good place to talk. Ed said that she had used a very classic and predictable method, one that did not suit her. He remembered what she had said about the items, that when the break ended, it would no longer be possible to find any. Basically, on that island, only she could freely control both prices and the quantity of goods. She said she had not expected Mr. Ed to take interest in the internal matters of the association, or asked if he was worried about her. He replied that it was more or less that he had been worried. She said that in moments like that, it would be more polite to say that he was worried about her, dear Lortel. He replied that it was more or less that, indeed. She then asked why they did not exchange weaknesses. Ed asked what her intention was. Lortel explained that they should hold on to each other. If he revealed a weakness, she would reveal one of hers. He asked if she had asked him that question before, when she wanted to know if he had ever killed someone. She said it had been almost a year, but asked why that was coming up now. He replied that he had lied to her. He had killed people in the past, so many that he had lost count. Ed began to explain that she was free to believe it or not, but that he had been on a battlefield in a distant land. When one lives on that kind of front line, one ends up seeing people dying around them often. Among them were those he felt he needed to save at any cost, especially those he had grown attached to and spent a lot of time with, his companions. At first, he clenched his teeth and tried to save them, even knowing he would collapse from exhaustion along the way. He carried one of them who was severely injured and ran across the battlefield, and at another moment, he held a companion who was taking his last breath. He watched his end, cried uncontrollably, but soon ran from there because he was too busy trying to keep himself alive. At first, he suffered emotionally, but as he fought to protect his own life, without realizing it, he became more insensitive. When someone stays in a constant state of alert, intoxicated by the instinct to survive, the only thing on their mind is staying alive. But once he left the battlefield, when he reached moments like that, Ed knew no one was trying to harm him, and somehow, he ended up saving people. The question he had tried so hard to ignore flooded his mind. What if he had not turned his back? Could he have saved someone? Was he the one who had killed all those people? Because of that, a long long time ago, he had reached a conclusion. He decided he would not become anyone's companion. But recently he had forgotten that resolution, a sign that he had lost his way, and he told Lortel that this was his weakness. She replied that, as promised, it was her turn. He himself had said he was curious about the reason she was buying the materials. She explained that recently she had received a report saying that a rat had infiltrated her association, and she was in the middle of the process of hunting it down. Over the past few days, the inventory count of books and materials was not matching, and she realized that someone was diverting the goods. Ed asked if it was not Dune who even bought drinks with the diverted money. She said it was not, because Dune would not dare steal such a large amount, limiting himself to small luxuries using the same tricks. She believed there was someone far more malicious. As soon as the prices went up, that person would try to sell everything before them and run away, and at that moment she could capture him, likely ending up killing someone again. When she had asked that question, it had also been for herself. She had never killed anyone with her own hands, but like him, she considered the people she failed to save the same as having killed them. She was someone who turned her back on people and judged them only as numbers in an accounting book. After all, she was the daughter of gold, and that was how she survived. A merchant who recognized the talent of a child made her his adopted daughter, and later bought her biological parents, poor parents who survived by eating rotten bread somewhere in the slums. They sold their own daughter without knowing that in the end they would be killed to erase evidence. Lortel said that in the end, they were all accomplices. She asked Ed if he knew how much her parents had received for selling her back then, 3 gold coins. She had been sold for that amount, but now she had become someone capable of offering those same 3 coins as daily payment just to recruit someone she liked. Ed asked if he did not think that 3 gold coins per day was excessive. Lortel knew that there were still people who would refuse, but in any case it did not matter. To her, eliminating the rat that had infiltrated the association or controlling Dune who only stabbed her in the back, none of that really mattered. After all, she did not create expectations about anyone and never trusted anyone. Ed replied that it was because she did not want to be disappointed. She confirmed it. That was why she walked alone, and that was her weakness. Ed said that from the beginning, when she had made time in her busy schedule to call him for that walk, she replied that she also had good hearing and could hear things from far away and from many more places than ordinary people. He thought that she had already heard the rumors that he had been somewhat depressed lately. Lortel said she knew. According to her, when children of noble families get married, there is a ritual where they reveal their weaknesses to each other, and the bond between them becomes stronger precisely because both know the weak point of their partner. She asked if he did not find that academy desolate, with no one in places that used to be so full, with the feeling that they had been left alone in that world. For her, that feeling was constant even during the day, but sometimes she needed to feel it. She asked if he understood that loneliness. He replied that he did, that it was comforting. Then they spent a little more of the night embracing each other. The next morning, Maya apologized to Lortel, saying that it was true the salary was high and would be great, but that she had a lot of pride in working at the Ophelius Pavilion. There were moments of dissatisfaction and sometimes she felt exhausted, but even so, she wanted to continue taking care of that place. Lortel said that her offer had been bold even for her, so she was upset by the refusal, but asked if it would not be possible to balance both jobs. She had heard that lately Belle had been making time to take care of Janice. It would be the same thing. She would only need to come by periodically to manage things, handle whatever needed to be done, and leave. About 2 times a week would already be enough. Belle hesitated, and before she could finish responding, Lortel had already thanked her profusely, said the contract was ready, had her sign it, and left saying everything was settled and that she was counting on her to manage the country house. Maya could only mumble a yes. When she realized it, the contract had been ready from the very beginning. She had been manipulated. Although Ed had been immersed in melancholy over the past few days, recalling things from a very distant past, watching other people living their busy lives made him snap out of it. Life at the academy did not stop. Because of that, he decided not to keep dragging himself around feeling down. He did not have time for that because the period of final exams had arrived. He was rushing to finish the staff, and after that, the break would soon come. Before that, he already wanted to finish all the preparations to deal with all the events that had changed. Tanya was reading a letter from her father. He said that he had heard that many students usually return to their family homes during the break, and sent word that she should come to the mansion, rest a bit, return to Sylvania, and bring Ed along. She thought that the elite guide was already giving her a headache, going beyond all limits, and now she was receiving that letter from her father. The next morning, she woke up with a headache, with so many things to deal with. When she left the dormitory, she ran into Lucy, and the two were startled like 2 frightened cats. Tanya asked if she had something to say. Lucy replied that she wanted to apologize. Tanya said she did not need to apologize anymore for that time, that it had already passed, and that the weather had been so nice lately, asking why she did not take a nap. She must be on her way to her brother's camp as well, was she not? Lucy replied that she had not gone there, because taking naps in other places was a bit strange. The hem of her skirt would get dirty, it would gather a lot of dust, her hair would get messy, and she would not look good. Tanya and the maid did not understand. Lucy Merrill was worried about what others thought, but the maid had a more perceptive eye for this kind of thing, and realized that Lucy had a crush on someone specific. She told her not to worry, that Miss Lucy was naturally beautiful, and that the next day, without fail, she would make her look stunning. She bet her career as a maid on it, introducing herself as the senior maid of the Ophelius mansion, who mainly served the students but also gave love advice. Lucy honestly felt scared. Later, at the camp, a malicious force fell over the spirit animals. It was Janice hating something. Janice had discovered that Lortel would build a country house there. Suddenly, Ed managed to summon Marilda, and asked what she thought. He said that there was no cost to summoning her in human form, at least not for now. He was holding his new staff, very rare, a staff made from a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning. It had a crafting difficulty of 3.5, amplified the responsiveness of spirits of all attributes, significantly increased mana efficiency, and regardless of spiritual affinity, allowed the use of all formulas. When dealing with the superior wind spirit, Marilda, the efficiency increased even more, the range of wind protection expanded, and the range of the power of the Ascension Banner skill also increased significantly. Ed said it had been a good choice to make the staff. Janice said it was the first time she had seen someone make a staff using magical engineering, and asked if she could use it. He said her condition was not good, so she could use it to test if her mana had returned to normal. Just by applying a bit of mana, she already felt an enormous power, saying that besides having great mana efficiency, it felt as if it was flowing naturally through her body. Ed explained that she had great resonance, so it was normal to feel that. She said that using that she could increase her spirit magic, and handed it back. Ed said it was hers, that he had made it for her, and that he owed her a lot. He apologized for not having done anything until that moment. She asked if it would not be better for him to use it. He replied that he would make another one anyway, so there was no need to worry. She then asked if he would make the same staff, as if it were a set, and said she would use it with great care. She thanked him deeply. Ed thought that, indeed, making the staff had been the right choice. Later, in the student council square, everyone read a notice about the final exams of the semester. The period had finally arrived. Usually, the practical exam and the written exam were quite worrying, at least according to mid-level or high-level students. The written exam was worth a maximum of 100 points, but there was no limit for the practical exam. The best students of each school year dominated the others with overwhelming practical scores. Ed in the first year, Lucy did not even need to be mentioned. In the end, to be the best, one needed to have the best performance in practice. And the best of the third class had always been Janice Failover. Ed honestly wondered if he would be able to surpass the practical scores. They said the exam would also include a simulated duel against the professors, and unless someone was at the level of a student like Lucy or Janice, it should not be possible to face a professor. As he walked around thinking about all this, Ed was revered by the students and greeted by his allies. He thought that although he attended school earning money through a scholarship and exchanges with Lortel, things were tight. Before, he had been behind in terms of skill, so he could not even dream of first place. But now the situation was different, and he would try to become first in the class that year. Ed thanked the person who guided him to the president's office, and she replied that it was nothing, commenting that he really was a great celebrity and that everywhere they went, he had been revered. Then Ed entered the student council president's office, his sister's office, to read the letter she had received from their father. The father said that he knew Ed was alive, and that if possible, she should bring him home. If his reputation at the academy was good, then his magical abilities must also have become excellent. As for the crime of insulting the princess, he no longer held him responsible, wishing to accept Ed once again as a member of the Roth-Taylor family. As a family and as a father, he wanted to give him one last opportunity. After losing Arwen, he did not want to repeat the same story, and if he wished, the doors would be open. Tanya said that he was suggesting that he return to the family so they could talk. Ed replied that it was great news, without any enthusiasm in his tone or expression. Tanya noticed that. Ed knew it was an opportunity for restoration for a fallen and exiled noble like him, but a father had tried to assassinate his own son, and now spoke of a second chance. Anyone could see that it was a trap. Tanya said she would go alone and speak with their father. He replied no, that they would return together to the mansion during the break, because he had a plan, and he said this while burning the letter. It was explained about a story that had now become nothing more than part of the books. At the time when the Cloel Empire was fighting an intense war against the Beast Race, the enemy forces advanced all the way to the very front of the imperial capital. In that scene of complete despair, the hero who led the war, standing at the front of the army, was Obel Forcius. At his side were three young mages who assisted him: the Seeker Glast, the sculptor Zelen, and the exile Kalade. That outlaw who had been slowly disappearing returned to the academy, taking a position among the faculty. At that moment, his new assistant Claire entered the room and noticed that everything was filled with smoke. She said that the final exams would begin in 3 days and that it was already time to prepare and send the evaluation criteria for the practical exam. Kalade replied that it was fine to just make something roughly and send it. She said that it was the final evaluation of the semester, in which all the students under his responsibility would participate. Khaled said he knew, and asked her to prepare something appropriate and send it from the laboratory because it was better than the supervising professor meddling in everything. She confirmed and left for another day of exhausting work. He wondered why he had come to take Glast's position, since he had agreed as if he were hypnotized, but now it no longer mattered. Later, Ed was visiting the Ophelius Pavilion. Belle Maya said that at first it would not be allowed, but that Ed was someone trustworthy, and if he explained the reason, she could let him in. Ed, without trying to hide it, explained his objective, and the senior maid quickly went to carry out the task. He had gone there to prepare for an imminent danger, the danger of returning to the Roth-Taylor mansion. Even within the academy, someone had already tried to assassinate him once. Because of that, deep down, he felt the urge to immobilize everything he had and simply wipe them out. But if Ed attacked first, someone who had the full support of the imperial family, he would end up becoming a traitor. Originally, the princess was supposed to corner them with her imperial position and her ability to discern. She would expose the true face of the Roth-Taylor family, revealing that they used humans as sacrifices, conducted forbidden research, and made contracts with evil gods, creating the necessary pretext to punish them. But now the princess showed no intention of acting. She had not even become president of the council, so she would hardly step into that conflict. So he would create that pretext himself. For that, the safest way was to infiltrate the mansion and investigate it directly. But entering there unprepared meant not knowing when, where, or how he would end up dying in a brutal way. That entire domain revolved around Crepin Roth-Taylor, precisely the person he wanted to kill. In the middle of the corridors of the Ophelius Pavilion, Belle asked whether, when the exam period began, he intended to suspend his work at the camp. He replied that he would still do the basics, but he thought it was strange, since Belle did not usually start conversations with him. He also noticed they were walking through a corridor where there were only maids, which made his presence feel unnatural. Then he realized that Belle Maya was brilliant. She was guiding him through discreet paths, so that he, someone who had already been expelled, would not draw attention, as expected from the headmaid. But Belle stopped halfway, remembering a truly important question. It was something difficult to put into words. She thought for a moment, looked around the corridors, saw the senior maid giving a thumbs up, signaling they could pass. But Belle canceled the question and said to forget it, that she would talk about the details another time. Ed went to Tanya's room and decided to send a reply to Crepin through her. He expressed deep gratitude for Crepin, considering a new opportunity for someone who had been expelled from the family, saying that tears came to his eyes when he thought about such mercy. Since his expulsion, he had reflected on his sins and had continuously worked to become a better person. He had also built several connections worthy of a family member and wished to prove his ability before the Lord, also introducing the companions with whom he had developed deep bonds. As for the most reliable person for that task, Ed did not even need to say it. He went to room 302 of Lucy Merrill. When he opened the doors, he noticed that she was all dressed up. Unlike other times, she was wearing very elegant clothes and had her hair neatly styled. Belle said she was all dressed up as always, of course. Ed said she had not been appearing at the camp lately and asked if she had been busy. She replied, not really. He said she looked completely different from when she was at the camp and that it was unexpected coming from her, but that it suited her. Belle asked what exactly he had to discuss with Miss Lucy. Ed remembered and said that when that exam was over and the vacation began, he wanted her to go with him to his main house so they could greet his father. Lucy turned completely red, and even Belle could not believe it, but Ed remained calm, asking what was wrong. Later, Ed realized how he had expressed himself and explained that he had phrased it a bit poorly. From his point of view, it was a journey where he would be putting his own life on the line. They would have to go to the Duchy of Roth-Taylor, which would take time, so he was not asking for her help empty-handed. He was only saying that to her because he truly trusted her. He intended to remove Crepin Roth-Taylor from power right there. He knew it was immoral, betrayal, but he had no intention of leaving his father in the position of head. She asked if the reason was revenge. He answered no, it was survival. After bringing down the father who wanted to kill him, perhaps the next head would be Tanya, but even so, he would become the first son of the greatest ducal house on the continent, in a position that no one could easily harm. With that, he would do anything for her. He asked her please to invest in him. Lucy replied that she did not make investments and had no interest in power. She truly did not know whether she had fulfilled the promise she made to that old man. She opened the window, wondering if the crisis he spoke of had already passed and whether she had fulfilled that promise. She did not know what to live for from that point on. She had no interest in power. If she helped him, it would simply be because she wanted to help him, for no other reason. Even so, it could not be for free. The thing that frightened her the most, after fulfilling the promises she made to the old man, was the emptiness that would appear once she let go of the burdens she carried. So she asked for help so she would not be consumed by that emptiness emptiness, and that they should search together for a reason to live. Ed understood the weight of those words at that moment. Lucy had the same expression as always, without crying, without smiling, but she held out her little finger, asking for a promise, and he responded with a pinky promise. After that, Lucy hugged him, and he wondered what that promise he had just made meant to her. After that, Lucy remained silent for a long time. In the class that followed, Ed told Janice that, from that point on, and for the time being, they would be enemies. She asked why, wondering if she had done something wrong. He replied that she should not take it so seriously, and that this time he also intended to take first place. From the moment he opened his eyes in that world, his goal had always been only one: to graduate from the academy safely. For that, he needed an absurd amount of money and tuition. With the scholarship from the Glocked Foundation and the money he earned through Lortel, he had managed so far, but he did not know if he could last until graduation. However, if he managed to sit in the first place seat of the class, all tuition would be waived. Before, he did not have enough ability to even dream of first place. Janice replied that if she let her guard down, she would completely lose first place. It was explained that in the third year, everyone was more or less at the same level, slightly below Janice. In spirit magic, she was overwhelmingly superior, but in subjects that required memorization, history, and magic engineering, Ed had the advantage. Janice said she would not give up her first place so easily. The people from her homeland would be very happy and proud if she became the top of the class. Then the final evaluation of the semester finally began, the written exam. When it ended, Ed and Annis went to Claire. Annis said that Professor Khaled had come to replace Glast, but it seemed that Claire had not changed her workload. She had prepared all the exams and evaluation criteria by herself for 3 days straight, and now she was sleeping on the table. Poor Clebius had felt a bit unwell after the written exam, calling himself stupid, pathetic, and useless, saying he had even gotten things wrong that were in the basic swordsmanship manual. Alvira showed up asking if he was going to stay limp like that all day, but she had not realized there were other people in the room. Ed asked what she was doing there as well. Alvira said she wanted them to review the theory behind the elemental resistance reagent she had developed, and thought it would be more appropriate to ask the professors of the magic department. Annis said she had arrived at the worst possible time, since Claire was asleep. Clebius said he was finished, that he would lose first place, and asked if Ed also thought he was pathetic. Alvira told him to stop whining. Anise asked if Ed thought he had done well on the exam. He replied that it was reasonable. Since he entered the academy, he had never stopped studying for written exams, and now that he had a house and a more stable life, it was natural that he could achieve good results. Calculating based on the grades so far, Janice had the advantage. If he still wanted to compete, the decisive point would be the practical exam in elementology. According to the curriculum, the practical exam that semester was a duel against a professor. In that case, the opponent should be Claire. The problem was that the poor thing had fainted, and the exam would be the next day. Anis said another professor should help. Then Khaled returned to the office hungover. He called out to assistant Professor Claire, who stood up asking what he was doing there. He replied that he had just been severely scolded by the rector, since it made no sense that everything from written exam study points to important supervision tasks was being reported to her. He asked what the hell he himself was doing. Claire apologized. He replied that, indeed, if he was being paid, he had to work, and asked if the exam was the next day. He told her to go sleep and that he would take care of it. He looked around the office and asked if that kid was Ed Roth Taylor, speaking to him informally. The next day, the combat training field of the Obel Pavilion was already prepared. The students were saying that Professor Khaled would fight against Ed Roth Taylor. Even the student council president was watching in person, along with the chief secretary and the head of the action committee. Tanya thought she did not expect her brother to win. Except for Lucy Merrill, no matter how talented a student was, it was impossible to defeat a professor, especially Khaled, a war hero. Watching her brother step onto the arena, even with her busy schedule, she thought she had only come because the vacation was approaching, and soon he would return to the family mansion. She did not want him to get hurt. Khaled was walking up, complaining about his joints hurting after sleeping drunk on the floor. The moment the fight began, he launched his windblade at Ed, who defended himself with his own windblade. Khaled said the firepower was better than he expected. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant an incantation. At that moment, Ed realized the duel would not be limited to basic magic. Khaled used an intermediate electric spell, Flash, which dazzled everyone and would have blinded Ed if he had not reacted in time by covering his eyes. But that created an opening for Khaled to approach using his mana wave. Ed managed to defend himself with basic defensive magic and responded with ignition, creating a curtain of fire. Khaled said he had a good grasp of basic magic and noticed that he had blocked his field of vision to fire. Ed used single point explosion, but it did not leave a scratch on Khaled, who said he learned quickly from what he had just seen and asked if he was the type to review what he learned on the spot. Then he told him to move on to practical application. He himself fired water against fire, creating mist on the battlefield, an environment that was also familiar to Ed. He saw a shadow within the smoke, and when he fired his windblade, it was only an ice statue. The real Khaled tried to strike him from behind, saying he reacted quickly but thought too much, and that he should not afford to relax. There were several other copies of Khaled around around Ed. He thought that even if he used wind blades to disperse the vapor, the opponent would reform, since the amount of mana was overwhelming. So he closed his eyes, sensing that all the others were fake. The real one moved silently behind the figures, aiming at him. Because of that, he summoned something that dispersed all the ice statues, a huge sphere in the middle of the arena, forced gathering, sacred magic. But when he realized he was accumulating too much power, he released it. That created an opening for him to be hit by a wind blade. After knocking the student down, Professor Khaled asked what he was doing and whether he was consciously using only elemental magic. He replied that of course he was, since it was an elementology exam. Tanya grew worried, but Ziggs could even smile. Khaled said he found it amusing, since he never evaluated only elemental magic ability, and asked if Ed was afraid of getting hurt. He replied that he was not. It was just that it was an elementology exam, and he had come prepared for that. Khaled said that elementology was the foundation of all combat magic, that it was not only about using pure elemental magic, but about combining it with different areas of magic and handling them in harmony. That was also an important pillar of that subject, and it was what Glast would have said. But he was different. He told him to use every possible means to stop him, and said that if he was still standing on his own legs after 10 minutes, he would give him the highest grade. When the war ended, and the reign of Emperor Cloel continued, the Guardian Obel and the 3 war heroes went to Sylvania Academy. They all took on teaching positions to train the new generation, but Khalid did not know exactly what to teach. For young people raised in good environments, the survival techniques of the wild world would be too oppressive. He could not make them spend entire nights training magical sensitivity, nor teach assassination techniques that involved killing the opponent. At that moment, while thinking about it, he had already frozen part of the classroom. All kinds of incidents happened. He argued with the administration and with the students, and Khalid ended up becoming colder. After that, he wandered through the lawless zone, living as an adventurer, until he received the request to take Glast's position, who had died. He received this along with the news of the death of the only friend he had in life. He returned to the academy, but nothing had changed. Glast died without leaving anything behind, and there was nothing he could do. Khalid had only come back for the salary, but he asked the class who had stayed by Glast's side in his final moments, and none of the professors came forward. A student answered that one of those students was someone Professor Glast paid special attention to. Khalid had thought it was just an immature boy, until the name appeared on the candidate list. Ed Roth Taylor. He had said that if he remained standing for 10 minutes, he would receive the highest grade, and at the exact moment he summoned his spheres of electricity, they were already being struck by water arrows. Khalid realized that the kid had already summoned a bow. While dodging the arrows, he still thought that elementology was not that kid's specialty, and during his movement, he ended up stepping on a source manifestation, which summoned Raisia. The professor realized that the damn kid was a spirit summoner. Before being bitten by her, he froze Raisia completely. He thought that calling that kid a mage did not even make sense. For mages, close combat was standard procedure, but when the opponent was also a mage, it was taught that one should keep distance. Yet Ed was charging straight at him. Khalid admitted that the kid was good, and immediately changed his combat method. He had talent using only elemental magic, but he was holding back, as if he were fighting with his arms and legs tied. On the battlefield, that was a common situation. When Ed dodged the freezing attack, he closed in with a sphere of forced convergence, and at that distance there was no way to evade, so Khalid used his mana shield. With his other hand, Ed drove his dagger in. Khalid admitted that he had quick reflexes in sacred magic, but while he was speaking, Ed activated Mug, detonated the dagger, shattered the shield, and hurled Khalid away. Khalid asked if he had somehow surpassed the level of a student. Since they had come that far, they would go all the way. When he concentrated his electric power to that level, Tanya said that was why they called him a mad dog. He was invoking high-level electric magic, divine punishment. A lightning bolt struck the academy, destroying the roof. Khalid realized he had gone a bit too far, since his opponent was a student. For some reason, he had thought he could endure it, and in fact, he did, because while he was thinking that, his face was cut by a wind blade. Ed had endured the high-level magic with his staff and was still standing to continue the fight. Khalid then understood his friend Glast, because he had become interested in that boy. That kid was not an ordinary student. He had already crossed the line of death countless times, and that ferocity accumulated in the eyes of someone who had gone through that. He told him to come at him, and Ed advanced with a breath of Marilda and his knife and staff, but Khalid countered by freezing everything around him. Even so, Ed was able to break free and unfreeze himself. Khalid had faced countless people with that same look, the look of someone who fights while betting their own life. They literally started trading blows for 5 minutes. After Ed struck back with a knee to the professor's stomach at point-blank range, Khalid used concentrated explosion. Ed would have been burned to ashes if not for the blessing of flames. With his staff also at point-blank range, he gathered stellar explosion, but before he could finish the ritual, Khalid was thrown away by the blessing of storms, which activates when struck by an unexpected attack. Then Ed noticed there were ice needles behind him. The blessing of storms had saved him from that. Khalid said that on the battlefield, a single moment of carelessness could cost a life, and that he understood that very well. After a few steps, the professor had already invoked eternal freezing, which completely immobilized immobilized Marilda and was already climbing up Ed's body. He said that even if he melted the ice, it was already too late. He summoned more needles to finish him right there, but one of the combat students invaded the battlefield to break the ice, saying that the 10 minutes had passed, Professor. It was Dyke Elfaran, first place of the 4th year combat department and a senior member of the Student Council Executive Committee. Khaled said he had gone a bit too far, since he had ended up doing something irresponsible. Ed had endured it, because while he was thinking that, his face had been cut by a wind blade. Ed had endured the high-level magic with his staff and was still standing. Dyke said that Ed Rothtaylor was no longer able to fight. Khaled replied that it had been a long time since his blood had boiled like that, and that he was excited just thinking about the disciplinary report. Then he gave the highest grade to Ed Rothtaylor. Ed replied that there was no highest grade there. The professor said that then he would receive the top grade anyway. Damn it, and that now he understood why that bastard Douglas had paid so much attention to him. Ed said that after the incident, he had some personal matters to take care of. Khaled replied that he was not talking about the camp or the academy. Ed lived on a battlefield. He did not know what circumstances had brought him to that battlefield, but it would be better to leave soon. In the end, if he kept living there, he would become useless, worn out, if he did not have something to numb himself like he did. He had gone too far, but that boy was just as insane as he was. Tanya asked if her brother was alright, if he had any serious injuries, and said that that professor would receive a formal complaint. Dyke said that things had indeed almost gone very wrong, but he realized that Ed's frozen leg had not yet melted, because Ed had not tried to melt it. At that moment, when he brought his staff close to his legs, he gathered red mana, but it was not for fire magic, it was for star magic. It was clear that he was gathering that stellar mana. If he had not interfered, and the fight had continued, Dyke did not know who would have actually won. Then he approached Ed, apologizing for interfering for no reason. Ed replied that it was fine, that he had gotten a good grade, and that nothing was more important than that. Dyke said he had already heard about him, but it was the first time seeing him in person. At that pace, the overall first place could really change. Ed replied that Janice was the current top student, so she would not be an easy opponent. Dyke said that when he saw underclassmen rising little by little like that, he started to feel a certain pressure. Ed thought that the exams were over. What remained now was the release of the grades. The next morning, Khaled was hungover. He told the student assistant Anis that he had heard she was more efficient than the assistant professors, and asked her to post the grade results on the notice board. She confirmed and said she would organize and post them immediately. She thought that she lagged a bit in practical exams, but she was confident in the written one. Khaled immediately replied that her name was not there, and told her not to get upset since it happened. The overall grades could only be seen by the council and the professors. What was made public were the subjects with the best and worst performance, and the ranking of the top 20, including first place. They said that in Sylvania, where practice carried more weight, first place rarely changed, but that year Anis was surprised. When everything was announced, the result was as follows. First year, Wade Callamore, Joseph and Dennis in the top 3. Second year, Lucy Merrill, Lortel and Clabius. People around were saying it made no sense, but he had worked very hard. Fourth year rankings, Dyke, Traziana and Dorothy. And for the third year, Ed Rothtaylor in first place, and Janice in second. Ed thought that it had taken 1 year and 7 months. Some would say it was an absurd result for such a short time. Others would say he had endured well for a long period. Whether long or short, the result mattered more than the process. He had become the first place of the third year. Now, instead of working himself to exhaustion to pay next semester's tuition, he would invest much more time preparing for the crises to come. His chances of survival had increased. He should have felt relieved for having survived, but he still felt something strange. Janice approached, saying that he had become first place, but Ed simply pulled her away from the crowd, saying he had something to talk about. He asked if she had intentionally gotten answers wrong on the written exam, since she would never score 30 points on that test. She had given up first place. Janice asked if it had been that obvious, and explained that because of her punishment, even if she had been first, she would not receive the scholarship benefits. She had left the dormitory, and besides that, the expectations of that position weighed heavily on her. She thought that maybe it was better this way. He was not behind in grades either, so it made sense for him to be first. She thought that for now it would be better for him to stay at the top. Ed felt dissatisfied, but took a deep breath and said he understood her side. Before Janice could say anything else, Anne approached, saying they had planned to go to the bakery to celebrate the end of the semester, and pulled Janice away, greeting Ed. Later, Anne told Janice that she had done something very wrong. She knew she had not done it with bad intentions, that she liked Ed and wanted the best for him, but she had seen the grades, and even if Janice had gotten full marks on the written exam, he would still have been first. Janice said that, well, then it was fine, since he had worked so hard. Anne asked if she did not understand. Because of her, Ed had not achieved it through his own effort, and had received it as if it were charity. She needed to understand that kind of thing, because when you were at a high level, being kind did not solve everything. Janice was shaken. Anne said that if she did not trust Ed, then there was nothing to be done. When Ed returned to his camp, he thought that he wanted to be first because it was necessary to survive. From that point of view, the process of reaching first place was not so important, only the result. But that feeling of disappointment would not leave him. Perhaps aiming for the top was something separate from survival. The confrontation with Professor Khaled had been like that. It was an exam where enduring 10 minutes was enough to receive the highest grade, but he had tried to win no matter what, and he might have been able to do it on his own. Since before coming to that world, his goal had always been only one: to survive. But now he was worrying about things that had nothing to do with that. It did not matter. The semester was over, so he would not keep having idle thoughts. Whether he wanted to or not, he could only think about surviving in that place. Now, he would go to the Rothtailor mansion. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Emperor Chloe was listening to the report of a woman who said to her father that it had already been 5 years. She had heard that Phinia was returning from Sylvania, and it was a shame to leave without being able to meet her. The emperor said he understood her desire to reunite with Phinia after so long, and that from her perspective, Rothtailor would be a great opportunity. She thought that meeting had been arranged to separate her and Phinia, but the Rothtailor family was the greatest ducal house on the continent, a tool that had to be mastered perfectly to become emperor. Many nobles and influential figures would attend that social ball, but when setting priorities, those families would come first. The head of the house, Kripin, and the first freshman to become president, Tanya, and it was said that there was also a son returning to the house, one who had already been expelled, but she thought there was no reason to worry about him, and then she departed. Salaha, the emperor's daughter, the ice princess, was on her way to the Rothtailor mansion. The next morning, Tanya said that place felt like a world of its own. On Arkan Island, the most luxurious and expensive facility was the Ophelius Pavilion. That palace, considering only maintenance costs, ranked second, and its size did not even reach half of the pavilion. If there was something special about that place, it was because it existed entirely for the benefit of a single person, where Princess Phinia Chloe lived. The Rothtailor siblings greeted her, and before he could explain the reason they had come, she said it was because of political support. She herself had been the main person responsible for his excommunication, so his rehabilitation would become much easier if it had her recognition. Ed thought she went straight to the point, but that was exactly it. In other words, since he needed to be reinstated, he was asking her for a push. Returning to the Rothtailor mansion was a gamble. Lucy had agreed to accompany him, but brute force alone would not solve everything. Among nobles, most problems were resolved through authority. In this case, the princess herself. If he obtained her recognition, no one would be able to contest his reinstatement. She said that coincidentally, it had been a while since she had sent her regards to the Rothtailor family, and asked him to deliver her greetings to Lord Krepin in her place. She had already prepared a letter in advance. Princess Phinia viewed the Rothtailor family with hostility. He had intended to propose a deal, saying he would investigate the internal affairs of the family, but instead she asked him to deliver greetings. It was a personal letter from the imperial family, not something entrusted to just anyone, even with delegation. More than that, the meaning of that letter itself carried weight, because it was a letter without a wax seal. Indirectly, that expressed trust, since it was dignified, and there would be no tampering with its contents. Ed said he had been prepared for a more delicate negotiation. She replied that it was fine. Ed thought that the letter meant the sender fully trusted the messenger. The departure would be in 2 days. He prepared everything to leave the camp empty for a while. He collected all the traps, cleaned and stored them, and also locked the cabin door. What remained were only the supplies. Except for what could be stored, it was best to get rid of everything. But when he returned to the camp, Janice was cooking, had hung all the clothes out clean, and was preparing curry. Ed asked why she had been paying so much attention to his reactions lately, saying she had been giving him too much attention, and asked if it was because she had given up first place, because she had been inconsiderate toward him. She replied awkwardly that no, she had thought she knew him well, but it seemed she did not, and some bad thoughts had come up that he might end up hating her. Ed knew that good and capable people often ended up being inconsiderate out of excessive concern. Janice was not exempt from being seen that way, but he said that worry was also a burden for her. In any case, it was impossible to fully understand someone, but he could guarantee one thing: there was no one in the academy who knew him as well as she did. Even if she was inconsiderate sometimes, he could not hate her, because to him, she was someone very special. She became flustered and said he could at least be inconsiderate with her once, and that he could ask for anything, that she would not even go back home. Ed asked if she would accept a mission then, and she replied yes. He only had to ask. 2 days later, the siblings set off. The Rothtailor territory was located at the center of the empire, in the most strategic lands. To enter the capital from the western coastal region of the continent, which was filled with cities, it was mandatory to pass through Rothtailor. This arrangement symbolized that they had been protecting the imperial family for a long time, like a shield for the capital. Inside the carriage, Tanya was very worried. The atmosphere was tense because Janice was very angry about something. She was angry at Lucy, who was sleeping on Ed's legs while he was also asleep. She tried to move Lucy, but Lucy held onto Ed's legs. Tanya wondered why those two monsters had to be in the carriage. She was terrified. When the carriage wheel hit a stone, Lucy was thrown to the other seat. Tanya fell to the floor, and Janice fell on top of Ed, who had no idea what was happening. That night, they stopped along the way to rest. Tanya said he seemed close to both of them. Lucy was literally hanging onto his neck. But before he could say anything, Lucy called out Janice, telling her to take it easy, since there were many spirits around. Every day, the spirits gathered in groups near the camp because of Janice, and whenever anything happened, they would run to her and give reports. In fact, it was obvious. She was receiving detailed reports of every small movement Ed made, even when he was bathing. Lucy asked if it had ever crossed her mind that he might feel a bit watched, day and night. Janice replied that she had never thought about it, and that the spirits did that on their own, that she had never ordered them to. Lucy said she could tell them to stop, but she did nothing. She acted innocent, but she was cunning. Ed replied that he did not mind much. Considering his position, there were indeed some security concerns. Janice said exactly that, but Ed said he had not imagined it would go as far as reporting every detail. Lucy then called her cunning, venomous, dark, sordid, clingy, and malicious, saying that if it were her, she would feel very embarrassed. Ed grabbed her ear and told her to stop saying that. They were almost arriving at the Roth-Taylor mansion and needed to discuss how to act. That place was practically enemy territory, and they were the invading force. They had gone in search of evidence, anything that could expose Crepin Roth-Taylor's true intentions. The mansion had 5 or 6 buildings visible at first glance, on a scale much larger than the Ophelius Pavilion, looking more like an entire village than just a mansion. It was a place where the authority of the family surpassed even imperial authority, where the members of the Roth-Taylor family stood above even the emperor. When Ed's suitcase slipped from the butler's hand and fell, the butler apologized repeatedly, and everyone bowed to Ed as if he were a deity there. The butler said it had been a long time since he had last seen him, and that he had become nervous seeing him return in triumph. Ed said it was fine and that he would carry the suitcase himself, picking it up and heading inside the residence. From that moment on, to survive, he would have to bring down a god in that place. And then Crepin said that it had been a long time, had it not, son? Soon, the siblings found themselves standing before the portrait of Arwen, their sister who, back when she was still in the mansion, showed a strange dislike for her own painting. Ed knew that Arwen Roth-Taylor was the firstborn of the family, the eldest, and that she no longer belonged to this world. What intrigued him was why that portrait was displayed there so prominently. Perhaps it was longing for the daughter who had passed away first, or a way to honor the exemplary life she had lived as a lady of the family. Then his father said that he had finally arrived, that it must have been a long journey, and mentioned that he had missed him, Ed, his dear son. Later, already in the reception room, he explained that the mansion was extremely busy at that moment, because starting the following night, there would be a grand social ball. All the servants were occupied with the preparations, and because of that, he asked for their understanding in case there was any negligence. Ed apologized for returning during such a chaotic period, but Crepin said that was exactly why he had called him back. At that ball, he would announce to everyone that his proud son had returned. Then he asked if those were the companions his son had been grateful to. Janice became very nervous and introduced herself, and Crepin commented that the name was completely unfamiliar, but said he had heard about her, a spiritualist of extraordinary ability, capable of handling high-level spirits. Then he mentioned the other girl, cited by Tania in her letter, the renowned and legendary mage Lucy Merrill, who simply said her name. The room fell silent, because no one interrupted Crepin. He stood up and said that his son had brought interesting friends and that, if possible, he would like to have tea with them. However, at that moment, the Ice Princess Salaha had just arrived at the Roth-Taylor mansion, and as her subject, he needed to receive her. He then asked Ed to go to his room and rest, explaining that the room had been kept exactly as it was. Ed replied that of course, but first he needed to deliver something to his father. Later, Crepin was having a meal with the Ice Princess Salaha, when she questioned why he was holding that letter without a wax seal. A letter without a seal symbolized absolute trust. She wondered if Crepin, a central figure of imperial power, had already aligned himself with Fenia, but he replied that no, there was a misunderstanding, since he was not the recipient of the letter. He explained that a letter without a seal did not symbolize trust in the recipient, but in the one who delivers it. From everything it seemed, the princess was curious to know who had delivered that letter. Meanwhile, Ed stood in front of the door to his own room, but Lucy was the first to enter. She threw herself onto the bed and said that if anything happened, he should wake her up. Lucy always acted as if she lived carelessly, but she never let anything important slip by. Maybe she was really trying to fulfill her promise to protect him. The Ed from that other world examined Ed Roth-Taylor's private room and found it surprising that, even after he had been expelled, the room had remained untouched. Or maybe it was not so surprising, since Arwen's room was also still the same. As there were plenty of rooms in the mansion, they had simply chosen to leave everything as it was. That was when he noticed a locked drawer. For a moment, he considered breaking the desk. After all, he was already seen as a delinquent, but he thought better of it and concluded that he could not cause trouble without knowing what was inside. Suddenly, a spell unlocked it, and it was Lucy who had done it. Ed came across a drawer filled with papers and letters. In Chapter 1, Act 1 of Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Ed Roth-Taylor, the delinquent who disgraced the Taylor family, was expelled. It is not known for certain what happened to this third-rate villain after the end of the story, but it is certain that he met a miserable fate. Since then, Ed had been tirelessly striving to avoid the same end, but the story before the script was completely unknown territory to him. Looking more closely, he realized that all the letters were from Ed to Arwen, written when she was still alive. In them, he spoke about not wanting to live a life destined for death and misery, said he saw no value in his own existence, a life intoxicated by prestige but short. They had exchanged letters for at least a few years. It would take a long time to read everything, but he considered himself lucky. Whenever he had time, he would try to read some. Soon he would also need to play the role of Ed in front of Crepin. It is explained that the Bloomliver family, the greatest magic clan of the Empire, is known for dealing mainly with combat magic purely focused on duels. Instead of academic depth, their magic is focused exclusively on victory, being cunning and treacherous. In social circles, they received a suggestive name, the House of Witches. The current head of the Bloomliver family is Senior Bloomliver. However, in the face of the overwhelming magical power that Siner was facing at that moment, that kind of duel-focused magic was practically irrelevant. She was standing before Lucy, who had come out without even a scratch. The two were in the garden of the Roth-Taylor house, in the duel arena, and Siner gave thanks for having such a peculiar duel. As soon as they arrived at Dukrepien, with his children and Sylvania making so much noise about it, the princess wanted to personally check Lucy's abilities. Krepien commented that it had been nothing extraordinary, and that it was also interesting to watch the duel, adding that Ed had been keeping some curious company. After the duel, Lucy simply sat on Ed's lap as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Crepin remarked that she seemed tired, and Ed replied that she usually slept a lot, but had lost sleep the night before. The Duke then said the duel had been magnificent, and that it was time to officially announce the beginning of the luxurious social event. He then declared that everyone would meet again at dinner. Ed thought that was the perfect moment to act, since the guests were gathering, and Lucy was resting. He intended to take advantage of the confusion to move around, but Janice came running and said she had sent the spirits to wander around the mansion, just as he had asked. Since no one there had spiritual sensitivity, it had been much easier than she expected. She was speaking too loudly, and Ed quickly covered her mouth and told her to go into the room. Janice still asked if it was really the room, just the two of them, and he confirmed that they could talk privately there. But when they entered, they realized they were not alone. The Ice Princess Selaha was already there, and commented that it did not seem like a very appropriate place for a secret meeting, especially when someone else was already present. The two immediately showed respect, and Ed apologized, saying he did not know she was in his room. Selaha replied that there was no need to prolong the conversation, since he already knew everything. She asked if he intended to keep himself on that sinking ship and remarked that, for high-ranking nobles, having 4 or 5 commoner women around was almost a classic pastime. She said she did not intend to interfere in his personal tastes, but advised him not to give his heart so sincerely to a commoner, because if he ended up having a child with her, the hierarchy could be turned upside down. She had already seen many nobles being manipulated by figures like that. Ed simply thanked her for her words, and asked what the real reason for her visit was. Selaha was direct, and said that, by observing him closely, he must have realized that Fenya was a child who thought too much, and did not fit the imperial throne. Because of that, she wanted him to join her side. Ed replied that he would not dare to take the hand of someone so noble with hands like his, even as a member of the Roth-Taylor family. She commented that he knew how to say pleasant things, even if only with words, and realized that he was refusing her proposal. She added that even his father, Lord Crepin, would take her side, and that, as a son under the Duke's authority, he should make a wise choice. But Ed knew the truth that no one there knew. The Ice Princess Selaha cooperated with Crepin's plan, and obtained the power of an evil god, but in the end she could not control that power and ended up being devoured. Among the characters of the 4th act, her fate was one of the most terrible. He could not join her. So he replied that, thanks to the reign of His Imperial Majesty Cloel, they were living in an era of peace and prosperity, and that, in times like these, they needed a virtuous ruler. He said he believed Fenia would become an empress worthy of that place. Selaha countered that Fenia had no interest in imperial power, but Ed replied that even if she said that, he would continue to believe in her and wait in silence. For him, declaring that he had already chosen a side was the most plausible excuse to refuse. The princess stepped closer, held Ed's chin, and said that was tempting, because she liked to take what already belonged to someone else. To her, loyalty was even more beautiful when broken. She said she wanted to see how far his conviction regarding Fenia would go. There was no shortage of time, since the social event would last 5 days, and during that period he would realize the size of the gap between her and Fenia. If he changed his mind, he could look for her at any time. They would meet again soon. Later, Janice commented that she might be a commoner, but she was not someone who could be looked down on like that. She said that maybe she should have responded with the same composure as Lortella, although that would probably only irritate the princess even more. Ed replied that Selaha had always been like that, but Janice complained that the princess, besides being beautiful, was also shamelessly flirting with him. So Ed changed the subject, and asked about the results of the spirit's observations. Janice explained that the mansion was enormous, and that it had been difficult to investigate everything, but Mug had managed to discover something strange. Beneath Duke Crepin's private office, he had sensed an abnormal amount of magical energy. The problem was that, based on the structure of the mansion, the kitchen should be located beneath the library, which made no sense at all. Because of that, she thought it would be best for them to check it in person. However, that library was a place Ed used to visit frequently, and when it was empty it was kept tightly locked. Even so, he replied that they still had 5 days to plan. He said they would observe carefully and wait for the right opportunity. He also stated that he would keep the door open, making it clear that he would act at the most convenient moment. If anything happened, she could come and tell him. Janice even asked if it would be in his room at any time, and Ed confirmed that it would. Deep down, he was already calculating everything he needed to do. He had not yet read even half of the letters exchanged between Arwen and Ed, and that was essential to understand the past. But he knew that if he stayed locked in his room every day, it would raise suspicion from Crepin. So he decided that he would read the letters whenever he had free time and investigate the library when an opportunity appeared. To avoid seeming strange, he chose to participate as diligently as possible in the social event schedule from that moment on. On the first day, the atmosphere was lighter, almost like a warm-up. The guests were relaxing, trying to ease the tension, until the Ice Princess Selaha appeared. The first to show respect and introduce herself was Tanya Roth-Taylor. As expected, Selaha commented that she seemed appropriate and that the family's prestige should remain intact for quite some time. Tanya apologized for the modest decoration of the first day, but the princess replied that she had arrived earlier than expected and that there was no reason for concern. On the contrary, because of that, she had seen something very interesting. At that moment, Ed entered the hall, well-dressed, now officially reinstated into the family. Murmurs began to spread. Many commented that he truly seemed like a different person. Selaha told Tanya that she had an excellent brother and thought that, over the remaining 5 days, he would witness many things. She mentioned that Polkus, assistant to the commander of the Magnus Legion and a holder of great military power, had been invited by her and would appear on the 3rd day. On the 2nd day, Archbishop Samuel from the Order of Telos, also connected to her, would arrive. The princess said that it would be a place full of opportunities, and that she hoped Ed would realize that. On the 2nd day of the event, early in the morning, the carriage of the Order of Telos arrived, a symbol of the greatest religious authority on the continent. Many influential figures headed to the saint's chamber, as her support carried enormous political weight. Depending on who she approached and the nature of their conversations, the power structure could be reshaped. Selaha had already established ties with Samuel, the new archbishop, who was the closest to the saint, and intended to greet her first. However, the archbishop informed her that the saint was not there at that moment, which surprised Selaha. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, several servants were nervous. Clarice, the saint, found Ed and said that being able to meet him in his own family's house made everything even more special, like a casual encounter filled with romance. Ed replied that it was an honor to meet her there. She said that in truth, she was the one who felt honored. Later, already in a more secluded place, Ed used the excuse of showing her around the Roth-Taylor mansion. Every step and gesture of the saint drew attention. Sitting on a bench under a tree in the garden, Clarice commented that when she was immersed in the crowd of the sacred city, everything felt different. She said she was happy to hear that the veteran would be reinstated, but imagined he would not receive very good treatment. Ed admitted that, from the beginning, he had never been very welcome. Clarice said she would teach a lesson to anyone who treated him badly, but he replied that even if something like that happened, it was something he should endure. Then she held his hand and said that he did not need to deal with everything alone, that they could face things together. She tried to explain, saying that she was not speaking only for herself, but also from her position. If he stayed by her side at the banquet, no one would dare to look down on him. Ed commented that if she spoke so openly for him to use her like that, it did not sound very comfortable. Clarice replied that it was not in that sense, just something that could benefit both of them. She admitted that she tended to over-explain things and get tangled, so she decided to be direct. She said she needed a partner that night, and asked if it could be him. She explained that she would dance only one song with him, and that, during the banquet, she would refuse all other invitations except his. That would make their closeness clear, and help strengthen his position. After that, she said she needed to greet the other guests, since someone might find her absence strange. Before she left, Ed asked why she had sought him out before everyone else. Clarice replied that even she did not know for sure. After she left, Tanya revealed that she had been hiding inside the closet near the tree the entire time, watching everything. Ed asked what she was doing there, completely surprised by the situation. Tanya replied that she had searched the entire mansion looking for him, and, when she finally found him, the saint was by his side. Then she asked what that was supposed to mean, if Ed had become a womanizer, because he already had the senior Janice, Lucy, and now even the saint. Ed answered that things had simply happened, and that it was not as if he had planned any of it. Outside, Clarice thought that this was not Sylvania Academy. It did not matter who was better at magic or who had more money. What mattered there was authority. At the banquet that night, there would be no one to confront her, and she could stay by Ed's side without any obstacles. It is explained that Emperor Cloel, a legendary sovereign, had only one son. However, when the crown prince renounced his succession, factions naturally arose supporting each of the 3 princesses under his care, starting a dispute for the imperial throne. There was the Ice Princess Selaha, the Princess of Wisdom Persica, and the Princess of Benevolence Phinia, who at that moment stood before her father. Phinia asked if his health was well, and Chloe replied that it had never been the best, but commented that she also seemed worn down. She admitted that she was still insecure sufficient to inherit the imperial throne. Later, in the imperial library, someone questioned whether she had renounced her right to the throne as soon as she arrived. Fania asked if, even in times like those, her sister still spent all her time locked in the library, because she had no interest in the throne. It was Persica who replied that she found joy in walking among the shelves and choosing her next book. She commented that it had already been more than a year and a half since Fania entered Sylvania, and that it was not strange for her to visit the palace only during vacations, but that now she seemed more exhausted than before. Persica asked if it was because of a Rothtailor again, since the social event organized by Crepin Rothtailor did not seem like something ordinary. He had gathered influential nobles, members of royalty, and even the saint. Perhaps that was the reason for her concern. Crepin had always been a loyal and noble subject, but Fania kept her eyes on him even without an obvious problem. Because of their birth position, they had sharper perception than others. Persica observed books, Salaha observed power, and Fania observed people. Fania thought it was not wrong to say that her melancholy was related to a Rothtailor, but it was not Crepin, it was Ed. She had wanted to distance herself from palace intrigues and prove her worth through ability, not position. It had already been 1 year and 6 months since she left the palace to go to Arkan Island, to the Sylvania Academy. During that time, all forces had leaned toward Salaha, and the throne had become increasingly distant. Even so, she had not tried to rebuild her base, because her weapon, the Eye of Perception, had proven useless in front of that man. Salaha said she did not believe it when Fania claimed she had no interest in the throne, but she trusted her own eyes, so she investigated. She gathered a pile of books examined by Crepin Rothtailor, under the pretext of administrative inspection. All of them were forbidden books, containing legends about an evil god or forbidden magic. She also heard that Fania had contributed to the expulsion of Crepin's son. Now that he had been reinstated, it seemed strange. Normally, when someone who lived as a noble was expelled at that age, they ended up dying in misery. It was natural for him to want to return, but why would Crepin reinstate him so suddenly, even if the expulsion had been to please Fania? Before leaving the academy, Ed went to Fania's quarters and, upon receiving the letter, said he had not expected things to be resolved so easily. Thinking about it, Fania began to suspect that he might have left on purpose, as if he had discovered something, perhaps about Crepin's research related to the evil god. If the reinstatement was like a chain pulling him back, then the negotiation he had mentioned might have been an attempt to exchange information to confront possible corruption. If that were the case, under the pretext of trust, she might have pushed Ed into another trap. Persica commented that it was the second day of the social gathering and that there were still 2 days left. She also wanted to go, but the carriage would take a day and a half. On horseback, however, it would be possible to arrive in half a day. Fania said she had already seen that her sister was in good health and stated that she would depart. She said it was late and that she would go rest, but that was not what she did. Following Persica's advice, that very night, Fania set off on horseback to the Rothtailor mansion, accompanied by her knights. From the window, Persica watched everything and commented to herself that a man capable of making the third princess move in just one night would certainly turn that place into chaos. She grew curious to see his face, but knew it was not the right time. After all, she was the only princess who remained in the imperial palace. On the night of the second day of the social event, the ballroom dances were already underway. As promised, Ed asked for Saint Clarice's hand for a dance. Their dance was elegant and harmonious, but around them the guests whispered unpleasant things about him, recalling that he was the libertine who had been expelled and was now reinstated into the family. Some guests commented that Ed seemed like a completely different person, but said he must just be pretending. Clarice noticed the murmurs and seemed shaken. Ed asked her not to feel that way, and she replied that she was just thinking about whether she had done something unnecessary by dancing with him. He assured her that she had not, that everything was fine, and that in any case it had been a great help to him as well. She then admitted that she wanted to dance with him because an opportunity like that had finally appeared. Since there were still many gatherings left in that social event, she asked him to dance with her again on another occasion. Ed replied that it would be an honor. Meanwhile, on the second day, Ed began to act more actively in his investigation. As an emergency plan, Lucy remained on standby on the rooftop. With Janice's help, he intended to infiltrate Crepin's library and obtain enough evidence to bring him down. Just the fact that he had danced with Clarice had already attracted more attention than necessary, but at the same time his authority had increased considerably. Among the nobles present, there was no one capable of provoking him or interfering with his plans, except for one person. The Ice Princess Selaha approached him at that moment. She commented that, with so many options, he had chosen to wear the expression of someone being chased by an inconvenient woman, and Ed thought she was right. Selaha said that leaving such a grand party like that was too obvious, and asked if he intended to meet with that commoner from before to have some fun. Ed replied that he appreciated her words, that he would take them into consideration and act with caution. Then Selaha suggested testing whether that was true or just empty words. She deliberately let her wine glass fall to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Then she asked if he would grant her a dance, saying that from what she had seen, his skills were not bad. She took the initiative on purpose, something unusual, since it is usually the man who asks for the dance. The Ice Princess did that to cause a stir. With all eyes on them, it seemed impossible to refuse. But Ed refused. He said he could not accept, for how could he dare to lead the hand of your highness? He claimed he was not in good physical condition and feared only causing inconvenience. Then he left, leaving everyone completely shocked. Salaha thought that his insolence reached the heavens. That social event had the purpose of consolidating her position as heir. On the first day, she had met with Duke Crapin. On the second, she intended to meet the saint. However, not only had Ed met Clarice before her, he had also refused to dance with the princess. To Salaha, he was merely shortening his own life. From that point on, she believed he would be completely isolated. On the third day, the presence of the investor Roland was expected, the financier of the commercial company through which all supplies of the capital passed. Salaha was certain that when Ed learned that Roland was on her side, he would bitterly regret it, since he was the closest ally of the new representative who had taken control of the company. However, when the carriage went to pick up Roland, the coachman informed him that his travel order had been cancelled by a superior and that he should return to headquarters. Roland said that made no sense, since he could have gone at that moment. The coachman suggested that he speak directly with the leader. Upon seeing who was inside the carriage, Roland replied that there was no need. At the center of that turmoil, it could not be called isolation, but convergence. The true holder of the most influential power in the trading company, Lortella, the saint of the Order of Telos, Clarice, the princess of benevolence, Phenia, the summoner of higher spirits, Janice, and the most powerful mage, Lucy, were all gathered around a single person, who was already ready to put his plans into action. The Roth-Taylor mansion had 6 floors. Servants moved through the halls while the party continued into the night, but the number of people decreased as one went higher. Most of the facilities were located on the lower floors, while the upper ones were reserved for the family and specific visitors. Workers prevented outsiders from entering above the 3rd floor. One of the guards commented that he had heard the young master was not well, but Ed simply passed by him saying he knew how to take care of himself. He knew that Crepin's studies were located at the end of the 4th floor. All the windows were locked, which also indicated that the Duke was not there. With the party ongoing, the host Crepin Roth-Taylor should be entertaining the guests in the hall. That was the perfect opening. The preparations were complete. Now was the time. Ed unlocked one of the windows and Janice entered from the outside, using the power of her wind spirit to slip in silently. Ed asked how she had managed to leave the party. She replied that unlike him, no one seemed to care about her disappearance. But as soon as they opened the office doors, they realized that Crepin was already there waiting for them. Crepin said they had not yet had the chance to talk without the interference of others, and that they needed to have a frank conversation, because there were many things he wanted to ask. He began by questioning what they should talk about first, but soon got straight to the point by asking who he really was. He said that his son no longer called him father, that he hated him with everything he had, and that no matter what he had gone through, his heart would not change so drastically. He said he could no longer even feel the contained anger that once came from his own son, and that it had nothing to do with him. Because of that, he stated with conviction that the one before him was not Ed Roth-Taylor. As he said this, Crepin concentrated his dark magic, and immediately Janice summoned her spirits to defend herself. Intermediate spirits appeared almost instantly, which impressed Crepin, since he knew she was capable of dealing even with high-level spirits. Even so, he provoked her, asking if she was not worried about the building and the people inside. He said that Janice Failover was strong, but had a heart that was too soft. Then he easily restrained the intermediate spirits using magical chains, and pulled Janice closer with his power. The chain holding her, however, was cut by a blade of wind, and Ed charged at his own father. Ed's knife was caught at the last moment, and Crepin commented that he was far too skilled to be his son. Soon after, Ed was disarmed and thrown against the bookshelf. Crepin asked again who he was, but realized too late that Ed's dagger was still in the air, floating on its own. The blade moved and cut Crepin's leg, returning to Ed's hand with the help of a spiritual formula. He replied that he might not be the son he expected, but he was still Ed Roth-Taylor. Crepin, however, said that made no sense, as he drew his sword for battle. With Janice covering him, Ed advanced again and fired bursts of wind with another intermediate spirit, but Crepin Roth-Taylor controlled gravity, inertia, and friction, powers granted by the evil god Mebular, which allowed him to experience the domain of those who control the world. At the moment Ed attacked, he used an amplified shockwave sphere. Crepin did not expect to be hit by a magical engineering device, and the biggest problem was that he still did not fully understand Mebular powers. According to the scenario, he would only fully awaken when he invaded the academy at the end of the 4th act, which meant that this was the perfect moment to finish him. In close combat, the first thing Ed did was use a single-point explosion, detonating the upper floor and making the entire structure shake. Salaha, in another part of the mansion, remained calm and thought she might have drunk too much, while the servants were terrified by the tremor. Ed knew that simply bringing down Crepin, a loyal servant of the crown, would cause them to be labeled as traitors. To subdue him for good, they needed evidence of his malicious acts. He had already obtained information through the mug about something hidden beneath Crepin's personal study room, and near the kitchen there apparently existed a secret passage, a hidden compartment. With the single-point explosion, he opened a path to it. Even so, Crepin remained standing, and his next strike nearly split Ed and Janice in half. He commented that Ed responses and movements were far too fast, as if he had faced him before, but that he was still no match. Crepin released even more of mebular power, and Ed replied that the mansion was his domain, so it was indeed troublesome to fight inside it, but that he had made a mistake by allowing his own people to enter that place. Then Ed retreated with Janice, going down the stairs. Crepin questioned whether he was not being careless by turning his back, but soon a divine punishment fell upon his quarters. Lucy, while eating dried meat, asked forgiveness from the owner of the residence, but stated that he would not go any further. Moving quickly down the stairs, Ed explained to Janice that she needed to memorize everything she saw, because it would be more convincing if they could describe every detail of that place, instead of just confirming what he said. Even so, he did not know exactly what they would find. When they reached the hidden room, they were met with corpses, evidence of macabre experiments, rituals, and terrible things. It was more than enough proof. Under the single strong light illuminating the place, stood the greatest experiment of all. A familiar face met Ed's eyes. In the middle of that lifeless and colorless place, there was one detail that stood out. That striking golden hair, the same tone that appeared in the large portrait in the mansion hall, the same hair as Ed, but now that body was impaled by a sword. It was Arwen Rothtaylor. Ed realized immediately that Crepin was using his own daughter as part of the experiment, using her strength and, if necessary, that of the other children as well. But Arwen was still alive. She said that many things had changed since the last time she saw him, and that both of them were very different now. She commented that it had been a while, calling him by name. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lucy held Crepin in place with her high-level light magic. The radiant sword had already surrounded him completely, and any wrong move would mean death. Lucy declared that that area was restricted, and that if he did not like it, he could try to pass. Crepin simply sat on the ground, acknowledging that they had truly prepared well, and that it would be difficult to move forward from there. In the underground chamber, Arwen said she knew that what he was seeing was not something easy to witness. She thought his heart would hurt more, but even so, she wanted to see him at least one last time. Arwen Rothtaylor was Ed's older sister, the original owner of that body, a character who was never told in the original story. She asked how he was doing at the academy, whether he had managed to endure it, because it must not have been easy. She said that sometimes she thought about how difficult it must have been for him. Ed replied that it was not the time for that kind of question. He reminded her that after fighting with her, he ended up leaving the family. He said that she should have left as well, that she knew very well the intentions of Crepin Rothtaylor, but still chose to remain by his side. Arwen replied that their actions were not that simple, that their father had also raised them, and that they were still a family. She asked him to come back and stay with their father, saying that they should remain together forever. When her hand approached, Ed grabbed it and stated that she was not Arwen Rothtaylor. At that moment, the malicious power began to reveal itself within that body that was already almost lifeless. Asking how he had realized it. Upstairs, Crepin declared that Arwen had volunteered for the experiments involving the evil god, and had followed him until she completely lost her own sense of identity. He also revealed that his son had left the mansion after a severe argument with Arwen, something that only a few people knew. The entity within Arwen's body questioned how he, a copy, could know that. Ed knew because he had discovered the truth after finding several letters in his own room. All of them had been written shortly before the argument with Arwen and his departure to the Sylvania Academy. The repetitive content of the letters made it clear that something was wrong. He had already understood everything about Crepin and asked why Arwen had never tried to stop their father's plans. She replied that it was the first time she had seen him so angry at her. Ed then told her to look around, pointing to the book about the history of Mabular, the evil god of the mythical era. To summon an evil god, it was necessary to sacrifice many humans, and even so, she had remained by her father's side. He said he knew that Crepin never gave up on his goals, and that sooner or later she would be the next victim. Arwen replied that she already knew that, but that their father had a greater purpose, and that this was the rule of the family. She supported Crepin until the end, but it was she herself who had saved Ed in the past, asking him to go to the Sylvania Academy so he would not suffer as well. Because of that, it made no sense for her to now ask him to come back. That was a trick by Crepin. Crepin declared that he no longer needed to answer anything, and the body returned to being just an empty shell. Suddenly, the entire building began to shake as if it were about to collapse. Ed recognized that sound immediately. Upstairs, Crepin stood up and stated that he had already confirmed Lucy's strength as a mage. He admitted that he could not deal with her alone, and then decided to directly invoke the power of the evil god. Tentacles of Mabular appeared, easily defending against Lucy's attack. Crepin asked the god to bless him with his power, offering in return all the life within the Rothtaylor mansion. The tentacles began to kill and consume the life of the guests at the social event. The building shook even more. Ed lifted Janice onto his shoulders and ran up the stairs. When they arrived and saw that terrible scene, he explained that it was a magical circle manifested to offer sacrifices to the evil god. He said that it could only have been created through a borrowed magical power from Mabular. The evil god never grants wishes to humans without demanding a price, and the price is always lives. At the moment that magical circle fully manifested, everyone within its range would lose their life. Ed and Janice were the only ones who had seen exactly what was happening below and understood what it meant. Even so, Janice said that if he had told her that before, she would have been angry. She She stated that she would die for him and that she would not run away because the two of them needed to survive together. She awkwardly commented that if he died and she left alone, it would make no sense at all, then tried to cover it up by saying it was just a way of speaking. Ed thanked her, but said that now was not the time for that because the evil god was already manifesting in the skies. Suddenly, something passed by them like a comet, and it was Lucy, thrown far away. She said that thing was difficult to deal with because the way it manipulated magic was too unique. She explained that sometimes it seemed like gravity magic, other times pure physical force, and that it was not normal magic. It was a type of power that could not be countered with any of the magic they knew. Ed grew worried, thinking that not even Lucy had managed to win, but she replied that she would win. She said that the one having difficulty was not her, but that giant eye in the sky. Then she began to cast high-level explosion magic. The technique called Ruin released a combo of 58 simultaneous explosions, and then came Genesis, gathering all the explosions into a single point. The light was so blinding that it seemed to cover the skies of the entire continent. Ed tried to hold Lucy back, but she said it was dangerous to stay near her at that moment and asked if he still needed to capture that man. Before even hearing the answer, she launched herself again to finish the job because the giant eye was still alive. Ed then decided the plan. While Lucy dealt with Mabular, Janice would save as many people as possible using her spirits to cover a wide area, and he himself would capture Crepin Rothtailor with his own hands. Janice's spirits began to save guests and fight the tentacles that appeared everywhere. Meanwhile, when Fenia and her knights approached, they realized that something was very wrong. The captain declared that they could not stand still just watching the princess in danger, and that they needed to act. However, the evil god Mabular continued killing guests, extracting their essences and their lives. Some servants tried to flee, but the knights themselves blocked the doors. St. Claris ordered them to immediately contact the temple knights, but one of the knights said he could not do that because he was only following his master orders. It was Nox, who was still alive, but completely corrupted by the malignant power of Mabular. The knights turned against the guests and began helping the tentacles in the massacre. Not even Senior Bloomliver could properly counterattack given the number of enemies. She was almost caught off guard, but the knight attacking her was struck down by a divine blast from St. Clarice. The saint said that thanks to the blessing she possessed, she was able to resist the attacks. When she was directly attacked by Nox, she blocked the strike and ordered Senior to protect the other nobles. The priority was to get everyone out of the mansion. In the middle of the chaos, someone commented that the Rothtailor themselves were not in the banquet hall and implied that they must be accomplices. They accused the reinstated son and the heiress, saying they would report everything to the imperial family. St. Clarice ordered everyone to be silent and knocked down Nox with another divine blast, demanding that they stay calm because they would only survive if they cooperated. She opened a massive hole in the wall of the mansion and led everyone outside, but as soon as they stepped out, they came face to face with the gigantic evil god Mabular. Everyone who made eye contact with the creature began summoning even more gremlins, small fiendish beings that started attacking indiscriminately. Those who had survived inside the mansion began to die outside. Senior asked for calm and told St. Clarice that there were too many enemies. The two of them could not protect everyone alone and had no way to control that crowd unless they had an army by their side. And at the exact moment she said that, a real army appeared, crushing the fiends. Senior remembered what she had heard from her daughters at the academy, that they had reached the top of the magic department by luck, because in the second year there was a genius mage descended from the great sage, and in the third year there was her, Janice Failover, an army on her own. And there was Janice, summoning high-level spirits to fight demons and malignant creatures, turning the battlefield into her own territory. While the princess was being escorted by her head butler Dest, the situation had already spiraled completely out of control. Senior Bloomliver, head of the witch family, was evacuating the honored guests, using her legion of spirits, trying to remove as many important people as possible. At the same time, St. Clarice and Janice were heading elsewhere, running straight toward Ed Room. The night at the Rothtailor mansion had become absolute chaos, filled with screams, panic, and malicious energy spreading everywhere, but only one man truly understood what was happening. That man was Ed himself. He knew that the descent of the evil god marked the end of the fourth act of the story, something that was supposed to happen around the second year during the winter break. But contrary to what he remembered, even though the sage sealing scroll had not fallen into Crepin hands, the ritual was still being carried out 6 months earlier than expected. Crepin was summoning the evil god earlier to borrow its malignant power, and for that, countless humans needed to be sacrificed. The greater the prestige and status of a noble, the greater the power he could extract from the evil god. In the original scenario, Princess Fenia, who had become empress, kept Crepin in check, preventing him from researching sacrifices to the evil god. Eventually, he attacked Sylvania, because there were many high-prestige noble children there, but now everything was different. Fenia had lost her ambition for both the presidency and the throne, and because of that, Crepin was not restrained. He did not even need to attack the academy. The social gathering was already enough. If he took advantage of the goodwill of desperate people who wanted to ally themselves with the Ice Princess, he would have more than enough sacrifices. sacrifices. That was when Ed understood why he had been reinstated into the family. He had survived the curse and had become an obstacle to Crepin plans. By being reinstated, he officially became a noble again, regaining prestige, which made him an even more valuable sacrifice. While bizarre creatures tried to approach him, his spirits and he himself defended as best as they could. Deep down, he knew that the cause of all those events was himself. He moved toward the Roth-Taylor Hall on the 3rd floor, and the one who appeared in his path was the Knight Kedek, the same one who had previously tried to assassinate him. The Eagle Knight even remarked that it had been a while, young master, but their relationship was already bad and now it was worse. Kedek, possessed by the power of the evil god Mebular, lunged forward with a knife. Ed knew that those who became sacrifices turned into slaves of the evil god, transforming into grotesque creatures. Even so, he faced the attack, and when Kedek tried to strike him, his arm was grabbed by Mug and torn off by Ed Blade. The problem was that those beings also possessed hidden powers. The severed arm began to regenerate, wrapped in tentacles of the evil god, and soon it attacked again, but suddenly a much greater force appeared, and cut off Kedek's neck in a single strike. The one now standing before Ed was someone whose existence was not even known. He did not appear as a hidden boss, nor as a secret boss in any record of that miserable world. He was face to face with Arwen Roth-Taylor, who held a massive blood-stained blade and made it clear that she would not allow him to pass. Meanwhile, in the tower on the outskirts of the Roth-Taylor mansion, inside the supply storage on the 4th floor, several servants tried to block the door, but were killed by the evil god that was hunting someone inside. It was Tanya, hiding in complete despair. She felt the tower shaking and knew it would soon collapse. Because of a huge hole in the wall, she could clearly see the battle between her siblings, Ed and Arwen. Ed was not prepared to face anyone there, much less Arwen. The age difference between them was only 3 years, but she was the true heir of the family. The aerial strike of her gigantic sword came down with brutality and crushed Ed's shield. She was absurdly fast and strong. The sword she wielded was renowned, capable of receiving any type of elemental magic, but almost no one could handle it because of its weight. It was the Blade of Dawn, an extravagant gift given to her when she was still just a newly baptized child. Even so, no one dared question the fact that she was the rightful owner of that blade. Ed tried to distract Arwen using his single-point explosion, remembering that since childhood she had always stood out not only in sociology, governmental sciences, and administration, but also mastered all kinds of magic and alchemy, in addition to being a nearly perfect swordswoman. Even so, she blocked the explosion with her dagger and sword, reinforcing her defense with magic. The influential nobles who had followed Arwen Roth-Taylor's childhood always said the same thing, that she was like a flower that bloomed within that family. When she launched an absurdly powerful strike and Ed barely dodged, he realized that quite some time had passed since her peak. He activated the Blessing of Harmony to protect himself, and understood that the Arwen admired by her younger brother was already a thing of the past. Now standing before him was someone different. In just one exchange, he managed to notice her weakness by stepping on the tip of her sword. Arwen was using weight reduction magic on the blade, and the fire infusion around it was only a distraction. Her attacks were always based on centrifugal force. There were no direct thrusts. Even being extremely fast, it was enough to observe the curve of the sword, which was too wide and depended on inertia. When the weight reduction magic faded and the weight returned to normal, the sword became vulnerable. That was how Ed managed to pin the tip of her blade to the ground. A sword that changes weight becomes more susceptible to external forces, and he used that to disarm her. But Arwen immediately drew another sword to counterattack, a safety measure already prepared in case the Blade of Dawn was neutralized. When the distance between them increased, she recovered her main sword. But at that point, Ed had already understood the pattern. He reacted with precision and managed to tear off her arm while she was still holding the sword. From then on, it was no longer as difficult to follow her movements as before. Even so, Arwen Roth-Taylor was a character outside the common scenario, someone who should not even exist in that form. Ed felt that he was missing something. As expected, her arm regenerated a few seconds later, thanks to the power of the evil god. It was an annoying ability, but it had a price. According to the terms of the contract, the human dominated by Mebular remained alive, but suffered a pain greater than death, and the destructive impulse took over the body. Reason was lost, and only the desire to kill remained. Kedek, for example, had been a loyal knight of the Roth-Taylor family, but in the end lost almost all of his sanity. Even so, Arwen continued to attack with speed and brutality. Ed was clearly at a disadvantage. He dodged and tried to counterattack with his mana bow, thinking that at the top of that annex, Crepin was waiting for the completion of Mebular's summoning. Lucy was still holding things together for now, but if the summoning was completed, everyone would die and be sacrificed in the name of the ancient evil god. To survive, he needed to defeat Arwen there, and stop Crepin. The mana arrow was split in half by her sword, and before she could cut off his head, Hysia bit the blade, creating an opening for Ed to thrust with his dagger. She dodged and countered with her second sword, since the Blade of Dawn was neutralized. Ed was already expecting that. He avoided the strike, anticipating every movement. The two exchanged attacks so fast that any mistake of a single centimeter meant death. In the middle of the clash, Ed dropped a magical artifact on the ground, a small hand crane that temporarily pulled nearby objects. The force slightly drew Arwen's light sword toward the artifact. Even if it was only for a brief instant, that was enough to change the flow of the battle. Even if she recovered the weapon, the next strike would come half a beat late. But Arwen used an acceleration spell to recover the sword and thrust toward him. Her speed was far too overwhelming to be faced directly. Then the tower above the arena collapsed. Tanya was inside. She tried to protect her body with mana, but the fall was immense. At the exact moment of impact, in the few milliseconds before the crash, the two siblings locked eyes. Ed realized that his older sister let go of her sword at that instant. He took advantage of the opening and pierced her body with the dagger, while everything collapsed catastrophically over the annex and the entire building. When the smoke began to rise, he asked where Tanya was, trying to find her among the rubble. From the contents of the letters Ed had examined earlier, it seemed that Arwen had abandoned everything and decided to follow Crepin. From that point on, everything was just speculation. Crepin must have conducted experiments on Arwen to summon the evil god that valued noble blood. She was the perfect sacrifice. Throughout all that time of suffering, she may have been used as the central piece of the ritual. Ed did not know what Arwen truly desired deep down, but in that final moment, she chose to sacrifice herself to save Tanya from the fall. That was why she let go of the sword. Even after becoming a servant of Mebular, something still preserved her sanity, and it was precisely those emotions she had never been able to abandon. She asked Tanya and Ed to leave, said they could not stay, and begged them to leave the mansion. Without wasting time, Ed ran up the stairs. Crepin noticed it was him and remarked that he had really come, but he did not expect the concentrated wind blast that was fired in his direction. Ed advanced and threw the blade at his father's feet, who protected himself using the power of the evil god. He summoned Marilda and declared that they would end it there, today and now. Ed's first attack was the single-point explosion, creating a cloud of smoke to conceal his movements. Then he imbued his sword with ignition, unleashing intense flames toward Crepin. The man defended everything with ease and replied that his magic was high level, but that would not work. But he did not expect that his own son was already right in front of him. Ed advanced and cut off his arm with the flaming sword. Even so, the damage was not as severe as it seemed. Marilda asked if he had left Mug by Tanya's side, commenting that entering the fire without the blessing of flames was dangerous. Ed replied that it did not matter and ordered her to intercept. Several wind blade shots cut through the air. None hit Crepin, and the battle turned into a direct exchange between father and son. Their swords clashed violently, and Crepin asked if he had abandoned the act of being a son, saying it was strange, that he seemed far too irritated. Ed thought he was right. He was not the real Ed Rothtaylor. He was a stranger who, before he realized it, was already in that body. The tragic story of the Rothtaylor family was not his. The hatred tied to that blood did not belong to him. Rationally speaking, the suffering of Arwen, who endured experiments, had her mind corrupted, her body deformed, and her dignity crushed for so long, had nothing to do with him. The fact that she had only wished to protect her siblings was also not something that directly involved him. But it was not the first time he had seen something like that. He remembered the fire, the death, the war, the person who told him he needed to live and run away. He remembered the superior who took a bullet in his place, the girl who refused to escape and burned her own life to repeat time. People capable of sacrificing their own lives for others were something he had never been able to understand. Before the transmigration and after it, his goal had always been the same: to survive. And in the final moment of that battle, he had to finish off his own sister. He was that kind of person, someone who thought about survival first. What he truly felt was respect for those who chose to sacrifice themselves. Maybe that was why he was wielding his sword with such ferocity now. Crepin commented that he was very different from when he first met him, and also from when he saw him in the library. He asked if killing Arwen with his own hands bothered him, if he felt guilt over something so trivial. But while he was speaking, Ed was already advancing. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into Crepin's abdomen and told him to shut up. They both fell from the top of that room, and in the middle of the fall, Marilda used the ascending chain to save Ed, while Crepin crashed into the ground at full speed. Marilda told him to calm down, saying he was not acting like himself, but instead of waiting, Ed began using the single-point explosion over and over again, trying to finish Crepin once and for all, and completely burn his body. But Marilda was already fading, and warned that his mana was running out. Even so, Crepin asked if it was only running out now, after so many spells, and said that was impressive for a boy. But he needed to understand something. That anger narrows one's field of vision. The ground gave way beneath them, and Ed activated defensive magic at the last second, but both ended up underground. Down there, Crepin, now above him, said that soon the evil god Mebular would fully descend, and that when the magic circle was completed, everyone there would die, and he would achieve immortality. It did not matter how much Ed fought or raged, nothing would change. He would live forever, and the boy would die. Then Crepin commented that Ed Roth Taylor had fled to the academy thanks to Arwen, and asked why he was so certain that he had died. He explained that a year and a half ago, the son who received the expulsion letter had sent a reply before being expelled from the Ophelius Pavilion, and Ed did not know that. Crepin asked if he wanted to know the content. The boy had written a lot, recording his feelings before ending his own life. It was a farewell letter. In the letter, the real Ed told his father that he had received the expulsion notice, and that the shame pointed out by others seemed better than lying on an experiment table and having his soul devoured. Because of that, he pretended to be insane, caused chaos at the academy, insulted a princess, and deliberately stained the family's prestige. Even so, he left everything in his father's hands, since he had long desired that outcome. Everything had only been possible thanks to Arwen, and he was also grateful to her for sending him to the academy. There was also the reason he remained alive. Publicly, everyone knew that his sister was dead, but he believed she was still alive. He knew that his father had no intention of stopping the research on the evil god, and that keeping him at the academy meant he was useless for the experiments, which indicated that his sister was still trapped in the cold laboratory, being mistreated. The real Ed achieved the freedom he had long desired, but upon realizing that it had been built on his sister's screams, he no longer found the strength to continue living that repulsive life. He said he would pay for the sin with his own death. He knew his father would not grant the request, but he begged that at least Tanya would remain alive. That was the message of the unworthy son, Ed Roth Taylor. In the present, Ed wondered if the original had really taken his own life. He remembered that, in the story's credits, the ending had been miserable, but even so he was alive. That meant someone had saved him. Now he understood why he had come to this world. The Ed Roth Taylor whose body he had transmigrated into had already died before the transmigration. Before, after, and even now, his life had been built on the deaths of other people. Crepin called his son a coward, said he had no ambition at all and only wanted to live happily alongside his family. When Ed advanced, Crepin laughed and said he was pathetic, that life was like that. Whoever had the stronger will to live devoured the others. From his corrupted body emerged the Eye of Malice, which fired deadly rays in all directions that were impossible to avoid. Any living being hit by it died instantly. Even so, Ed managed to block all the shots until the end, using his spirits as a shield. Crepin said that the more he watched, the more impressed he became, but Ed knew he needed a solution. Crepin's main technique was the Eye of Malice, which used the immense magical power of Mebular and had a cooldown. After being activated, the 5 eyes would close and then open one by one until all of them were open again, at which point they would fire the unavoidable rays once more. There were 2 ways to stop the Eye of Malice: strike Mebular, the source of the magical power, or strike the caster himself. Ed cut through several tentacles that appeared in his path, but it was not enough time. He could use the Phoenix Ring to summon Marilda one more time, but even she would have difficulty fighting in that confined space. Then another eye opened, and Crepin declared that he could never defeat him. To survive, he had become a monster, killed his own relatives, sacrificed his subordinates, crawled like a worm, and would soon achieve immortality. He would bring down the palace, crush everything that threatened his life, and become an eternal existence capable of surviving indefinitely. Ed thought he was in a terrible situation. The third eye opened, and Crepin said it was a shame he would not be there to see what came next, calling him a fake Ed. Suddenly, the saint fell from above, protecting herself with a sacred shield. When the shield broke, even completely bloodied and injured, Ed managed to catch her before she hit the ground. He asked what she was doing there. The fourth eye opened, and Crepin said that if they were waiting for a miracle, he was sorry, because it was already too late. The fifth eye opened right after, lashing both of them with deadly blasts, but the saint activated her sacred blessing and protected them both. She trusted that Ed would endure. She knew it was risky, but said they could discuss it later. Ed told her to stay back, to remain inside the shield, and that it would not take long. She asked him to wait, but he said it was not the time. She replied that she still did not understand everything that was happening in that mansion, but he did. Yet at that moment he was not well at all. She asked him to rest for a moment while she maintained the blessing, even if only for an instant. When the dust settled, Crepin realized they had survived and understood it was the sacred blessing that saved them. The saint tried to move away riding Racia, but Crepin said that now that they were away from her, they had nowhere to run. He fired blades of death, dark magic, while the eye was still recharging, but Ed blocked everything with his stellar magic. He held the staff and still had mana left. He told Crepin to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Yes, he had survived. He could have said that from the beginning. Then he invoked the power of the golden phoenix ring of glass, raised the staff, and was struck by a bolt that amplified his energy. He said that using the deaths of his own children and other people as a guarantee to seek immortality was not a fight for survival. Crepin asked if those were his last words. Ed knew that to survive it was possible to do anything, but there was a limit. Above Crepin, completely covering the horizon and even the vision of the evil god, a gigantic white summoning circle appeared, creating a storm that made everything tremble. Ed remembered the person who died in his place, the woman who gave her life to save her brother, the boy who gave up on living because he could not protect her. It did not matter if those deaths were inevitable, necessary, or voluntary. They all weighed on his shoulders now. Many people told him to leave it behind, but he never could and never would forget any of them. He hated people like Crepin more than anything. He shouted for him not to run from those he had killed, called him a miserable coward, and completed the summoning of the supreme fire spirit, the Orpheus. When Lortella stepped out of the carriage, she asked what the hell that was as she saw the war unfolding in the skies. Even Lucy was worried. Janice and Phineas also watched, and Janice wondered if that was Ed's doing. Then everyone saw the head of a dragon forming in the sky. Crepin did not know what he was doing, but said it was useless, that he had wasted too much time. He tried to summon the Eye of Malice again, but something appeared behind him. Even if only for an instant, Ed pushed the power of the staff and the Phoenix Ring to the limit. Still incomplete, still only a fraction. He manifested the power of the one who, according to legend, set an enormous mountain range ablaze in the Age of Myths, a unique entity for each element, the supreme fire spirit, the Orpheus. He was recreating that legend right there. A pillar of white fire fell from the sky, incinerating everything in its path, with the highest level spiritual formula, with the blessing of the fire dragon, and with the fire of the supreme spiritual sword. Everything was burned. Creatures, enemies, spirits, all the mana that flowed in that area was scorched until it disappeared. Even so, Crepin said it was not over yet, that his mana was not returning, but it was not over. He repeated that, the moment someone gives up, they are devoured. That is the law of the jungle. He had always known what he needed to do to survive, kill to live. The first competitors he killed shared the same blood as him. He was born into the most prestigious clan on the continent, and for him killing was as natural as breathing. It did not matter if at that moment he was out of mana. As soon as he got out of that pit and received the blessing of the evil god again, a new opportunity would arise. He just needed to climb out and leave that place. It was not over yet. He asked his god Mabular for power, and when that ray of hope approached, when the mana of the evil god began to respond to the call of his follower, Lucy blocked it, ordering him to abandon his plans. The adversary of the evil god was once again in his way. Then Ed advanced once more and struck him with everything he had, unleashing his divine punishment, his genesis, before Crepin could try to climb again. Ed grabbed Crepin by the hair and threw him against the rocks of that ruined crater. Right after, Crepin seized his neck and told him to stay quiet, asking how long he intended to cling to life with a body that was not even his, a body that was practically a corpse. He said it did not matter what happened to the dead, that they were stupid, less agile and weaker, that they deserved to die, and that the same would happen to him. The one who would die in that pit would be Ed. Because of the recoil effect of the ring, Ed completely lost the sensation in his left arm. There was not a single drop of mana left in him. He could not rely on the blessing of the wind, nor on anyone's help. He thought that would be the end. But then he heard the voice of the real Ed, saying that he had already done enough, that he could stop now, since he had cast aside that life without regret. He could give up, he could rest. But Ed replied that it was impossible, and headbutted Crepin in the nose. He told the real Ed Rothtailor that he had inherited his life, and would now carry it to the very end. He grabbed a rock and began smashing Crepin's head over and over again, until there was nothing left. He remembered everything he had lived through. He peeled tree bark to boil and eat. He repaired old clothes even without any talent. He learned magic while living in a cold shack. He became the best student of the year. He gained younger companions who followed him. He began to walk through the academy with ease, being revered as a hero. His camp became a place frequented by people he trusted, a place he did not want to lose. The original Ed asked how he had achieved all of that. He replied that it was because of his sister, who did not give up on life even while living in a hell worse than death, and also because of the guilt of having turned his back on her, a guilt he had never been able to overcome and that made him let his own life slip away. Now that he had inherited all of that, he would take responsibility. He asked him to leave the rest to him. From now on, he would finish the job for him. Do you know why? Because he would do anything to survive. Then, finally, he drove the dagger right into the middle of Crepin's face, and said that now they could rest, Rothtailor family. Even so, before dying, Crepin still asked how he was able to go so far. Ed no longer had the strength to answer. The headache was unbearable. He had a high fever, chills, and no energy left. His limbs would not respond, all numb. It was a death not worth remembering. He closed his eyes, his ears, and thought that he had survived again, as always. It was said that the evil god had planned to descend into the world by taking a borrowed body. However, since Crepin, who had been his sacrifice, had lost his life, Mebula was unable to descend. Thus, the evil god was effectively defeated and chose to return to his own dimension. Even so, two questions remained. The first was how a mere human had managed to stop the advance of an evil god. The second concerned his contractor, who had been defeated even after receiving his mana. The evil god wondered who could have done such a thing. Meanwhile, the saint fell to her knees, crying, thinking about how she could never properly pay her respects to someone like him. Unlike her, who had abandoned even her dream of imperial power after a few failures and trials, he had done everything within his reach, even while nearly unconscious, as if he were a pilgrim determined to fulfill his destiny. Then, everything began to collapse, but the wind spirits saved everyone. Shortly after, the soldiers gathered to control access to the area. Salaha was there, thinking that this was the end of the Rothtailor family, until Lortel appeared, saying that the night was still long and that the end was was only just beginning. The scene then shifted. A girl was saying that her only brother was not in good condition and that her two sisters had left the capital, leaving her feeling quite lonely, with no one to talk to. Her father replied that she was the one who stayed locked in the library and never went out, and that she was just being disingenuous. Persika admitted that she did miss her family from time to time. At first, she believed the support was stronger for Phinia, but after Selaha entered the Sylvania Academy, the main forces of the Imperial Palace aligned themselves with Selaha. Thus, the center of the struggle for the throne lay in the Imperial capital. Depending on who controlled the capital, resources and people would lean to one side or the other. That was why, when the two sisters moved away from the capital, even Persika, who had seemed uninterested in the conflict, began making subtle moves. Persika asked her father if he knew about the treasure that the great sage of Sylvania had supposedly left behind, but they were interrupted by someone bringing urgent news about the Rothtailor family. The scene shifted again to a tent in Rothtailor territory. Selaha said her father must be worried, since he hadn't even received a proper report, and that he would be concerned if he knew his favorite daughter, Phinia, had come to such a dangerous place. Still, she added that it was a relief Phinia had come, since dealing with a disaster like this was something only they could handle, as they had inherited the legitimate power of the royal family. She continued, saying that it was only right for the mage girl and the spirit summoner to receive an imperial-level reward, and that she would personally recommend it to her father. Even if they were not granted noble titles, they would at least receive great honor and financial compensation. Phinia agreed. However, Selaha then declared the matter closed, and said she would now decide who would be punished. In other words, the descendants of the Rothtailor family, who had participated in the plan, should be hanged. Phinia asked if that included Ed Rothtailor, pointing out that he had not taken part in Crepin's plan, that he had confronted him, and ultimately killed his own father. But Selaha replied that all Phinia had seen was the final scene, after everything was over, and that it was unwise to speak as if she had witnessed all the events. Selaha explained that, to begin with, Ed had gone to the mansion because he had been readmitted by Crepin, naturally becoming the center of the social gathering. But after witnessing the strength of the mage who could face even an evil god alone, and the summoner who had fought and defeated countless monsters, he ultimately betrayed Crepin and acted as if he were a noble figure. Phinia insisted that was a lie, and that she knew it herself. Lucy was also on Ed's side, but Selaha argued that, from her perspective, those poor girls had been manipulated by Ed. She added that Phinia had even entrusted him with an unsealed letter, suggesting she too had been deceived. Even her eyes, blessed with talent, had been fooled, so she must have developed a considerable attachment to him. At that, Phinia slapped her. Selaha responded that Phinia hadn't matured at all, and remarked that when persuading the public it was always necessary to have a scapegoat to bear all the sins. The image of Ed burning at the stake would be the greatest symbol that everything had been successfully resolved. Phinia argued that it was just an excuse, that Selaha was only doing this because she believed she might lose power to the north or to the Elte Guild. At that moment, someone appeared, saying they had no interest in the family's power struggles. It was Lortel. She said they could continue their conversation, as she had heard enough, and asked who this scapegoat was supposed to be. Phinia knew the two did not get along, but Lortel also stood on Ed's side, at least at first. Phinia argued that Ed should be treated as a hero. Though he came from a family that betrayed the Empire, he was also the one who put an end to that betrayal, and he should be recognized for his efforts. However, Lortel questioned whether the nobles being held hostage would see it that way. She pointed out that Crepin had died, but he had held key positions in the Empire and ruled like a king, so everyone would want his power. She asked if they didn't think the same. Then, she sided with Selaha, saying they should seize this opportunity to eliminate Ed Rothtailor once and for all. If they didn't deal with him now, he could become a major obstacle in the future. She added that truth did not always bring profit, and she was simply someone who pursued profit. She had merely judged that establishing a friendly relationship with Princess Selaha would be more beneficial. In any case, Phinia left the tent, saying she would not stand by and do nothing. Selaha praised Lortel, noting that despite her young age, managing such a large commercial association gave her a sharp perspective. Lortel replied that even a fool would say Selaha was destined to become empress. Selaha said it was reassuring to have the support of the Elte Guild, and that if she came to power, she could even dream of the entire western port of Oldek becoming the guild's property. Lortel responded that she simply did the best within her capabilities, but argued that bringing Ed to the Imperial Palace could be a mistake. She mentioned that it seemed Princess Persika had begun expanding her influence. Selaha admitted she knew Persika had ambitions for the throne, but had believed there would be no problem as long as she consolidated her power through the social event. However, the event had been ruined, and Phinia had come here to oppose her. If this situation reached the capital, and the two joined forces using Ed's case as a pretext, it would be problematic. Lortel added that this wasn't the only issue, since Lucy and Janica were also difficult variables to control due to their strength. When asked if she had any suggestions, Lortel proposed hiding Ed and using him as a trump card to control those variables. In other words, making him a hostage. She explained that she managed a massive warehouse in Oldek, in an area filled with many warehouses where goods were constantly moving. The place was so vast that someone got lost there every week. Even if there were an entire house inside, no one would notice. No matter what happened inside, no one would care. It was a hidden place where they could keep him under control in secret, and if he ceased to be useful, the Elte Guild could eliminate him with poison or strangulation. Lortel stated that making grand plans and managing risks were essential, and that they did it better than anyone. She concluded by saying they would take Ed Rothtailor to Oldek. In her mind, everything she wanted was already within her grasp. She thought it would be best to go check on Ed's condition, but then noticed something troubling. Both the Saint and Janica were staring at each other, and Lortel knew it would not be an easy fight. Ed then remembers his past life, what the commanders used to say about when the war would end. Having a place to return to can sometimes become the strength needed to endure a cruel reality. But unfortunately for him, in this world there was no place he could call home. Janica then says that first aid has already been administered, but as they can see, Ed is severely injured, and ideally they should take him to Fulon and monitor his condition while he recovers. However, the Saint argues that just because the air and water there are good, doesn't mean his wounds will heal, and that the high priests of the Holy Capital and their medical team would be more suitable. Then Lortel says she could arrange a hiding place and doctors, but the problem comes afterward. The Rothtailor family has fallen, and veteran Ed is in a politically unstable position. If he is revered as a hero, he will attract the scrutiny of other nobles who covet the family's former power. If he is accused of treason, it wouldn't be strange for him to be executed to preserve imperial authority. She asks whether the two of them could balance the conflict and protect Ed, and says she intends to take him to Oldek. But the Saint responds that if he goes to the Holy Capital, they could even stand against the Empire if necessary. Lortel wonders if she's serious, whether she would really take on a conflict between the Empire and the Holy Capital over Ed, and finds it hard to believe even she would go that far. Lortel argues that the Holy Capital has no justification for such actions, which is precisely why political skill is needed. Janica agrees, but says that's exactly why she will take him herself. If the problem is being used by powerful figures, then it's better to bring him somewhere where such people don't exist, and if they flee, she's confident no one would be able to catch them. At that moment, Salaha appears with several soldiers, saying she has found them. She orders Ed Rothtailor to accompany her to the Imperial Palace for investigation. Janica and the Saint protest, saying it's wrong and that he should receive treatment, but the nobles argue that, even though they are followers of the Church of Telos, more than 10 high-ranking nobles have died because of them, who summoned the evil god. The crowd begins shouting that someone must take responsibility. They all insist that since the position of head of the family is vacant, it is only right to punish the son, and they call for him to be stoned. Salaha thinks that if she destroys the Rothtailor family, the nobles who desire that now vacant power will serve her with even greater loyalty. But then a gust of wind magic stops them, commanding them not to touch him. It is Tanya. She reflects that no one remains. She has lost her father and the family's honor, and now her house risks being branded as one that massacred high-ranking nobles. She recalls how, during the time he was exiled, Ed built a cabin alone at the far north of Arkan Island, and realizes that he must have felt the same way. Tanya declares that she will remain near the mansion. If they intend to investigate, she will cooperate willingly. She also needs to begin reconstruction of the estate. Whether they like it or not, she is the legitimate heir of the family, and she will fulfill her responsibilities as its head. The nobles wonder if she has gone mad, if she wishes to be burned alive. Even Salaha thinks she has lost her mind, as if she is throwing herself into the fire. But the real issue is not her, it is Ed. He is a man with nothing, even accused of treason, yet he is supported by influential figures, including Fania, the Saint, the Summoner, and even a powerful mage, all stand behind him. Acting against him carelessly could cause major problems, but leaving him alone could cause even greater ones. If he were to gain power, he would surely become a threat to imperial authority. However, Salaha declares that everyone is mistaken. The deeds of Ed Rothtailor deserve recognition. Her intention is to take him to the Imperial Palace, treat him, and ensure he receives proper reward. Privately, she thinks it may not be a bad idea to follow Lortel's plan for now. Lucy objects, saying she won't allow it, as he has only just regained consciousness. Then Ed stands up, despite his injuries, saying he vaguely heard what they said, and wonders who he should follow now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Belle Maya's house. She wonders whether Ed shouldn't return to the academy when the vacation ends, but he only asks her to light the fire. She asks if his journey was difficult. He reflects that the feeling of his days wandering the battlefield has resurfaced, making him want to return somewhere. That's why he refused their offers, and ended up returning alone to the camp. He tells her yes, that's why he wanted to come back here as soon as possible. Belle then notes that, now that she thinks about it, he has stopped being formal with her, and asks what caused the change in attitude. Ed thinks about how Crepin must have believed he was dead, yet in the final credits, even after everything was ruined, Ed was still alive. That was the moment when a third-rate villain gave up on life. The image of the maid assigned to him comes naturally to mind. She had entered just as he tried to take his own life and saved him from despair. This servant, who ensured the survival of a fallen noble, avoided by everyone, stayed by his side. Ed tells Belle that she is better than he had imagined, and that he is grateful to her. Shortly after, Belle says she will be leaving now. She thinks about how the vacation is ending and that he will soon be busy again, and asks him to have a peaceful night.